appropriate. Yeah. Thank you, Willie.
And no, baby, you don't draw them up like that. When you've lost 5 games in a row and 7 of your last 9, you'll take them how they come. And the Giants walk it off with the walk. Drew Smiley walks 3 in the 9th inning, and he wasn't even close. But you know what? You do it for Willie. Willie wasn't letting them lose that game. The Giants scored 3 in the 9th. They snapped their 5-game losing streak. They get off to Schneid. They start the 7-game homestand off on a good note. Beating the Cubs 5-4. We say good morning to everybody out there getting off the Grayville shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Chasky, I saw you losing your mind. You're losing your mind a little bit, but I don't blame you. The bullpen is the bullpen. You get an opener game on Willie Mays Day. Eric Miller, hey, look, he got through the first inning, but I got to give a game ball. If we're going to give a game ball to Spencer Howard. Spencer Howard comes in, throws 4 2/3. I thought the game was over. It's the white flag. All right, Spencer Howard just, you know what, try to eat up some innings. Oh, he just eat up innings. He strikes out 8, gives up no runs, only 4 hits, keeps the Giants in the ball game.
Yeah, Spencer Howard was really good yesterday. I actually thought Bivens was decent, and so was the other guy who I'd never heard of until I saw him. Was it Bogues? How do you even pronounce his name, Lubman? No clue. Burgos. I didn't know how to. I'd never heard of him until yesterday, and I'm not knocking him.
Welcome to the Farhan Zaidi era.
Well, I mean, but you know what? A couple of things. Number one, Matt Chapman. Look, we could argue about how good of a ball player he is. I just think on this team, he's their best everyday player. And you could say, Joe, that's not saying much. I just love the way he competes and him running that thing out and trying to dive into second base. It enabled the situation for Estrada to kind of catch them sleeping with the little bunt there. Small ball. I know everyone, small ball. The data tells you what? The data tells you that that's a guy that wanted to put the ball in play and force a team to make a play, field it properly, throw over to first, and he beats the throw, and it's set up the entire inning. And so it was nice to see that.
Hold on, real quick. Do people scoff at small ball, really?
It drives me crazy.
Why do people scoff at?
How many times have the Giants gotten to third base and small ball? So like small ball, we say small ball is like just people think small ball is just a sack bunt, meaning I show bunt prior and I'm giving myself up. Small ball is, you know, chopping one to second base with a runner on third.
Right.
Small ball to me is hitting a sac fly like Michael Conforto did to get someone in. It's not just bunting in a sacrifice situation, right? It's all the little things. And like even Loveman hit us up. It was first and third. He goes, maybe you send Estrada here. Like, wow, we have actual baseball strategy.
Well,
it was great.
I mean, I don't even call it small ball. I call it baseball.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just playing baseball. Like I hate we just say, bunting is out of the game. Well, bunting hurt. Remember the bunt from Juan Soto in the 9th inning? Or no, in that Yankee series in the middle innings to set up Aaron Judge? Bunting is fine.
How about the one that we were talking about with Willie McCovey and Willie Mays where he scored from first? Right. Because it was on turf because they were shifting him so irregularly because Willie Mack used to get shifted like crazy. Like so that's the data boys, okay? The data dorks who have never thrown a baseball in their life, which I'm here for certain data as a tool. But I'm sorry, tagging up, stealing bases, putting the ball in play, you know, small ball situational hitting. Those things will always win. I don't care how old you are. The best teams in baseball execute, and that is a form of execution.
When I think about this team moving forward, and we'll get to the other stuff in a second, but last week we were having a show meeting, and we were looking at the 80s Cardinals, who used to play on that turf under Whitey Herzog and Vince Coleman, and you get Whitey Herzog managing that team, but you had Jack Clark, you had Vince Coleman, you had Willie McGee, you had Ozzie Smith, you had all that speed, Terry Pendleton, you had all that speed. And they used their ballpark to their advantage, Busch Stadium at the time, with that AstroTurf, hot. We're going to run. We're going to run you out the field. We're running you out the yard. They did that for a long time. They won the World Series. They were the league leaders in stolen bases for many, many years. When I look at this ballpark and the Giants and the way their offense is constructed, and I know we want big boppers, and I think you need a big bopper or two in the lineup.
Sure.
You do.
It's 2024.
It's 2024. You need a home run.
Yeah.
But also, it is a little disappointing to see that this yard that has these big gaps, these big alleyways, right center, left center, that you don't try to get a team that, you know, that you put emphasis on speed. So your 1, 2, 3 hitters, like even 1, 2, Can I get a Juan Pierre and Luis Castillo in a 1-2 spot where they're stealing bases left and right and putting so much pressure on the defense and you got so much traffic on the base pass? I think the Giants' philosophy offensively, if the yard's going to be tough and hitters are going to complain about hitting home runs in his prime, you see Soler with runners on, 2 runners on, and he pops right up and he gets all angry. What about getting the team and getting some players offensively that could fit this yard to be 5-tool players? Like I always thought Ichiro would be perfect for this yard.
But Ichiro's also
perfect for any
one of
yard.
The greatest players ever. But I agree with you. Yes.
You see the All-Star game inside the park home run.
Let me give you an example of a player that I think fits the ballpark better than almost anyone. Luis Arias. I mean, you look at that guy.
Luis Arias from the Padres.
Yeah, I always mispronounce his name. Putting the ball in play all across the field, right?
Yep.
You have a spacious right center field. You have a spacious left center field. You have dimensions that are going to be cavernous. So, you can't play right on the line. You got to play into that triples gap. To me, contact hitters, look at Melky Cabrera. Yeah. Now, Melky hit more gaps than that, but look at Melky Cabrera's half season in 2012.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the template. The template is doubles and putting the ball in play.
Yeah, I think the philosophical focus offensively should be focused on a little more speed because, again, the Cubs were trying to run left and right yesterday. There's the book's out on the Giants. Teams are going to run. They're going to run. He's got a lot of speed. He really beat out the grounder last week at Wrigley Field. This team has so much. So you got to get some speed here. Give me some speed. Give me some athleticism and less focus. By the way, the best news of the day to me was Heliot Ramos lifting the curse, baby. 3 for 4. 3 for 4 with the walk yesterday.
Great at-bat.
Four great at-bats. He touched base 4 times in 5 plate appearances.
Well, so, it's interesting you keep bringing up speed because, Lubman and I were doing the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guy podcast, and he starts talking about stolen bases and how the Giants don't have any, and they're giving up a bunch. And I was thinking, greatest stolen base guys for the Giants in our life. And I started rattling off names, and I'm sure you're going to, and you could listen to the podcast if you want to hear me rattle them off, but I want to hear you rattle them. Do you know, and I put it out on Twitter, I'm sure you saw the tweet, who's the last guy to steal 30 bags for the Giants?
For the Giants? Last guy to steal 30 bags for the Giants?
30.
Wow. It's got to be 20 years ago.
Dave Roberts, 2007. He was 35 years old.
17 years ago.
35 years old.
17 years ago.
So
18 years ago.
Basically, it was Darren Lewis, Brett Butler, Bonds, and Dave Roberts.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. And Barry did it like 5 times.
What was Pagod's career high with the Giants?
That I don't know. But I was going down the rabbit hole.
Pagod brought some speed to the table.
I know Estrada stole about 26 a couple years ago. But that was when he was fully healthy. And again, no one is saying.
Oh, yeah. Angel Pagan, 29 in 2012.
29, so he just missed it. There you go.
Pagan has some speed. He was to me, he was like our last prototypical, I'm going to get on base and I'm going to threaten you by taking this big lead and pitchers are going to be stressed and throwing over to first base. So he was fun.
But that's a great example of a player. I don't know if he plays in Yankee Stadium, but I know he plays in AT&T, he was perfect.
In this yard, absolutely. So I just don't get the philosophical approach anymore about this ballpark. If you're not going to be able to track sluggers like Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani or Giancarlo Stanton and Bryce Harper, they're going to complain about the yard being too big for them, even though they make it look small with the way they swing the bat. Then get me some guys. Get me some guys that could get the first to third. Now, I love Matt Chapman in the hustle double. We've seen that a few times this year with Matt Chapman. He goes all out. But give me some guys 1 through 9 that got a little speed, that can run first to third, first to home, and play to use your park as an advantage. Agreed. The Giants, for whatever reason, I don't know what the hell Farhan is constructed, but look, they get a win. Drew Smiley, 13 years in the league.
Ex-Giant
in 2012. I mean, what's Craig Counsell doing? He went to the lefty, turned Patrick Bailey around, and next thing you know, there's 2 more righties on deck, and all these faces is righties.
What I don't understand, why didn't they go to their closer? Did they just not trust him? I'm not an initiated Cubs fan.
Nah, Neris has been bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. The whole sequencing was crazy. And, Soler had an opportunity to come through in the inning prior. It's I'm glad that they won the game. They snapped the streak. But I would just say to all the Giants fans out there, look, we all love this team and we want them to be good. We do. I do believe. I think you want them to be good. I want them to be good. I want something to talk about every single day.
Do people think that we don't want them to be good?
Well, I just think that, you guys complain. And my theory is look, man.
Listen, man.
What I'm watching is I watched 2 thoroughly mediocre, crummy teams basically slap fight each other yesterday. And the Cubs like, here, you take it. You take the win. We're just going to walk you right into home plate.
I don't know if fans think that. Buddy Ali from NBC Sports, he's a digital manager. And, I sent out a tweet. Or something, or I forget what it was about. Maybe it was Stephen A., whatever, because my girl comes in at halftime. She goes, Stephen A. is always yelling. He's always yelling. It's like, damn, he's always yelling. He's yelling at the halftime show about something. It's like, yeah, he yells a lot. And then I tweeted it out, and Ali responded with like, it's just like you and Butch are always yelling at each other. It's like, if you listen to this show 4 hours a day for 20 hours a week, number one, we don't yell at each other all the time. I don't think we yell at each other kind of wild. We may have some disagreements, may get tense, but it's not yelling.
Yeah,
and
you
then
might want to slap me.
No, I never want to slap you. Trust me, I'm not about the physical violence. My bad. I'll have somebody do that for me.
Yeah,
at this point.
Slap that man.
Wow, dude.
Yeah,
number two.
Thank you.
Hey, look, I get why Jock Peterson now didn't slap Tommy Pham back. I went down a deep rabbit hole with Tommy Pham a few weeks ago. Yeah, I get it.
Tommy Pham, he's got a CVS receipt of reasons why you would want to mess with him.
Yes, he told you. I trained all summer, so I'm prepared to beat somebody's ass. And trust me, we know Tommy Pham.
Maybe you should prepare to swing off a tee and be ready to hit.
Right. But the thing about complaining, right? If they think that, and I don't know this because I don't look at all the stuff on Twitter anymore. I've really cut back on it. I've tried to stay away from disagreements because I get it. People try to gain clout off of our name and they want to get attention and they get a little buzz and they get a little kick out of it. They get a little kick out of it. Drafting like in Fast and the Furious. Yeah, they get a little kick out
nitrous.
of it. But if you listen to the show, you will realize that. Go ahead, Spino. Go say what you want to say.
Go ahead,
say what you want to say.
No.
Say what you're going to say. You're going to whisper in his ear. Go ahead, say.
No. I thought you guys were talking about the Tokyo Drift movie, but I understood. But there you go.
No.
You could go Tokyo Drift. It's actually not as bad.
Wrong racing movie.
Wrong. It was still part of the same franchise.
Put a bookmark in this. You're either Fast and Furious in or Fast and Furious out. We were going to talk about this in a minute.
We're a family here at 95.7 The Game. We'll just say that.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Hey, look. I don't love everybody here. And I don't think everybody said, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, if you didn't listen to the show and people say, all you guys do is complain about the Giants. No, we're looking for reasons. We're looking for solutions and trying to fix the Giants.
I'm dying to want to love them.
If we're complaining about losing, yes, I'm going to complain about losing. I don't like losing. I don't like watching my teams lose. So I'm not going to complain. I'm going to look for solutions. And right now, the solution isn't Luke Jackson, for crying out loud. The solution isn't going to the opener. The solution isn't having 2 starting pitchers.
Eric Miller has started as many games as Blake Snell. Eric Miller, by the way, is your high leverage lefty out of the bullpen. He's your late inning lefty. He has started as many games as Blake Snell, 6.
Wow. So, I mean, look, we're not complaining. Nobody's complaining. If you're okay with this type of baseball, then they're going to be okay with it, and you're going to be happy with mediocrity.
Well, here's what I would say to you, and I put it out on the internet yesterday, and I've asked Loveman this question for what feels like 3 years. You tell me, and without being sarcastic, without giving me, they're good at breaking even, they're all funny replies. What does this regime hang their hat on? What do they do well, right? When I look at the best industry leaders, whether it's Apple, Google, Android, pick who you want, whatever industry, okay? They hang their hat on something, right? Like Apple is, we're gonna put out products that you can only use with other Apple products, and it's cool to be in the cool kid group with the Apple product stuff, right? When I see Android stuff, they're like, no, we have the fastest processors, we have the best stuff. It's half the price of Apple products, and whatever. Like everyone has their thing. Amazon, we will deliver to you literally the next day anything you want, and we're gonna slash prices, right? I know when I go into Safeway, I know what I'm getting. When I go get Nike, whatever, shoes, shirt, there's a level of quality I expect. The Jordan brand, all these things hang their hat on something. And that's why they're successful. the Yankee brand. I know exactly what they hang their hat on. We have sluggers, and we're going to spend big in free agency. We're going to swing on trades, and we're also going to develop. When I think of the Tampa Bay Rays, we are going to draft and develop, and we're going to sign shrewdly, and we're going to make under-the-radar moves. Milwaukee Brewers, Cleveland Guardians, these are teams that also do it the Tampa Bay way. Atlanta, we are going to swing trades, but we're going to develop our own, sign them to big deals. We're going to have our little core. We're going to run with them. The Golden State Warriors, hey, ball movement, Steph Curry. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty straightforward. What do the Giants hang their hat on in 6 years as an organization?
Well, it's something we've been talking about for, it feels like the last 3, 4, or 5 years. So ever since 2021, what is your identity? Well, the identity for a long time is we're going to be smarter than you by platooning and playing the matchups and using the numbers. That was their identity, is to win the matchup on the computer. We're gonna play baseball on a computer. Oh, the numbers say this guy's better than against. This is why you see Austin Slater, right? Best. Oh, he hits lefties, best in the league. He's gonna platoon and bat lead off. Platooning, and then duct taping the pitching staff together, saying, oh, we could win the matchups, and we're going to do it our way by using the opener. We're not going to go with the traditional starting rotation. If it works out, great. If they get hurt, whatever. We go to the bullpenning, whatnot. That's their identity, and it's not good enough. And a lot of people here don't like that identity. That is their identity.
No doubt.
They haven't come out and said it.
No doubt.
But for 6 years, they've come out and told me by putting the team together on the field that is their identity. So, again, I'm not going to get outraged right now about the Giants. They just lost 5 in a row. They get a win. Whatever. We'll see what it looks like tonight.
Stopped the losing streak.
Right. They stopped the losing streak. Great. But the Cubs gave them the game.
I mean, the Cubs suck.
The Cubs gave them the game.
I mean, you've watched them. The Cubs stink. The Giants stink. These are two stinky teams staring at each other like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, I mean, they're mediocre, but the Cubs 5 games under 500. The Giants 5 games under 500, trying to find their way. They are who they are, but I do, before the break, nice little tribute to Willie Mays. I don't know why I was expecting a little more.
I was too.
It was on a Monday night. Yeah. It was on a Monday night. I know Crooked Kite did their thing. Flip said some great things. Great. Bonds being out there, Mario Alioto and Larry Bear, Murph, Mays' son, of course. He was out there.
By the way, we didn't talk about it. I thought Mays' son said one of the more eloquent. Again, I don't know what people believe in spiritually, but when he
Michael Mays,
when he said last week at Rickwood, I know he can hear you, and when everyone was chanting, that just hit me in the soul, dude.
No, that was big time. That was big
Michael
time.
Mays, he hit me in the soul.
Good, but I don't know why. I would like to see Riddell out there. I know there's something going on there, but obviously she was forced out. But I would like to see Riddell there. She was close to Willie. She used to go visit Willie all the time to have her voice out there. Then it wasn't even sold out. I know Crooked Kite tried to say, oh, man, it's packed. No, it wasn't. We were all watching it. People weren't there on time for that. So I just thought maybe we could have done it on a weekend.
Yeah, I would have waited till the Dodgers.
Or the Dodgers. The Saturday, I was thinking the same thing.
I would have waited till Friday, have a little build up. Yeah. I understand the need to want to, do it right away. And, the Dodger game's already got its own. It's like, nah, you know what? I think it would have been appropriate to do it against the Dodgers.
John Smoltz, by the way, just unleashed on MLB analytics staffs over increased pitching injuries. Well, John Smoltz not happy.
I don't know if you saw, Derek Jeter was going on and on and on. He was like, look, man, and we could argue about whether Derek Jeter ran a baseball team well or not. Okay, put that to the side. I think he knows about baseball. Like, even me, who I'm a cynic when it comes to Derek Jeter, great player. I acknowledge the guy knows baseball. He was going on and on and on and on and on at a podium recently, talking about how data that you think an at bat in the 9th inning is the same as an at bat in the first inning in June.
Right,
get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable.
He's talking about like October and stuff like that. Like the data says one thing. He goes, just tell me you've never played the game.
Yeah.
Like when there's a runner on first and second and you're sweating and it's 106 degrees and you're in Washington and the sun is pounding on your face and it's the bottom of the 8th inning as opposed to, a March 31st game.
It's different. But the Giants do get the win, so it's not all doom and gloom. We will get into the basketball. We got a heavy basketball show coming up. Bobby Marks is supposedly going to join us at 9:20. If he doesn't get caught up, that would be a great get because then we can figure out what the Warriors could do with Klay, without Klay, with their cap situation. Also, Brett Siegel, National NBA insider reporter for Clutch. He's the one who put out there that Paul George, keep an eye on the Warriors when it comes to Paul George. Well, you know what? Sam Lubin booked him. We'll have him on at 6:50. So we'll see how realistic that is. because it does seem like Paul George and the Clippers are going through a divorce. Do the Warriors have the assets to make a move like that? We'll see. We'll talk to Brett Siegel 650. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate, all alone. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway. We'll get into some basketball, big-time basketball day. We'll get the calls rolling it all. And, yeah, we got a lot more coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
Head to Safeway this week.
most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute me, familia. Salute.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
It's a chef's kiss. So I remember when Fast and Furious first came out, we went to the Kabuki in Japantown, and what is it, Kabuki 8? What's it called now?
I don't know what it's called now. It was AC Kabukis for a long time.
That's what it was,
But
okay.
Now they you could take food in and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I remember going with, I think it was my boy Seamus way back in the day, to the first ever Fast and the Furious on like a Thursday night at like midnight. You know, one of them like releases.
Yeah.
And the place was packed and everyone was like revving their cars out front. It was absolutely wild. Now, I'm like whatever on Fast and Furious. Like I'll watch it, I laugh, but I have some cousins that are diehard Fast and Furious cousins. And then my other cousin, JP Money, thinks it's, just lowbrow, horrible, terrible. Are you in or out on Fast and Furious?
I've always been in.
Oh, you're
the first one with Ja Rule. We thought Ja Rule was going to have a big role in it. He had a cameo at the beginning, and that was that.
Monica,
yeah.
so good, so good.
I'm all in on Fast and the Furious. Now I have followed off with the recent ones.
Yeah, it's tough to keep up.
They've gotten kind of crazy with it.
What are they at 10?
Yeah, it's 10 or 11. I don't know, but
Good for them.
I mean, part one was cool. Tokyo Drift. It took me a while to get into
Walker.
it, but then they brought me all the way back when they went down to Miami with Tyrese and Ludacris.
Ridiculous.
And Jid.
Yes.
And Jid. And I was like, all right, this is legit.
Tokyo Drift was pretty sick.
Tokyo Drift was sick.
I liked it.
It had your boy Winchell from Friday Night Lights.
Look at you. You were ready for this.
Little Bow Wow with it.
Like those kinds of movies, I put under like, I'll just throw them on, and I'm not expecting much, and so I just enjoy it.
No, it's great. They're racing cars in Dubai, in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
They're in Brazil.
So are you in on The Rock, or are you in on what's his face? What's the other guy?
What's his name?
Come on, Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel. I love me some Vin
I'm
Diesel.
The Rock. I'm a Rock
you look
guy.
like The Rock? Well,
Yeah.
I like Vin Diesel.
Well, Vin's not bad.
Vin, yeah. I mean, I'm a Rock guy too, but Vin Diesel isn't bad. Vin Diesel's not bad at all.
Is that what he's best known for? It has to be, right?
Yeah.
Fast and the Furious now.
It's not even close.
What was he known for before?
Well, he wasn't Saving Private Ryan. Like, that was a big role for him. Yeah. He's got killed by the sniper. Yeah, and he tried to save the little French girl.
I don't even remember.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah, I don't even remember him in that. Wow. Saving Private Ryan, one of my favorite movies of all time. I haven't seen it
Chronicles
in
of
15
Riddick,
years.
he was in that as well.
I remember he was in Boiler Point, an old school movie. You remember Boiler Point?
Oh, was that the finance movie?
Yeah. Young Nia Long's in that movie. Young Nia Long.
No wonder you like that movie.
No. Boiler Point is good. Boiler Point is good. Stocks and everything, but Nia Long is.
A couple guys from Saving Private Ryan are in that as well, yeah.
All right, so I could tell you're in on Fast and the Furious. All right. Sam, in or out?
I mean, I'm in on it, but I'll be honest, I haven't seen all of them. I think I've only seen the first one, the fifth one, and then I saw the spin-off, Hobbs and Shaw, which was like 2 minutes of just like turn your brain off and just watch ridiculousness. It was a fun movie, but like there's like when The Rock is like holding on to the chain in one hand with the cars, and like he's got another chain in the other hand is holding on to a helicopter, and he's like grimacing to like hold them together. It's just like, sure, why not? Let's go with
ridiculous.
it.
Suspend your brain.
It was fun when The Rock first got introduced to the series. And he's looking at a picture of Toretta, Dom, and he's like, I was like, The Rock's coming. He's like this big buff guy, and he's on a mission.
Like a shirt like
Rock.
3 sizes too small and like 3 bottles of baby oil on.
How many roids is he on?
I don't know. He works out.
Of course he works out.
Tough.
Part of doing the steroids is you have to still work out.
I don't know.
You don't just do steroids and all of a sudden you're just shredded.
Boiler Room, not Boiler Point. Boiler Room.
Boiler Room.
Did you guys know Vin Diesel was born in Alameda? Fun fact.
Did not know that.
Raised in New York, but born in Alameda.
Him and Ray Ratto.
There you go.
There you go. Alex Dowles. He's
basically the same people.
He was born Mark Sinclair, by the way. That was his
Mark
birth name.
Sinclair. That's his real name?
That sounds like an actor's name.
What is
he a restricted free agent? Can the Warriors opt in or opt out on trading for him?
I always thought he'd be a good tight end.
Vin?
Yeah, Vin.
He's not that tall, is he?
Linebacker. How tall is Vin?
6 feet.
6 feet? Yeah, he could be an outside linebacker. Middle linebacker.
I always say like
in the mold of Sam Mills.
Like when I think of like when you walk up to an NFL linebacker, you realize how you're just not even close to built for anything proportionately. High school middle linebacker, I want no part of at this point in my life, let alone like Dre Greenlaw. You think Vin Diesel's like, hey, line up alongside Dre.
The Diesel, he was hitting the weights for a little bit, though, right? He was hitting the weights. He had the big veins popping out of his arms.
Not anymore, though.
Not anymore?
Just gut popping out now.
Gut pop? Is it really? Is he just big chilling?
He's 56 years old, so I mean.
Is he 56? Oh, yeah, he had a good ride then. Oh, he had a really good run.
10 movies of them.
Yeah, no, he's got a good run, man. He's chilling. He's big chilling. Oh, I love that.
Literally.
He's big chilling. By the way, anybody here from Farhan? Society? The whole Willie Mays thing, just randomly, because the Giants are on our screen.
Yeah.
Guys we haven't heard from.
It's the last guy I want to hear from.
Yeah, but I haven't even seen him at what, like, is that Willie Mays has passed away?
The models haven't given him a good enough statement to issue yet.
Willie Mays would have bitched, Farhan would have bitched Willie Mays. He would have bitched it for him one time.
Farhan said, oh, yeah, Willie Mays was great. His platoon splits were off the charts.
Bob Gibson, hey, against Bob Gibson today, we're gonna bitch you. You know, Willie, just sit down. Dodge Drysdale, Sandy Koufax.
See, this is why, like, now that you're getting to the analytics, like, when I watched Facing Ryan, part of what made me feel so good, you saw the documentary of Nolan Ryan, when, I forget who the guy was.
I haven't watched it yet. I got to watch it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so one of the bench coaches, it's someone famous whose name is evading me right now. He goes out there to take the ball from Nolan Ryan's hands, and Nolan goes, are you kidding me? And he goes, yeah, I think you're about done. He looks down at the bullpen. He goes, you're going to go to one of those schmucks over me. And I'm paraphrasing here. And he's like, all right, I'll come back after the inning's over. And he goes, yeah, why don't you go sit down? And he ended up finishing the game and throwing like 156 pitches or whatever. And it was just like so mano a mano of, Nolan Ryan. You think Nolan Ryan pitched till he's 45 years old just because, he went 80 pitches and you got to yank him? Like, no, he built up to it.
At 42, he threw 166 pitches in a game.
Nolan Ryan, I tell you right now,
badass.
He's one of the sickest players of all time that we don't talk enough about.
My lasting image of him is him sitting behind the Texas Rangers like dugout, just seething,
like he's Jeff Kent watching his son bat for Texas A&M last night.
He helped them win a World Series. He helped Houston too, right?
Yes.
Is he part of Texas right now? The Texas Rangers.
That's why I always remember, because they went to the back-to-back World Series back in 10 and 11, and I always kind of felt bad for him. And I wanted Washington to win, obviously, when he was the manager there. But my lasting image, him just sitting back in his chair, arms folded, red as can be, because he's just seething.
So I think he won. I think he was part of the Astros organization when they won.
He was a part of the Astros in the 80s before he went to the Rangers
he
later
pitched
on.
He pitched for them then. But I'm talking about like in his older years.
I see. As an executive.
Yeah.
Well, the famous Robin Ventura, and I know we're gonna get into the Warriors here, but the famous Robin Ventura thing. If you watch the doc, it's so good. He gets charged early in his career, and he got caught off guard, and he wasn't surprised. And he said to himself, "I made a vow: if anyone charges the mound, I'm going to be the aggressor." And so Robin Ventura, who's like, yeah, I got hit and I just figured the whole team was going to come pouring out of the dugout, and I came running out, and the next thing I knew, I'm in a headlock and Nolan Ryan's beating me up. It's one of the great, just iconic moments in history. And if you say Robin Ventura, 99% of people say, yeah, he got butt beat by Nolan Ryan. And Robin Ventura was a sweet third baseman.
Yeah, he was an assistant with the Astros, special assistant from 2014 to 2019. So he was part of that 2017 World Series team as an executive advisor under owner Jim Crane. His son, Reed Ryan, was hired previously as the president of business operations for the Astros. So got a nice little World Series ring. Nice little World Series ring with the Houston Astros in 2017. So 2 World Series. One with the Mets in 69, and of course, played a long time. All right, we'll get to basketball. Brett Siegel's actually not going to join us at 6:50. He's going to join us at 8:30. 8:30, Brett Siegel, national NBA insider, reporter for Clutch. He threw out the Paul George name. Is Paul George a realistic possibility? Well, let's hear from Mike Dunleavy on the other side as he spoke yesterday. NBA draft coming up Thursday. They're splitting the first and second round like they're doing in the NFL. First round Thursday, second round Friday. And, of course, the Warriors don't have a first-round pick, in which Dunleavy said it's not the worst thing in the world with this upcoming NBA draft to not have a first-round pick. So we'll hear from Dunleavy on all the moves we want to happen, or all the moves that everybody's talking about. Klay Thompson, where's he going to go? Is he coming back? Chris Paul, what's going to happen with that contract? and all that stuff. So we're going to play Don't Leave Me coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording commercial?
The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I kind of like that. Hey, I got something to admit when it comes to music. So, my daughter, obviously getting older, becoming more aware of things, music, videos, doesn't matter. Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. It's now her number one song. So on a ride to her grandparents'
Oh my God.
house on Sunday. Papa, I want to hear Shake It Off, Taylor Swift. And then when we took a bath Saturday night, she wanted to watch the video. What does Taylor Swift look like, Papa? What does she look like? So I watched the video for the first time. Shake It Off. First time I had ever watched it.
Did you give her your hot opinions about Taylor Hot?
I tell you what I tried to do.
Taylor Swift?
Let me tell you what I tried to do. I was like, you should check this other artist out too.
Who?
Beyonce, right? So I'll play a Beyonce video, 7-Eleven.
You played her Beyonce to try to sway her from being a Swiftie to a Beyonce fan?
No, just, you know.
Well, I thought you got to go a little Megan there.
You know, and you know what? She was like, no, Papa, I don't want Beyonce music. I want Taylor Swift right now. Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. And you know what? Shake It Off ain't a bad song.
No, it's a good song.
It's not a bad song. I guess it was what? It came out in 2011 or something like that?
Oh, was it that old? I didn't even know.
2014.
2014. It was her first ever hit.
It's probably one of the few ones that I know off the top of my head that she's done. I know there's plenty others that when I hear it, I can, you know, I know the song is hers, but like that one, like, you know, Shake It Off.
Shake it off.
It is a banger.
She loves it. Play.
Yeah.
And the haters go, hey.
It's a great wedding song.
Shake it off.
Right?
Shake it
When
off.
you guys agree? Like when you're at a wedding and everybody's dancing, it's a good
actually
song.
was moving my head, but I played it like 5 straight times.
Yeah, well, get used to it. You're going to play it about 5,000 straight times.
So she's a Swiftie.
That's what you get.
No, I embraced Taylor Swift after week 3.
You're full of it.
Week 2, you scored a touchdown showing Taylor Swift. I just wanted to show the players. Let me see them celebrate. You messed up the celebration.
I mean, the Super Bowl alone, I think they calculated the time that she was shown. It was like 20 seconds or something. They really didn't show her that much. Although, did you guys see Travis Kelce carrying her out
I did
at
see
the
that.
concert in London?
Wembley Stadium.
That was pretty cool.
I'm questioning his dedication to the sport now.
Oh, boy.
Dude, 415, Big City Bubble text line. I have a daughter. I have a 5 and 7-year-old daughter. They freaking love Taylor Swift.
True.
Got a mob through the city bumping T Swift daily. It's the dad life. Maybe it is the dad life. Maybe this is the life for me. So Shake It Off has been heavy in the playlist in the Batmobile.
Well, so you have that. I'm at the stage from whatever. They're probably, 2.5 years difference?
Yeah.
Right now, it's all of these, like, you know, these tunes, you get these little machines, not machines, but like the bouncy thingies that they go in and you push one of the buttons and it makes sounds, or the play mat that makes sounds. Now, the second I hear any of the music, it's just in my head all day.
Have you guys started watching Coco Melons?
And the elephant walks and the... What? No, Coco Melon, no. We watch sports together. She won't let him watch any TV.
That's
the only thing that he's allowed to watch is sports with me.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
And although I did watch Field of Dreams and then sobbed my eyes out when Joe Jackson walked into the cornfield and Kevin Costner was like, "What about me? I did all this." And he's like, "If you build it, he will come." And he turns and it's his dad. And he goes and plays catch. And his dad had never met his family. And yeah, I know, I'm a softie. Not a Swiftie.
Not a Swiftie. Well, I think Jonathan and San Leandro might be a Swiftie.
Oh.
Jonathan, what's happening?
What's up, Jonathan?
Oh, man, you guys got to throw me under the bus. Hey, I'm in the same boat as you, Bonte. As a dad, I got a 9, a 7-year-old, and my son, he was just born in April. So I got a little luck with him. We're going to try to, forget Taylor Swift by the time his ears start, having a memory to him. But anyway, Bonte, I tried, and the Super Bowl just made things worse. Yeah, my daughters watched the game with me, but more like, what is Taylor Swift doing? Bonte, I'm now buying Taylor Swift magazines at the store, brother. So you either get on board or you just...
Magazines are still hot?
Magazines?
Are they still hot? What are you getting?
Hey, you guys, I won on that one. I asked her, I said, "Hey, baby girl, do you want like a little makeup thing?" Or they got this Taylor Swift magazine, and it blew her mind. She goes, "What is this?" So kids are, coming back to the magazines like it's a new discovery.
Man, that is unbelievable, Jonathan. God bless your soul. God bless my soul. Because it was funny. I ran into Joanne Hayes White, the former SF fire chief, Her son, Sean, came here. Sean will be one day. Shout out to Sean, just graduated Penn State. We're going to meet up for some lunch.
A Nittany line.
Yeah. He's a Nittany line. Yeah, we are. So I'm ready to Joya Hayes White, obviously the sister of Dan Hazy, offensive coordinator, long time at City College, San Francisco, at a cafe at Ocean, because Chaz sometimes, Papa, I got to pee. I got to use the bathroom, so my GPS goes up. Okay, where's the nearest bathroom? You got to be ready to veer off at any point.
Go buy something so I can use your restroom.
So, boom, there's a cafe on Ocean Street. Nice little cafe. Didn't even know it. She's sitting right there. It's like, Bonte. I'm like,
Ocean Ave, huh?
Chief. I'm like, Chief. So right there on Ocean Ave, right between 19th and Sloat. Nice little cafe.
So near Lakeside.
Right there in a little
there's a little strip.
Yeah,
there used to be a Walgreens, and now it's closed down. There's a really nice Japanese restaurant right there, and a little cafe, breakfast spot too.
Yeah, Ches gave like 3 minutes. She's like, Papa, I want to go because there's a Peppa Pig house waiting for her at the grandparents' house. So anyway, Taylor Swift. I'm hearing music. I know we ripped off.
Well, you just wait till she starts making beads and things. So my buddy Jim's wife was there at the game over the weekend with his daughters, and they had made me a bracelet. I don't know how to describe it, but anyway, I put it on and I was wearing it for a couple days. I was like, why are you wearing that? I was like, Emma made this, and I don't want to be. I'll wear your little bracelet.
Baby Chaz made and a nice little mom necklace at a new summer school, and she's got her own little necklace and. All that stuff's happening. By the way, Joanne Hayes' wife, she was with a guy named Jack Murphy, brother of Brendan Murphy.
Not Jack Murphy Stadium.
Not Jack Murphy Stadium. But Jack just got inducted into the fire department here in San Francisco. His first day was yesterday, so he was all giddy, wearing his Giants hat. Nice. Joanne Hayes' White was schooling them, giving us some games, some tips on how to be a firefighter. Maybe we get fired here in Saskatoon. We can become firefighters. Maybe Joy can hook us up.
Well,
you're in shape for that?
My buddy Bob Arzavi is a teacher of firefighters, so we should get him in here.
There you go.
Big Bob.
It takes a lot of work to be a firefighter, right? It puts you through some rigorous training.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make that.
Backdraft featuring
all optimism, baby.
Backdraft.
Now, speaking of fires that need to be put out, how about the Warriors offseason?
Is it a fire yet?
Well,
fire yet? Fire drill?
The alarm has definitely been pulled.
The alarm has been pulled.
Especially after Dunleavy spoke, right?
The alarm has been pulled and it is ringing hard.
Oh, man. Well, especially after Dunleavy.
I like what you did.
It's coming hard.
I appreciate the effort, Lubman, but I was going to fly right through that because that was like a 1.5. Where's Rob at?
Plane here.
Can you play the drop one more time?
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
So that drop could be applied to so many different teams. Could be applied to the Giants. Could be applied to the 49ers, who, by the way, Brendan Ayuk yesterday had a meeting with John Lindsay Shanahan with his agent.
And he apparently initiated it because he's very unhappy with the Niners.
Yeah,
and he wants to prove that he can, get this money elsewhere.
He took it personal. So nothing has come out of the meeting, right? Is it a 2-day meeting? Is it a seminar?
What I don't want to hear from any athletes from here on out is it's just business. When it's always personal.
It's business and personal.
It's always personal.
Disrespect.
Like everybody, it's okay. Right. We all get it's just business. No, it's literally when you have gobs of money, it becomes even more personal, I feel like. Everything's insulting.
Oh, man. So, it is personal, it's business, whatever, but nothing has come out of the meeting. We've heard nothing since he met. Ryan Clark broke the news. We're trying to book Ryan Clark, but we broke the news that, hey, Ayuk's on his way to California. He's going back to the Bay. He's going to Santa Clara to go meet with John Lynch and Shanahan. So we got that. So who knows if the downfall's coming for the 49ers? Who the hell knows? But Ayuk, we'll see what happens there. Maybe we'll get some break news about him. But Dunleavy did speak yesterday, right before the NBA draft. There's a lot to go to. There's a lot to go to. But let's start with Klay Thompson. So we're talking about Klay. Dunleavy was asked what Klay wants in a contract.
Yeah, I think on that one, it's just, I think that's kind of like private. If those conversations that take place between myself and his representation or Klay and whoever it is in our group, like teammates, all that, I think that's just like one that I'd prefer to keep private.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to keep that private. They're not going to tell the world so we sat down with Klay Thompson and his representatives and they threw out 3 years, $90 million, and we countered with 2 years, $50 million. And, we're talking about some deals and said, yeah, they're not going to do that.
In the days before social media, I understand why a press conference on like today before free agency. It made sense.
Or the draft.
Yeah. It made a lot of sense in this modern 24/7 news cycle where clearly things are happening behind the scenes at a rapid pace and there's reports, some accurate, some completely made up, all over the place. I feel like Dunleavy's in a very difficult position because everything and I'm granting him grace here. Everything he says could have truths to it and could be the biggest white lie of all time. Because why would you want to give any information right now? It's lying season, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, it is lying season, and things change in 24 hours.
Up to 5 seconds.
Things become open up. We don't know who's going to be traded. We don't know who's going to be traded or signed or unsigned. We don't know anything. So things do change. We saw that last year with Jordan Poole. Things changed in 2 days. We'll get to that in just a second. Then he asked about the emotions. And if he has to remove remote emotions when it comes to Klay Thompson and dealing with Klay Thompson, here's what Dunleavy said.
I think I'm reasonable. I'm rational. That's how I'm always going to operate. But to say like a guy like Klay Thompson, who's meant so much to this franchise, to completely strip the emotion away from it, I think that's almost impossible. But, this is a business and we'll talk through things. We continue to talk through things. And, like I said, we're hopeful, but, we'll see. We got to figure things out.
Got to figure things out.
Gosh, he's in such a tough spot here. It feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Every move you make is going to be scrutinized. You're the guy after the guy. It's just he's in a tough spot.
Well, what about CP3? They have to make a decision, and it's coming. It's a little bit large. So it's June 28th. Chris Paul looking for that guaranteed $30 million. Well, here's what Dunleavy said about CP3's status.
I mean, it's close in the sense of it's, I guess, less than a week away now. So it's coming up. We're looking through everything. I think all options are still on the table in terms of keeping Chris. Obviously, there's a scenario where it gets waived. But those conversations, kind of talking it through with him and his camp, we'll keep that kind of to ourselves. But I'd say, everything's open.
Everything's open. Everything's open. And that's the sense I got from the entire press conference. Is that the Warriors, they're open to any and everything. And literally everything. And you can take that one or two ways. You can say that's a great position to be in because whatever move you make, you feel like it's going to make the team better. Or it can just tell you that, boy, we are stuck. If everything is on the table, which direction do you go in? That's got to be a difficult thing to grasp. Do we go in this direction? Do we go all in? Or do we make some subtle moves? Mm-hmm. Or do we not mess with our future picks or our future assets? But everything's on the table for the Golden State Warriors, Shasky.
So going back to the emotion of Klay Thompson and how much or how little emotion should factor into it, I guess my question to you is, you're very we all have an emotional attachment to all these guys. That is absolutely baked into the product. And it's what makes them so unique, them all staying together. And it's really what separates them and, for example, the Giants right now. There's no emotion on any of the players, it feels like. But in this circumstance with Klay Thompson, how much should emotion quantify into the equation?
A little, because it is one of your main men. You understand how sensitive Klay has been. Last year was rough for him, trying to deal with everything, the role, where he was at as a player, understanding that, man, I'm no longer an all-star. But when you're in a business like this, and you're dealing with multi-millions of dollars, and you got to go out there and build a team, the best team, and you got to sell out, you got to get these tickets off, the emotion shouldn't mess with the negotiations at all. I get it. It's Klay Thompson. Mm-hmm. It's a big boy. He's part of the big three. And we don't know if Draymond and Steph Curry are in the background saying, hey, get this done. Number 11 needs to be here. Nobody's talking about that. We don't know if they're in the background saying, come on, we got to get 11 back. We need him back. We need our splash brother. Because what if they're not? That's another conversation. But when you're dealing with this and you're done leaving, you're late up, you cannot have any emotion in this situation. You cannot make the mistake of giving somebody big-time money because if you give Klay money, then it limits you on whatever you can do outside of the roster, and you're the same team. You're the same team. You want to avoid what the Giants are doing. The Giants are the same team from 2023. Different cast of characters, but the same bottom line results. A 500 baseball team, if that. The Warriors, they can make all these moves here, but you don't want to have the same bottom line. The same bottom line would be losing in the play-in game or losing in the first round. You trying to build a team that can get deeper into the playoffs. So I don't think emotion should be part of the equation. I get why it would, but it shouldn't. And I'm a big Klay fan.
Well, but
emotion should not. It should be subsided here.
So, you're talking about the organization's prerogative, correct?
Yep. Yeah, you said if emotion should be. Yeah.
So now, like when I look over at Klay Thompson's prerogative, I don't fault either side for feeling any kind of way. Emotion is heavily baked in to, I think, his whole point of view, and I get it. I do. I really get it. But from
the Warriors' standpoint, no, the emotion should. They're dealing with the business. They got to give out the money.
Yeah, but
there's still be emotion. But I think there is. It shouldn't though.
You feel a sense of loyalty, and you don't want to do wrong. You don't want to alienate one of your all-time legends, so that like the relationship is irreparable moving forward, right? And everyone, time heals wounds, sure, right. But like. Look at how long it took Joe Montana to come back around on the Niners.
No doubt.
Right? And I'm sure that, in an ideal world, you understand that someone's going to be mad when you make these decisions, but it's how you go about it. And I do believe that like how you go about this whole song and dance with Klay is going to speak volumes to, did they connect to him emotionally so that he understood the decision? Because I do think that matters. Like, I think this is why we're only offering you X, Y, and Z, and it can't just be emotionless.
Well, yeah. Well, emotions are going to be, there's Klay Thompson, right? So there's going to be a little emotion, but you should not make your decision based off of emotions. Yeah. You just don't do business like that. You got to keep the emotions. You got to make wise decisions here. You got to check the emotion at the door. Now, when it comes to Klay Thompson and these emotions, it felt like Steve Kerr did everything he could to channel those emotions for Klay Thompson, say, hey, look, this is the deal, and this is why it's not worse. So they worked with him on those emotions. Klay Thompson, sure, is probably like, yeah, I want to be there. I feel a little ticked off, but at the same time, this is why you have your father in your corner, who played the game of basketball, who played in the NBA, who understands the business of the NBA. He's got plenty of teammates, plenty of friends who's been in this league. So I think Klay, at this point, understands what the hell is going on. And the emotions probably now have subsided, which is why y'all followed the Golden State Warriors in the first place off of Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff. Said, you know what? My emotions right now can't handle it. I'll just scrub my page of the Warriors stuff. I'm going to have a free mind and enter this free agency knowing that, hey, I may get a good deal. I may get something that I want, and I'm ready to switch gears. So I think the emotion part is subsided. I think that emotion stuff was playing out in real time during the season, Shasky.
Yeah, I would agree on that. I'm just, look, how you do things does matter to me. Like, right. I just think it does. And so like you can go about moving off someone, but what is the messaging? Right. What was the dialogue like? I do think you need to like let people down who are this impactful to your organization, the way you let them down. Like you can make any move you want to make, right? But I do believe these things do matter. And I'm not talking about like it matters for a future free agent. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, you would hope, and this is very difficult to achieve, you would hope that there can be some form of an amicable split.
Right.
But it just feels like to me, this is going in a direction where it doesn't feel like it's going to be well received on either end. I think that both are going to be frustrated.
Maybe. But they got to be big boys here.
Yeah.
This is what happens in pro sports. You understand? I don't think there's not going to be. I don't think Klay's the type of person that's going to hold a grudge for many, many years. He may be ticked off initially, and he'll go to the new team and he'll talk about it. But I think he'll get over it. And when it's time for reunions and banners and numbers getting retired, Klay will be welcomed back with open arms. And I think Klay will say, "Hey, look, we built something great here for 13 years. It's all good." I'm talking like Klay's going to be gone, but because Brian Getzheiler, he joined Studying Guru yesterday, actually studied at Evan. Guru was out, and he's a host on SiriusXM NBA radio, contributor at NBA TV. Here's what he had to say about Klay possibly being a casualty of the Warriors trying to get better.
The Warriors doing a little bit of a reload here to try to make one more push in this Steph Draymond era kind of seems like the right thing. And unfortunately, from a financial standpoint, the sacrificial lamb has to be Klay Thompson, just because that money coming off the books allows them the flexibility that they wouldn't have. Even if they go make Klay a deal, that $20 million is going to keep him in the second apron. Even if and who knows if he's going to take $20 million. So I think this is imminent that the Warriors and Klay Thompson say goodbye. And do I know that the Warriors add a big player? I'm not sure that they do. But this Chris Paul, this option on Chris Paul's contract and the ability to guarantee it is a really nice salary cap slot to be able to move out, stack a deal, and be able to get a more significant player.
Time for the legal.
Oh, okay. All right. That scared me.
Oh, my God.
I prefer film on mic. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, Dynasty Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, not a loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Do not forget the NBA draft is it Wednesday or Wednesday this year or Thursday? Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday? Get my days mixed up. NBA draft?
All right, we don't have a first round pick, so I'm kind of I've been emotionally detached when it comes to that.
Wednesday until the draft starts tomorrow. Gosh, I thought it was Thursday, Friday. Usually on Thursdays. All right, NBA draft is tomorrow. It's tomorrow. First round starts at 5 p.m. tomorrow. And the second round begins at 1 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay.
And we'll be live at the Warriors headquarters for both days. We'll learn the dibs from Thrive City starting at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. It's starting to go at 10 a.m. on Thursday at Chase Center. So NBA draft stuff around here. The Warriors will have a second round pick.
What he said there in that quote was very impactful. So because I really want to talk about the second apron and how teams are operating fiscally just around the league. And there's been two deals to me that stick out and that are indicative of just the market trends in the entire NBA. The whole Draymond got a 4-year extension for $100 million, and Klay's like, I want a comparable same amount of money. I think that's.
I don't even think it's mid. I think it's years.
Oh, okay, years, fine. But I think that's unfair. And the reason why I think that's unfair, and I understand his point of view, but I would say to him, like, Draymond has made less than you throughout his entire career. Like, just about every single juncture, he's made less than you. And so I get wanting to equal what he's gotten, but like why couldn't Draymond have that same perspective in years prior, looking at how much Klay Thompson was made? Now we can argue, hey, Klay was worth more and he would have got more on the open market and blah 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 blah. But again, we're going back to the emotion part of things, where I keep hearing from the Klay Thompson perspective of he wants the exact same things, whether it's years or money, of what Draymond got, when the counter is like, you've made $80 million more in your career than him, and there was a time when you were maxed out and he wasn't. And so, like, this goes back to, like, everyone says you can't pocket watch, but yet they're constantly pocket watching each other, it feels like.
Well, number one, I don't think we know what Klay Thompson wants his money. We heard the rumors about, hey, he wants max money, but I don't think he ever said that personally. Maybe some agent floated out there. The rhetoric.
People are saying.
But he's looking at Draymond. He said, boy, I get the 2-year offer. And it's not just Draymond. It's also Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins had gotten 3 years and a player option for 4 years.
He was 26.
Yeah, no, we hear that, though. But Klay Thompson's looking like, damn, I could make the argument I was their best player in the postseason. But when it comes to his time to make a move after what transpired last season, see what happened last season with everything with Draymond Green 2 years ago, with everything with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, and then Wiggins missing 2 months. And then Klay Thompson getting through a season saying, boy, I made it through the season. I led the league at threes, made threes, and now people don't care because of the volume that he shot. And I get it. He can go 6 for 15, 6 for 15, and then go 8 of 10, right? And then skew the numbers and whatnot. But he sees that, and he said, damn, I've been a Warrior my whole life. All these guys, Poole, Wiggins, and Draymond got 4-year deals. All I'm asking for is maybe 2 in the player option, or maybe 3. We don't know.
Yeah, but if you're going to go and look at other contracts, look at your own. They maxed you out and gave you a multi-year deal when Draymond didn't get that.
That's in the past, though.
I know, but if you're going to look at others' contracts, well, then at other points in time, other people like Iguodala could have looked at you getting 4 and 5-year deals and him going, why am I getting a 2 or 3 year deal?
Well, Iguodala did stick it to the Warriors. He got 3 years and $45 million at $15 million per. So he did stick it to the Warriors. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I find it hypocritical to consistently go back to Don't pocket watch me, but pocket watch all of them.
No, he's not pocket watching. All he wants is years. It's not even about the money.
That is pocket watching.
No. Pocket years
You're
is stability.
You're a 35-year-old guard.
No, it's
You're
stability.
Not a 26-year-old stability.
Same thing with Paul George. He's 34 years old. He wants 4 years. He wants 4 years. It's not even about the money. It's 4 years. It's the years, not the money. Pocket watch, when I'm saying pocket watch, I'm looking at somebody's money. Oh, that guy makes more than me. What Klay Thompson's looking at, from what I believe, is years. Just like Paul George. Paul George will sign. He's like, you gave Kawhi Leonard a new deal. I want those same years. And the Clippers are like, I don't want to sign you till you're 38 years old and give you a 4-year deal. It's about stability and having that long-term contract. All right, we got a break. We're coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Shop protein at Whole Foods.
Hey, yo, it's Zuchi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
What up, Zuchi? I can't believe the NBA draft is tomorrow. Gosh, it snuck up on us. First round starts at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Second round begins at 1 p.m. Thursday. We're splitting it up. 1 p.m. Thursday. It's going to be early. Benefits us. We'll be live at Warriors headquarters for both days. Willard Dibs from Thrive City starting at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. It's starting at Goose, started 10 a.m. on Thursday. All right, Warriors offseason summit details because the summit is coming up. Monday, July 8th from 4 to 6. Willard Dibs gets this party started at 2 p.m. Whatever happened to us moderating, Shasky? I thought we were going to do one in the morning. Location, Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Get to know the Dumbarton Bridge, Shasky. And space is limited. So go to 957thegame.com right now to reserve a spot. How many of you reserved a spot? How many of you are coming down to Fremont to come see us at a bank? And no, we're not giving out money. We're just giving out facts about to go to State Warriors. You don't seem happy, Shasky. Why you got to play?
No, I didn't want to interrupt you while you're doing the reads. I keep interrupting you during the reads, and I don't want to do that.
No, just be you. Just don't look so excited. The Barton Bridge, Fremont, Bank. Wow. Gotta love
84 is fine. I got no problems with 84. Less windy than 92 sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes.
Celebrating 60 years with Fremont Bank.
I'm ready.
All right. Giving out some stipends. New bank account.
All optimism, baby.
Do I get some money for opening up a bank account?
No.
We're opening some lines of credit, yo.
No, I got enough of those.
I'm out.
Could always use more credit.
I've got enough credit.
The credit, man.
I mean, I would love to get more credit, but right now, I just,
Are you giving Klay Thompson enough credit?
How many years of credit, though, does he really want?
So, pocket watching, right? Because I think I'm a little confused with pocket watching. When I think of pocket watching, it's like looking at another man's money, counting his chicken, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but doesn't years factor into that?
Yeah, I just think
that
when I think about
very
years,
nuanced.
no, I just feel like the years is just like, hey, you guys want me to retire here? I want to retire with these guys. Why not? Why can't I get like Paul George? Because we're playing some Paul George stuff.
Okay,
he's clearly unhappy with the Clippers because he didn't get the same deal Kawhi did.
Okay,
and he wanted the years. He's looking for years on the deal.
Okay,
now he's got a $48 million play option. Life is good for Paul George. So when I think of pocket watching, it's like, hey, that guy got paid and I didn't. And I don't think Klay's in that mindset. I think Klay's more so just like, I just want the years. I want long-term stability. I've had 2 grueling injuries. I want to play this game for another 3 to 4 years.
This long-term stability thing it's hard. I'm just telling you, it's very hard for us common people to hear that. It's like, come on, man. Like, no one is saying, like, 2 years, you're done.
Long-term.
Like, you could always renegotiate again and get an extension again after 2 years. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, I want this. Everyone wants this.
Wants to be in the NBA.
But Paul George is unique to Klay Thompson because Paul George, it feels like his market, 5, 6, 7 different teams will line up to give him a 5-year deal. Right, so
are they going to? Paul?
I mean,
I signed Paul George to a 5-year deal. He's going to be 39 years old. 39.
I'm not saying I love it. I'm just telling you what like other teams in the league. It does not feel like Klay Thompson has a 5-year deal out there currently, and so I just I don't really. It's hard for me to drum up this sad empathy for someone. Because they want a 3rd year and not a 2nd year. It's like, okay, like I want millions of dollars in my bank account. Like, you know what I mean? Like there has to be some compromise on some level. So I don't know, like you're 35 years old. I thought that the team presented what I deemed to be a somewhat fair contract. It's probably not everything that he wanted. And to point over at this guy and how many years that guy's got, to me, that is comparable to the amount of money someone else is making. And I'm like, I don't get how you can have it both ways. It's a business, but it's also, I'm extremely emotional.
If I hear the owner saying that he wants me to retire, go to State Warrior, and I get a 2-year deal offered to me, that tells me that you don't want me to sign. Or you're thinking twice about me retired as a member to go to State Warriors. You'd rather give me a short-term deal and then renegotiate.
Yeah,
the problem is players don't want to go.
Like,
but players, hold on, Shasky, I'm not done. Players don't want to go through this all the time. They don't want to go through free agency. They don't want to go through 1-year deals and have to get up and move.
So you're giving
left
a
and right.
5-year deal until you're like 50 years old? No, I'm not saying give a 5-year deal. I've been saying a 3-year deal. I'm saying at this point, 3-year deal. So Klay Thompson came in.
Hey, we're far apart. 2 years, $48 million. I thought you guys wanted me to retire as a member of the Big Three. I thought you wanted me to be here forever.
Who says you can't still
But
retire?
maybe he doesn't want to go through that because some players play better in the contract year. Obviously, Klay Thompson struggled in the contract year.
Well, then maybe,
right? So
you
it's the years.
Droopy dog
So it's
for
the
2
years.
years.
So it's the years.
You know, there has to be some culpability here. Like
he has.
Last year was a tough
I
disagree.
Year.
Like, no, you can't just have it your way. Like, if
he doesn't have it his way.
I use the
He's a
Adonis
free
Haslam.
agent. He doesn't have it his way. He didn't get his deal, and the Warriors are right now negotiations are frozen. So it's obvious that Klay Thompson is not getting his way. He's not getting his way at all. Well, let's make that clear.
Just because you want a 5-year deal in perpetuity doesn't mean that the team is obligated because you're a legend to just continue to hash out 4 and 5 year deals.
Where does that come
That's
from?
bad business.
And
it's also hard to round my team out. It's really difficult to build a contender around, like, I still owe it to myself to try to build a contender. And there are other people on the team who also have prerogatives and they want to win. And so, like, at some point, there has to be some level of compromise.
Yeah,
and
but
if you're telling me it's a business, then you also have to see the business end of the big picture and understand I have to round out the rest of the roster. You know, the way we divided up the money in the years last year got us the 10 seed. The year before that, we got bounced in the second round. We're going in the backwards direction here.
Exactly.
So if you want to stay here and I want you to retire a Warrior, you have to meet me a little in the middle. I don't think it's that egregious and disrespectful to be realistic and say, like, we got to take a little money off top and we got to take a few less years so that we can add to this, not subtract from this.
So I don't know where the 5-year thing came from. I've never heard of Klay Thompson looking for a 5-year deal. I haven't heard that. Maybe that's something new. I have no idea. I am not in Klay Thompson's camp. But when things are said about retiring as a member of the Golden State Warriors, and I see, wow, Draymond Green's lined up for 3 years of 3 years of the player option. Boy, Andrew Wiggins, I just led the league in made threes. No matter what you think, people still hold that in high regard in the NBA circles. Wow, he led the league in made threes. Okay, 41%. I don't know when 41% became something bad, but 41% is 41%, right? I'm not a math major. 41% is pretty good in the NBA, correct? For a three-point shooter? No, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
I'm not done. Yeah, 41% is good.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to prove anything. 41% is good. So then you get your 41%, you shoot 41%, you're thinking, boy, I'm about to get set up like Wiggins. Wiggins had 2 months and got a 4-year deal for over $100 million.
But he was 26 years old.
But he played 2 months.
No, I know, but like
at
the time.
So now we're just paying guys because they're young?
See, I'm done feeling any kind of emotional attachment.
Nobody's going there. Nobody's going there. We're just breaking this down.
Yeah, but you're not going to give a 40-year-old guy the same contract you give a 23-year-old guy. That's not fair.
Of course you're not, Shasky, but when you're a lifetime member of the Golden State Warriors and you get a 2-year offer, obviously he didn't want to get a 2-year offer.
He wanted a 3-year. It's just not.
You don't think so, but as a player of that stature,
it's not.
Well, there's other players in that league. The average person, but the NBA person doesn't think that. The NBA person, the people in the NBA circles think, wow, Klay Thompson, you're only going to give him 2 years, $48 million? A lot of people in the NBA, agents and players and former players thought it was disrespectful. So we can be the common folks all we want to, but the people who live in the NBA world and the people who play the NBA and the people who have been around the NBA and for the people I've talked to in the NBA circles, they thought it was disrespectful. I'm not saying that. They're saying that.
Well, you can't over the top respect everyone with the second apron. The number one thing here is that it's not baseball. You can't just spend and spend and spend. So when you give Steph Curry $60 million a year, right? Like all of the other financial decisions after that are extremely imperative to get right. You cannot just overpay out of respect. You have to also run a business.
Of course. That's why I'm not on board with signing Klay Thompson anymore. That ship is sailed. You're making it seem like I want to give him a 3-year, $75 million deal.
I just think hearing about respect and how he was disrespected, I'm not here for that. I'm just not here for that.
Well, you don't have to be here for that, but they are there for that.
Well, that's
players feel like that. You don't care about them, but they care. When you see a guy dog it, Andrew Wiggins last year got paid. How did his season play out? You're a team, if you played, or if you saw a radio host, right? You saw a radio host. I know this. Hold on. If you saw another radio host and they were dogging, and you were dogging it, and if another radio host was dogging it, you wouldn't be upset about that?
Yeah.
You would say, well, sign me long term. I would do well.
Yeah, but that's literally the definition of quote unquote pocket watching. And you can't
not pocket watching. It's just saying that guy's performance sucks.
All right.
And you're disrespecting me. The performance sucks.
These guys can't tell me with a straight face everything is business and then constantly be pointing at every guy in the locker room and everyone around the league and say that everything is disrespectful and I'm emotional over it. Like, it's one or the other. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, this is a business and they still have to field a team and they want to try to win. They're trying to compromise. Here's the best we can offer you while trying to also build the team around you. Are you in or are you out? And it feels like Klay is out.
He is out. He's out. He's out. He's out. Now what? And I don't want to give Klay Thompson 3 years for $75 million. I never said that in my life. But I'm telling you what the situation is. And if you guys don't like the situation, don't like what I'm saying about the situation, then so be it. We can move on. Here's Brian Windhorst on a potential Paul George trade.
Well, let's remember that Paul George has three options. One is to re-sign with the Clippers. Two is to enter free agency and go somewhere else like Philly or Orlando. Three, he can opt into his contract and get traded by this weekend. That is something that is going to come to a head in the next day or two if he wants to go with that option, because obviously you'd have to negotiate a trade, and then the team wouldn't necessarily need salary cap space. So the Paul George sweepstakes is going to come to a head, at least that aspect of it, faster than those other players who are going to be free agents like Klay Thompson or DeMar DeRozan. So Paul George has a different menu of options, and we're going to see some action in that probably coming up, very quickly after the draft.
Where does that leave the Warriors?
Well, it feels like to me, we're going to find out in a couple of days here. If he opts in, he's probably on the move, and they're going to have to make some sort of a move. And it feels like if that's the case, and he gives, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to say, I will only play in, Philly. I'll only play in New York. I'll only play in Golden State. But if there are bidders in this, then now we have to have a cost analysis conversation. Like, what does it cost the Warriors to go get Paul George? Will they deplete whatever little assets they have to go get him? And then now, okay, I have Paul George, but can I round out the rest of my team?
The whole Paul George thing, we're talking about 34 years old, and you're probably going to have to give him a new contract, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about paying. And I get Klay Thompson is not the player that Paul George is right now. He's not. We could all admit that he's not. It's okay to admit it. But you want to pay Paul George, who's 34 years old, has had a litany of injuries, and he's looking for 4 years. That's known. We don't know what Klay exactly is looking for. We think we know. We know what Paul George is looking for. He wants a deal like Kawhi's. So going to trade for Paul George is going to make this team better just right away?
No, Bonte, I think it's called process of elimination. So you're trying to do something to make you incrementally better, knowing that has tremendous risk on either end of it. And it's the less damaging of a bunch of crummy options. That's kind of where they're at.
So I just want to get this straight. With all the picks the Warriors have coming up, in the future, they got a lot of first-round picks. This year, obviously, they don't. Paul George, bringing him in at 34 years old, and he hasn't been the most durable. Hell, Klay Thompson, I think, played more games than him last season, but Klay Thompson's not the player that Paul George is, and Paul George could be a good fit here. Well, boy, you really want to trade assets for Paul George?
Well, that's where I got to see what it is.
Yeah, what it may cost. And Getzheimer said, I got to pull it up.
If it's CP3 and Wiggins and Moody and a potential, couple of picks, I'd probably do that.
Well, I want to hear what Getzheimer says about Paul George's market.
There's a couple really interesting names that are being bandied about right now. Paul George is one of them, because if he opts into the $48 million in his deal, that's going to be much easier for him to go to a team he wants to go to, with the Clippers' willingness to trade him. And for the Clippers, they're going to want to get something back for him if they're going to lose him. And I don't think they're going to come to an agreement in a deal. I feel like what Paul George wants, and I don't think it's about annual money. I think it's about years. The amount of years that Paul George wants is going to be 4 years, and I don't think the Clippers want to be paying him at 38 at this point. They're going to have to make they're in the process of negotiating with James Harden right now. I think, again, it's going to be the issue is going to be years than money with him as well.
So years is going to be the issue with PG. So he's 34 years old, turns 35 in August. So you give him he wants years. We're talking about signing him up until he's 38 years old. And like the Giants, who have a different cast of characters in 24 than they have in 2023, the bottom line is the same, right? They're losing games. They're under 500. They're not watchable. It's the same blah, blah, blah story we've been talking about for 3 years. They trade for Paul George, and it sounds like the Clippers aren't just going to say, yeah, just give us Chris Paul in that slot and hoodwink, Andrew Wiggins. No. They're going to want a lot more, I believe. Guess Eiler said it. That's just conversation I've heard. So what are we willing to give for Paul George? And does he make the Warriors that much better? That's the thing that we don't want to say. Paul George sounds good, but does he make the Warriors that much better to where they're competing at a high level in the Western Conference?
Well, I think, to me, this singular move isn't one of those, like, tipping the scales type of a move. It's about like, hey, I have dead weight. CP3, I'm literally losing him for nothing if I can't work out a trade. So that's an asset that just evaporates if it doesn't become. So literally you get nothing for CP3 if you just waive him, right? And you don't guarantee his contract. Wiggins, you basically got nothing from the last couple of years. So those are just two assets. Now, the question is Kuminga. Right? That's what we're talking about. Am I adding Kuminga? I'm extremely reluctant to add Kuminga. I'm not willing to add Kuminga to that deal. Now, a future first rounder, yeah, because I'm thinking I'll be somewhere in the middle of the pack, 14, 15, 16. So it's not that big of a difference maker, And seeing how young players have played with this team in the last couple of years, it's tough to envision a guy coming in and being a humongous difference maker.
Let's just look at the Clippers situation and look at their roster. Why would they be interested in Andrew Wiggins?
Because they're going to lose Paul George, and I look at what Philly is going to be offering, and I don't think that they can offer a $25 million player like Wiggins, who you maybe can shine up for a couple of months and move again. I don't know. I'm looking at the New York Knicks. Right. What are the Knicks going to be giving up? Julius Randle? Is he that? Right. Is he that desirable? Is he that much different than Andrew Wiggins?
I don't think Andrew Wiggins fits with the Clippers. He's an isolation player. You already have Kawhi Leonard, who's an ISO player. You already have. They're going to work out a deal with James Harden. We'll see about that market. He's an isolation player. Terrence Mann is in the corner. You still have Bones Highland on that roster. I'm just trying to look at it from the other side. Yeah, I know,
but like the Warriors did this with the D'Angelo Russell deal. They talked themselves into it, right? We'll just take whatever. We'll talk ourselves into it. It won't work out here, and then we flip them at the deadline.
Well, they had to for that slot. They had to. I don't know if the Clippers want to take on that burden of saying, all right, we're trading for Andrew Wiggins. We got something. And then let's go flip them for something else. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know.
But they're in a hard cap situation as well as the Warriors, where once you hit 171, which is like the second apron, you lose slots if guys just so if Paul George just opts out and leaves, they lose the slot completely, and they can't improve their team other than veteran minimum signings. It's just. The second apron is everything. I feel like we have to get like a finance class just for the NBA in the modern day because of how everyone in the league, and I would go to the specific deal of the Malik Monk deal. The fact he got a 4-year, under $20 million deal was shocking to everyone in the league, and it goes to tell you everyone else out there who would normally be bidding for the services of someone like a Malik Monk. If this was 2 years ago, I think he gets a crazy deal. 5 years, 25, 30 million. He would have got something bigger than what he got.
The second apron to scare people.
Didn't at 26 years old tells me the market's dried up and teams don't have that middle money to go and spend. So a team like the Clippers, who's hard capped, taking on an Andrew Wiggins gives them at least the option of keeping Wiggins. It's not great, but keeping Wiggins or flipping Wiggins again at the deadline for something else or cap relief.
Brett Siegel is going to join us at 8:30. I'm very fascinated for Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. Do you want Dunleavy and the Warriors to swing big at a guy like Paul George? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? You just want to see the Warriors swing big at a guy like Paul George?
I just think for 2 years, because I'm not worried about the 5th year and all that. I just think I'm just trying to line up the best team I can to win this year and the year after with Steph Curry. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. You got to just take it year to year. And then if you have to bail and hit the eject button down the line, then you bail and hit the eject button. But I would do everything I can to try to just change some stuff up, see where you're at. You look at Dallas, I didn't think they were a world beater. They were better than the Warriors last year. They were the 5th seed. They got hot at the right time. They went on a nice little run. No one is saying that's exactly what the Warriors can do, but I could see where there's a path like, hey, Draymond, Paul George, Steph, and we tinker the rest of the roster, and we see where it goes.
So they need change. 888-957-9570. You with Shasky. You just want to see him swing big and make a change. And is Paul George that big swing? Is Paul George, forget my opinion, is Paul George that guy to help take the Warriors back to the promised land in the playoffs. We're talking about a play-in team. What did Clippers get smoked in 5 or 6 by the Mavericks? 6? Paul George in that series shot 36% from the three-point line, 41% overall from the floor, 19 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. Is that the second star that the Warriors need?
He would be their, if with Klay leaving, he would be your right now clear-cut number 2 scorer. I think he could play a lot with your second unit because he can facilitate some. He can close. He can switch out on the perimeter. No, he's not as young as Andrew Wiggins, but, throttling up and down throughout the regular season to save him for the playoffs. Again, this is not like I would rather have Giannis or someone, Embiid or something like that. But given the options, it's the lesser of many evils.
I can't believe Warrior fans have come.
We're talking ourselves into it. We're desperate.
Yeah, no, I understand.
We're
that.
desperate.
Because for 5 years I heard Paul George wasn't nothing, and now we want Paul George. Here's Ramona Shelburne, Willard and Dibbs. Warriors will be very active.
The Warriors are being very aggressive, from what I'm told, around the league and trying to upgrade the roster around Steph Curry, around Draymond Green. Yep. Jonathan Kuminga is virtually untouchable right now, but name a free agent out there, name a trade target, the Warriors have inquired. They're being very aggressive, trying to build another championship contender. Because if you're going to spend as much money as they're spending, you better not end up in the play-in tournament.
You said this. They're going to be the most expensive. They were the most expensive play-in tournament team we'd ever seen. And that's not exactly.
No, that is not acceptable. And so I think they will come back to Klay Thompson at some point, but they have 5 other things going on right now. And whether or not they come back to him before he finds another home, well, it remains to be seen.
That's Ramona Shelburne on NBA Live. She also said the Warriors are going to be active on every player in the league.
Name a free agent, name a trade target. They have made calls on them, okay? They are being very, very aggressive, okay? Like, most of Kevin Durant, calling Kevin Durant. Lauri Markkanen, calling Lauri Markkanen. Paul George, calling Paul George. Name somebody out there. They are being very aggressive. Now, can they actually turn anybody, can they actually bring any of those guys in? I don't know. They tried to get Alex Caruso. He ended up going to Oklahoma City.
I mean, they're in a desperate mode. There's no other way around it. They're in the desperation mode right now, and all of the guys that they're going to be linked to are going to have flaws. It's just, no one's trading you, SGA. No one's trading you Anthony Edwards.
I have a hard time paying trading assets, major assets, and then giving a new deal to a guy in his mid-30s.
Okay, so then
I'm sorry.
So you're just going to stand pat?
No, I never said stand pat. I never said that. You may have to look at lesser options, or like I said yesterday, and nobody's going to want to hear this. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm the ultimate Super Bowl robust, win at all costs type of sports fan. That's who I am. But in this situation, looking at where the books are at, looking at the picks, and then looking ahead to what's going to be happening in the 2025 draft, which is a lot better than this upcoming draft, which starts tomorrow, maybe the best situation for the Golden State Warriors is to reload for that season. And how do you reload for that season? It's almost like a 2019 situation. Not as bad, not as dire, but basically midway through that year, they traded for Andrew Wiggins, saying, okay, he could be a better fit than D'Lo. We get the extra pick, which turns into Jonathan Kuminga in a couple years, which turned into Jonathan Kuminga, I should say. And then you were ready to roll. You win a championship in 2022, and you're competitive the next season and lose in the second round to the Lakers. The best option for the Warriors, because look, Paul George is a very good player. Very good player. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame one day because everybody goes to the Hall of Fame in the NBA.
In the basketball, it's basketball.
Mario Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know. You're right, though. Everyone does.
So I'm not trying to waste another year of Stephen Curry. I'm not trying to lose games. But realistically, the approach may be, because Dunleavy said it's really hard to make a trade.
Because it's very difficult. It's extremely restrictive.
I don't know. The best, and nobody wants to hear it. Joe Lacob probably doesn't want to hear it.
So he turns 37 next year, Steph Curry. Yep. So, and look, there is an argument financially to just bottom out, and I'm here and I'm willing to listen to it. But there's also the risk of, and going back to the emotion of disrespecting Steph Curry and not granting his final wishes, which again, we could talk about Draymond and Klay and how much you owe them. And then there's a whole separate conversation for how much you owe Steph Curry.
Not only that.
I have a hard, just me. if this were a video game and I could simulate 2 years and keep 38-year-old Steph Curry and I wouldn't have to worry about injuries and all that and develop a player and it sounds great. I just have a hard time thinking from a business standpoint, Joe Lacob.
They're not going to do that.
Yeah, is going to do
and
that.
I said that on the front end. I prefaced my statement.
What you're saying
makes a lot of sense. You asked me what I would do. That's some of the things I thought about. But I prefaced my statement saying Joe Lacob's not going to do that. With the All-Star game coming here and with this fan base, that's not going to happen. It may be the best situation. Maybe Mike Dunleavy knows that, saying, boy, if we could just wait out another year, and this is what it protects now, Steph Curry's, you're going against the clock, you want to maximize the window. I get all that. So it's probably not going to happen. Well, boy, trading a lot of assets for a mid-30 player, Paul George, it doesn't warm me.
Let me ask you. So, like a couple of future firsts, and this is a hypothetical. You don't give up Kuminga. You give up Moody. Let's say it's CP3 and Wiggins, and a combination of future first round picks. That is too much for you.
I just have a hard time when we, as a fan base, just say Wiggins is nothing. Get him off my team. Wiggins is nothing. Blah 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 blah. People don't even want to talk about Andrew Wiggins, and I expect the Clippers to say, "Hey, you know what? Bring him down to L.A." I just have a hard time saying that, man.
But what is the Philly offer that's significantly better?
I don't know what the Philly offer is.
Their first round pick will probably be lower than yours, as in higher. And what other player are they giving you? And I look at the Knicks. Like the Knicks have a lot of really nice role players.
Philly may be waiting for Paul George to say, you know what, opt out. We'll give you a contract.
Absolutely,
they don't have to trade.
Absolutely,
they can wait for Paul George to become a free agent and just give him a boatload of money. They're one of the top three teams: OKC, Orlando, and Philadelphia, with the most cap space. They can sit back and say, Paul George, opt out. We got you. Come play with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. Be the third option, and we'll get a lot more from you than we got from Tobias Harris. That's for damn sure. So they're in a great spot. Great spot. Now the Knicks, they have a lot of role players.
Yeah, okay, let's say in this hypothetical, like Julius Randle. I'm just going these 2 plays because the way you're talking about Wiggins, you're right. Like I get what you're saying. But it's not like Julius Randle is some world beater. He's a ball-dominant player that everyone thinks is flawed, and the Knicks were better when he was off the floor. So, like, all of these trades, it's a bunch of junk. You know what I mean? Like, that's what a lot of these deals end up being.
Yeah, and I haven't really gotten to the Knicks situation and what they have and what they should trade. I hear a lot of fluff about that. I don't know about the New York Knicks. I'm just kind of focused on what the Warriors can do to get better. Now, Dunleavy, one question that he got asked by Tim Kawakami, because he brought up the youngsters, right? Here's what he said. He was asked about trading possibly Kuminga, Pods, and the rest of the youngsters.
For sure. I mean, we really value those guys. We've drafted them. We've grown them. They played really well. We're excited about them. So, like, the scenario to move them would take a lot. It's important for us to, be good now and then be good also in the future. But, like, the main thing is we think those guys can contribute and help our group now. If that was not the case, then we'd be more open to stuff, but it is. And so we're excited for those guys' growth this year. And I expect them to be with us.
Now, Kawakami then followed up and they asked him about what he said last year when it came to Jordan Poole.
A year ago, granted, all things changed. You did say that you weren't going to, Jordan Poole was going to be on the team about 4 days before you traded him. Is this different than that?
To be clear, I said I expected Jordan to be back on the team next year, and I did at that point. But this thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency. Things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not, I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick by that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
I feel like he's in such a difficult position. He said Jordan was going to be on the team and then traded him later. What's he supposed to say? I'm trading Jordan Poole, and not that he had it's going to change his value dramatically, but you can't tell someone that you're going to trade an individual out loud. And then what if that trade doesn't materialize for X, Y, and Z reasons, right? I just think he's in such a difficult spot, and he's tripping over his words because the poor guy I just think he's in a tough spot. I think a lot of these GMs are in tough spots, and we put them at a podium and we just dissect all their words.
Well, Here's what he said last year about JP. Spanoni, roll it.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, you know what? He's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. And that's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. Obviously, a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Okay. He said all that.
So he said all that. And Jordan Poole was moved a couple days later, and we were all shocked about it.
Okay. So right now, he says he likes the young guys. What are the chances, percentage-wise, in your opinion? And we're guessing. We're just guessing. Pods, TJD, Moody, and Kuminga are still on this team a month from now.
I think they're still on the team right now because of the way the cap is, because of where they're at with the apron.
Okay.
They have to keep these guys, and they need these guys to be productive. Now, I think they'll listen, and I think the Warriors quietly were fielding phone calls early in the last season. I think it may have started in December, where let me finish. The Warriors were fielding calls, or at least calling people around saying, "Hey, who you like on our team?" Like, you think LeBron James trade proposal, or the Warriors being interested in LeBron James was the only move they were interested on? They were teams around the league saying, "Well, the Warriors are in for business," and damn near everybody was on the table. That's what a little birdie told me. Now, when he says that, saying, "Yeah, you know, Pods and Kuminga and TJD, yeah, we all like them. We feel comfortable with them," things change in a heartbeat. Like, it just does in the NBA. So what if the Clippers now play this game with Paul George? What if Clippers do say, "You know what? We really like Podziemski, and we really like Moses Moody"? Is that going to stop the Warriors from trading for Paul George? I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think they're married to these youngsters like that, like they are to Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So things change. So I would not be shocked if they're not on the team a month from now. But I wouldn't be shocked if they were on the team a month from now because of the situation they're in.
So what's the percentage you're putting it at?
I'm not putting on a percentage. I don't know. What is going to happen with Wiggins?
75%. My guess is, and this is just a guess, I'm going to say 75% that those 4 players are not all 4 of them on the team a month.
So one of them gets.
I think one of them is involved. Moody or Kuminga is if I had to choose.
Wow.
I think they really like Pods, but again, to your point, like in the right deal, like again, it's like I really like Kirk Cousins, but if Tom Brady's available, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I view this. And I don't think Tom Brady is available for the Warriors. But yeah, I would say that if I had to guess, I would say one of the Moody or Kuminga guys gets dealt in either a small, medium, or large deal.
It's possible. Dunleavy, I'll make it trades in today's NBA.
It's just hard to do deals. You know, I mean, I can't stress that enough. Like, there's a lot of good teams out there that know what they're doing, whereas in the past, it just seemed like you could pull a fast one on somebody, and there's different reasons for doing a trade. Now it's hard. Like, there's salary related trades, but how often do you see a trade that's like straight basketball for basketball? And so because of that, it's just not easy. But at the same time, we know here some good teams have been built based on, like, you know, getting an Andrew Wiggins in a trade, something like that. So got to keep pursuing those things, but recognizing they're not always easy.
So there's not that many suckers in the NBA anymore? There's not that many? We got a good deal with Caruso and Giddy. I think this is a win-win for both sides. I understand where both sides are coming from when it comes to that deal, but there's no more suckers in the NBA?
On that Giddy deal, it is interesting. Like, a year ago, Giddy was like, "Oh, no way, they're getting rid of him. They're going to max all these guys out." And I like Giddy. I think as a player, I think he's a solid player. And then the playoffs happened, and it's like, whoa, OKC couldn't unsee it. And they needed to tinker things up and switch it. And it's just interesting I thought heading into, and it's a good trade for them. Clearly, Chicago doesn't want to pay Caruso moving forward, but like, in my mind, I was like, I thought Giddy would be even more coveted.
Yeah, no, but the
playoffs happened.
The playoffs happened. The Bulls jumped out of. Maybe the OKC Thunder so low. Maybe they so low before the draft and said, "You know what? Let's strike down on Caruso right away." But with the Warriors, I find it really hard for them. Boy, if Paul George,
you're just really out on that move. Huh?
No, I like Paul George. I'm looking at the future here. Over the next 2 years, does Paul George make the Warriors that much better? Now, the rest of the roster has to be filled out. Obviously, you got other moves to make. Maybe it looks better all around. Maybe it looks better with the Paul George and Draymond and Steph Curry. I don't see it happening. But then again, I didn't see Chris Paul happening with the Golden State Warriors.
It's true.
And that shocked the hell out of me.
What about KD? Does that do it for you? Because there's a lot of rumors with KD that he might be out. I put him similar to the Paul George thing where, like, he's got flaws too.
Well, we know what KD's all about.
He does get buckets, though.
We know what KD's all about. Now, is that rumor starting again, KD?
Well, Mark Willard yesterday said that that's his number one target.
Oh.
I live with these people. I love these people. Yeah. They're part of my family.
Sure.
I just think they have to do something.
Sure. I mean, I think everybody knows they have to do something.
But it does feel, to circle back on the Giants analogy, this does feel more like an Evan Longoria desperation overpay.
Yeah.
But let's remember, a lot of people were in on the Evan Longoria deal.
I wanted him. I wanted him. That was one of my great predictions.
It does more feel like that than like a Hunter Pence trade.
My Evan Longoria prediction was great.
What was it?
It was like 3 weeks before it happened. It was like, the Giants need to kick the tires on Evan Longoria. Get him out of Tampa Bay. Now, it didn't work out, but you got to swing. You got to swing.
I just feel like the Warriors are up against it.
Listen. I think everybody knows at the end of the day, bottom line, whether Klay's here or not, whether PG's here or not, we all agree the Warriors need to make moves if they want to get back into the hierarchy of the Western Conference. They got to swing big, but maybe that big move ain't there. So what if that big move isn't there? What do you do now? What is the solution? Do you have the conversation? Because you're not going to trade Steph right now with the All-Star game coming up in the Bay Area.
No.
That's huge. That's his showcase. So what do you do? What do you do? It's my computer. Injury report.
Thought I touched something in the showroom.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ow! All right, the Giants announced that starting pitcher Keaton Wynn will be shut down for several days. This comes after an MRI revealed that the injury to destroying elbow is nerve-related.
It is
MRI.
It's true.
Oh, man, the MRI revealed no structural damage in his elbow, but some time off is still going to be needed for Wynn. At best, he is not expected to be ready to pitch again until after the All-Star break. So now we're down to the Logan Webb and Jordan Hicks in your starting rotation.
And he already had Tommy John and missed multiple years, and last year had a career high in innings, and this year is up there. He's logging a lot of innings.
Wow, the Giants.
For his, workload.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. What is the move the Warriors need to make? Is it Paul George or bust? Is it Paul George the move that the Warriors need to make? I want to hear from Warrior fans. It's your time now. It's the offseason. Free agency starts on Sunday, 3 p.m. West Coast time. What do you do if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lake of Warrior fans? 888-957-9570 is a number. More coming up on the roast.
Oops.
When I found out that bears feed redwood trees with salmon,
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off of their graveyard ships. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. I do browse YouTube. I haven't forgot about you guys. Just won't comment on some of the things you guys say, but I haven't forgot about you. Shout out, you know what? I got to shout out Jason Kidd and Team Kidd and his girls basketball program right now in Croatia. My boy Mondo out there watching us live from Croatia. He's out there now, the 15, 16 to 17 under teams. They had everything paid for to play international because Jason Kidd believes in it. July 17th through the 25th in Croatia to play their national teams. Jason Kidd fully sponsored the trip. He's all about girls basketball. So shout out to Team Kidd. Shout out to Mondo and the entire girls group that are going out there, 15U, 16U, 17U, out there about to do some damage in Croatia.
Tough loss for Croatia yesterday, though, in the Euros. Shout out to the Italians.
Yeah.
Never a doubt. Defending champs.
Now, do you watch the games at home?
Watch them here because they're early. Because obviously it's in Europe, so I can watch them here. Excuse me, and then at home as well.
Yeah, because I know everybody has like their spot where they watch their particular home country or whatever, their native country from where their family might be from. Whether it's, was it Mad Dog in the Fog or Kezar Pub? There's certain places that are very affiliated with certain countries.
Italia, good win. Good win. Croatia don't make it.
What do they call their team?
It was a draw, by the way, but they advanced.
They advanced.
But what does Team Italy call their team?
Well, it's just, the Azzurri. So they wear the blues like I'm wearing right here. Yeah. It's a blue out, and they have the gold on there and stuff like that. It's very cool. I like countries that don't wear their colors flat, like the Dutch. They were orange.
Yeah, the orange. It does look sick.
It does look sick.
Belgium got a big win over the Lukaku had a good assist. He needed it.
God, he's been so close so many times too.
He needed it. So my boy Mondo's out there in Croatia because Jason Kidd, man, he does a great job with the girls basketball team. I had a conversation with them. And maybe the Dallas Mavericks are a dark horse for Klay Thompson. Who the hell knows? Wow. But, Jason Kidd select. They're going worldwide, man. They're going worldwide. Next year they're going to play in Greece. And Jason Kidd is funded it all for these girls. All for these girls. Just coming out of his pocket.
I might join the coaching staff just for the trip to Greece.
Hey, Mondo, you got some room for me, man? I want to go to Croatia right now. 888-957-9570.
I have the same resume as JJ Redick minus the NBA resume.
Brett Siegel's going to join us at 8:30. National NBA insider and reporter for Clutch. He threw out the Paul George name as the Warriors are a team to look at. When it comes to Paul George, we'll see about that. Bobby Marks, if he doesn't have any if he doesn't have anything come up, he's going to join us at 9:20 to talk about the cap. And we'll ask him, because I was in the same camp with him thinking Klay Thompson could get $30 million a year. Well, Malik Monk got 18. I'm like, what? Malik Monk? Wow. Let's go to Jack in Berkeley. Jack, what do you want to see the Warriors do here? Jack?
I want to see it. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to see the Warriors. I don't want to see the Warriors get older. That is not the answer. A Paul George or a Kevin Durant, they're not going to give you a full season, most likely, at the age of 34, 35 years old. Look at all the other teams that are above the Warriors. They are young and they are fast. What the Warriors have is Jonathan Kuminga, who they cannot trade. This guy, if Jonathan Kuminga develops a three-point shot, and he could, he's only 21. If he gets up to 40%, a little bit more, he is an all-NBA player. He won't be guardable because they don't know if he's going to drive or he's going to shoot. That a potential all-NBA player, they cannot trade the man. So do not get older, stay young, and that's what I would say. I'm not sure who they should get, but all I'm saying is getting older is not the answer.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same camp with you, Jack. I don't want to get older because I want to get more athletic. I want to be able to defend at the point of attack. And if you get older, obviously, you start to lose some of your skills. Like Draymond's not the same defender. Steph's not the same player. Obviously, Klay's not the same player. I don't want to get older either if I had a choice, but I understand that you got to maximize Steph Curry's window, which makes this difficult. It's an enigma for the Golden State Warriors, Joe Lacob and company. What do you do here? Now, Jonathan Kuminga, we keep talking about what he may get, Shasky, $30 million per. And you look at Scotty Barnes getting the 5-year, up to $270 million with the Toronto Raptors. Hell, Jonathan Kuminga at $30 million a couple years from now is going to be a bargain in this league. And I know $30 million as a common fan, but that's going to be a bargain. and this guy gets to the free throw line. We saw him. Draymond Green even said in his podcast, this guy's our second best player right now. So I'm kind of with Jack and Berkeley. Can I keep Jonathan Kuminga with this roster? Can I keep him at all costs? Like, can you imagine flipping him for Paul George at 34, 35 years old, and Kuminga has another 10-year run in the NBA? Now, he may not become the player Paul George is, but I bet on Kuminga becoming an impact player. He certainly was last year.
I'm reluctant to trade Kuminga, but again, like I say that, and if the right deal comes around, I would do it. Would I do it for Paul George? I don't want to.
I can't do it for PG.
I don't want to.
Now.
But
I'll talk myself into it, but I don't want to do it for PG.
I don't even know if I could talk myself into it. But like, let me give you this one hypothetically. Giannis. Would you do it for Giannis?
I mean, I'd be an idiot not to. Even though I think Giannis has flaws, he's not working out with Jason Tatum's personal coach. I found that funny. Jason Tatum's personal coach was in Greece working out with Giannis, so that was a little tidbit. Somebody dropped it last week. Anyway, but yeah, I do it for Giannis. It's Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's not Paul George.
So where do you draw the line then on the Kuminga trades?
It depends what you're getting, right? It depends what you're giving up. Like, if it's a 1-for-1 move, Kuminga for Giannis, what? Well, no, it wouldn't work because of the money.
Yeah, that's not.
But I think if you have an opportunity to get Giannis, yes, you go make that move for Giannis.
How about Zion?
I try to get Zion without giving up Kuminga.
Okay, wow. You think you can get Zion without giving up?
Zion can't stay on the damn basketball court.
I know. You have to take a risk. Like, that's where I'm kind of looking at this. Like, there's whatever trade you execute, you got to give up something, and then you're going to have to take, some sort of a swing, as in risk. Like, there's a monster risk. Like, some guys are older, some guys are injury concerns. This thing, like, they need to get older, they need to trade for something younger. Well, okay, wait a minute. Like, the guys that are younger that don't have flaws or minimal flaws, those teams are never getting rid of those guys currently.
They're not.
So I don't know. I understand why people are out on Paul George. Like, I get all that. But my question to those people is like, all right, I'm not mad at it. It's like, give me a presentable trade that's out there that's reasonable.
We don't even know if Paul George is a reasonable trade.
I'm just reading the tea leaves.
We're going to talk to Brett Siegel
and Zach Lowe.
We're going to talk to them. We don't even know what they want from Paul George. This just came out of nowhere in the last 36 hours, 48 hours. But Zion, do you even get better as a team with Zion Williamson if you trade? Because it's going to cost a lot more than Kuminga. You got a name, sure.
I mean, you're looking at a guy who takes the mantle of the organization in terms of handing the baton to, like, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, dude, he's like 30-10 every single time he plays.
He was incredible in that playing game.
That's what I'm saying.
I felt so bad that he got hurt against the Lakers.
What were his numbers last year?
Yeah, his numbers are great.
His
numbers are great.
Were they like 25 and 12?
His numbers are great.
I'm gonna look it up.
But damn, the guy can't stay on the court.
No,
that's what worries me about him. But with Steph and Draymond there, I mean, it's probably a deal. If they say, give me Kuminga right now, you can have Zion, I'm probably doing a deal. And I'm not thinking twice about it. But can I do the deal without giving up Kuminga? Because, man, Kuminga, Steph, Zion, and Draymond sounds a hell of a lot better than, because now I got a guy, because you're still, because even with that move, where's your wing defender at?
Oh, you lose them. I mean, but that's where you'd have to draft or try to sign somebody via free agent. Or you're like, hey, GP2, we still have you under $9 million. Maybe he's the guy. And I don't love that because he can't shoot. Like, again, we're choosing amongst. They don't have a lot of assets. They don't have a lot of options. They're gonna have flaws. Even when they were the 2018 Warriors, there were some flaws. Like, I know minimal ones that were offset by shooting and excellence, but like you weren't as deep. Remember?
You weren't deep at all.
So like all of these fabrications of the team that you're putting together are gonna have some sort of flaws.
Chris in San Jose, Warrior moves. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Man, where to begin? Because it kind of sounds like we're talking about one single solitary move right now that's going to move the needle so much to put them back into contention. And I don't see how that's a possibility whatsoever. First of all, I think you're not going to get anything back for Chris Paul, so you obviously got to waive him. I mean, we'll let Bobby Marks get into all that later, but you're not going to get anything substantial for him. There's no value.
Hey,
you're
Chris,
not going to get some.
Chris, I don't want to derail you, but that was a professional tease. I don't think a radio host at the station has had a tease like that in a very long time.
And I just want to. Paul George is literally just a start. It's a start. It's something. I don't think anyone thinks it's like finished product. Look at our Mona Lisa. We got to start somewhere.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I think, so I'll just kind of get back into it. Chris Paul, you're not going to get much. He's old. You're going to get maybe, a decent player, nothing special, nothing better than what we have. I personally think you got to get rid of Klay Thompson. I think he's diminishing on both ends a lot faster than we thought, even with the injuries. Not to mention he's a complete head case. I mean, I remember watching that Sacramento play-in game. You don't expect him to go 0-10, but when he comes down, early in the shot clock, takes a contested fadeaway 2 as his first shot of the game, I'm sitting there going, oh boy, this is going to be a Klay game, and everybody knows it now. So you need a big. I think they're two. I think they're two best trade pieces outside of trading the youth, because I'm with the last caller. I don't want to trade the youth. I'd rather see what Kuminga can be with us than somebody else. But I do think, as weird as it is to say, Wiggins, he still has trade value. You might be able to get somebody to bite on Wiggins and, maybe Pajemski, because I think he's a backup point guard at best for his potential. I mean, I don't know. There's just not one. I'd love to have Paul George, but if you're telling me, all right, well, you got to lose Klay Thompson and basically be the same team, I guess I'd rather have the nostalgia for a year.
Yeah.
You guys kind of go with that, but I don't know. It's more nuanced. It's not just one single solitary move. They got to do a lot.
They got to do a lot. No, spot on, Chris. Hell of a phone call. That may be caller of the week, because if it comes down to that, and if it is, and I don't think it's a like-for-like situation, but if it comes down to, hey, you can have Paul George for the next 3 years, but you're going to finish in the same spot that you did last year, then yes, I would rather have Klay for the nostalgic tour. I would. It's like, man, you imagine making all those moves for Paul George, and that's how the dynasty ends with Paul George? Like, I love it. Like, it's all good, but in that situation, I'd rather have Klay. Now, today, with Klay being an unrestricted free agent, I believe this for a long, long time now. I think it's best for both parties to move on. It is. I've gone there with, it's best for Klay to move on. It's best for the Warriors to move on. You cannot pay that man that money that he wants and try to get better. Not with this current iteration of the Golden State Warriors. You have to evolve. The Niners evolved at one point past Bill Walsh. The Giants evolved at one point where they had nothing but sluggers in the 2000s and late 90s. Then all of a sudden they said, you know what? We need to go to pitching route. We need to play to our yard. Let's go pitching heavy, and we'll find some hitters. The Warriors right now, they need to, I think, adjust the offense a little bit, which Draymond hinted at with Jonathan Kuminga, maybe running more high pick and rolls with JK, let them get downhill and get to the free throw line. And you may have to move a little bit off that read and react, and that means moving off of Klay Thompson, who can't move the same way. It's just, that's the reality.
The retirement tour thing that he suggested, 1 or 2 years of I don't know, I guess acceptance. Like, that sounds good on the front end, but when you're going through it in real time, I'm not sure how much that resonates. No, I don't know.
It's not
Maybe
going to resonate.
I'm misreading it.
It's not going to resonate at all. It's not. Today's fan base, today's fan is not patient at all.
No.
That pendulum swings left to right, day to day, hour to hour, week to week.
Well, don't you think the same thing with the owner? It feels like the owner is much more like us, the fans, than he is, looking long term. Yeah, I think he's looking at this, and just my assessment, I think he's looking at this like, all right, I got Steph for 2 years. Everything we do right now is about these 2 years, and then we'll blow it up, or we'll pull the parachute out and figure it out from there on. But for right now, I mean, maybe Steph signs a 5-year extension and things change. For right now, it's like, hey, this is all we're going to do is worry about the right now.
And maybe the right now is going after a Paul George. And maybe going after other assets. I don't know. We're going to talk to Bobby Marks. We'll talk to, who's we got? Brett Siegel, National NBA insider and reporter for Clutch. He's coming up in about 13 minutes. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? First off, Warrior fans, the Warrior ownership, and Draymond Green are very, very delusional in their thinking. At the end of the day, this is the Ants, SGA, and Luka West right now. They're running it. This is their NBA in terms of the West right now. And you got Boston on the East. My thing is this. We're asking Steph Curry at 36 to do something he's never really done. The whole Warriors organization has never really won. They never won playoff games without Klay on the floor. How many playoff W's have Steph Curry won with Klay Thompson not on the floor? 0. None. So you asking me in 2024, 2025 season, y'all think y'all going to win the championship with a 36-year-old Steph Curry? It's not going to happen. Draymond Green, you talking about evolving. When he going to evolve? Why he the only player on the team that can still be the same player he was and get no criticism, no nothing? He don't score. He just be talking. Y'all, the media out here, not you guys, I'm just saying in terms of the media and fans hate on Kevin Durant, got him out of here, scored. Hate on Jordan Poole, got him out of scored. Now you hating on the legendary Klay Thompson, the guy who really got you Kevin Durant. This the same guy when y'all was down 3-2 versus Houston with Steph and Kevin Durant on the floor. It was Klay Thompson who scored 36 versus Houston when Chris Paul got hurt and forced the Game 7, and then had a great Game 7 that following game. So the Warriors are delusional, and you telling me Paul George? You telling me you don't get rid of Klay Thompson for Paul George? What has Paul George won? What has he done in this league in terms of winning championships? Don't tell me you're trying to win for Steph and you bringing in Paul George. Get out of here with that. If Steph really that dude like y'all say he is, he gonna carry these dudes. But to me, I feel like y'all putting too much pressure on him. Y'all trying to get every dollar about him, get every dollar y'all can. The Warriors is. It don't make no sense. He's not the guy like that no more. The West is two-packed with young guards that's blowing right.
So Rob, let me stop you. So just pack it in, huh? Just don't do anything.
No, you do things that make sense. You just don't do stuff just to do it. There is a future outside of Steph Curry. Like I'm just saying, like y'all being delusional at this point. Steph Curry has never won at a high level without Klay Thompson on the floor ever. This is a fact in terms of the NBA. So you telling me at 36, with like I said, with SGA, with Ant coming, Ant here, and Luka the way he dominated in the playoffs. Then he got his partner in Kyrie. It's not happening for the Warriors right now. The Warriors need to look towards the future. I think you keep it. You let Klay gonna walk anyways. You let Kuminga develop. Let these young dudes go. Yeah. If Curry that guy, he gonna do his thing. He gonna carry it. But if he not, he not. We can't force this.
Rob. I'm gonna be honest with you. You want to talk about being disrespectful. You are like flippantly just casting aside Steph Curry like he didn't carry this entire organization. No one is saying that Klay Thompson wasn't extremely instrumental. But like the year that they went to the play-in, I mean, like when they lost to Memphis, he was unbelievable for 3 straight months with a broken tailbone.
Did they go to the playoffs?
They had no one on that team. Their third best player was Damian Lee.
Did they go to the playoffs? If these are true, I done seen true superstars carry less. I've seen Dwayne Wade at 34 carry
LeBron James didn't even make the playoffs one year with the Lakers.
So I don't want to hear it. If Steph Curry's that guy, he's gonna show me he's that guy. You don't need to. You know what I'm saying? Show me. Because you got other cats who just LeBron. He's still doing it. If he LeBron James, LeBron won 47 games last year. Do the same thing, Steph. There's no player in the league that's going to make.
So now Anthony Davis doesn't matter? Right, having one of the top 20 players in the league on any given night doesn't matter for LeBron? Come on, Rob. Like that's we're being a little unfair.
He got Draymond Green. He got Draymond Green, right? Y'all say Draymond Green. Draymond, y'all say Draymond Green like Mac Johnson, right?
No one says stop. I love you, but stop.
Rob has said Bruno. He always brings the heat.
He was cooking, and then he burnt the toast a little, and I had to call him.
I don't know who's called Draymond Magic.
I mean, come on, Magic.
And Steph Curry.
Shucks, you talking to me?
I mean, Trey's very good. No one is like he's Magic.
But here's the problem, though. We can't ask Steph Curry to carry a team because he's 36 years old.
I agree, but let's not act like he wasn't Superman.
No, we know Steph Curry's an all-time great. I wouldn't even take Rob seriously when he talks about the Steph Curry thing, but I get what he's trying to say, that Klay Thompson has meant a lot to this organization, and people act like he hasn't meant a lot to this organization. That's probably my biggest beef with it. It's like, damn, Klay's just a bum now? Man, everybody just acts like 19 points per game in the NBA. Anybody can do it. Wiggins didn't do it last year. Anybody could do it. What?
No, but no one thinks Wiggins is on Klay's level.
So that's what it is. The Klay Raider has gotten out of control so bad. I don't even like talking Klay Thompson. I just want him to move on. I think it's best for his career. I think it's best for him to go to State Warriors, to not pay him what he wants. It's just move on. So just wash our hands. Let's go. Tim Legler on the Warriors having a tough conversation with Klay Thompson.
How does that conversation go when you talk about what Klay has done for the organization and his options he should have?
It's tough because when there are players that have been in this boat before, and it almost feels more like, from the organization standpoint, a career achievement award than it does what you're expecting future production to be, right? And guys sometimes fall into this category because they're in that in-between phase of their games. Problem with Klay right now is like the drop-off was so dramatic in terms of his inability to make shots at that consistent rate that we were used to. That's when the Warriors are starting to wonder about the number. Is he going to be unreasonable about the number or about his role? And if either of those things, like he's holding on to with a great deal of pride, it might force the Warriors' hand in that situation.
So that's Tim Legler on Get Up. That was Ryan Clark. And then whether or not the Warriors can be contenders if they run it back. And I think we believe that they can't be contenders if they just run it back. I think do we all agree with that? Do we all agree with that?
You'll be lucky to be a play-in contender if you run it back.
There you go. Well, here's what Legler said about that.
Bottom line is this. People want to talk about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors contending. I just don't think that's going to happen if you run it back. I don't think you can run it back with this core and think that that's going to happen in the Western Conference. So you have to build around the margin, Zach, and I don't know what exactly that means and what that looks like, who they get rid of, who they jettison off, what they replace it with to stay competitive around Steph Curry.
I don't know. The Warriors need to get a number 2 in here desperately. And it might be somebody who's older, and it might be somebody who's extremely flawed, and it might cost a lot. It's just, this is the cost of trying to swing one last time with one of the greatest players in franchise history. This is just what you got to do.
I will say the Klay stuff, though. How some people talk about him as a 4-time champ. I know what it looks like the last 2 years, but I can't recall a 4-time champ or a champion in this market that played at the level of Klay. Like, Klay's on that level with some of the greatest of the greats we've seen in this market. And boy, the disrespect that comes his way left and right, it's just damn, I'm pulling for him, man. Go to Orlando, go play with Paolo Banchero in the East and get to the second round or the third round in the Eastern Conference. Wow. Charlie in New York City. Charlie, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up? Morning. One narrative that I sometimes get frustrated with is that and I'm not saying you guys, but just in general, some of the fans, we have to do this for Curry. We have to do this for Curry. What is better for the team? What is better for the? I've been a fan of this team for 40-something years. I was a fan of the team before Curry was born, and I will root for this team way after Curry retires. So is it worth? I would love to see Jimmy Butler or Paul George on this team, but is it worth? Is it worth the sacrifice of giving up on a Kuminga or these young players? You look at the league. I'm going to sound like a broken record. You heard it a million times. They got to get younger, they got to get bigger, and they got to get stronger. More.
You're right, Charlie. 888-957-9570. Is trading Kuminga worth getting a Paul George? 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, you want a big move. Big move may cost you Jonathan Kuminga. Are you willing to trade Jonathan Kuminga to try to get a player like Paul George? 888-957-9570. Did I say Paolo Banchero? Paolo Banchero, my guy. Paolo.
Now we got Luka Akua.
Oh, my God. NBA draft is tomorrow. First round starts at 5 p.m. and the second round begins at 1 p.m. on Thursday. We'll be live at Warriors headquarters for both days. We'll learn to dance from Thrive City starting at 2. On Wednesday, it's Saturday Goo. 10 a.m. on Thursday. Also, Anthony Slater's coming to studio tomorrow from 8 to 10. 8 to 10.
Like a mashed potatoes guy.
8 to 10. Let's go. Anthony Slater, live in studio to break down the Dubs all season and what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Brett Siegel, National NBA insider and reporter for Clutch, who threw out the Paul George name when it came to the Golden State Warriors.
We'll let Bobby Marks get into all that later.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday, July 8th at Fremont Bank. The address is 39-1.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I try not to like you.
All right, if you're looking for more Giants talk, then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Love and Joe Shasky bring you the best Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Hear in-depth analysis and insights as well as exclusive interviews with players like Mike Krzyzewski, who just hit the 10-day IL. But good news here for the roasters. There's no curse on Heliot Ramos. He went 3 for 4 yesterday with the walk. He got on base 4 times in 5 plate appearances. He is back, baby. Back. Let's go, Ramos. New episode available now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Sponsored by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And a lot of controversy on YouTube and the Infinity Mobile text line.
Over what?
Bonte, how come you didn't flush Rob and San Bruno? Rob was passionate. It started off as a good call. We may not agree with the take, because I don't agree with the take. But was it a terrible phone call?
Ironic that Rob in San Bruno turned into Jimmy Garoppolo in the fourth quarter of a playoff game by the end of his call.
Jimmy.
I love you, Rob. Somewhere you're out there, you know I love you.
He's got a baseball bat in his ear listening to all this.
Yeah, he does.
Downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Oh. All right, so before we got Brett Siegel on the line. Should I play Zach Lowe real quick? Or no, we'll wait. We'll get Brett Siegel. Let's get Brett Siegel. We got some Klay sound from Zach Lowe.
Pause.
Zach Lowe on Klay Thompson. And I mean, he's going to say something that we already know, but we'll play it anyway after Brett Siegel from Clutch Points, reporter for Clutch, National NBA insider Brett Siegel. And Brett, good morning to you. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. And you made the moves, man. You made Twitter jump the other day. And you had the internet buzzing because you said a team to look out for when it comes to Paul George is the Golden State Warriors. So why do you think the Golden State Warriors are a team we need to watch in the sweepstakes for Paul George?
Well, good morning to you guys as well. It's a great day, great week ahead of us, and there's a lot of NBA stuff going on, man. I mean, we got the draft tomorrow. We have free agency right after that, followed by Summer League. So it's just one thing after another right now. And, of course, at the center of the NBA world, as always, is the Golden State Warriors. And you mentioned it. We have those rumors of Paul George possibly being pursued by the Golden State Warriors. How true is this? Can it actually happen? There's a lot that goes into play here. And obviously the first thing that comes to everybody's mind is the cap numbers and the tax line, because the Warriors have notoriously been one of the largest cap teams, one of the largest tax-paying teams in the league. And now they actually have options for once entering this offseason. They have Kevon Looney and Gary Payton both opting into their contracts, both movable contracts and trades. You have Chris Paul's $30 million contract that is yet to be guaranteed. That could be included in trades. And then the big elephant in the room is Klay Thompson's situation in free agency. There's talk that he could potentially pursue other opportunities and hear offers from other teams. Is that just a leverage play for him to get his price from the Warriors? Will he actually leave the Warriors and put his legacy on the line there? These are all things circulating in Golden State right now. And these are all questions that their front office are trying to find answers to leading up to the draft pertaining to Paul George. His situation is very similar with the Clippers in terms of Thompson potentially leaving the Warriors. Paul George could realistically leave the Clippers this offseason, and it's looking more and more as if this could be an opt-in and trade. He's entering the final year of his contract at $48.7 million if he opts in to that player option. And it seems like right now he's unhappy with Los Angeles, that they haven't given him the Kawhi Leonard type deal that he has been seeking. And it does seem like that new opportunity could be on the horizon for George.
Okay, you just gave a great summary of our show over the last month of Warrior Talk. Is Paul George staying with the Clippers?
I would lean towards no right now. Based on everything that I'm hearing and seeing from other reporters out there, it truly does seem like that Paul George's situation is not as tight as it used to be with the Clippers. I mean, when we first entered the offseason and when the Clippers lost in the playoffs, it seemed like that there would be a way for them to find neutral ground here, maybe give them slightly less than what Kawhi Leonard got on a new deal, and they would be able to figure things out. Steve Ballmer always willing to pay up for his team to be a championship contender. But the Clippers haven't budged on their price for Paul George. They don't want to pay him more than they paid Kawhi, and they haven't even offered him the same contract as Kawhi got on his extension. And that's kind of rubbed Paul George and his camp the wrong way. This is a guy that has been the leader of the team when Kawhi Leonard has been hurt. He's stepped up at different times, obviously. He's disappeared at different points in the playoffs, which are a concern. And that's probably where the Clippers are coming from with their negotiation tactics here with Paul George. But if I had to give a definitive answer of is Paul George leaving this offseason, I would lean more towards yes. And if I had to put a percentage, I would say right now it's probably 60-40 that Paul George is going to leave.
Okay. Is he real quick, because I have a follow-up question. Is he opting in or opting out, if you had to guess?
I would say opting in, and the reason I say that is because there's more options for the Clippers if he opts in, where you have teams that can give you back assets in return to keep you as a championship contender. The Clippers are fine being a team that pays the highest tax in the league. And like I mentioned, Steve Ballmer's never afraid to pay for his championship team, and he really envisions this team being able to do that in the new Intuit Dome. So I think that if Paul George opts in, I think there's a very realistic situation that he's traded. If he opts out, there's still the possibility that he could re-sign with the Clippers.
What is a trade package? What kind of trade package could the Warriors offer that would intrigue the Clippers?
That's the biggest question. And we heard the other day Mike Dunleavy Jr. talk about how he wants to see this team have a lot of internal growth. And basically for Warriors fans, that comes down to we want to keep Jonathan Kuminga. We want to keep Brandon Podziemski. We want to really develop these young guys because the older core isn't getting any younger. Stephen Curry, 36 years old. Draymond Green, he's going to be 35 this upcoming year. So you have these guys kind of on the back end of their career. We've seen them contend for championships, win championships over the last decade. But all good things come to an end at some point, and you have to have that plan in place of who's going to be stepping up to be those next guys to take over the reins of the franchise. Do I think that they would trade Kuminga or Podziemski? I don't think they would unless they were getting a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo, for example. And I'm not saying that he's available on the open market or in the trade market, because that's not the case whatsoever. But that's the kind of player that the Warriors would want to give up their core young players for. In terms of Paul George, what would a trade look like? Well, you immediately turn to Chris Paul and that $30 million contract, that non-guaranteed contract that the Warriors have to make a decision on fairly soon. And that holds a lot of weight, not only because Chris Paul wanted to go back to the Clippers before he was traded to the Warriors, that there was mutual interest there, but it's also the fact that that's an expiring contract that the Clippers can then turn around for more assets. It's a contract that opens up flexibility next offseason. So right there, that's the bulk of the trade. And then where I look at Gary Payton and Kevon Looney. If you include those two right there, that gets you to the threshold to absorb Paul George's $48 million contract. Is that a deal that the Warriors would want to do? It really depends on Klay Thompson's situation. If Thompson's not coming back, you're going to have to scramble and get another option. I think that Paul George would be an excellent fit next to Stephen Curry and Draymond. But from the Clippers' perspective, is that going to be enough for you? You're getting no young talent.
I was going to ask you, Brett, not to cut you off, Brett Siegel, National NBA Insider reporter for Clutch Points. I was going to ask you that. What would the Clippers want? They're going to just want CP3 and Moody and Looney. The Clippers are in it to win it too, right?
Right, and that's the thing is, does Gary Payton move the needle for you? Does Kevon Looney move the needle for you? Those are guys that aren't going to be in your starting rotation, so that makes up your bench. And then obviously Chris Paul, you'd still have James Harden, who they're most likely going to re-sign. So it's not as feasible from the Clippers' perspective of trading Paul George to the Warriors. But if there's not many other suitors out there and Paul George wants to move, he doesn't want to be there anymore, it's a situation that could play out, especially if they get another team involved in this.
Let me see. Philadelphia, I know the Sixers are in early on Paul George. I've heard rumors that maybe they're not so in on Paul George. What if he did opt out and say, I want to be a free agent? Would he be able to get big-time money or years? Because it sounds like the years is the problem, not necessarily the money with the Clippers. He wants long-term stability, not necessarily the same type of money as Kawhi. So would he opt out and say, you know what, I'll go to Philadelphia and play for $25-30 million a year?
I don't necessarily think that's the case. I don't see Paul George taking honestly, anywhere below $35 million. I think that would be pretty generous for him to go back to the Clippers and say that he would take less than that. If he does opt out, though, I do still think that the 76ers are a team that are on Paul George's radar. I think that there would be interest there from the 76ers to bring him in next to Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. And contrary to some reports out there, I do think that that's still a feasible landing spot. I think that if he opts out, they have the cap space to sign him, and they can give him that 3-4 year deal that he wants. Now, whether or not they would be willing to give him a 4-year deal, I'm not too sure about that. I think that if on the open market and free agency, I think that Paul George would more than likely get offers of a 3-year deal with a player option in that final season. But in terms of a 4-year contract, we're talking about a guy that is an all-star in this league, but Paul George himself is 34 years old. So do you really want to invest max money in a guy and pay him over $50 million a year in that 4th year? I think that's a question that many teams are kind of scratching their head on.
Yeah, I got a question about a sign-and trade with Klay, but also Paul George, if you did that hypothetical you threw out with the trade with GP2 and Looney and CP3 and Wiggins, how much better would the Warriors be with Paul George? Because they were a playing team last year. You look at the landscape of the Western Conference, Minnesota, Denver, Dallas. We know about OKC up and coming. You got a lot of teams. Memphis is going to get Ja Morant back. Wemby's coming down in San Antonio. Who the hell knows what they're going to do? How much better are the Warriors in the West with Paul George?
I think it slightly improves their chances, and obviously that's not what Warriors fans want to hear if they're giving up all these guys for him. But for the Warriors, it's going to come down to who they can get on the open market on these minimum contracts. Are there veterans out there that are going to be willing to take less money to play with Stephen Curry, to play with Paul George if you traded for him, to play with Draymond? And there are actually some very interesting names that are going to be free agents out there. Guys like DeAnthony Melton, DeLon Wright, Gary Harris, Alec Burks, Torrey Craig. Those are guys that can be key secondary parts of a championship contending team. And I think that's really where the Warriors, regardless of if they make a star trade or whether or not they bring back Klay, I think that that's where the bulk of this roster needs to be built. And that's where the point of emphasis needs to be put on heading into the offseason if this team truly has championship aspirations and they're not going to take a step back and just look towards the future. If this team wants to remain in that championship conversation in the Western Conference, it's got to start with those minimum contracts. They got to be willing to bring in some of those guys.
All right, Brett Siegel, National NBA Insider reporter for Clutch Points. We'll be looking at your Twitter account for updates. Good stuff as always. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. You guys take care. Have a great week.
You too. Brett Siegel, National NBA Insider and reporter for Clutch. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bobby Marks going to join us at 9:20. Paul George. I just want to hear from Warrior fans. Are you open to welcoming in Paul George and what it may cost?
What if he takes, I mean, this is very unlikely, but what if he takes like $45 million instead of the max?
Okay.
Well, it would save the Warriors in cap relief. It would give them wiggle room. It would get them under that second apron. He's been wildly compensated over his career. He is toward the end of it.
You got to stop saying that, man. These players don't think like that. They got big aspirations,
I'm just
man.
asking, what if?
We got to stop doing that.
Even left $1 million on the table.
Yeah, I know, but it's
No, but it made a difference.
It made a difference.
You know what I mean? It did make a difference.
It did make a difference.
So I don't know. I'm just asking out loud.
Warrior fans, are you willing to part ways with Kuminga if that's what it takes to go get a Paul George? Because with all due respect to Brett Siegel, I don't know if Gary Payton II or Kevon Looney is moving the needle for the LA Clippers.
Well, it would be.
What'd you have? A truly?
I love GP2.
First-round picks would be attached to that.
And do you want to give up future first-round picks for Paul George?
I mean,
now you're getting your first-round picks back.
You gave up one. So, okay, I hear you, and I'm reluctant, but you literally gave one up to get rid of Jordan Poole.
Well, we know why, though. We know why.
But that doesn't mean it was good.
No, I know it wasn't good. I know it wasn't good. But we know why it happened. You couldn't bring those guys back in the same locker room. It was obvious. Draymond said it was tough to go to work. He was late to practice because he didn't want to be there.
You think they're shopping Draymond? Because it sounds like everyone on the roster is being looked at currently.
I think they looked at it shopping Draymond last season.
What is his value?
I don't know.
Who has more value on the open market right now in terms of a trade? Wiggins or Draymond? Just
Green.
Play the game.
Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. Okay.
Draymond Green.
Okay. I agree. But I do think that, for as much baggage as Wiggins brings into the locker room,
I don't know how much.
I wonder how you do the math there on Draymond.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like they're shopping Draymond.
No.
It certainly doesn't sound like it.
It's him and Steph for a package deal. I just, from a business standpoint, allowing just Klay to go or whatever, in my mind, it would have been a lot more succinct and clean had they, from the transfer of power situation, to just bid adieu to both of them in the same offseason. If that's what they were going to do, I think it would be swallowed by certain segments of the fans a little easier.
Yeah. I mean, boy, the Warriors are desperate. The Warriors are desperate right now, and they have to be. Paying that luxury tax that they paid last year was $175. Boy. And to finish in 10th place, I know the bosses aren't happy right now. They are not happy. And when you bring up Draymond Green, I know they're not. They're looking back saying, damn, damn, we wish we had him. We would have been in the playoffs. And then what does it look like? We got the Fitz drop where if he plays, they win 53 games. And they're a top 5 seed.
I love you, Fitz.
These people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
They're part of my family now too, Fitz. I'm with you. Fitz is like my uncle.
What about me? I work with you every day.
Stop.
You're like my stepbrother that I can't get along with. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Did we just become best friends?
I'm kidding.
Well, I fight with my brother all the time, so that's what brothers do.
We don't fight. We just have heated discussions.
Well, I mean, it's hard to fight when I'm always right.
Yeah, I know. No, you're just stacking up wins after wins.
Don't say that again.
I saw a video circulating on the internet of the Macho Man and the Ultimate Warrior, and the Ultimate Warrior was so coked out of his mind. It was the most incredible. He's like got his arm around him. The Macho Man's like, "We're brothers, right, brother?" And Ultimate Warrior is speaking gibberish. I mean, you think that some of these mumble rap songs are inaudible? Whatever the Ultimate Warrior was saying was just, I don't even know.
He didn't go out. He went out with a bang, too.
Yeah, it's exactly
he did not.
how I interpreted the Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior was pretty sad. It was pretty sad. The human being. It was...
I mean, a lot of those
guys.
He got
into politics
Have you seen that movie? There's a movie about a wrestling family, the Von Erichs. Tell me you saw the movie.
I haven't seen it. No.
The Iron Claw.
No.
It's brilliant. I recommend it for anyone out there, whether you're a wrestling fan or not. The Iron Claw, I believe, is the name of it.
Yeah, really good cast, too. So
amazing.
They got Maxwell Jacob
They're
Friedman,
all on steroids.
who's part AEW champion right now. I think he's the heavyweight. And then they got Jeremy Allen White, who's in The Bear.
Yeah.
The chef.
And he's jacked out of his mind in
Zac Efron.
Yeah, and Zac Efron, unrecognizable on roids. I mean, like, muscles on muscles on muscles.
So we want from a wrestlers, right?
Well, hell yeah.
You see Lex Luger? Lex Luger lost he looks terrible.
Really?
Post-wrestling.
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
The torture chamber?
Dude, he looks terrible. He was in one of those documentaries. Was it the Booker T or was it the Steve? He was in one of those docs.
I'm telling you, the Iron Claw is
good.
Phenomenal.
Iron Claw?
It was phenomenal.
Very sad story.
They're the most cursed family out there. Yeah, the dad was out of his mind. I mean...
All right, no. All right. I'm going to watch the movie.
Sorry. Just all I'm saying, honest to gosh, I would recommend it. Whether you like wrestling or not, it's a great movie. It's sad, but it's a great movie. Great acting and a great ensemble.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kuminga, if that's what it takes to get, because what do fans, this is all about you, the Warrior fans. And we're going to talk to Bobby Marks at 920 to figure out this cap situation and what the Warriors can and cannot do. And whether or not he's going to back up off that Klay Thompson's going to make $30 million per year, because I was under that impression too. And I'll raise my head and say I'm wrong about that, because Malik Monk, it might be right, but Malik Monk, I was like, wow.
But there's really only two teams. Like I think that's the thing with like Malik Monk that I realized there are two teams that have significant cap room to make moves.
Is OKC, I believe, is another team too.
Yeah, but I think they're going to extend. Well, anyway, regardless, you get what I'm saying.
Lex Luger's, wow, he's paralyzed for a while. I didn't know that.
Oh,
damn.
Well, point being is that there's only a couple of teams, and so you've got 7, 8, 9, 10 different free agents trying to play musical chairs for those 2 or 3 teams. No doubt. And I think that, Malik Monk accurately read the market and got a feeler on what he could get and was like, yeah, I mean, if all things are, and look, maybe he could have got an extra $2 million a year.
Sacramento.
He likes where he's at.
Sacktown.
So not everybody takes the full bag.
Maybe he loves KC and D-Lo.
Maybe he does.
JD and Palo Alto. JD, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, brother? Hey, what's up? I just wanted to talk about Paul George for a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so if we're going to get Paul George, then Wiggins has to go, right? Because how are those two going to fit together? We're already stuck trying to figure out how to shove Kuminga and Wiggins together. That's not really working. It's either Draymond at the 5, which isn't sustainable, or, I don't know, just bench one of them, which, I guess Kuminga coming off the bench, not the worst thing in the world. But, Paul George, if we get him, let's say the trade is like GP2, Looney, CP3, and a bunch of picks. Then we got to ship out Wiggins too, right? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, and then look, it sounds good from our perspective. What we don't know is what the Clippers want in case Paul George opts in. And you think the Clippers is going to say, yeah, sure, we'll do a favor for our brothers up north. Steve Barber, yeah, Joe Lacob, I got you. Here you go. Here's Paul George. I think it's going to work like that. It's not a buddy-buddy system. You know what I mean?
But the Warriors do have one thing that I believe has more value than I thought, and that is the expiring contract of Chris Paul if they guarantee it. And so that is significant for a team that wants to get under that second apron.
What type of player are they going to get for Chris Paul, though, if they do move him?
Oh, but we're looking at a lesser role player of some type who's probably dramatically overpaid. But then the question becomes, how many years of commitment financially does that individual have? Because now you're in a similar boat. Like, the reality is right now, 142 million is already committed to what they have, and that does not include CP3's money or Klay Thompson, whatever he wants. They have to stay under 171. That's the sweet spot.
Stay under the second apron.
171.
Keep your picks. Keep your picks. Getzeiler, he had something on Chris Paul. Chris Paul as a trade asset. Here's what he had to say yesterday with Stardy Guru as Evan Giddings filled in.
The Warriors between now, so today's the 24th, between now and Friday, have an interesting salary asset with Chris Paul. So Chris Paul, it's either by Friday, it's either a $5 million buyout or $30 million is going to be guaranteed for his contract next year. If they can find a team that's got the guy to move them to, and Big Paul's money gets guaranteed, the Warriors can then take that young asset with not a big salary and some picks and turn that into a large-scale guy. Keep one thing in mind about the Warriors' salary situation right now. Klay Thompson's $43 million coming off the books takes them out, not out of the luxury tax, but it takes them back below the first apron, which means that they get all of the, except for the full mid-level exception, they have a taxpayer's lower mid-level exception. They would be able to operate that way as the calendar turns on July 1st to the next NBA fiscal year. So then the Warriors from there can make that kind of deal and end up back in the second apron, but at least there's some flexibility.
So what do you make out of that? It's just crazy cutter. We got to use the fade out button, but hey, it's all good.
Well, I think that the mid-levels are important because that's how you got DeMarcus Cousins years ago, and that's how you got Dante DiVincenzo. Those players can be extremely valuable, and you usually get the best out of a player like that because then they want to use that as a trampoline to a multi-year deal later.
Yep. Paul for Tobias Harris, 707 says, well, Tobias, I believe, is unrestricted free agent.
I don't like
Sign
Tobias
Harris. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Not the biggest fan.
I'm not a big Tobias Harris fan.
Does he fit here? Maybe. He's big. He plays some defense, but didn't end well for him in Philadelphia in that Knicks series. Tim and Raleigh. What up, Tim? I know you don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga for no Paul George.
You don't even have to ask that, man. Hey, I'm riding through the mountains of North Carolina, so if I lose y'all, man, I'm going to try and get it in quick and get out. But, yeah, you know that's not even an option for me. But I was listening to Kyle Carmen the other day, and he made a really, really good point. If this team could find a shooting big that can play defense, I almost think that's more important than anything. Because now a shooting big that can play defense can put Wiggins at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, and a shooting big that can play defense behind Draymond and also stretch the 4. He was bringing up like an Al Horford, and he said some other names, but I got a name for y'all. I want to see what you think.
Al's 40.
That would put Podziemski in his natural position, which is a backup point that I believe, and then you can put Kuminga and Wiggins on the floor together. What about Bol, guys? Tell me what his shooting percentage was from 3. He's sneaky athletic. He can play defense behind Draymond. I mean, the guy don't get much play, but can he shoot a little bit from the outside? Can y'all see what his shooting percentage is from the outside? I just want to, I don't know why he doesn't get much play, but we talking about 7'3", athletic, got a little bit of handle that can start a break, and I think he got a decent three-point shot.
Shot 42% last year, but only attempted 1 3 a game because he only played 11 minutes a game, Tim. The year before.
But that's what I'm saying, Monte. What do we think he can get a look? I mean, I know Kern's so picky on everything, but I think Trace is a natural backup. I think Podziemski is a natural backup. And if you could put Bol behind Draymond, now Kuminga Wiggins could play on the floor together with Steph at the 1, and we can actually keep Klay. coming off the bench as a scorer shooting off the bench. I think that's what's going to unlock the team, not just bringing in another two, because now, Paul George, I don't think Podziemski is a starting two. You talking about Monte Ellis. You think Monte Ellis and Steph Curry all over again. And then I don't think Trace is a natural starter. You know what I mean? I just think we need to look at somebody like Bol, man. I don't know, man, but I don't think that's a lot of money. And
Bol, it's a tough sell. I'm going to be honest with you. I love you, but it's a tough sell for all of us. They're like, that's the missing ingredient.
Well, no. I don't think Tim's saying that. I think just adding that aspect to it. Like, this is after all the dust settles. How many guys in the league are big defenders who shoot threes? Right. Well, there's not a lot, right? Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, two guys on the Boston Celtics.
No one wanted Kristaps Porzingis' contract last year.
Jokic could shoot from the three-point line. Anthony Davis could shoot it a little bit. We know Karl-Anthony Towns.
All NBA players.
Nas Reed. So these are great players.
Very good.
I think Tim's just talking about just a role player. A guy who could maybe play 10 to 15 minutes and give you some size and can space the floor a little bit. I think that's all he said. I don't think anybody's going to take Bol serious. Like, oh, my God, we got Bol.
No, I'm just saying.
We come to the Western Conference Finals.
I just... Anyone that has a stretch five who defends, like, you're never getting rid of that guy. No. That's like a premium.
Yeah, no, in Phoenix, they didn't play much. And I remember when the draft was happening, when the Warriors took Alex Smiley-Gates, we're at the last Anthony Center tomorrow. We're sitting there. Bol.
Yeah, he's Minute's son.
Bol. But he doesn't play much for whatever reason. So, it'd be a nice option. But, I mean, obviously that's not going to move the needle for a lot of Warrior fans. It's not going to move the needle for a lot of NBA teams. If it did, he would be playing a lot more in Phoenix. But I get what Tim was saying. Just having that option would be a bad option to have, but I think they got more priorities right now. Priorities that are higher on the pecking order. Let's go to David Hayward. Dave, what's happening?
What's up, boys? I'm thinking we trade Green for Paul straight up because, hear me out here, we don't give up our future. We get rid of the cancer in the locker room. And Kuminga can finally start at the 4, and then we can finally unlock his potential. That's all I got.
It's not bad. I don't know if the Clippers are doing that.
I was going to say James Harden and Draymond would be hilarious.
I think the Clippers are possibilities. I think they're trying to figure out what to do with James Harden. They got to figure out what to do with James Harden.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
I can't believe that they're actually going to sign themselves up for more James Harden.
And not Paul George.
And they're opening up a new arena. So they have to have like faces there. And Kawhi Leonard is only going to be there for half the season, maybe a third of it because he's hurt all the time.
Right.
So they need someone else to fill those seats, right? No, seriously, they need a number 2.
Not only that, you're in that market and they'll forget about you quick in LA if you're losing.
I mean, they already have they're in the whole inception in LA.
Yeah, it was kind of true. I mean, they had the fake Lob City fans, but listen, they'll get a good crowd. Inglewood, this would be good for them.
Who was the other guy? Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal.
Frankie Muniz.
Who's the lady who was always sitting there?
Who? Malcolm in the Middle kid, Frankie Muniz.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. And Clipper Darrell was the other guy that we both referenced.
Some lady. Who's the lady who was always sitting there?
The woman?
I forget who the woman was.
Google it.
But Kawhi, I don't even know if Kawhi's going to make it for the Paris Olympics.
Could you imagine Kawhi, like, hey, Kawhi, we need you to do these marketing videos for the team, commercials? No. Okay, thanks.
So we got Bobby Marks coming up to talk about the cap. I just thought the Clipper thing. I knew there was going to be a name. I didn't expect the name to be Paul George.
Oh, I thought he said Bol.
No, Bol. I'm not mad at Bol. I get what Tim was saying. I'm not going to crush him for that.
I mean, bring back James Wiseman already. Bring them both back.
Joe Lacob, don't tempt him. He still loves Wiseman.
I wouldn't mind. Like, I'd take a flyer on Wiseman.
I would not Wiseman to come back into this environment. Oh, this would not be.
Draymond's grown. He's ready to tutor him. I can't even say it. I can't even say it with a straight face.
I don't think Wiseman wants to do. Wiseman's family's like, yo, you're not going back to the Bay Area.
I can't even say it with a straight face.
Oh, man. Well, that's, we're trying to build this team out as fans. Now, the Warriors are trying to build it out. They're obviously in the business of basketball. And you got to figure out, it sounds like they're building around Steph and Dre. So that's the pairing right there that you're building around. How do you build around them? What's the perfect team around them? I have no idea with all the limitations, salary cap. We'll get to Bobby Marks at 9:20 about that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM at AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, A Twitter stream's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate all alone, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's go to Daryl in Oakland. Daryl in Oakland, be careful. I know what you're about to say.
Daryl?
Oh, I don't know what I'm about. Well, okay, I guess you've seen already what I'm about to say, but hear me out. Okay, I am jealous. I'm jealous of the San Antonio Spurs. Now, the Spurs had some really tough seasons, but look at the diamond that they're creating right now, and I'm like, wow, I want that diamond. Now, we created that diamond a long time ago with Steph and Klay, and guess what? That diamond is short, it's kind of wavered in value and kind of become cubic zirconia. Don't get me wrong, QBC is an awesome channel. I can watch it. However, we need to focus on the future now, and I don't want to just watch a team kind of fade in the cubic zirconia, if you know what I mean. And so what I'm saying is, you look at, is anybody funner to watch? I've decided the funnest player to watch is Victor Wembanyama. He's the funnest player to watch.
We're going to flush it.
What was he going to say?
Basically, tank. He's going to say tank.
Hey, Steph. I know you want that fifth, but while all of your contemporaries are in the playoffs, you just win 11 games.
Don't worry. You just won the gold medal. That should hold you over for a couple of years, all right? Swear it around your neck every game.
All-star game for you to be in.
Sorry, Daryl. Your call's not good. Your reception was not good.
Now, it's a totally different conversation. The second Steph Curry says, I want out. Yeah. That's a different conversation.
Yep, no doubt. You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Now, if Curry wants out, then he wants out. But I don't think he wants out. He is watching.
If he does, though, that's when I go, all right, multiple firsts for 10 straight years. What, you think I'm joking?
Yeah,
if Paul George goes
I know
for
you're not
7,
joking.
I mean, come on.
It's definitely not realistic.
I don't want any players. I want a complete. In that case, I want the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth pick in the draft, for 5 years in a row.
Trey Lyles, unrestricted free agent. That's a nice name for the right price. I like Trey Lyles.
I like Trey Lyles. I
wouldn't mind him.
He was effective against the Warriors.
No, I like Trey Lyles.
He can knock down a three. He gets nasty.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what type of money.
I think he's undervalued.
I don't know what type of money he's going to have, but or he's going to garner out there on the open market. But let's go to Austin, the Redwood City, real quick. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, nothing much. I just want to say this, man. Hey, we need to bring back Klay. Only reason why I say that is because Klay, Dre, and Curry were supposed to retire as Warriors. So we already have, like the last caller said, we already have natural backups. And one thing, we got too many point guards. And one thing we don't have is a backup Draymond Green. That's the only thing that we don't got. We're supposed to be passing the throne to these youngsters. Whenever, if we get Klay Thompson back, he goes to the bench, Moody comes in. Whenever Wiggins' contract is up or get rid of Wiggins, then that's when, what's his name come in at? Whatever his name is, Kuminga comes in at and be that star. That's our star right there. We got all the pieces we need. We don't need Chris Paul. He's too old. We don't really need GB2, Gary Payton. Ship him off somewhere. We just need a backup Draymond Green that provides that Draymond Green style of play with a little bit of shooting. That's the only thing we need. We got to back up Looney, center, and Davis. Come on, why are we trying to bring in Paul George for what? We already have our pieces.
So Austin, real quick, when you say that we already have our pieces, we have our pieces. We have enough pieces to go out there and reload and wreak havoc in the Western Conference?
Yes, we do. And the only major piece that we missing is an actual backup Draymond Green.
All right. I respect your opinion.
What do you think about that?
I respect your opinion. It sounds good.
Yeah,
but I don't think you can stay stagnant.
I don't think it sounds good.
I don't think you can stay stagnant. By the way, Trey Lyles. No, hey, look, Austin's got his opinion. I respect his opinion. Listen, I don't agree.
Draymond Green. Could you imagine having two Draymond Greens on the same team?
By the way, Trey Lyles, in the last year of his deal, $8 million he's going to make with the Kings this year. He signed a 2-year, $16 million deal last season, so he's got $8 million left on the deal. I'm seeing a lot of Robert Williams, Time Lord, if he could just stay healthy.
I would take a flyer on Time Lord.
I would too. George in Los Santos. George in Los Santos. What's up, George?
Man, I'm afraid you might flush me. You wouldn't flush me, would you, Bonte?
No, I wouldn't flush you. I can't speak for Shasky, but I wouldn't flush you. I love you,
George. We flush it down. What's the old saying? What is it?
Yellow, let it flush it down. But
yeah.
Mine's haven't been brown lately. Mine's been a little black and green.
Okay. Too much.
Let's go, George.
Too much.
That was hilarious. I think more than anything, it's a question, you guys, and I was speaking to the producer, we weren't quite sure, but is there a rule against us grabbing somebody from outside the United States as a free agent, or do we have to go through the draft and grab them? Because let's be honest, the best players in the NBA right now are from outside the United States.
I mean, are they? Taylor Brown just won an NBA championship.
Okay. I
understand what you're saying.
Giannis, Luka, I mean, on and on and on.
Victor.
So I'm wondering if we're somehow prohibited from finding a diamond in the rough.
No, they're
outside
not.
The United
The Zinger,
States.
Porzingis.
They're not. I mean, they tried to find a diamond in the rough a couple years ago with Allen Smiley-Gage. Didn't quite work out. Yeah, it's open season for that. The Warriors could look into it.
We've had so much success with the European players, too. Zarko Chubarkaba.
Yeah, Marco Bellinelli. NBA
Nico
champion Marco
Schmidt.
Bellinelli.
He was good with the Spurs, Bellinelli.
He's really good.
Bellinelli was way better with the
He was
Spurs
really
than with the
good.
Warriors. Although he did have that one summer league.
415 Xfinity Mobile text line. Find a way to bring in Jarrett Vanderbilt. That's our backup, Draymond Green.
If you want to keep Draymond in check, you bring in Bobby Portis.
Going back to Tim, yeah.
Just ask Mirotic.
Could you imagine a Bobby Portis, Draymond Green front line?
I would love that.
He literally banished a guy back to Europe.
Yeah, I would love that.
What was that guy's name from the
Nikola
Bulls?
Mirotic.
Mirotic, that's it.
Who's lighting up with the Pelicans when the Warriors won a second round series. I thought the Pelicans were going to give the Warriors a run for their money.
Get Isaiah Stewart, Bobby Portis, just the all MMA team.
All seriousness, what is Minnesota going to do?
Why do you say that?
I'm open to Karl Anthony Towns now.
But does that make you dramatically better?
May not. But if you're talking about a big who can stretch the floor, yeah, I don't know about. We're stretching now.
People start wearing cat hats to the game.
Now I'm playing the game. Now I feel like
because this is what we do.
Now I feel like the fool.
I'll take Karl Anthony Towns. If I said you could trade CP3 and Wiggins for Cat, you're doing it all day.
Yeah, Minnesota's saying, yeah.
All day.
Why do you think? They traded Wiggins in the first place?
You're talking about Draymond, guys that he has to work with. They were not physical
Cat's
at all.
Hey, yo, I'm cooking. I know we're down 5 right here. I'm going for 40, dog.
This
Pass the rock. Draymond at the top of the key, no, get off the 3-point line, pointing at him.
Anthony Edwards in his third year, whatever it is, had to be the alpha on that team and fire him up. And he's been in the year for a decade.
Yeah, we got to get to Bobby Marks. We got to make sense of the cap so we can move forward. Because now we're getting wacky.
How about Wiggins for Julius Randle?
Now we're getting all wacky.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
The way he hitched up his pants in the middle of talking. Give it to me one more time.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Imagine him being the GM. We would suck for the next 30
Everyone's
years.
gone.
We would suck for the next 30 years. But in fact,
he would be optimistic, though.
Yeah,
he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. He'd be a great interview, though.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Could you imagine trying to negotiate with him? It would be just chef's kiss.
Yeah, let him GM your team.
He would break Clay's narrative.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
He doesn't go to Shams
Don't
or
give me
Woj.
false equivalencies.
Says it on Twitter. Underneath Kawakami's tweet, he's just replying. That's not what's happening.
A BPA bomb.
A BPA.
Hi, how are you?
It's not that. He's not that.
I'm right.
I'll get too much of a kick out of him, man.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
You enjoy it too.
It's 3-1 on
you
you.
enjoy it too,
I don't. Do you see what the madman tweets?
The big smile on your face betrays you so much.
I had to mute him, man, because he's out of control.
Yeah, you mute him, but when you see the gray box where it says, do you still want to view the person you muted? You hit it.
No, I want to see it because I want to see what person's talking trash to me. And then he says something out of control, and it's just great. What does he want? Does he want Paul George?
He wants anything.
Anything.
He's like me. We
just want anything.
We just
shake
move
it up.
the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Shake it up and have the same results.
In the words of Taylor Swift, shake it off.
Oh, man. Bonte, I'm impressed you were working Monday morning after partying Sunday. My lady said you were next door partying your life away. Well, I wasn't partying my life away at Meg Thee Stallion's concert. I was watching Anna as she had a rough night. Of course, to the Meg Thee Stallion concert.
Don't talk about that.
A little too much to drink, babe. A little too much. It's all good.
Good for her.
It's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway. Bobby Marks. We get serious again with Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider and former GM with the Brooklyn Nets. At Bobby Marks 42 on Twitter. He's going to join us next.
We'll let Bobby Marks get into all that later.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway.
We're efforting Bobby Marks as we speak. Bonte, Shasky, Morning Roast. Is this the biggest offseason in the history of the Dynasty? In terms of whether it's still alive or if it's dead?
According to Monty Poole, the Dynasty died in 2020, and it was just a reboot to win the championship. No, I don't subscribe to that.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
He said the Dynasty died after KD left. And then 2020, you went through the 2019-20 season, won 15 games. Then the next year, you lose in the play-in. Okay. And then you finally win the championship. But Monty doesn't believe that was part of the current quote-unquote dynasty. He considers it with Iguodala and Livingston and KD and Draymond
was on the 2016.
But I will say this.
Okay.
It is definitely the biggest offseason for Joe Lacob.
Okay.
As the owner of the Golden State Warriors. There is no doubt about that. And this is something we've talked about all season long, that this upcoming offseason, and now that we're here, is the biggest offseason. Sorry, I was talking to my fiance because the only way she could get baby Chaz to go to school today is if I agreed to take her to Dave & Buster's after school. So looks like I'm going to Dave & Buster's.
Hey, Dave & Buster's, low-key pricey.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's $150 out of my pocket.
Low-key pricey.
Can I get Bobby Marks to fix my finances? Hey, Bobby, good morning, man. I need you to fix my finances for Dave & Buster's. My tax threshold. I'm in the second apron right now. How do I get into the second apron at Dave & Buster's, Bobby?
Yeah, you're going to have a hard time getting out of that.
Yeah, no, that's
Shouldn't have maxed out baby Chaz.
Yeah, I maxed her out too early, Bobby. And she's only 3.5, so I got a long way to go. Bobby, thanks so much for joining us, man. I know you're a busy guy during this time. Sure. We really, really appreciate the time. You let us know when you have to go. Obviously, Bobby works for ESPN, the NBA front office insider here, so it's all about Klay, the tax, and everything here. So Klay Thompson, you were under the impression that he could get $30 million a season. I was too. I was in that camp with you. I thought Klay would get it on the open market. But has your mindset changed on that after the Malik Monk deal in Sacramento?
Well, I mean, the Malik is different. The Malik Monk, basically that was the most they could pay him in Sacramento. So I don't know if you could compare the value of what Klay is and what the value of Malik Monk is. I think, listen, we've known all along that there was going to be 5 teams that had cap space. This is not a league that's flushed with money this offseason. If this was next offseason, we could certainly say different. But when you look at the 5 teams that have room, Detroit, Utah, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, and Orlando. And Oklahoma City and Orlando are kind of operating on a different timeline where they basically have a 2-year window before things are going to get expensive. We'll see what happens in Philadelphia as far as what direction they go in. So although we think what the value of the player is always not what the market tells us here. So I think that's what we'll continue to learn. And I think probably where Golden State sees Klay. I just think you have to be careful with, Klay's made a lot of money in his career. So, you do get to a point where your quality of life, for him and where he's happy at, overshadows, the ability to go out and, try to get $25 million from a team.
So that being said, what do you think where do you think he ends up? And what do you think it looks like in terms of years and approximate money? If you had to guess, obviously.
Yeah, I think he's a 2-year, probably, he's a 2-year guy on a 2-year contract. I think, you can take the hardline stance if you're Golden State and say we're not bidding against anybody or we're not competing against anyone, or you can take the approach that some teams have done in the past where they're saying, we know that there's a limited market out there, but we still think this player has value and we still want to reward that player. So I think, and that's why I said, you have to be careful if you're Golden State here, because who's to say that Klay Thompson goes sign somewhere for $13 million? I wouldn't throw that out the window there. So listen, I think the best for him to probably maximize if he's looking for a big contract, it is probably in Golden State. It is probably somewhere between maybe $20 and $25 million. It's just a matter of if that's the direction he wants to go.
So let's just say in this hypothetical, if he stays with the Warriors and I'm going to go even lower, let's say $15 million, how much wiggle room does that give the Warriors to make moves, to make trades? How does it make it easier or more difficult for them to assemble their team for next year?
Yeah, you're assuming Chris gets waived, right?
Yes, I would assume if they keep Klay, they waive Chris.
Yeah, I mean, in any scenario, I think, Chris Paul is probably going to be the odd man out, even if they decide that Klay is going to go elsewhere. I think that's where, you have Chris on the roster. You're $175 million. That doesn't include Klay. So I don't think that makes much sense at all. So yeah, I mean, if Klay's not there, or if he's there at a $15 million, I would be stunned if he got a $15 million contract. I think he would sign elsewhere if that's what the money's on the table. Then you have the potential to have your $12.9 million non-tax mid-level exception. You can go out and you'll be below the aprons, where you can go out and try to acquire a player in a trade and not face financial restrictions.
So, Bobby, let's get something clear. Let's get some clarity for the audience here. If the Warriors do waive Chris Paul and they're off the hook for that $30 million, and Klay walks, where does that leave their salary cap without those two players if they walk, Bobby?
Yeah, you'll be right at the salary cap. I think you have like $142, $143 million in salary. You're $30 million below the tax, so you do have the access to your non-tax, which is 12.9, and your biannual at 4.7. You're well below the first apron and the second apron. It gives you more maneuverability as far as to go out and try to acquire a player in trade.
Interesting. That's interesting. Go ahead, Shasta.
Well, what does the framework of a deal look like if they were to make a trade? And there are a lot of hypotheticals regarding Paul George opting in and then getting extended after he gets traded somewhere. So let's go down that path.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. It's hard for me to see a scenario of going trade-wise when you have Klay still on your roster. I think that presents, somewhat of a challenge here. But let's just say that if the trade presented itself at the end of the week and you were able to get a Paul George type player, Paul George is making $48-49 million. So you've got to get closer to around $40 million in salary. So you're certainly looking at Wiggins. You're certainly looking at maybe Peyton. You're certainly probably looking at at least one of your young guys, whether it be Moody and Kuminga. I think if you're the Clippers, you would certainly want Kuminga. So it's just about getting up to that $40 million number.
Interesting stuff there. Bobby Marks here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What's the perception of Klay from what you gather around the league? What are other teams thinking about Klay? I know he's sensitive, and we see it here in the Bay Area every single day. Yeah. But what is his perception from what you're gathering, Bobby?
I think it's just the ability to kind of accept the role where he is at this stage in his career, and the ability to accept the role if maybe it changes during the course of the year, whether if he struggles or maybe that team. I think he would be perfect in Oklahoma City. But that's at probably 20 to 25 minutes a game. So I think that's the biggest thing is that, when teams meet with him or have the opportunity to meet with him at the end of the week, it's about kind of accepting the role at this stage of his career.
So, all right, when I look at the Warriors, they do have decisions here. Any trade that they would like to make, everyone's going to want Kuminga involved in that, but Kuminga's due for an extension, I believe, by approximately October 31st. A team needs to know what they're going to do with Kuminga in terms of extending him. How much does that change his value in a trade, and what do you think an extension looks like for Jonathan Kuminga for the Warriors or any team?
Yeah, they have to the day before the start of the regular season, so you're looking at October 21st. He'll be restricted, so I think you have to have the mindset that if Kuminga puts together another good year and takes another step, it's probably going to cost you more than $30 million a year. I think that's probably realistic. What the market will be, the cap will increase for next year and the year after. So as the cap increases, so do salaries here. So yeah, I think certainly if Paul George ever became available and there's no way for him to get to a team like the Warriors without a trade, then he would be the first player that you would be looking for.
Interesting stuff. How far away are the Warriors in your eyes, Bobby, from being a contender again?
I think it'd be a lot easier if you're in the East.
You're not lying about that.
You guys, listen. Denver's not going anywhere. Dallas brings back every player on their roster. We will see what happens with the Clips and the Lakers. Minnesota's not going anywhere. Memphis will be better. Houston will be better. Phoenix, we'll see what happens there. I think I think there's a fine line between. I think they're a good team. I think there's a fine line between a good team and a contender.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Bobby. Real quick on Utah, because you mentioned them being one of the 5 teams with all the cap space. And we know they have a tough time attracting free agents coming to Salt Lake City, but there's been a lot of rumors about Lauri Markkanen. It's going to be a free agent after next season. Warrior fans are in love with the name. I don't even know how much basketball they've watched Lauri Markkanen play, but they're in love with him. He's a solid player. What are you hearing on the front with him in Utah? Are they looking to dangle him? And what type of price would he attract for the Utah Jazz? Are we talking multiple first-round picks, players? What about Lauri Markkanen's market right now?
Well, he's extension eligible in July, and then they can also renegotiate his contract with cap space, similar to what Sabonis did last year. So I think the goal is for them to retain him. They've been rebuilding for 2 years right now since they broke up that roster in Utah. So I would keep an eye on potentially them renegotiating his contract and trying to lock him up long term.
All right, Bobby, let's just suspend some reality here, and let's say I'm giving you the Warrior job right now. You take over as GM, and you got, let's say, a handful of moves. How would you navigate this offseason? What would be your priorities? Who's in, who's out? Just rat-a-tat-tat them, like hypothetically. And we're not going to hold you to this. I'm just curious how your mind views where the Warriors are at.
I would waive Chris at the end of the week, and I would probably go in a different direction with Klay.
Yep.
And I would focus more on my younger players. Now, what does that send to Steph Curry or Draymond Green? I don't know. That's something that Mike's going to have to figure out, and ownership's going to have to figure out. But that's kind of that. If I was there, that would probably be the direction I would be leaning towards.
What would you do with Wiggins?
Well, I mean, I think certainly if something comes around, I don't know if I'm in a position just to dump them. I don't think they have to do that right now. Certainly, if you're getting off of Chris's money.
Yeah, I wonder what Wiggins' value is around the league because a lot of people are up and down. But Bobby, look. You need perimeter defenders. If we learned anything about these playoffs or the last few playoffs, perimeter defense works. You need it. Boston had it. OKC had it at some point. Minnesota had it. You need some wing at the point of attack. So, I'm with you. I wouldn't just give up Wiggins for anything. I just don't know what type of player you could get back for him right now after the season he just had, Bobby.
Well, he's got one less year on his contract. So you can, that's one, the less the better. But yeah, I mean, I think it's, as you guys know, it's hard making trades to get equal value or better value. As I said, I think if you just wanted to get rid of his contract, you could do it and maybe it will cost you, but I don't think that's the direction you want to go in.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bobby. Bobby, thanks so much for the time today. I know you're a busy man, but that you brought a lot of clarity about the cap, about the mid-level, what happens if they let Chris Paul walk and Klay Thompson walk. But we're kind of all in the same camp. We think changes will be made. Just don't know how big the changes are for the Golden State Warriors. Bobby, thanks so much for the time, man. We really appreciate
it. Guys. Thank you. Talk to you.
Great
Absolutely.
Stuff.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, former GM with the Brooklyn Nets. So here's the deal. If Klay Thompson walks and they waive Chris Paul, they get under all the aprons. First apron, second apron, they'll have $30 million. They'll be $30 million below the tax. So they can use 12.9 mid-level exception, and then I'll have the $4.7 million exception to get a player here. So
you can get two really solid players.
You could get possibly two solid players if you let those guys walk. And it's an avenue for the young players to play. And Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD, of course. You got Looney back. Now, that's a contract you may be able to move if you don't want Looney, but he's back at $8 million.
What about GP2?
And you could move that as well, $9 million.
I have a hard time thinking that they just, and I get his point of view because he's looking at it from a flexibility standpoint, which I totally understand.
Just makes you more flexible.
Absolutely. I totally see that. I have a hard time thinking that they stand pat with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but you got to make sure you get some. Boy, you get a stretch three for him. A guy who could hit the three.
That's what I'm saying. Lauri Markkanen's not that bad.
Yeah, but you just heard what he said, though.
Yeah.
Markkanen is extension eligible.
I know.
And Utah's probably going to try to build around him.
Well, that's the thought. That's why you got to sweeten the deal.
So if you do try to go after Lauri Markkanen, you're probably parting ways with Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Danny Ainge ain't playing that.
Well, yeah, but if I go get Markkanen, I'm giving you at least one or two first-round draft picks. That to me, I would surrender way faster than I would surrender.
He's probably going to want like 4 lottery picks.
Well,
you're doing that for Lauri Markkanen?
I don't know about 4. I mean, 7 was Paul George. He was all NBA.
Danny Ainge is a stickler. We know from his days at Boston.
We'll see.
He's going to want top. He's going to want top dollar. Now, Lauri Markkanen sounds good, but then now you're playing him at the 5.
I've established that I don't think I don't think I like TJD starting at the 5 long term and playing 30 minutes a game alongside Draymond Green. So, I think they need a shooter. They absolutely need another shooter, and they're going to need to inject some shooting in there. If anything, just to free up the lane for Jonathan Kuminga. Otherwise, it's going to be a packed paint for Jonathan Kuminga if that's what they want to do.
So I don't know about playing Markkanen and Draymond together. I don't know how that works. Lauri Markkanen sounds good. He could play. I'm not saying he's a scrub. He's not a scrub. I just know Danny Ainge, from what we know about Danny Ainge and how he loves to hoard picks.
Oh, yeah.
Are you willing to mortgage all these picks? I'm sure some fans is like, yeah, do it. You got to do it now. You got to maximize Steph Curry's window. Got to do it now. Now, what would they want? They're probably going to want Jonathan Kuminga. If I'm Utah, I would want Jonathan Kuminga. I know I can't get free agents. I know I can't sign free agents on the open market. My only avenue to courting a good basketball team is by drafting and developing and extending them within my team. And then there's a shelf life. And then at some point, you're going to have to move on like Donovan Mitchell or Rudy Gobert. You're going to have to trade those guys. I have a hard time seeing them try to make a move with Lauri Markkanen without asking for Jonathan Kuminga. And now you have Wiggins, Draymond, Curry, and Lauri Markkanen to start as your foursome. And maybe
but
Wiggins,
the money's got to match up.
The money's got to match up and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So now you're giving up more stuff.
Well, I don't think you need GP2 anymore. I mean, that's one thing that if you're not going to be some team that absolutely has to have a lockdown perimeter defender to offset both Klay and Steph Curry's deficiencies. To me, he's a redundant part or a part that I would rather see what Moody has than try to salvage whatever you've got with GP2.
At some point, you're going to need GP2 to defend. He's still one of your best defenders. The problem with GP2 is he's been hurt a lot. And I get it. He's got to hit the open 3 when it's presented to him.
Look, he's got to hit the 3,
but GP2, you got to realize we're talking about point of attack defense, guarding on the ball, shutting down the ball. Well, that's a guy who can still pick up 94 feet. I know GP2 left a sour taste in a lot of fans' mouths, and he doesn't play a lot because he gets hurt. And that's the problem with GP2. So then you ask yourself, would Danny Ainge want to take on GP2 as well?
Well, Gobert got traded for 4 first-round draft picks, and he was, 2-time defensive player of the year, right? And so I don't think it costs you 4 first-round draft picks.
But also Rudy Gobert was also a flawed player. A lot of people are like Rudy Gobert because you not only gave up 4 first-round picks, you had to take on that money.
Well,
so a team had to be willing to take on that money with Rudy Gobert,
which is what you'd be doing with Markkanen. Right?
Markkanen, you would have to extend him.
Well, that's going to be taking on money. Right. That's baked into the equation.
You got to extend him, and I don't know if you're going to extend him to the point of a Rudy Gobert, where he's making $43, $44, $45 million a year. I'm just looking at it from the other side.
No, I know, but I've suggested I'm getting a little because I've suggested 7 or 8, and I want to know we can't. We're not keeping Wiggins. Who are they trading for?
What are you frustrated about?
Because I feel like anyone that we bring up, we're talking about the flaws.
We're just having realistic basketball conversations. No, we all agree they have to swing on something.
But what is the player you're looking for? For Wiggins?
No. I'm just saying, I don't think you could get Andrew Wiggins. You could get Lauri Markkanen for Andrew Wiggins.
Okay,
and I don't even know if I want to trade Andrew Wiggins. That's what you were playing the game, right?
Yeah, I
don't
do.
get why you're getting frustrated.
But wouldn't you agree that you have to give to get, and there's going to have to be a risk on either end of it? When they traded for D'Lo, he was not a coveted player, and then when you traded D'Lo for Andrew Wiggins, it was 2 teams trading guys that had clear flaws for each other, and you're throwing different stuff back and forth. That's how these trades happen.
I don't get why you're getting free. I don't get why you're getting frustrated. We know you have to give something. We know that. And that's why I suggested that you have to give up maybe Jonathan Kuminga to go get a Lauri Markkanen.
And what I'm saying is that I'm not giving him up, and I would swing for Markkanen, and I do think that Andrew Wiggins is going to be a part of that to get the money right. And so, again, if I have to surrender future draft picks, so be it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But I don't think it costs 4. We have to do a cost analysis. Fine. If Gobert's costing 4 and he's a 2-time defensive player of the year.
Let's get somebody on from Utah. Call Tony Jones. We'll call Tony Jones and get him on tomorrow. What is Utah going to do with Lauri Markkanen? So we could nip that in the bud. I don't get why you're getting frustrated. We're just having a conversation.
Well, I mean, I feel like every single suggestion over the months, it's like we poke holes in it, and I'm looking for solutions. This is what we've asked the fans for solutions. And so if you're going to trade for someone, you have to swing and make a move. You have to do something, And so the way I'm viewing this, standing pat, if like he said, what Bobby Mark said, allowing CP3 to go, allowing Klay Thompson to go, and rolling back with Andrew Wiggins, I think that would... Wow, I think that'd be very deflating.
I don't think anybody wants to run it back. Number one, I don't think anybody's talked about running it back. Now, we've got some calls people want to run it back. I personally, I don't know what's coming out of my mouth for the last 6 months, but I don't want to run it back. I don't want to run it back. I'm going to make myself clear one more time. I don't want to run it back. And I'll make myself clear on another thing. I'm okay with Klay Thompson walking. I'm okay with that. I think he's still a great shooter. He's going to have value around this league, and somebody's going to come up on a player who's shooting the ball very, very well. There's also a possibility that Klay comes back because the market may dictate for him to come back. And then how are the fans going to feel? It certainly feels like the fans aren't going to like that, right? They're not going to like that.
It depends on what the number is and how it works itself out. And then what are the other moves you make? Like, in that hypothetical, Klay comes back, you can't come back with Klay and Wiggins and Draymond.
That's what I'm saying.
And something's got to change a little. And I don't think that just allowing CP3 to go and allowing Klay Thompson to go, I don't think that satisfies anyone.
And then I haven't even gotten to the conversation of how does Lauri, because I throw this at you and you get frustrated. I said, okay, you're in the Western Conference and you get Lauri Markkanen, who's a nice player, who's going to stretch the floor.
You're better offensively.
You're better offensively.
Instantly, yes. And I think that they need to just lean into one side of the ball and just figure it out. Either you're going to be an elite defensive team or an elite offensive team and just hang your hat on something.
You're better offensively, but are you better in the win-loss column? Because, again, when I say Lauri Markkanen, and I say, okay, that's fine. It all sounds good. Spadoni and I were having this conversation. This is early in the season. Early. They had played the Lakers like twice in a week. I watched them play up in Portland. And I remember I quit to say, man, Lauri Markkanen gets a lot of hype. And I don't know.
Well, of course he does. Spadoni was just offensive player who plays on a crummy team and gets the freedom of shooting anything he wants.
He played with so I'm looking at him. I'm looking at the Western Conference. And I'm saying to myself, damn, how effective will he be against, again, these are the bigs in the West.
You're DeAndre not, but that's the reality of where the Warriors are at, though, is that beggars can't be choosers.
Okay.
So when you're making these deals, you have one guy who literally is not reliable for you.
Here's where we're differing.
Have to just get something.
This is where we're differing. I'm not just going to make a trade just to make a trade.
Well, I think the Wiggins situation is so bad. It harpooned two full seasons. I think it's so bad they have to.
I'm not going to just make a trade just to make a trade and just say, hey, let's make a trade and make a lateral move and be left with the same squad, basically, and have the same results. If I'm going to make a move, I need to get better. How do I get better?
Did you know that they were getting better? Because I think there was a lot.
Andrew Wiggins?
But I think a lot of people disagreed. When they traded for Andrew Wiggins, just hear me out.
Go get the sound, because I'm with Willie Sandretto.
But did anyone else agree with you?
I don't care if anybody agreed with me. I don't care about that stuff. If I'm right or wrong, I don't give a damn.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Is reality.
I have my opinions. You have your opinions. Fans have their opinions. When Wiggins got traded here,
but that's the same scenario that's playing out now. Some people will think it's an upgrade, and others will say it's not an upgrade. They have to do something. They have to swing.
The reason why that fit worked was because he was a small forward that we're missing. I don't necessarily know if they need another
a shooting
stretch
big
five
alongside Draymond. It's clear.
Then you're starting that backcourt, and I'm saying that's going to be problematic here because now you're asking Draymond to play the 5 again.
Of course, but
and
now you're asking to play the 5 with a bad back.
Now you're asking him to play 5 with a bad back. And you obviously he couldn't even last with that one.
I mean, look, Draymond's going to miss games because Draymond misses games. You can't protect him over every single thing. They have TJD. We all think he's probably best suited as a backup. That's the job of the coach, is to manipulate the lineups and figure out a way to make it work. And they're going to be flawed somewhere.
Can you get Bobby Marks on what he just said? I just asked him about Lauri Markkanen. Can you replay that answer, please, on what he just said about Lauri Markkanen? Because I don't even know how we got into Lauri Markkanen. What he just said. He ain't going nowhere.
Well, he didn't. But he
doesn't know. He doesn't know. So, I mean, sure. Let's go with Big Smooth. Big Smooth, what's happening?
The draft is tomorrow. It's just a new page. You know what? I had a thought, and Bonte, you kind of touched on it. I'm kind of okay if Klay walks.
Yes.
I mean, he's not going to go out there and average 40. I mean, we know that. He's going to have up and down games like he did with us. But here's the thing, and you brought up GP2. Yeah, very disappointing considering, the expectation. But we're going to need him because, remember, there's going to be a healthy John Morant coming back. He's to me is tailor made to try to deal with John Morant. Yep. But I'm we can't have Draymond Green playing center for long stretches of time. Even if we go out there and get pieces, sometimes we're just better with pieces. Maybe a JaVale McGee coming back, or maybe the guy Rashad Holmes, or let's bring 3 or 4. But and then also let's clean up this bench. We can't bring Ty Jerome or whatever type of Ram players back. Let's clean up the bench and just have people on there that can play, man. Let's not have somebody who's on the bench that we know may not be in the league next year. How about that? That's the bar. If we guessing if you're going to be in the league next year, we're not signing them. Because it seems like the last 2 or 3 years we've had guys that, I don't even know. Look at the guys that were on our bench last year. They're not even in the league right now.
Well, they couldn't. Big Smooth. I'll let you finish here. Part of their finances was it was very difficult to add anyone off the bench who wasn't making league minimum. It's just they didn't have the mid-level which they hoping to have this year, and the one that goes slightly below it. There's a $12 million one and a $4 or $5 million one. They didn't have that, and it's very difficult to lure those guys when you're not a championship contender.
Bench was pretty good last year too. Go ahead, Big Smooth. Finish strong.
You need to hire somebody like me who can go shop at Ross. Find you. Sometimes grocery outlet will have the better deals. You got to go in there and know what to get. That's all I'm saying.
Got to find those diamonds in the rough at Ross, no doubt. Just for less, baby. Let's go. Let's go to real quick. Luke in San Francisco. Luke, we got Rich, and then we'll get to Kevin. Zach, low sound before we end, and we'll be back tomorrow. I want to get Tony Jones on to talk about Lauri Markkanen, though, and then we'll replay the answer in a second. Luke in San Francisco. What's happening?
Not much. How you guys doing today?
Good. This is fun.
Yes, definitely. I love the conversation. Obviously, I don't know how achievable some realistic targets for this season would be Trey Lyles, Kelly Olynyk, and Georges Niang. They're all unrestricted free agents. Kelly's not really can't hit a 3 very well, but
set a good screen though.
Them, just between them, I feel like those are a realistic option in center, and 2 of them can stretch the floor and kind of help out, with taking away all of the pressure from Steph and stuff like that. I don't really think we can get into a name yet on who's going to be the savior until we know what we're going to do with Klay Thompson. And I don't think Paul George is the answer there, but, hopes and dreams for next season, I think, is what we're working with.
Cue up that Wiz Khalifa, baby. Hopes and dreams.
Well,
hopes and dreams, baby. Cue up the Wiz.
If you have the $12.5 million mid-level, the 2 names I keep coming back to, Monty Morris and KCP. If, for whatever reason, Malik Monk only got $19.5 million. Those are 2 guys that I think we're looking for $20 million, right?
They
per
may
year.
get lowered.
That's what I'm saying. So having that ability to be able to have that $12.5 million might get you one of those kinds of players on a 1-year prove-it deal.
So now you're talking my language, because KCP can be had. And you add him to any backcourt with the way he defends, and we know how he defends Steph Curry. Now you take away a defender against Steph, and you have a great defender in this Western Conference against guys like Jamal Murray and Kyrie. Now we're talking.
But he's a guy that I think OKC would probably be looking at as well, and they have more quote unquote money that they could give him, that kind of thing. But
he's a champion.
Those are the kinds of names like Monty Morris, and
I'm good off Monty Morris, but
I'm just thinking of guys shooting guards that could come in on the cheap.
Let's just stop there. KCP. I don't know if he's going to come in on the cheap.
Well,
he's going to
want to get paid. $25 million.
So he may not come for the cheap. He may not be coming for $13 million.
But there's not a lot of teams that have $20 million available.
I understand.
And because of the first
Orlando may say, here you go, KCP.
I can see KCP, who's already won 2 championships, too, cashing out with a team that's just not going to be very good.
Yep. He wants to get paid.
Although he strikes me as a competitor, though. I don't know. I mean, there's a whole money aspect that you can't quantify.
Let's get to Kevin and Martinez real quick, and then I want to play Bobby Marks on Lauri Markkanen. Kevin and Martinez, what's happening?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we got you. Bobby Marks. Or no, let's go to Richard Daly City then, Bobby Marks. Richard Daly City. Hey, by the way, call was not good. Your reception was terrible. You weren't ready to go. You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Shout out to Brian and the crew. Richard Daly City.
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Oh, man. Another day, another dollar.
Right on. I think I got the solution that kind of blends both of your points. So we all know the repeater tax. It starts off between 140, 170 is the range, right? You let CP3 and Klay go to get us to around 140. So then that gives us about another 20, 30 million to play with. Then you trade Wiggins for a big, either Vucevic in Chicago because everyone hates him over there, or even Allen maybe. We go call Atkinson, throw us a bone a little bit. They're at 20 mil. 20 mil for Wiggins, 27 to 25 mil. So it frees up a little extra money. Then you sign CPK or Buddy Hield to throw in for the second line. You got
Let's go.
Shooters there.
I'm with this.
And then that's what you use. Come back if you want. Sign another big or draft a big, whoever else you want, and then you draft. Then you sign Klay.
What was
That's hopes and dreams.
Oh, I was like,
that's hopes and dreams.
I didn't know what was happening.
Hopes and dreams. We're all dreaming. We're all hoping.
Of course.
We're all hoping. Lauri Markkanen. Bobby Marks or Lauri Markkanen.
I'm on the Rainbow Bridge.
What's going on?
Well, he's extension eligible in July, and then they can also renegotiate his contract with cap space, similar to what Sabonis did last year. So I think the goal is for them to retain him. They've been rebuilding for 2 years right now. Since they broke up that roster in Utah. So I would keep an eye on potentially them renegotiating his contract and trying to lock him up long term.
Helen, Utah they were in the hunt for the last few playoff spots, and then they just shut it down. They said they just shut it down.
I mean, the Warriors. I was getting.
They would have leapfrogged the Warriors if they wanted to.
It was them and the Rockets. I was like, oh God.
So maybe they feel like they have something cooking there. Who's the guard? Who's the guard left there? Who do they have?
Sexton.
Colin Sexton. And Lauri Markkanen. Colin Sexton could play.
Who was the guy that Minnesota drafted in 2022 that they traded there, win the Gobert deal? Who was the guy?
Well, they also have
Keller or something.
Oh, Walker Kessler.
Walker Kessler. Thank you.
Kessler.
I was trying to think of some of the guys.
Walker Kessler. They also have Keontae George as a point guard. They got some young talent up there.
Keontae's not bad.
Keontae's pretty damn good. Keontae's going to be a player here, but we can all hope and dream. What's he brought back? Buddy Hield?
I mean, we might not scoff at it. I mean, who knows, man? We might need it.
Might as well keep Klay.
He had a game for the Sixers there.
Yeah, but Buddy Hield, like the difference between Klay and Buddy Hield is Buddy Hield can cost you way less.
Maybe.
And if you bench him for a week or two straight, there's no emotion from the fan base or anybody attached into that.
Call Kitty Caraway. Get your thoughts on Buddy Hield.
Oh well, trust me, I know he's all over the Sacramento. He did have that moment in Philly.
He did have that moment. Did they lose that game?
Probably.
Did they lose that game? All right, fast.
He was hitting though.
Fast five. He was hitting.
It was like a first half only.
Like LeBron, what's his name? LeBron Smith against Jordan. He was hitting in that one game in Chicago Stadium.
Lonnie Walker.
Lonnie Walker had that game against the Warriors. That fourth quarter against the Warriors. I'm still depressed over that. Oh my God, that was a terrible show the next day. Oh, that was hard. That was really hard. Spinotti's
might have been your finest work, I think.
No, Spinotti had a straight face. The whole time. Alice Styles in here getting mad with Laker fans, tweeting at him. Hey, they're all on my Twitter when you're saying dumb stuff on Twitter. No wonder they're at you.
Who is he a fan of again?
I felt like Herm Edwards. I think I told him, I was like, don't press send, bro. Just don't press send.
Don't press send.
What did he press send on?
Everything against the Laker fans.
Oh, well, yeah.
You came down with the Laker fans. Even I know that. I don't even go at them. You kidding me? I'm good. All right, fast five. My final thought is going to be a minute long. It's going to be a minute long.
It sounds like they're emotionally prepared for the possibility. And I think there's some hurt feelings on both sides that need to be mended for this reunion to take place. We're going to know a lot on Friday. June 28th, there's a deadline for Chris Paul's contract to become guaranteed for $30 million or for the Warriors to essentially waive him. In between now and then, the Warriors can work to find trades for Chris Paul that bring back somebody who can help their team. If they bring in another high-priced player, it just becomes financially very difficult for them to keep this whole team together. They don't want to pay this gigantic tax bill for a team that struggles just to make the playoffs. And Klay, look, everybody needs shooting. He can fit anywhere. It's just a matter of, like, who has the money and the means to go get him and give him a role that he wants. I look at Denver, for instance. If Kentavious Caldwell-Pope leaves Denver, is that a fit for Klay Thompson? But they might not be able to get to anything above the little baby mid-level exception, which is $5 million. Is that enough for Klay? What's his priority going to be? Money, winning, going back to Golden State. Romantically, my romantic soul wants these three dudes to play together forever. We don't always get what we want.
Hurt feelings. Feelings are hurt. Feelings are bruised.
Rolling Stones.
And now divorce is going to happen.
Always get what you want.
By the way, Kitty Caraway texted us. Yeah, go get Buddy Hield.
Yeah, exactly.
Laughing at us. Go ahead. What's your final thought?
I don't have any.
Lauri Markkanen
thoughts.
Lauri Markkanen. Hey, Tony Jones. Call Tony Jones tomorrow. I want Tony Jones on. We're going to get to every market on who's available, who's not, because I want to nip this in the bud. Hopes and dreams, we could all have them like Wiz Khalifa. Let's just not get delusional about certain things, all right? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. There's my read. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Trust me, Xfinity is the best out there. My internet has been flawless with Xfinity. All right, that's it for us. Guru's back. Guru's back. We're getting more talk about basketball and Klay Thompson and Golden State Warriors next with Steiny and Koo. Forget my opinion.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday, July 8th at Fremont Bank. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is limited.
Cal Credit Union. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally in.
Yay!
You know, now we got Luka Akua.
Wow. All righty. Guru's back.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Wow, Spadoni coming at me early.
He'll do that, Spadoni. He'll stick it to you. He doesn't care that you're coming off a sickness.
Man.
What's up, buddy?
What's up? I'm back. I turned you guys on. I had COVID for what feels like the 100th time, but shout out to Dibs, the only one here at the job that checked on me.
That's not true. That's just not true. Now, why would you do that right off the start?
You know what? Who am I, Dorothy Danridge? Who keeps a list of who checked on you? But Dibs called me, but you checked on me, buddy. You, Evan, and Spadoni. So you guys weren't even there. But yes, Donnie, health is wealth. I don't know why I keep contracting this thing, but I'm telling you, Wednesday's show, I think at halftime, the 12 o'clock hour, it felt like somebody was sticking my stomach with needles.
Yeah.
And for 2 days, it's just, we take for granted when you just, hey, I'm bored. Well, you're healthy bored. Donnie, I'm telling you, man, I'm back.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that Wednesday, I was kind of pissed. You were terrible that day. You were awful, and I was like, "What
now, I thought I did a good job playing hurt."
No, you did. See, you told me you were hurt. I'm sorry. You told me you were sick right before the show, and I forgot you said it. So then halfway through the show, I'm like, "What is going on with Goo? He's just not himself." Then I saw you leave, and I was like, "Oh, that's right. He's banged up today."
Damn it!
So I spent 2 days afterwards telling people that
you took a shot at me. I turned you guys on when I could.
That's a sign.
I was bedridden. You look cute. You got a haircut, my boy. Look at Stoddy. You look fresh. Take the compliment.
Bonte made fun of it.
What could he say? What'd he say?
He said, that's an old man haircut.
Oh, my God.
Meanwhile.
Dick Van Dyke.
Meanwhile, if Bonte's going to say that, then I have to share with him, the woman at the bar said, wow, who's this young guy who just walked in?
There you go.
Evan, you heard that one, baby.
Oh, boy.
Yee.
Chuck, what up?
All right. What do you think? Haven't talked to you in a while.
First, tell me what I missed. What you and Evan held it down.
Well, I mean, there's two big stories, I think, right now. Klay Thompson and the Warriors and Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers. I'm starting to get the sense, and it feels like it's percolating. Maybe Klay's not going to be back.
Wow. And I'll tell you this, Dottie, being bedridden and just reading everything, every article from here in the Bay, just national, it just feels and sounds like there's a lot of acrimony around the Klay Thompson situation, and I don't like it. And I remember Evan asked you and I, when you put out that question about Ayuk and Klay together, the odds, I had both of them leaving. Again, I want to be wrong, but the energy that is around, there's nothing going on with Klay and the Warriors. I don't like that. So we'll see, Stoney, and we haven't heard a peep from Klay, but I'll say this. Yeah. If I'm Klay Thompson, and I said it before, you gave my counterpart, Draymond Green, 4 years,
and we've done and made the same contributions, and I have, if not more, with my excellent shooting pre-injury and after. You gave him 4 years last summer, and you're going to give me 2? So that's cause for pause. And then on the flip side, what if they're telling him, Steiny, we don't see you, Klay, as a starter? We haven't talked about role. So if I'm Klay Thompson, that would piss me off. It would piss me off that you guys moved me to the bench. I'm still holding on to that. But Anthony Slater and all the guys at Monty Poole that are in the weeds on this thing, Steiny, it just feels like nothing's going to come about. Like this could be boys to men. End of the road. End of the road.
Yeah, they're from Philly.
Yeah, Motown Philly. Back again.
What do you know about it?
They were a damn good group.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it feels like people are reporting that there is a little acrimony between Klay and the organization. And my first thought would be, I think I kind of know why, but why? Okay, they asked him to come off the bench. He came off the bench. Then he got his starting job back. Yeah. Is it that? Is it the fact that Draymond got 4 years last year and Klay's only getting offered 2? I don't know.
Would that bother Matt Steinmetz? That would bother me. I'm just keeping it real. That would bother me, Steiny.
I can just answer, if it were Matt Steinmetz and I were Klay Thompson, I would absolutely be, you've got to be kidding me.
No doubt about it,
You've got to be kidding me that a year ago you offered Draymond Green,
who opted out,
4 years. 4 years, and you're not going to give me something similar. Yes, I would not be happy with that.
Okay.
Especially given the circumstances of Draymond getting that deal after he punched Jordan Poole, and then the first thing he does, his first year of the contract is get suspended for 25 games. Yes, I would not be happy about that if I'm Klay and they're trying to get me for 40 to 50 million. I get it. Draymond might be a more effective player now, but if I'm Klay, no, I can't. I'm not taking half as much as Draymond.
Man.
So that's just me. Maybe Klay's different. Maybe circumstances will change. Maybe he won't get any lucrative offers, and maybe he'll be back with the Warriors. But the way people sound, it feels like people are bracing for him to leave.
And I'll tell you what can't happen, and I told you this in the green room, and I mean it, Steiny. It can happen, but what cannot happen is the Warriors miss the playoffs next season. I am not talking about 3 or 4 years from now. I'm talking about next season. There cannot be a repeat. And can you imagine we go into the first Warriors season in umpteen years where, not injury related, there's no Klay Thompson? How weird, one, would that be? Two, there's noise about Paul George, Butler. I heard the crossover yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and I'm not mad at Willard for bringing up Kevin Durant by any means necessary. Malcolm X, however you can do it, do it. I would do that. I've shared that with you all. But just imagine that, partner, the end of an era in regard to Klay Thompson not being your 2. Man.
Yeah, it's possible. It's absolutely possible that that could happen. I'm not seeing it, E.
There's a super chat from JJ in San Jose. Klay wants starter treatment and money, and the Warriors are saying Matumbo.
So they're doing what
Klay,
I'll give you too, Evan. They're doing what you said Joe Lacob's known for, Steiny. If they're going to stick by their guns and they're not going to tap into that sentimental stuff, that's killer mentality.
That's
cutthroat to me.
When I listened to Dunleavy yesterday, like, I'm asking Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy was brilliant yesterday.
Tell me why.
Because he said nothing.
Oh, okay.
He said very little.
No, he said one big nugget.
What?
Internal. We got some young, I'm like, hey, Mike. Or is that his verbal poker face? That's verbal poker. You like that? Verbal poker?
Well,
he said that with Jordan Poole. We love him. 2 minutes later, he was out of here.
I'm out.
So, what I heard Mike Dunleavy say, and this is kind of where I'm at with the Warriors. I heard Mike Dunleavy say, we're not sure what we're doing.
Ooh.
We could go down a lot of different roads, and we can be convinced of anything. And then I got to thinking about this. This is the first offseason, I think, in about 10 years where I almost think the Warriors, they don't have a plan. They're getting the situation dictated to them. So last year, for example, they thought they still were a championship contender. And they went ahead and they acted on it. They re-signed Draymond Green. All right? They're not there this year. Clearly, if they thought this was a championship team, they would be extending Klay Thompson. There's no doubt about it. But they know they're not, or at least they think they're not. But what I heard Dunleavy say yesterday is, hey, if we can get Paul George, we'll try to get him. If Jimmy Butler's out there, we'll try to get him. I almost think if there's 2 young players out there, we try to get them. Like, they don't control the offseason anymore. Wow, man, they just don't.
You know what? And for Warrior fans down there, I tell you what, that's a scary proposition. And Kawakami during that presser asked Dunleavy about possible trades, and I believe it was TK and Mike talked about you can't pull one over in this NBA anymore on other teams. And I'm like, well, to me, Steiny's not trying to pull one over. You're trying to get better, and hopefully when you do a transaction, both teams benefit from it. But Monty Poole wrote a great article about what Mike Dunleavy said in regard to how hard it is to make a trade. Like, they do happen, Steiny, and it's just, what are you willing to part with? But we had the great Fitz on. He went viral for his energy about the Warriors got action. But Steiny, he talked about that premise based on Klay Thompson being a Warrior.
Well, he also talked about that, saying if Draymond Green, he said if anybody doesn't think there's a 53-54 win team with Draymond Green, and it's like, well, I don't think it's a 53-54 win team if Draymond plays all last year. And this is the last time I'll say it. If you think there's a 53 win team and you want to operate as such, then bring Klay back and see if you can tinker, but I kind of dare you.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Well,
facts. I'll tell you what, another big nugget for me, Stouty, put some honey mustard sauce on it. I got to tell you, Chris Paul has to do them a solid. I mean, he has to delay this, this decision on what they're going to do with him. And if they do go that route, that tells me, and if I'm a Warrior fan, I'm going Jim Carrey, Stouty. You're saying there's a chance. If they flex on that and they get him to help them, to me, that means they're in the lab trying to conjure up something.
I'm sure they are. And that's not to dismiss what you're saying. I'm sure they're trying everything under the sun, and they're listening to every name under the sun.
Man.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
Name a free agent, name a trade target. They have made calls on them, okay? They are being very, very aggressive, okay? Like, most of them, Kevin Durant, calling Kevin Durant. Lauri Markkanen, calling Lauri Markkanen. Paul George, calling Paul George. Name somebody out there. They are being very aggressive. Now, can they actually turn anybody, can they actually bring any of those guys in? I don't know. They tried to get Alex Caruso. He ended up going to Oklahoma City.
Wow. I mean, what if I were to say, you can't get Alex Caruso, how are you getting any of the big names?
Ooh. Well, we don't know why they didn't. I love that. We don't know why they didn't get Caruso.
Because they couldn't put anything together better than Josh Giddey. That's why. That they wanted to part with. I'm sure the Bulls said, give us Kuminga, and they said no.
Well, that's what I mean. For Caruso, Kuminga is no, that's not worth it.
That's
Before
fine.
Durant.
But Caruso's in Oklahoma City now.
Yeah, or PG-13 or Butler, then, then we can talk.
I mean, I just think that
this is the price of a dynasty, partner. We talked about it.
That's my line. It's my line.
I swear I came up with it. You liked it, and now
you still think they're in a dynasty, so you can't even use it.
You don't not make the playoffs.
Please.
Snotty.
You know what the funniest thing? You know what's the funniest thing you've already said today? Yeah. This is the funniest thing you said today.
I'm on the pitch count. Don't fight today.
I've seen him for an hour. The funniest thing he said. Oh, the Warriors can't not make the playoffs next year. Dude, they're closer to 13 than they are 5. They're closer to 13.
According to how you look at it. If you look at it through the Fitz prism, which I am, if you don't do a damn thing and you bring Klay back, how many we're at 50-something wins maybe.
What?
We're a 5th or 6th seed. Or, I forget the win total. You're a 5th or 6th seed if you're looking at it like Fitz. And something there.
I'm not looking at it like Fitz. I do not believe this is a 53-win team. Here's what I believe. Right now, they need to make some moves.
Oh,
I'm not sure what they are.
Ramona, aggressive.
Well, again, like, what do you think? If they're a 53-win team, why are they being so aggressive? Wow. They should be a 53-win team then. I agree. Let me hear.
Stoney, maybe they're. Go ahead.
This is what Tim Legler said. Take a listen.
Bottom line is this. People want to talk about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors contending. I just don't think that's going to happen if you run it back. I don't think you can run it back with this core and think that that's going to happen in the Western Conference. So you have to build around the margin, Zach, and I don't know what exactly that means and what that looks like, who they get rid of, who they jettison off, what they replace it with to stay competitive around Steph Curry.
That's Get Up on ESPN, Tim Legler. I mean, I agree with him.
So that means, and it's nothing personal, Steiny. If you can't run it back, Klay Thompson is that means that's a big part of who you are. You got to say bye.
Well, that's not all you
oh yeah, that's not all you're going to do. That's just part of it.
Exactly. So I mean, look, Memphis is going to be better. Houston is going to be better.
San Antonio's going
to be better. There's going to be some teams that fall off a little bit. But I think it's true that the Warriors are probably, like Ramona Shelburne said, in on everything under the sun. But they don't have a lot to offer. They just don't. And if they're going to really covet Kuminga, well, he's their biggest chip.
You gotta use it.
Why?
Because you're trying to get back into contention. And maybe 4 years from now, we're like, Lake Up, they're having dinner and they look around like, damn, we should have kept them. But good God, Steiny, this is not easy, man.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
But this is what I made clear yesterday. And you can tell me at 888-957-9570 is the number. But here's what I'm not in favor of, and I haven't been in favor of it. Give me the name. Paul George, Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant. Right. Those are 3 35-ish-year-olds. I'm not giving up Kuminga for one of those guys. I'm just not. I am not under the illusion that, and let's say Klay's back under this circumstance. Let me just ask it to you this way. Do you really believe that if the Warriors run out Steph Curry 36, Jimmy Butler 35, Klay and Draymond 34, that they will be able to compete all season long, get a favorable seed over the course of 82 games, and then make a big-time run of the playoffs, which take 2 months?
Sonny, I do.
I don't even think. I think it's a pipe dream. I would never bank on that. I just wouldn't.
But and I'm not mad at that thought process, but everything's a risk. You got 19 and 20-year-olds tearing this or tearing that. We never know about the injuries, but we're talking about top-tier conditioned athletes who, birth certificate-wise, your point is hammered home.
Exactly.
But Steiny, they know what time it is. They're making decisions almost with the trust element and the one part that you bring up where you can't really Jalen Green from the Rockets, he's not even in his prime. He could go down with the injury.
But he's less likely to, Goo. The other thing is, forget injury. They're all on the downside.
But don't you want to ride it out on the downside with the hope we did everything from an organization standpoint for it to what I mean?
So again, let me ask you this. You've got Butler, Steph, Klay, and Dre. You're going to bank on. They're all going to play 70 to 75 games. You're going to be able to lock down a 4 or 5 seed. Then you're going to enter the playoffs and be able to make a run at running the table. I don't see that. I mean, I just watched the playoffs. Yeah. These young teams are just suffocating teams.
Well, I'll tell you this. Go ahead.
It's time to get younger.
Yeah.
Or it's time to play the younger guys more, I think.
But what if you call, again, I know you don't like this, but it's real, Stoney. What if you call the lieutenant in by the name of Stephen Wardell Curry, and you tell him that you're timid and you're trying to get younger on his watch. It's almost like, and I know some people hate it, but a lot of people agree, you owe it to him to go all in.
Right,
and
I'll
say this. If you run it back, you're running Steph the Ferrari with 100,000 miles on the odometer into the ground if he doesn't have another superstar around him. You bring in a Butler, Durant, or a PG-13, Steiny, he's working. He don't have to work as hard. That's how I look at it. You know, he's work. You know what I mean? And then I'll give Willard his props on this yesterday. He does have history of being in this system with Steph and that rapport. How much is that worth? If you could get a Durant, like I would risk Kuminga in his future on that.
Yeah, I
just would, Matt.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You know I'm serious when I'm calling you Matt.
There's no chance that a core of 4 34 to 37-year-olds is going to be able to last the whole season, play at a high level. And, like, to me, if you have those older guys, the only thing you can do is load manage during the regular season. Well, that's going to put you in the 7th spot. Yeah, you're making a run from the 7th spot. I don't think. I just think, I got to tell you, and I'm not, look, they can do whatever they want. And I get it, Steph. This idea of throwing away 4 years down the road for something now. Okay, how about this? Dude. Okay, so you're okay. Everything and anything for Steph. Everything. Oh, whatever Steph wants. He averaged 23 a game after the All-Star break last year.
26 on the season.
He shot 42%.
I hear you.
If that's the Steph we get, it's over.
But why can't I'm not mad at
because
that, but why can't I be proactive?
Because he's 36.
Say, what if we get the guy
because he's 36.
All right.
Because he's 36. Right. And
But that's not set in stone, Steiny. I get you.
No, it is set in stone that he's 36.
Okay,
that is right. set in stone.
No doubt about it.
It's also set in stone that he's going to be 37 next year.
Right.
And I'm sorry.
He needs help. And you're saying, I'm buying some of it. He needs help.
You can't give him enough help. You got to start to move on.
So I feel like if you were in a boardroom right now, you would be going around telling Warrior fans, here, sip this. What is this, sir? You would say a concoction of, it's about to not be pretty.
My goal would be to win more than 46 games next year. That's it.
But quit thinking about a run. Quit thinking about the WCFs. Quit thinking about a chip.
Well, why would you think about a chip?
Because you got Steph Curry and Draymond Green right now, and you can add to that.
888-957-9570 is the number. How you handling the Warriors off season?
Man.
I mean, what do you do with Klay Thompson?
He's too old.
I mean, I'm letting Klay walk. I have to. I don't want to, but I have to.
I don't think that kills them though, because that's just the start of it.
Yeah. I would have let Draymond Green walk last year.
I don't want to speak for you, and I missed you guys. Hey. Steiny, it feels like you're saying, hey, Dub Nation, just prepare. It might be some turbulence.
Yes. Of course. They're at the end of a dynasty. Like, there will be turbulence. There will be.
Wait. They're at the end? So it's still going.
You know, I just say that. You know why I say that? I say that in order to avoid trolls. Oh. But yeah, this thing's over. It's over.
Well,
and the longer you keep, like, they
Ramona,
just keep putting
saying
back.
They're aggressive, Steiny. They don't believe it. That's what we like to hear. Like, yeah, and he called for LeBron. I know, but that wasn't going nowhere. But that's letting you know, hey, it may not work, but they're going to try it. And if you're not willing to give up Kuminga, then you're going to run it back.
We have a fundamental disagreement on what Jimmy Butler or what Paul George or what Kevin Durant does for this team. And I don't think it launches them into contention. You know why? Because they're still old. They're still too old.
But you got some young pieces that would still be here.
I just don't understand how you could have watched Minnesota, how you could watch Boston, heck, how you could even watch Dallas and think with one, like, that the Warriors will be able to better compete against these teams even though all these other teams are coming into their prime and you're coming out of the prime.
Well, I'm not mad at that, but that goes to the Fitz model. Were the Warriors was that really the Warriors, the 10th seed? And that's what they ended up with. But Draymond,
then sit tight.
He ruined the season.
Yeah, then sit tight.
Draymond Green ruined the Warriors season. How about that? Because they might have been a 6th or 5th seed. And we would, even if they didn't go deep, we would feel better about them competing in the West.
Right. But none of that happened. And they are the 10th best team in the Western Conference with 2 teams behind him or 3 teams behind him that everybody thinks is going to be better. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know what? What do Warrior fans think? Guru thinks they get a big boy in here. They could make something happen. I'm more of, I think it's time to move on. My problem not bringing Klay back. There's other things I might do, but the idea of bringing another 35-year-old in here, I think I'm out on that. How about you, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. NBA Draft Day is almost here, Warrior fans. It's Steiny and Goo. We're going to be live at Chase Center on Thursday for Day 2 and Golden State's 52nd overall pick. Steiny and Guru live at Chase Center this Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
Hitting the road this summer? When you download the Fuel
RJ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru, he's back. Yes, he is, ladies and gentlemen. Daryl the Guru Johnson. The official out count, 3 days. 3 days. We thought we'd have him back yesterday, but you know what? We didn't want to risk it. Bring him back too soon. Pull a hammy or something like that. You know what they say? Let that hammy rest. When it feels better, give it another week.
He's doing something with the boss right now.
Oh. All right. Warriors offseason essentially feels like it's begun. Kevon Looney's back at $8 million. And the one thing, Goo, I was thinking about with Looney, they could have waived him and just paid him $3 million and he would have come off. But I do think there's something to this. Peyton, $9 million. Looney, $8 million. Kuminga, $7.6 million. Moody, $5.8, and even Podziemski, $3.5. What I'm getting at there is those are 4 or 5 salaries that you could use to pair with a $25 million player like a Wiggins, and that's how you get the salaries to match up with somebody who's making a lot of money. Like they could do something by putting Wiggins together with Kuminga or Looney or Peyton and get that number up to 45 or 50, and then they could theoretically bring in a player making 48 or 50, like a Butler, like a Durant, like a who's the other guy?
Durant, Butler, PG-13.
Paul George.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I love the math, but I will say this, and I've stood up for Kevon Looney. And you talk about, one of the takeaways from the playoffs, rebounding still matters. I feel like the Warriors collectively failed Kevon Looney. How could a guy that eats up rebounds like Pac-Man eats tablets, how could he all of a sudden not be a fit? That's a head scratcher. And you know what? They may have exercised that $8 million for him to be a part of something down the road. But damn it, Steiny, if this team is going to compete and get right back, Kevon Looney will play on my team. So I know I had been out, and they kind of went away from Kevon Looney. I didn't understand it. And again, I'm just telling you, we know what he specializes in. He's been a big part of 3 of the 4 chips, rebounded. Don't tell me Looney is washed and he can't help you. You make him fit, and I like
small
the news.
Potatoes. Kevon Looney is small potatoes.
See, you think
he doesn't move the needle one way or the other. Yeah. If you have him, great. If you don't have him, you're not devastated. Kevon Looney is not going to be the big
part of the championship runs.
You got to give that up. No, he's not the same player.
It's not about that. I'm looking at guys, and half of them, I don't know how good they are. My point is, I know what Looney brings, and rebounding still matters. He's got bricks in the pocket. I'm not telling you he's Moses Malone. He can be a piece. And Steiny, if we find something out in a week that he was part of a package, I would understand it. I'm just telling you, I think you are selling Looney short.
I'm not selling Looney short. He's an afterthought. He's a 9th man. He's lost something. Anybody who watched him last year knows Looney was not the player he's been. Let me guess. Can he bounce back? Oh, he'll be better next year, even though he's getting older. Like, that's what I'm not subscribing to anymore. I'm not subscribing to, well, Looney wasn't very good last year, but you know what? He's going to be better this year. It's like, that's just hope.
Yeah.
Looney's
look, I'm not telling you he's Kareem, Steiny.
He doesn't make any difference.
Why'd they bring him back if they don't trade him? Because he's got some value to what you do and what you've done.
He's a 9th man.
That just doesn't go away.
What's the 9th man?
And he never jumped out the gym, so it's not like athleticism was the problem.
Well, it is the problem.
It's getting those second and third shots.
The problem with Looney is 4 years ago, he could keep a guy like James Harden in front of him. He can't keep anybody in front of him. He didn't last year. Let's go to Trucker George. Trucker George is in Oakland.
Beep.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Talk to us.
Hey, I want to bring up a name, and it's because the narrative nationally is people don't want to give us what we need, to go to the next level to be championship relevant. So we're going to have to start looking at lesser options. A name I want to bring out there that's soured in New York, forward/center, big man, with a bad attitude, supposedly, is Julius Randle. Now, his number right now is at $28 million, and, it's maneuverable with these contracts. smaller deal. I know he'd take a discount or take a 2-3 year deal, hoping to make a bigger contract at the end of his season. I just want to know what you gentlemen think of that name and maybe the fit, as it not giving away the young core, maybe moving forward in another direction.
Well, Trucker George, you're hitting on something that's kind of right up my alley, and it's this. I guarantee you, you say Julius Randle, and most Warrior fans will be like, no.
I go pick him up from the airport.
He'd be their second best player right now.
I go pick him up from the airport.
They're not, like, Warrior fans think they can do better than Julius Randle. Right. They just do. And, I mean, was it last year? I mean, Wiggins' name would come up and the actually be like, hey, get Jaylen Brown. Wiggins and a package for Jaylen. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go get Lauri Markkanen. How? He's under contract.
I hear you.
It's like...
Fan is short for fanatics. It's like, just make it happen. You know? Well, and I tell you,
it's not a strategy
they've ever had to use.
It's not a strategy to me to hope that Draymond, Steph, and Klay and Looney get better next year somehow, some way.
Can I ask you a question? And I think I know. Do you really believe right now on this Tuesday Draymond Green is untouchable? Let's say they didn't even want to part with Dre, but to get one of those big boys, they said we need number 23. Do you think he's untouchable?
I don't think he's untouchable, but I don't think people are going to be beating the door down to get him. Other teams. I mean, if you're a lousy team, you don't want Draymond Green because you don't want to bring him into that kind of environment.
And I think about the finals, and I know a lot of people didn't like it. The ratings were down, but the bottom line is, and their cores were younger, the Dallas Mavericks, they got over because Kyrie kind of self-sabotaged himself, but he's 32 years old. They made a trade, got him. They went to the finals. Boston Celtics and Brad Stevens made a trade. They brought in Drew Holiday to a younger core, Steiny. But the impact of those two trades can't get lost.
Drew Holiday's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So, he's a hell of a player, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. All intent and purpose, the Warriors offseason has started. My feeling, I just don't want this team to get older. I think this team getting older goes nowhere. I don't want to bring Butler in. I don't want to bring Kevin Durant in. Wow. I mean, unless you can drop them basically onto the team for nothing, which you can't do. But I'm sorry. I think we've proven here in Golden State that the core isn't a championship core anymore.
But
I'm sorry. That's the way I feel.
I hear you. But with a little enhancements.
No, a lot of enhancements. They were a 10th seed. They were the 10th best
I want to say
team.
with extenuating circumstances, but they were the 10th seed. But Steiny, I think, again, if Klay walks, it's kind of, and people might not like it, what do you owe Dre and Steph? And when I talk about enhancements, that's to go, get somebody that could come in, a high caliber player, and help. And I'll say this, Steiny, about the age thing.
You know what?
Thursday, they're going to get younger. They're going to make a draft pick at Thursday. They're going to get
number
younger.
52
Right.
might not even make the team.
But what if he could? Again, I'm being proactive. What if you get what Pods gave you and what TJD gave you?
Okay.
No, I'm just like, there's a possibility that guy might end up in Santa Cruz, or he could, help.
I'm going into the draft with no expectations. At 52, there's a better chance the guy won't play than will play at 52. Miguel's in Hayward. Hey, Miguel.
The stack.
What's going on, man?
What's up, you guys?
Hey.
Hey, the Warriors need to start a coffee and just realize that, we're getting older. And, by just watching the finals, it was so much young talent playing in the playoffs. So, they need to just, wake up and just sign these young players that are 25 or 26. Hopefully they get that tall center guy from Utah. I don't know his name, but I'm pretty sure you guys know his name. But hopefully we see what we could do tomorrow. And then, KD will give us the best chance to go to the playoffs again. but we see what happens. I just want to say that I love y'all show. You guys take care.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, Miguel.
You're talking about marketing, right?
I would assume, or maybe Walker Kessler.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Here, you know what? Here's what.
Shout out Brad Kessler.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. Here's what I kind of believe right now.
Yeah.
Forget about championship or anything like that. I got 8 players here. What foursome would you believe in more right now? Dre, Steph, Klay, and Looney, or Trace Jackson Davis, Pajemski, Kuminga, and Moody?
The first.
Yeah. That's fine, and I think most people would. But what I'm saying is, I don't think there's a monster difference between those two. And I want to see, like, you guys realize that if the more Klay plays, the more Draymond plays. If Klay comes back, the more he plays. Looney's now in the rotation because he's great. The younger players are going to play less. Are we really doing that again in 2024, 25?
No, I guess it's about, is the dynasty really officially over? That's the fear, and that's how I'm looking at it. And I keep thinking of Austin and San Jose, who always talks about, Steiny, how good are our young players? And it feels like you're saying, let's just use the season for a tryout.
Right.
But that's a big-ass difference from being a threat in the Western Conference.
They're not a threat.
But they're operating, or they're trying to operate, Steiny, we think, like they still are. There's still something in the ketchup bottle.
Well,
you're saying throw it out, it's over, and
have
I get
fun
it.
with that.
We're about to see.
How many times do you have to see the Warriors run out Steph, Dre, and Klay? Another year? Didn't you just give them 2 years? They won a title. Okay, let's keep it together.
Yeah.
They didn't make they made the playoffs. The following year, they didn't make the playoffs. You want to do it again? Do it again.
But
I'm not going to stop.
We're going to do it again with one of the guys, Draymond, not missing 25 games.
That's what you think.
I can't fight you on that, but you know what I'm.
You're so like, why are you so naive like that?
Because
you're the only person that would go into a season assuming Dre's going to play 72 games.
The Warriors are doing it, and they've been doing it, and they signed that contract thinking he was going to play more than what he did last year. So don't just put it at my doorstep.
My point is, My point is, you're still saying, well, Dre won't get suspended next year. How do you know?
It can't happen again.
Okay, well, if you say it can't, then it can't. Okay,
but
take it to the bank.
I see where you're going, but don't just put it at my doorstep.
No,
put it on Warriors Way, right down the street. That's on them too, because they empowered him when they re-signed him for $400, and he stabbed him in the back.
Yeah, you going to empower him this year again? Apparently, you are.
It's already done.
We don't know that. We don't know that. The bottom line is they made a mistake with Draymond Green.
And that may cost him Klay Thompson.
They just did. Well, and you know what? It might. Yeah. It might. Savala in Richmond. What's up, Savala? How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Love the show.
Hey.
So happy to be tuned in. I have so many things I want to say. I'm just going to try to focus so I can get them all out. First, you asked we're doing in the off season.
Savala, you got to call back. You're breaking up. I'll get you right on. I'll get you right on.
Hey.
Let's go to
who we got?
Justin's in Oakland. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man? Wow.
Hey, I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
What's up, baby?
All right. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, so I really think that next year could really work out if they keep the core and just play less, if that's something he wants to do. They lost a lot of close games last year, which could be fixed. I think that Kuminga is going to get better. I think that Dre is going to miss less games. I actually see this team making a much better run. I see some things changing.
Appreciate the call, Justin. Yeah.
So what we would be, let's say nothing happens, Donnie, but Klay walks. So we'd be looking at a starting five of Pod, Steph, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Dre.
Okay.
I'll be watching. Like, I'm not saying that's dead, man. I'm like, I know you're looking at me like, are you serious? Like, There's some what was all depending on what Wiggins we get. If we get a productive Wiggins, and Kuminga takes the next step,
right?
Okay, Pods is Pods. I'm watching.
Right, and let me tell you what I wouldn't do as a GM. This is not the way I operate. Okay, what do we need to be successful next year? Well, Steph's got to play better than he played in the second half.
Yeah.
Okay. Draymond's got to not be suspended and stay at the level of play he's at. Okay. Wiggins has to be a different Wiggins than he's been the last 2 years. Okay.
That's the scariest
Kuminga's got to get better within the team framework. Okay. Looney's got to turn back to, what are we doing? I don't believe all those things are going to happen. I just don't. I've watched the NBA too long. Guys who are 35, thank you, don't get better. They don't. They don't get better.
Okay.
I just don't think they do.
I hear you. And I don't want to, I hope you don't think I'm operating from Candyland.
I think
But we're talking about two transcendent players that I feel like they were so great. They're not what they were, but they're still great. That's LeBron James and Steph Curry. Okay. I am adamant that Steph Curry is going to take it out on the league, how he played in the second half, and him being home watching the playoffs. Like, you're laughing at that.
I am laughing.
I mean that.
Okay, so in his 16th year.
See, I don't care about what year it is.
In his 16th year, Steph Curry's going to come out and play like he's 25.
If with a little tweak or some help, Steiny, I'm telling you, it's consistency.
You know what, Goo?
He is the last part of what's ailing the Warriors on my list. I think that's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's fine.
He is my last thought.
That's fine.
And 26 is 26 points a game. That's what that was, Steiny. If you look at the metrics, he slipped in the second half, but he didn't have much to work with.
Oh, I just think it's so incredible that for 10, 12 years, Steph's the best player in the team.
Yeah.
Durant, he's the best. And now he doesn't have enough help. Maybe what you're really saying, Goo, is the Warriors need to get a player in here better than Steph. That's what I'm actually hearing.
I wouldn't be. I mean, hey, I don't think he would be against that, but, I mean, that wouldn't hurt, Steiny. And is Kevin Durant coming in here? Would he be better than Steph at this juncture? What you see from KD? I would call it a tie.
You know what I would say? It doesn't matter. Like, it kind of doesn't matter.
If you get him with one of those dogs, it does matter. The Warriors are a problem again.
No, they're okay. Well, all right. They're a problem.
If they get one of the big boys.
And they lose Kuminga.
Yep.
Where's Klay? Is he back?
Gone.
Who's playing? So you're going to go with...
Let's just say it's Durant. Durant, Curry, Dre, TJD, and Pods. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, what? That's 40 wins.
Hey,
how you getting over 40 wins?
Roll the ball out, man.
Oh, my God. It's like you haven't watched the last 10 years. It's
last season hurt me. You know that.
Savala is back in Richmond. Hey, Savala.
Hey.
Hey, guys. Thank you for letting me come back on the air after that funky call. I'm just thinking, Guru, I'm usually with you, but I feel like you're living in a fantasy world, and I hate to say that as a fan. But the thing is, like, Steph Curry, basketball is a team sport, right? So Steph Curry is like a Ferrari engine, he's transformational player. But if you don't have four wheels on the car, it's not going anywhere. If you have two wheels, it's not going anywhere. If you have three, tinkering is not going to cut it anymore. Nobody's in their prime, and what that means is the margin for error is razor thin. Unless everyone is playing at the top of their game, things start to fall off the rails, and it's just inevitable in the NBA. There are injuries, people have bad nights, people have bad stretches, but there's no room for error when no one is at their prime. So, I mean, I hate to say this as a fan, but I feel like, you get older in life and you realize that sometimes the right decision doesn't feel good, right?
Wow.
The right decision here is to just move on. And it doesn't feel good as a fan to say that, but Father Time is undefeated. And we may have that Ferrari engine. We may have one or two wheels, but we don't have everything we need to make a run anymore. And I'm just thinking, like, I'm excited for the Olympics. I want Steph to get his gold medal. But as a fan, a Warriors fan, I'm also like, this dude's going to be tired. Like,
hello,
we're already going to be starting at a little bit of a deficit, you know, because he's going to be tired when he gets home.
I feel
and
that.
I just think, like, I watch the whole season with my 8-year-old daughter. She's a fan too. And I've just been thinking about how when they lost that play-in game and the season was over, she looked at me and she said, Mama, I'm so sad, but I'm also kind of glad it's over because this was a horrible season to watch. So it's just, we've got the Ferrari engine. We don't have all the other parts. It's time to move on. It doesn't feel good, but sometimes that's the right decision when you don't have anyone in their prime anymore.
What a great call.
That's what's on my heart, and I love you guys so much.
I
and
love
thank
you
for
back.
taking my call.
Thanks, Savala. Appreciate it.
She knows her cars, but Savala, I got to tell you, if you got a good engine, you're still in the game. It's easier to go get the other stuff as opposed to the engine being done, Stoney. The engine is the heart of a vehicle. So you still, what I don't want to have happen for myself and Dub Nation, the Warriors 2024, 2025, it's about the young guys. We'll see how good they are. Roll the ball out. Oh, my God. No.
Well,
I'd rather take chances and risk
That's
future
not a chance.
careers.
That's not a, what you're doing is not taking a chance. What you're doing is doing something you know how it will end because we've seen it 2 years in a row. Like, to me, I think you know what? If this were your lineup, Steph at 1, Pods at 2, Moody at 3, Kuminga at 4, Trace Jackson Davis at 5. In other words, I'm just doing this for effect.
Yeah.
Curry with the 4 young guys. I don't necessarily think that's a worse team than Curry at 1, Klay at 2, Wiggins at 3, Draymond at 4, and Looney at 5. Like, I wouldn't say, oh, well, if we go young, we've got no shot.
Now,
well, if you go old, you've shown already that you can't get it done the last 2 years.
I'm not mad at you, Stoney, but I think Steph would say hell no to that. And you could be right. It might be better, but that's just that. Look what Ramona. Listen to what we're hearing, Stoney. They're trying to go big game hunting.
Of course, why not? I mean, that's every
to maximize what's left of Steph's career.
Every team's going to try to get Paul
We're talking
George.
about 2 years. Yeah, right. You're right.
But let's see if they can do it. And again, if they do it, it doesn't mean snap of the finger they're back in contention. I don't believe it.
And as a fan, the dynasty is going to end. We all know it. Savala, we know the end is coming.
Apparently it's not.
No, it's about
because
how
not when
you
we
go
extend
about your
Klay.
business and you can accept losing knowing, hey, we went and got Paul George. We mortgaged Kuminga's future. He may be the next Scottie Pippen, but it won't be on our watch. I think people can process the non-winning if it doesn't work or manifest in a chip or a long run, knowing, hey, you did right by Steph Curry and Draymond. You went and got ready-made guys that got reputations of being a winner, Stoney. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you feel better about what you did at the end of it. That's what this is about.
Well, let me tell you what it also is about. It's about Paul George looking at the Warriors and saying, why would I go there? We're not winning it there. Those guys are too old. I need to get with a younger team. Paul George doesn't think if he comes to the Warriors, they're all of a sudden the favorite.
Well, hey, Paul, you didn't win in L.A., buddy.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
Exactly. So why would he come to a worse team? An older team.
It's a worse team before he arrives, Donnie. It's about what are they? And Savala, I keep going to her, mention, hey, you're coming to a team that already has an engine, buddy. This might be the easiest basketball Paul George has ever played. It was for Wiggins in the 1 year.
Stop saying that.
In the 1 year it worked.
Steph
they won a
is
chip.
36. Why? So just real quick, just what you said. Yeah. He's playing with Kawhi. He's playing with Harden. But this here with Pods and Draymond will be the easiest basketball he's ever played.
I love Kawhi, Stoney. Right. Kawhi ain't Kawhi.
Well, Steph ain't Steph either anymore.
Well, he'll be there for the playoffs, unlike Kawhi Leonard, who's done Paul George a disservice every time they get to you know what I mean? He's like he's unavailable or
gets hurt. Did the Clippers make the playoffs?
They did.
Did the Warriors?
No.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts.
on 95.7 The Game.
Guru's back.
I hope you're not mad. I feel like you're getting mad at me. No. Like, it is not me you're mad at.
I just think you're crazy.
A lot of people like, Guru, welcome back, but you're in denial. That hurts. I got to fix my camera. Steiny, the organization is telling you they're most likely going to go down my road and other Warrior, the Fitz model of trying to do something with the big boy. But like, don't get mad at me is all I'm saying. I know you're not, but I'm with Austin and San Jose. If you're going to tip the ball next year and we're just going to find out how good Moody and Pods and then what is Steph he'll break out in pimples, acne. If that happens, you can't do it that way. It could eventually get there, but you got to sell it or make it look like we went and got you something, Steph. Let's hope this thing works. And when it's all said and done, we did right by Steiny. We tried to get you what we thought.
Look, everything you say, I disagree with. I just do.
I believe it.
You're still hung up on this everything for Steph. I'm out on that.
Wow, man.
Somebody called in yesterday. It's about the Warriors. It's not about a given player. That's where I'm being real.
I'm cutting you off. When did this start? I'm being real about it's not about Steph. I'm just asking because
with me?
How dare you? Yes, how dare you? This dude made you from nothing. And he still got you 26 a game. And Steiny, you're acting like he's got the blue placard handicap. Like this dude still can put up 26 and shoot 40% from three. Oh my God, Steiny, I feel like you're
supposed to sabotage 2027? I'm not doing that. I'm not. It would be like, you sound like me back in 90 watching Larry Bird lay on the sidelines and I think next year he's going to be back to where he was in 86. It's like, I don't believe it. Here's the other thing. I don't care if Steph's Michael Jordan. At some point,
wow, man.
And I don't think they owe him anything.
Oh, man.
He's making $55 million
but it's bigger
next
than
year.
That. Yeah, but what's Joe Lacob making? You know what I mean? Like, if we do that. But I hear you. That's nothing compared to what the Warriors are doing. And Steiny, we're talking about an all-time great, man. You cannot pull the plug on trying to do the microwave version of a quick fix. I know it sounds crazy. I don't think I'm by myself. You owe them something. And that's why, and I know there are reports, but I've been bedridden every time somebody's linked to the Warriors. And it may not work if they do try to land a fish, but you got to make it look like you're trying to give Steph some help. That's what this is about, Steiner. He has no help.
Unbelievable. Mike's in Berkeley. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Guys, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man, no problem.
Got a couple questions and a quick comment. I promise I'll be as quick as possible. Was Steph Curry a finished product at age 22? Was Klay Thompson a finished product at age 22? And why does Draymond Green get 4 second chances when a guy like Moses Moody hasn't even gotten his first? This guy's gotten garbage thrown at him last year from this coaching staff, and he's shined. He's shined. So my question is, do you think that this guy is in a gym somewhere working 8 hours a day, working on his game, and trying to emerge as the next superstar for the Warriors?
Which player, Kuminga?
Thanks for taking the call.
Kuminga?
Pardon?
Are you talking about Jonathan Kuminga?
Moses Moody.
Oh, gotcha.
Moses Moody.
I believe that.
Kuminga's got a small ceiling. I don't think he's as good as he doesn't have the basketball savvy that Moody does. Not even close. I know they play different positions, but I think Moody's got more upside than anybody on this team.
Wow.
And he's the second most popular player on this team besides Steph. So anyway, I'll take your answer off the air. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Moses.
Hey, Goo, if Steph says that Joe Lacob, let's re-sign Klay, are you re-signing Klay?
I'm being so real with you because it's bigger than basketball now. Okay. If he has that card to play.
Still.
And if he told me, but you could listen to what you're saying, that would be big coming from Steph. if I'm Joe and he said it, I would do it. And I gotta tell you this, just to piggyback on my own answer. I think he did that with Draymond.
Oh, how'd that work out?
And there you go.
Exactly. I like the idea. You know what? Maybe it's this. Like you're right. We've never seen anything like Steph Curry before. But the idea, it's not about Steph Curry.
Wow.
I mean, basically when you say it's all about Steph Curry, what you're saying is, to me, this is what I'm hearing, that you're willing to make a move that's a long shot to work out, knowing full well in 3 or 4 years you'll be in a worse position. I'm not doing that. I would not do that. That's just me.
And I'll tell you what, partner, you run the risk of how it looks now on the chessboard of being in that situation and still having Steph Curry. So to me, I don't think you can rebuild or do anything for the future, Steiny, until 30 is gone. And I think that's just the price of doing business. That is the cost of the dynasty.
The Celtics didn't do that with Bird.
Well, they had Len Bias in that, and that was a
San Antonio Spurs allowed Tim Duncan to come off the bench, take less of a role. I mean,
but he's so far from that right now, Steiny. Steph not being a starter and not making the All-Star team. Like, I'm not wearing Curry underwear. I'm being real. Again, and you know what? This is random, but as I was bedridden, I've said it 20 times, I thought of this about just where the Warriors are. Was it really the right move to say night-night to DiVincenzo? Or are you going to look me in the face and tell me, Steiny, Goo, that's small potatoes. They couldn't. Just think about the year Dante DiVincenzo had. Was that the right move for the Warriors to say bye? Because I'm thinking, man, had they had a dude that could hit a clutch shot, D up, just scrap, why wasn't he valued?
He had a player option. So he signed a 2-year deal with the Warriors, and he didn't get big money last year, so he had a player option, and he opted out. And he signed for 50-something million. You want him for 50-something million? They can't, because they don't have that kind of money. 888-957-9570 is the number. Woo! The offseason
is here.
It is here. It's absolutely here. And what are you doing if you're the Golden State Warriors? If you listen to Mike Dunleavy, they can go in any kind of different direction.
I know everything.
Let's go to May in Florida. May in Florida.
Hi, Steiny. Hi, Guru.
Hey.
I'm glad you're doing fine, Guru. I heard you've been down, but I'm glad you're up and about.
I appreciate it.
Hey. You're getting shown. Steiny, I want to ask this question about, I don't think anyone asks too much about it. You know, we have the G League, right? And those guys are groomed for moving up to the Warriors bench, right?
Yep.
Okay, we have Santos and we have Canero. They play really well, but they really wasn't utilized that much because of the time of the guys, our starters, playing whatever. But why don't we start in-house? I was always taught that if you start in-house and work on what you got, and we need a big person, we really need a center. And we don't have all that much money to give out to everybody. Why can't we work with that to see what you got? Because those guys are good. I'm talking about marketing and all these guys. It's going to take at least 4 or 5 players from the Warriors. So what we going to have if we give all these young players up? And the league is young. So what we going to do?
That's a great question.
What do y'all think about that?
Well, I'm not keen on moving a lot of the young guys. Now, if there's a right deal out there for one of them, I might do it. But the way I look at it is, if you think moving on is risky, if you think moving on is risky, to me, standing pat is just foolish. It just is. That you can
making a move for the next 2 years, that's not standing pat to me. That's kind of going all in.
Yeah, and I just, as a basketball strategy, after watching last year, watch the whole year play out, and then watch the playoffs. As a basketball strategy, I'm not getting older. That's my feeling. I think it is unrealistic to believe that 3 or 4 35-year-olds and above are going to be able to last the season and then play their highest level of basketball in April, May, and June.
See, I don't think you can get better without getting older from where you're at now. You obviously you'd want something to drop from the basketball skies of a youngster in his prime, and you could get him.
Is Steph getting better or worse?
He's getting worse. But
is Draymond getting better or worse?
Worse.
Okay, is Klay getting better or worse?
Worse.
What about Pajemski? What about Moody? Yeah. What about Trace Jackson
Davis? How much better for the youngsters?
But you know what the other three have given you.
Championships.
Okay, you're living in the past. You just are, and that's fine. You're living in the past, it feels like. And that's okay.
But you understand the premise of
I don't, because
in order to get better, they're going to make a move. If they did, most likely the number is not going to be a 25-year-old. It's going to be a 30, an older guy. Yeah. But Stoney, the age is just on the piece of paper, the birth certificate. Yeah. Jimmy Butler can still hoop his ass off. Mm-hmm. Paul George with Dre and Steph, that would be a problem.
Well, you think it is. You think it would be a problem. I don't.
So what do you want? What would you? I'm asking, and you told me. But Stoney, what would you like to really see them do?
I'd like to see them actually try to add a guy who's in his prime, somebody who's 27.
So he don't have to be a superstar. Doesn't have to be.
No. In fact, I've said this a million times. If Klay walks, I don't necessarily think we're worse. We might be. But let's see what Moody and Pajemski can do. There are other things outside shooting on a basketball court. I mean, Moody and Pajemski are better defensive players than Klay right now. Pajemski's
I give you that
5 times the creator. You know, Moody's better defensively. 888-957-9570. I want to play some of this Bobby Marks. Let's deal with Klay first. Bobby Marks on where Klay could go, if anywhere.
He's a 2-year guy. I'm on a 2-year contract. I think you can take the hardline stance if you're Golden State and say we're not bidding against anybody or we're not competing against anyone, or you can take the approach that some teams have done in the past where you're saying, we know that there's a limited market out there, but we still think this player has value and we still want to reward that player. So I think, and that's why I said, you have to be careful if you're Golden State here, because who's to say that Klay Thompson goes sign somewhere for $13 million? I wouldn't throw that out the window there. So listen, I think the best for him to probably maximize if he's looking for a big contract, it is probably in Golden State. It is probably somewhere between maybe $20 and $25 million. It's just a matter of if that's the direction he wants to go.
Bobby Marks.
Oh, man.
Bobby Marks.
And again, Stoney, I know I'm just a regular Samaritan here. How can I feel bad but it's basketball bad. So just a month ago, we were all talking, or the streets were, reporters, oh boy, the market for Klay, he might get 30. Not only are the Warriors or his current team, they're not having conversations. Now they're talking about the market is drying up, like other teams aren't willing to go there with them. And then I think of 3 the hard way. It might be the number annually, his role, and then the years. That's a recipe of night-night. If all 3 of those boxes are if they're that far off, that would explain what's being reported. Nothing's happening. I really believe they could come with the right number for Klay and say, we want you coming off the bench. And he's like, oh, hell no. That's a monster in itself. It is, Ayuk's is just about meet my number. Klay's is about, I'm just thinking, the role as well.
If I'm Klay, I'm not coming back. Why would I come? Why? Let me ask you this.
Let me ask you this. I'm with you, man.
People, why would Klay want to come back?
I told you I thought he was gone. Because of I want to wear one jersey. If you ask me to answer that's all I have.
And I think that's less important to him than finding a role and getting paid.
And Willard and Dibbs had his dad on. Willard has a relationship with Michael Thompson Stoney, and I'll never forget it. I didn't get out the card. Thank you, Evan. The way his dad was, I'll use the word guarded about Klay, I really felt like they knew that this can't happen, and right now they're living it. I just feel like it's a matter of time now, days, hours, before we find out he's gone. You're right. Why would a guy that proud, that's climbed the heights that he's climbed with this team, want to just look at what he deems lesser, taking this position for him to be coming off the bench? And he did it and didn't say a word. We knew he hated it, but then he got back in the start line.
Yeah, and that's almost more of an insult.
No doubt about it.
Thank you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Free agency, I'll tell you right now, it's essentially started. Let's go to Paul in San Jose. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Paul's in San Jose.
I'm doing pretty good, guys. What about y'all?
We need answers, man.
So, you guys both make valid points, and I'm kind of leaning towards Steiny. I mean, if you look at the West, Guru, be honest, do you think they can compete with the Wolves' physicality? Do you think they can compete with the Nuggets? Do you think they can compete with I don't know about the Suns, but the West in general, I don't think the Warriors are close to competition. So you have to I think there's some drastic moves to be made. However, the reason I called is I want to warn Steiny about saying you owe nothing to Steph Curry.
Mm.
Don't be the Patriots, man. They try to push Tom Brady out for 7 years. He leaves, he wins a chip, and Gillette Stadium is at 30% capacity last year. Do not be that franchise. I understand, yeah, it's bigger than one player, but if you're too hasty about pushing out your stars, I mean, unless you're willing to bottom out and just collect talent, you got to be careful about that.
I appreciate that, Paul. I'm not pushing Steph out under what I'm saying is, but I'm also not letting him run my franchise. I'm not trading him.
He's not your number one priority.
I'm not trading Steph. He's got 2 more years left. I'm not pushing him out. I'm not pushing him out at all. But I'm not letting him dictate the direction of the franchise.
Well, that's where respect comes in. It's almost nonverbal. It's like, you know who I am. I'm going Kevin Durant. You know who I am. You know I need something. It's obvious. Everybody can see it. I need some help.
Yeah, we'll try.
Klay walks.
We'll try. We're going to try, Steph. Now get out of here. Like, seriously. Hey, Steph, we're going to try to make our team better. Hit the pipe.
Okay.
Seriously.
All right. I got some for you. You played the Ramona, the great.
A player. Joe Lacob said it himself. They're just players.
But actions speak louder than words. Ramona said, Steiny, and I'm asking you what this word means to you. She said they're aggressive.
You know what? They were linked to Dwight Howard 2 years after Lacob bought the team. That's like the MO. That's what everybody says. He's going to make phone calls. He called LeBron. They're going to look, I'll tell you right now, as long as Joe Lacob owns the team, every time there's action, we're going to hear the Warriors are active.
All right,
They just don't. So what?
I think that means something. Even if,
I don't think it means a damn thing unless they pull something off.
Well, it's the Farhan model. Hey, we tried. We just couldn't get it. Like, I think for fans, it's like, you're telling me there's a chance, but you never, you know what I mean? Like, the optics look good. And I think you need the optics when it comes to Steph Curry and just making sure you're sending him the message like, dude, we know what time it is. We know you're not 25. We know the end is near. You know, I'm talking 2 or 3. We're going to do right by you and try to get you something in here like a Paul George. And if that means you think Curry cares about Kuminga and his, he would never say it, about his next 3 window? Hell nah, he's trying to win now.
And that's why you don't let Steph run the franchise.
That's pretty good. No,
so you're right. Steph doesn't give a damn about Kuminga. So does that mean we all don't give a damn about Kuminga?
I wouldn't. Kuminga would not be the reason I wouldn't land Paul George, Butler, or Kevin Durant, or marketing. It's just
he's a player, Goo.
Yeah,
I would,
But he's been your franchise, Donnie, for and you've won 4 rings.
He deserved it,
and you're one of the richest, if not the richest. But you and Dallas just think about what he's done. It's easy for us to say he's just a guy.
Right.
I think it's easy for you. That stuff
and it's easy for you.
That means something.
It's easy for you to say, just let Steph run the organization.
No, and I ain't saying it. You know what I mean. Get the guy some help. That's all I'm saying. I think that carries some weight. And it doesn't even need to be said. I think we'd be naive if you didn't think behind closed doors, Joe Lacob might be like, damn, paying him $51. We got to do this. But he knows I owe him that.
He owes him $55 million. That's what he owes him. 59 the year after this year. Like,
oh man,
what more do you owe Steph? You really owe him to trade Kuminga if that's what he wants, but you're skeptical about it. Joe Lacob and management. You really gonna do that?
I would, Steiny.
I wouldn't. Let's quick go to Lamont. Lamont is in Oakland. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing today?
Hey. Doing well.
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick. So unless the Warriors are getting LeBron James, and that's even, I say that with a tongue in cheek, they're not one player away. So they need a couple veteran players away. And honestly, when I look at the free agents that they get, these guys are not winners, man. There's a reason why these guys have been in the league for 12, 13 years. They're good players. Paul George is probably the third best player on your team if you're trying to get a chip. DeMar DeRozan? Are we really doing this? Like, when we're looking at the players who are actually available, Ojanobi's a good defender, but come on, man. Like, there's not enough talent in this pool that's going to put them over the hump. And it's not enough to leverage a young team, right? So when I look at what's happened this year with Steph Curry, yeah, he's 26 a game. He's still got some time left, but he needs two other good to great players, and they got to almost be better than him. Steiny, you said this a couple months ago, and I don't forget this. You said the best chance for Steph to get a chip is probably on another team, right? You probably got to move him to another team.
But nobody wants that, though.
Ready.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Right. I understand. I understand that. We don't want that. But I'm just saying, when you look on in the field that's out there right now, who is really going to push them over the hump? And the other thing is the style of play. The Warriors got those championships on a certain style of play. There's no free agent that's going to be able to fill Klay's shoes. Let's keep it on it. And Klay's not shooting the same way. They won on a 3-point style that they were the best shooting backcourt ever. I think we keep forgetting that it's not that easy to replace that. And then for 2 years they had Durant. So it's like, it's not that easy. Building this dynasty and keeping this going, man, they struck lightning, and that was a great time. But we got to remember in the reality of what actually happened. That was the best shooting backcourt ever. And then they added Kevin Durant for 2, and then they got another one with Boston. That would have been my swan song. That last one they got against Boston, I'm tipping my hat and I'm saying, you know what? We did what we came to do. Because that Boston one, Boston played. They should have won that series, but Steph and them boys willed themselves to that 4th championship and proved everybody wrong. But they should have you tip your hat and you say, you know what? We did that. But this thing is over, because I'm just keep real with you. There's not enough out there to get them back there, and there's too many young teams. Kevin Durant, guess what? He went home in the first round.
I know.
Paul George went. All these guys that we're talking about, look who's in the championship. Look who's in the championship this year. Luka's 25. Tatum and Brown. Them old guys can shoot and they're great scorers, but guess what? They're not bringing the chip home. Durant had Booker and Beal. Look what happened. Like these older guys can shoot.
I got you.
You can let him go, Evan.
I got you, Lamont.
Boy, that wasn't priest life. It was. I want them to send the message. Jesus, man.
And this is from the 415, and I guarantee you, whoever sent this is 25 years or younger.
Uh-oh.
Steph Curry is the Warriors. Steph is the franchise.
That's just, thank you, Evan.
What about it?
That's just.
I have a 510 number, don't worry.
Well, there's no such thing.
Because we up against
it's the Golden State Warriors, and Joe Lacob owes it to Golden State Warriors fans to try to make the Golden State Warriors the best team he can make it as quickly as he can make it. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto line, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Make this the summer to go anywhere and do anything.
he'll break out in pimples.
Look, everything you say, I disagree with.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who's back?
Damn! Oh, I got a bone to pick with you, too. I was bedridden, and I'm listening to you and Evan, and you messed up on a word. The great Evan caught you slipping with your vocab, and I'm sitting in bed and sipping my broth. Mia was making me broth. And I hear you say, well, Guru does that every day. That's going to get back to him. Yeah. I was on the bat phone. Yeah. No, I mess up words. I don't create new words. That's not what I'll mess a word up.
Well, you've gotten this story wrong already, but that's okay. It's fun. It's fine. Evan was the one who said he created a new word. That isn't a word, and I said, Goo does that every day.
And you said, that's going to get back to
Don't worry, I got him, Goo.
Yeah, you did.
It was a harmless parry. 888-957-9570 is the number.
You disagree. We're going to find out. What do
you, like, ask me what do I disagree with?
The fact that you owe Steph Curry the immediate, like, you got to almost mortgage this is going to be strong. No. You got to mortgage your future to maximize the next 2 to 3 years of Steph Curry. And it's so big, and people may not want to hear this, but I think a lot of people that know what I'm talking about, when you talk about family, loyalty, let me tell you what family and loyalty has gotten Draymond Green. A new contract that he didn't deserve from Joe Lacob, who told Tim Kawakami on the podcast that I look at him as a brother. Okay, Klay Thompson, this is different. But when we talk about Steph Curry and maybe Steiny, what you owe him, I'm not telling you it's right or wrong, but the loyal thing to do is, you know what? We got to ride this thing out, and there's really no reboot or rebuilding until he's no longer a Warrior. And I hate to bring this up. It is a nightmare of mine.
Hold on. Let's say he plays next year and he averaged 25 a game.
Okay.
He's due for a contract extension. Are you extending him?
Now that would be
at the max. Are you going to extend him for the max?
But hold on, I'm going to tell you something. Yeah. Do we make the playoffs or not?
Yeah, you made the playoffs. You won a round even. You lost in the Western Conference semis. Mm-hmm.
I would tell you right now, I would lean towards whatever the number is, we got you. But now I would be afraid of Steph saying, hey, I know where we're at. We may never get back to the mountaintop. Maybe you need to find a suitor for me and me don another uniform. But I think he's Jordan. Well, I think he's Kobe-like, Magic-like, to where he's going to wear one jersey.
Here's what I think about Steph Curry. I think when we talk like this, we insult him. And here's what I mean. I think Steph Curry is smart enough to know that having played in the NBA for 15 years and having watched his father play for 15 years and having the realistic head on his shoulders that he does, I don't think Steph Curry is looking at the Warriors saying, well, we can win it next year. Like, he's not that dumb. He's just not. He knows they're in a brutal situation. He knows he was part of a dynasty. He's got respect for basketball history. He knows that where the Warriors are right now is an extremely challenging spot. Very challenging. It's going to be really hard to make this thing happen. Whatever they want to have, get back into contention. So, like, I don't believe that Steph Curry thinks that, there are definitely moves out there where we can win it. I mean, I think he hopes that.
Right, no doubt.
But go ahead. You can't promise something to Steph that you can't deliver. Nor can he.
But it's
possibly.
But that's the beautiful part of the game, Steiny. The answers come from what happens and transpires game to game, night to night on the court. The point is how you feel about going into a season. And as honest as you were right there, if that's how Steph Curry feels, I get chills thinking that way. Then Steiny, the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is, if Curry's really being that raw, he's got to look himself in the mirror and say, you know what? I may be in the way. I may be in the way of this team rebooting.
I would. I absolutely would.
Or
if I'm Steph Curry and I think it's over, I might say to Joe Lacob, I'll be your get-out-of-jail-free card.
Now, that's happened in sports before. I don't think we're remotely close. Or, Steiny.
Remotely close. He's 36 years old.
I'm going to say this to you about how you just went into that, man. I just pictured Steph raw and uncut, if you were right. So let me get this straight. When it's all said and done, all the money, everything that Steph has brought, and the money that you paid Steph, the one thing Joe Lacob could say is, you know what? Man, I tried to trade to get Steph more top-tier talent to make one last run-ditch effort at it, and it cost me Kuminga. When it's all said and done, if that were to happen and they didn't win again or even get close, I don't think, even if Kuminga was a perennial all-star,
really,
when it's all said and done, you still won the Steph Curry sweep. Like, Joe Lacob is going to sit back and say, thank you. Let me give you a bow. That's what I'm saying.
A couple things. Joe Lacob would absolutely not take that. He would not take Paul George, no title, and then watch Kuminga be an all-star for 8 years. No chance. Like, how stupid would you have to be to do that?
That's on the table with whoever, if they make a move and it cost him Kuminga. That's on the table.
If that's the way they go, but there's no chance they go that way.
See, that's what, and I think
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing where you're completely underestimating Lacob. You actually think that he's going to bring essentially the same team back? No chance. Like, no chance.
Well, that's why we're here. Just Ramona again. That's why she's saying they're aggressive.
Right.
Like, they're going to do something.
They're going to try.
But for who do you really think it's for? Two guys.
Who?
Three. Kerr, Curry, and Draymond. Because I really believe they still think they got action.
Okay. Well, then, you know what? Run it back. Let me ask you, do you think Joe Lacob thinks it's a 54-win team with Draymond? I don't.
Do you think he thinks they're more a 10th seed or a 54-win team? I think he would say, I think we're more the 54-win team.
Knowing Joe Lacob, I think he looked at last year's team and said, we stink. We're 5-21.
You didn't bring Chris Paul in here thinking you were going to not make the playoffs.
5-21. That was their record against the best teams in the West. They can't compete with the best teams in the West. They were 5-21.
I get it.
Let's go to Phil Mo Mike. What's up, Phil Mo? How you doing, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, baby, what's up with you? I'm having an interesting conversation. Only one guru Joe has to be true to is himself and the investors. That's it. You feel me, Goo? You got to remember, Goo, you be talking all this, what you be talking? You be talking some righteous stuff. But my point is, turn everything around. No, listen, Goo, turn everything around. If you're the owner, right, you're Joe Lacob, right, and you're paying someone $55, $30 million, $28, $25 million, you ain't, what? Bro, you better get your butt out there and play. I don't want to hear none of them. Go practice your jump shot. That's how you would be, Goo. Honestly, if you're the owner, you're paying these people millions and millions and life-changing money and putting them on. But I'm just keeping it real, bro. And then at the end of the day, what are we talking about? This ain't no championship team. We talking about Klay Thompson. Or the disease of me is real. We out here talking about stuff that has nothing to do with winning ships. Nothing to do with winning championships. We need to mortgage Klay for 2-3 other players. It's point blank. We don't have enough bodies. We need more players. We may not be able to get the great players that we want, but we may have to get 2 or 3 other players. And another thing, somebody talk about how we won championships. I'm going to keep it real. We had a steady diet of great mid-range shooters, and we used to lead the league in dunks and layups, and we had Klay and Steph, the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. That's how we won championships. Not from hella three-point shooters. We had Sean Livingston. We had Mo Spates. We had jump shooters, man. And then money has changed Draymond Green. I can safely say that. I didn't want to admit that, but it has. And success has changed Klay Thompson. Only one that ain't changed is Steve Kerr and Steph Curry.
That's it.
Mike,
money's changed Draymond, and success and status has changed Klay Thompson.
No, wow. Well, he gave us the.
That was Dick Vermeil.
Yeah, that was Dick Vermeil. No, Mike, that was. Wow. But I'll say this to Mike. So Mike is a Warrior fan, a lifelong Dub fan. When you hear the Warriors linked to some of the big boys, doesn't that send the signal that they're going to die trying, or what they deem the right course of action is?
And do you think that's new?
No,
it's old.
But they're telling you we still think our dude, number 30, still has something left.
What they're saying is the same thing when Joe Lacob bought the team. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be aggressive. They're not any more aggressive now.
Well, the need is as the talent erodes around you and Curry, Steiny, it's a necessity now that you go replenish.
Well, you can't.
Well, you can if you get Durant. You can if you get Butler. You don't like their age, but I'm drinking the milk while you're like, this thing's going to expire in 6 more months. Drink the milk. We'll deal with it then. That's what this signals is. I'm not far off as a lot of people, as you think, in regard to they're trying to
run it back. I dare you.
No, run it back with better, another star, Steiny.
Well, that's easier said than done.
Right.
So what if you can't get a star?
Then it's running back.
Oh, Steph, I'm so sorry.
It's the Fitz model.
I'm so sorry,
with Klay
Steph.
or without. It's
Steph,
the Fitz model.
Oh my God, don't be mad.
No, stop.
Don't be mad. We tried.
It's different when you try and the Farhan thing.
Again, what is they've been trying ever since Joe Lacob bought the team. What is different now?
They're not making the playoffs. When they brought in Chris Paul and everybody just knew they were making it.
They made the finals and went out and got Durant. Okay? They have his reputation is to be aggressive. He's doing nothing this offseason that he hasn't done every single offseason.
But this shattered
Let me tell you what's not news.
This hurt his heart, Steiny, not making the playoffs.
Did it hurt it more than the last 2 times in 4 years?
I would say there was...
Which hurt the most of the last 5 years? Which 3 non-playoff years hurt him the most?
But there were injuries to say, you know what, that's why we didn't make it. That's why we didn't make it. We saw him and Raymond Ritter here at the station. We heard, I know y'all, Guru, you'll fall for it. No, that man really thought they had some. He never once in a million years thought they weren't going to make the playoffs. That's why I'm saying, Steiny, this is like the 1906 quake. To him, you telling me we didn't make the offs and I'm sitting with Steph Curry? I'm just telling you.
You're answering your own question in a way. Yeah, that's right, Goo. You're sitting with Steph Curry. You're sitting with Steph Curry, the guy who you continually say, well, as long as you have Steph, you got action. That's not true. You've missed the playoffs 3 times in 5 years. You don't automatically have action with Steph Curry. You don't anymore. You need more than Steph Curry. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach?
Coach.
Hey, Steiny, Guru.
Hey.
Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
And today I'm totally with you, Steiny. Guru, right now, the Warriors would not even trade Kuminga for Butler straight up. Kuminga is more valuable than Jimmy Butler. He doesn't move the needle, and it's insulting to lump him with Kevin Durant. I mean, that's not even close. However, Guru, do you remember in the Sacramento Kings game when a backup third-string guard picked Steph Curry twice in the middle of the court?
And he picked Wiggins, too. You're right. I do.
You know, so what Steiny is saying is this. The league has gotten faster and more athletic, bringing in old guys. Oklahoma City, Houston, they would run those old guys off the court.
But he's changed Draymond and success.
Uh-oh. That was Mike.
Hey, Coach.
No, I'm still here. Are you still here?
Yeah, we got
you. Go
ahead.
My bad.
Yeah, they would run him off the court, Guru. So you do need to play the young guys more. Steph would welcome Kuminga in the game. He would welcome Moody in the game. He would welcome Trace Jackson-Davis in the game because they would bring the energy out there, and Steph would not have to put out as much because they would be providing energy. You bring an old dog like Paul George, or you an old dog Jimmy Butler, an old dog Kevin Durant, you might as well bring back Chris Paul.
Coach, let me just jump in and you finish. All right, I know I'm operating, I won't say loser mentality. When Denver won their chip 2 years ago, they beat Miami. And you know who dragged Miami with nobodies to the finals? It was Jimmy Butler.
Eastern Conference.
It was Jimmy Butler. He took them to the finals. They lost to
Eastern
Denver.
Conference.
Oh, okay, but still, it's a feat, Coach. So I feel like you're selling Butler short on that. Like he is a dog still, and I still think he has something left.
You know, but Butler is redundant to what we have, Guru. Butler he's the same height and size as a Kuminga, Draymond, Moody. We need a big man, and we need a point guard that's really, really fast to stop dribble penetration. We need that really bad.
Wow.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate the
call.
call.
Coach. Yeah, he's down on Butler. Wow. I'm not, Steiny. I think Butler knows he's getting moved. It may not be here. A dog like that, he knows he knows what he did and how I think he's just getting his way out of Miami was almost so disrespectful. He knows wherever he shows up, it's go time.
It feels like if people had the choice, they would choose Paul George over Jimmy Butler.
Who would you choose?
I like Butler. I think he has more of a track record of winning.
And I like George Steiny, but he broke my heart. But he would be the third. He would be the third fiddle. Butler would be and
it doesn't like you don't think twice about the fact that Durant went nowhere in the playoffs. Paul George went nowhere in the playoffs. James Harden went nowhere in the playoffs. This year, Butler didn't even play in the playoffs because he was hurt. Like there's a theme. Curry didn't make the playoffs. Draymond Green didn't make the playoffs. LeBron James. I don't know. Did they make the play-in? I can't even remember. LeBron James, no factor in the postseason. Those guys, aren't they showing you those types of players that the league is leapfrogging them?
See, I don't want to go there yet because I know you talk about how long you watched the game. I think Kevin Durant, he didn't benefit from that whole team from not having a point guard. But when it was all said and done, I thought Durant did well for himself, even losing in that series to where you're like, you know what? Other things are going on. But you bring up those names, but they weren't together. And I think if you get Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green together, along with Steph Curry, that is way better than anything you could concoct.
Better than Booker, Durant, and Beal?
I guess I could say that confidently now, watching that fail.
All right.
Yeah.
Steve's in San Jose. What's up, Steve?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, man. What's going on?
Hey, long-time listener, third-time caller.
Thank you.
Wanted to touch on the Warriors situation. Not only, I think we should bring back Klay at a discount if needed. Most definitely. He's part of the culture. It keeps us winning. And then I also think a strong case for Jimmy Butler. Don't you forget in 2018 he challenged the Minnesota Timberwolves front office and he bullied the shit. Excuse me.
Yeah. Let's go to. It's going to cost you.
Yeah.
Good catch, E. Well,
you reap what you sow, brother.
Challenged Karl Anthony Towns and Wiggins.
Nah, he did more than that.
Yeah, he did more than that, Stein. Hey, Coach, you're one of my favorite, and he's critical of me too, Stein, but he's still one of my favorite. I think he sold Jimmy Butler short. Now, you're right, and you're going to throw something at me that's fine. I'll catch it. I'd rather you tell me Butler didn't make the playoffs from health reasons. That's better than being available and getting ousted like Phoenix did. Like, I don't understand what happened.
I don't care.
Yeah, but to me,
I don't care.
But to me, that's how I look at it because you brought it up.
Well, guess what? Butler only played 60 games. How are you going to be a 4 seed when Butler only plays 60 games?
Well, the gig is you hope that doesn't repeat itself.
Exactly. That's why I'm not getting older because I don't think you can keep walking that line. You keep relying on these guys. They're not going to be the guys.
Before you get to the next call, I got a Clay question. What do you think could be said to salvage whatever's going on that hasn't been said already?
$30 million a year. That's what you could say.
Well, that boy.
Yeah. Joe's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Hey, I'm kind of agreeing with Steiny, man. They cannot get older. If they get one of those old guys and they can do it without giving up one of the 4 core young guys, I say fine, but otherwise don't give them up. Guru, you're buying into a lie. The lie you're buying into that's driving me crazy is that if Draymond would have played the whole year, the Warriors would have been a better team.
Yeah.
They were 2 games over 500 when he went out, dude. And the only reason they improved in the second half of the season is because the young guys started playing. The last third of the season, it was because Trace Jackson-Davis, Pods, and Kuminga all started getting more minutes, and then they won. They were 500 with Draymond before he got suspended. It's a total lie that they would be better if he'd have played the whole year, and it's killing me every time I hear it.
Well, I'll say this to that. We don't say they would have went undefeated in the games he missed, but you feel like, all right, let's just say they were 500. You add that win total onto what they already had. Steiny, they're a 5th, 6th seed.
I don't live in fantasy land. I don't. And I certainly am not going to strategize in a fantasy realm.
Well, what land are the Warriors operating? Forget me. What land are they operating in now?
They are the 10th best team in the West. That's what I'm looking at them as. That's a fact. What isn't a fact is if they had Draymond, they would win 54. That's an opinion. A fact is they're the 10th best team in the Western Conference. And their most important players continue to get older. Not 30 to 31, not 31 to 32, 35 to 36.
Because I was just about to say Dallas went and got 32-year-old Kyrie, but that don't even fit.
And they have 25-year-old Luka Doncic. Norman's in Oakland. What's up, Norm?
Hey, fellas, how are you guys?
Norm.
Thank you for taking my call. I mean, I usually disagree with you, Steiny. I mean, but I think you're right on point. I mean, we are getting. We do need to.
Norman, you're breaking up, buddy. You're breaking up.
You know what? Norm got me thinking this. You're like, hey, Mom, you just turned 70. You're the guy like, hey, let's plan the funeral in good health. Just, I'm just, Mom's in heaven, but I'm just using, like, that's where you're at. We're all getting older. Everybody's getting older. LeBron's, you know what I mean, Stan? You don't live like that.
It's the NBA, dude. It's not life.
Hey, happy birthday. You turned 70. All right, plan the funeral. No, that's not how you do it.
Well, you know how else you don't do it? We're going to win a title with 4 guys 35 and older.
We're going to try to get better.
That is a joke. After watching the playoffs this year in the regular season, you want to get older. You were already old last year, and you were 5 and 21.
Well, all those hot shot young guys, and I ain't taking shots, but I guess I am. Turn on that Sacramento King game, the play-in game, which I still watch while I was bedridden. And if we got all those promising youngsters, you turn that game on, because that is the one that has me scared. You know what?
I mean, so it was the young guys?
No, it was
how'd Curry play that game? How'd Curry, Draymond, and Klay play that game?
Not their best work at all.
Thank you. All right. We got to figure out a way to get Brandon Ayuk into this conversation.
Oh, here we go. What's going on in the Bay?
It's called business. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I do want to bring up Brandon Ayuk. I think there's some parallels with Klay Thompson, and I actually think both are essentially a victim of circumstance that have been outside their control. 888-957-9570, or if you want to answer who's getting hosed more, Klay or Brandon Ayuk, we can talk about that. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for tons of amazing deals.
Money's changed Draymond, and success and status has changed Klay Thompson.
Wow. Well, he gave us the.
That was Dick Vermeil.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan, please talk to Philmo Mike, who's out there listening, please.
My bad, Philmo. Hand accidentally slipped.
Hey, speaking of which, he texted me, please read this if you can, Goo. The days of Curry dictating things are over. His pay has dictated things. Remember Avery Bradley. Yeah. So Mike got it in.
Hey.
My hand did not slip on Vermeil. That was him.
I'm looking at Klay Thompson and Brandon Ayuk.
Before you pay that off, because I've been gone, just let me know. Evan, help me out. Before 2 p.m., I got to get off my Angel Reese, Caitlin take from the game, and then Bronny James.
Remember the last?
I'm out.
Remember the last WNBA take you had? When you said they're picking on her, and 17 people called in and said, you don't watch the WNBA.
Hey,
and then you said, you know what, I was wrong on that.
Please stop. That didn't happen. That ain't cool. Angel Reese, that was a great game, man.
So it's just the way of the business, but the bottom line is Klay Thompson and Brandon Ayuk look like they're just a victim of circumstance right now. They're on the two teams just don't look like they want to pay him.
But Klay got one paid. You know, he's gotten paid. Ayuk has not.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Goo. And I don't know what they're going to do with Ayuk.
I don't know what he's doing either. Telling Ryan Clark all his business.
You cannot pay everybody. So you've got McCaffrey among the highest paid running back.
Yep.
You've got Deebo Samuel making 24.
Check.
You've got Bosa, highest paid defensive end. Trent Williams, highest paid lineman.
Damn.
Fred Warner, one of the highest paid middle linebackers. Kittle, third highest paid tight end. You know Purdy is around the corner. If I were to give you a list of McCaffrey, Deebo, Bosa, Trent Williams, Warner, Purdy, Kittle, Ayuk, and I say you have to lose one, who would you lose?
It would be you put Kittle in there, huh?
I did.
Yeah. I would go there.
Yeah, I would get rid. It would be Ayuk. And it might be Deebo, but I just look at Deebo as like he's under contract for another year.
And what about the report you, Evan, and I talked about that I learned about this morning, where the Niners throw the ball 32nd in the NFL? They're last. How can I? But we both can agree Ayuk I think he's special, Steiny.
I don't.
Is he the best? No.
He's good.
But if I throw the ball,
he's good.
That least amount of times, I can't go over the threshold that we set.
Exactly.
So I think Brandon Ayuk I keep going relationships, and I put one on the Vine. He's the guy that's saying, tell me you love me. And they're telling you, hey, we like you, but we don't love you. And that's why he's going up. I think Brandon Ayuk wants to get traded because he knows, and he's hurt, that they won't go. Steiny, we're not talking about a lot, I guess, from all reports. Okay, they offered you 26, you want 20. Like, it seems like chump change.
If they offered him 26 annual and he turned it down, that's gutsy. That's gutsy.
Or what about him not being what I've talked about, and I've been consistent? This offense throwing the ball is as minimal as they do. That he wants to be in another system.
Okay,
I think there's some of that.
Probably.
So why would you call your bosses together? Because 9 times out of 10 that doesn't work. But now
because
you went public with it.
He doesn't have the stomach for it. That's why.
Or you want the inevitable to happen sooner. Find me a team.
Look, he knows he's hosed. He's hosed. They don't have to do a damn thing. And you know what? I might not like. They drafted a wide receiver.
That they did. It shocked a lot of us.
Exactly. And maybe they drafted a wide receiver because they knew that it was going to be hard to pay 2 receivers
a year from now. I just don't see how the Niners offensively, even though they throw 32nd in the, I just don't see how that offense collectively.
What if Pearsall's good? What if he's really good?
No, but Stoddy, what if he struggles?
Okay.
And what if your passing game, when you call on it and you need it most, you're not getting what you got with Brandon in a year that you got to pay your quarterback.
What are you going to?
The domino effect.
Okay,
on that
you give him $30 million. What are you doing next year?
Oh my gosh,
what are you doing next year?
I'm not giving him 30. And I'm with you. Okay. I'm not giving him 30.
Okay, 28. What are you doing next year?
I got to pay my quarterback who.
And then who are you whacking? Well, see, I think
Debo gets whacked in that scenario.
Okay. I don't know. West Oakland Holloway. What's up, West Oakland Holloway?
Hey, man, what's going on with y'all, man?
Hey, talk to us, baby.
Hey, Goo. Goo, you got me laughing, man. I was going to talk about Golden State, but I'm going to go ahead and pivot. But that's the only thing I'm going to say about Golden State.
Yeah.
When Steiny talked to you about Golden State, for some reason, you act like he's talking in Russian. Like, you just don't understand nothing he's saying, bro. We all get it. The run is over. Unless they do one thing that Steiny said earlier. They have to get somebody that's better than Stephen Curry, bro.
Wow.
They did it with Durant. They didn't do it with what's my man Wiggins, but there was an argument for a minute that Wiggins could have been the MVP of the finals.
No doubt about it.
And Iggy got Finals MVP on the first one.
And then Durant got 2.
So I'm all for trading for a big boy. It sounds like you are too. Jimmy Butler, who's better?
No. Look, only way you get a Durant Butler is if you just all in for the next year or two. Because the franchise is going to be burnt down after that. It's going to be over with. They won't have no assets. They won't have nothing. You already know that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do. They between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
And if I was Klay, I wouldn't even want to come back. Like I had, it's time to roll out and do something different, man. Golden State need to be looking forward to the future.
Wow.
And about this Steph Curry Ferrari engine and all that stuff. Well, we know a car not moving without no gas. So if they ain't got no gas, they ain't going nowhere.
That's pretty good. Wow, Steiny.
Thanks, West Oakland Holloway.
I know some Holloway. Steiny, I got to say this.
Remember Condridge Holloway?
No. I know Dexter and Big Dex. Yeah, from the Union, Big Dex.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But he said, you're talking, go get a big boy. So Durant, he would be okay with. He said Durant. Right? That qualifies for him.
What?
A guy that's equal or better than Curry. So he's okay if you go get...
I wouldn't put those words in his mouth. I thought he might have meant somebody like in their prime.
He did say they went out and got Durant, a better player than Steph.
Yeah, right, the first time.
Yeah. But I still thought he was saying he would be okay if they went and got Durant this time. That's how I took it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've been bedridden, so I could have misunderstood.
You've been delusional. Like, do you have the sweats and the... What is it?
I had ball shorts.
What?
No, that's why I sleep in ball shorts. Because I was hot, I had a fever. Dude, when was the last time you had a fever? You can't... It's the worst feeling ever. Then you had a run.
So you clearly are having visions and...
No, I wasn't having none of that, the equilibrium stuff. I was just Steiny. Boy. Let's just say I was Derek Jeter. Number 2.
That's a 5.
Boy, Steiny was like, oh my goodness, when will it stop?
I thought you didn't like that kind of humor. He says he doesn't like that kind of humor.
No, this was health humor, Steiny. That's sophomoric.
Daryl's in Antioch.
We got Derek Jeter and Spray Thompson.
What's up, Daryl? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Just wanted to piggyback on some Warrior stuff when you guys were talking about. And also thank you for having me on the line. But you guys were talking about some stuff that's regarding the player at the second half, how the Warriors played better with the younger guys. But I think that piggyback on that is like going back to the coaching. I think Steve Kerr really didn't maximize the players as far as mixing in the older with the newer or whatsoever. And I think that as well, we could have had a better record if we would have made that switch a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
thank you for taking my call, and I listen offline.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it. That's the other part that, to me, I'm gonna ask you about. Okay, so you get Durant.
Oh man,
what happens to the young guys? We know. See, that's the other thing that's going to happen. Steve Kerr's going to play the old guys because that's what he does. He's going to play them as much as possible. They'll wear down.
But they won't be able to last. Before. Maybe not, Steiny. Maybe they have the youngsters who are left, whoever that collective is, they carry their weight because they know we're waiting for April, the playoffs, man.
And that's where they're fundamental. When you say carrying their weight, to me, the young guys are carrying their weight now more than the old guys. It doesn't mean they're better than the old guys. It just means what you got out of your young guys last year was pretty darn good.
And speaking of which, I'm going to say this because...
And what you got out of your old guys wasn't that great when you hold them up to their own standard.
I think I know where you're going, but I'm going to run this by you. And Evans put out a couple clips throughout the regular season last year about me. I love Steve Kerr, top 5 coach of all time, Steiny. You and I fought just on how good Moses Moody was as a player, okay? I will never forget, and I still won't, the talk that he had with Moses Moody about how he was out the rotation. He saved him that game. Jonathan Kuminga had to do what he did, go to the press to say there was an agenda. It worked for him. My point is, what if Kerr had given both Kuminga and Moody the time earlier? Where would they have been? Would they have been greater as the season, moved on? I do think of that. And I know a guy like you is going to say, Goo, what if I tell you they wouldn't have the seasons they had they not went through that? But on the flip side, to that caller's point, what if he would have empowered those dudes? Because the one thing I can say about Kerr last season, there was no way in hell you should have ever had a conversation with Moses Moody saying, with what you were working with as a team, that he was not an option and he was going to be on the outskirts. And he lucked up, and Moody still was headstrong and was able to contribute. And Kuminga, will do with that what you want. But he had to do what he had to do to get on the court. Kerr lucked out on that, on both those fronts. So
I don't know what you're...
if Kerr would have just empowered those two earlier in the season, there's no telling how better both of those guys were. And you're right.
But he didn't. So...
Moses Moody could have been ready and better or more seasons at the end of the season.
Because of 5 more minutes a game?
Well, no, or you know what I mean, Stoney. Just not being thawed out as opposed to being in the freezer.
All right, and if they would have drafted LaMelo Ball instead of Wiseman, they'd be better off. And, I mean, that's you're kind of making my point. If Steve Kerr didn't empower young guys last year in your mind, why would he empower them this year? When you're bringing in an older guy to the core.
But you're still going to have younger guys, whoever they are, and you're going to need to lean on them. It's a team. It's not just we bring Durant and nobody's playing. No,
people are going to get pissed off when Durant's playing 34 minutes a game and Steph's playing 32 and Klay's playing 30 and Draymond's playing 30 and Trace Jackson Davis is splitting time with Looney and Steve Kerr. Yes! But you know what? Go ahead and do that. See how many games you can win.
But the whole, just hearing you say that, I would tell whoever's mad, it's not about minute usage. It's about wins. Are we winning this way?
Well, how'd it go last year?
Oh, I'll let you answer that.
They were the 10th best team in the West.
Oh, good God!
It's funny, Goo. I'm being honest here. So you're not crazy about the young guys. So the Warriors were the 10th best team in the NBA, or in the Western Conference last year. How are they going to get better?
So again,
the only way they can get better as they're constructed right now, and they may make moves to get better, the only way they can get better is if the 4 young guys improve more than the 4 old guys decline.
See, I disagree. Okay. If Andrew Wiggins shows up, that got nothing to do with the young guys, and if Draymond's ass doesn't get suspended, right. Those two supersedes
would you bet on those things?
I would bet Draymond's not getting suspended for more than 5 games. You know what I mean? The gist is up, man. Come on.
What about Wiggins? Are you really going to go into the season saying, what are you banking on, Goo? Wiggins. I can't do that.
And I totally get that. But I tell you what about Wiggins that has me, the one caveat I can find out of that, it ain't got nothing to do with age.
Yes, it does. I think it does.
For me, I feel like he's still the only dude close to his prime or in his prime. So
I think
with Wiggins, it's mental as opposed to physical. And that's why I would like, if that's what it ends up being, I'll roll that dice or play that card and feel better about it than it ain't age related.
Yes, it is. I think it is with Wiggins. He played 1 year of college.
Oh, God, we're going back to where are you going with this?
What I'm going at with this is he's played 11 years already in the NBA. He's getting worse, not better. That's what happens. He's in his... So if he plays 22 years, which he won't, I mean, I don't think Wiggins is in his prime anymore.
2. Well, compared to everybody on the team, Stoney,
exactly.
He's the closest.
That's why he's such a letdown. Bernard is in Pleasanton. What's up, Bernard? How you doing, buddy?
Good conversation.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, when Klay Thompson was hurt, right? He basically missed almost 2 years, and Lakers still paid him. I think Guru, you too emotional. Kind of like what the caller said before. I mean, we love this team, but no team is going to be on top forever. And I called before. Look at all Curry's contemporaries, man. They flying all around, going to all these teams, trying to win a championship, and he did it in one place. I mean, you're not going to be on top forever. And Guru, you emotional saying that they got to mortgage the future and lake up old. No, he doesn't. Curry's going to be damn near a billionaire once he retires from the Warriors. And a lot of that's going to have to do with the payroll the money that he's got from the Warriors.
So what would you suggest they do? What would you suggest they do this offseason? I hear you both. What are you saying you would like to see them not do?
Well, I wouldn't mortgage the future. See how much better you can get, but I'm not going to go spend $50 million on Paul George or somebody like that. Just build. And if you can get better within the next 2, it don't have to be next year, but maybe within the next 2 years, you might have a chance to do something in the playoffs. But the whole Curry something, I think that's you're being a little too emotional.
I hear you. I appreciate the call.
Thanks, Bernard.
We love that, huh?
Well, he's not saying
the organization is going to do what I'm saying they're going. Like, read the room, guys. They're going to try, and I think they're going to do better than try. And if they got to come off Kuminga, I would understand it. I like Kuminga. I'm a fan, but if you're telling me I guess I think highly of the guys that they could get to put with Steph and Dre, and they got major action. That's how I feel. That's not emotional.
I would rather have Zach LaVine.
Well, I was going to bring him Butler, up. You know what? I forgot. Okay.
Or any of the other 2 guys.
He's 29.
I
like Zach
to get older, but I don't want Zach LaVine either. But I don't want any of them. But what I'm saying is, I might take Zach LaVine because at least we get more athletic. At least we get younger.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm having an issue with is people telling me, what are we looking forward to the upcoming Warrior season? Oh, we're going to see how good. We're going to see how good are the growth of the youngsters. That doesn't go with Steph Curry, though.
Yeah, who else doesn't go with Steph Curry?
Who?
Klay and Draymond, who aren't at championship level
it looks like
anymore.
Klay is not going to be here.
Well,
so Pods or whomever could take that role.
I mean, if you
don't go land a big boy.
The way I look at it is, you keep saying these young guys, you don't know what you're going to get, and I'll say I agree with you.
Yeah,
but you won't acknowledge you know what you're getting with the old guys. And it's not enough. They've proven that for 2 years. So I would rather see what the younger guys can do. I know what Draymond can do. I know.
But what if you get a new older guy? That's why it's
I'm
attractive.
out on that. I'm out on that.
But you understand every outlet is saying Warriors going big game hunting.
And they've said that every single year since Joe Lacob has been the owner. Every single year, the Warriors are linked. Oh, first he called about LeBron.
Yeah.
Dwight Howard back in the day. He went and got Durant.
But this is out of necessity, though. When you called and went and got Durant, you lost the final.
So he doesn't. You don't get to do it just because it's.
But you understand. But now these calls you're operating from desperation. Before it was cute.
That's why you don't want to make a real stupid mistake, because desperate teams make bad mistakes. And
you think the Warriors are desperate?
I don't know why they would be.
It depends on what their goal or agenda is. What they're like, if they're trying to not be a 10th seed.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bump up in the standings.
Then you need to go to Nordstrom's. And you know what happens when you go to Nordstrom's? You got to break out that black card. And that black card may say Jonathan Kuminga. You act like you got all the answers. You don't. But to me, it was wrong. The team is telling you, it looks like it right now. If there was a scoreboard, get ready for what I'm saying.
I don't think Klay's coming back.
Oh, and I'm with you there.
Okay, so then
that is just part of the show.
Here's what I think's a joke. All right, here's what I think's a joke. You want to keep doing it? You can keep doing it. And you know what? And I am right on the money here, because he's going to be talking about the 2022 championship in 2026. Mark my words, he will be.
Oh, it'll expire.
The Golden State Warriors won in 2022. What did they do? They ran it back. The next year, they made one round of the playoffs and lost. Then what did they do again? They doubled down, and they ran it back again by re-signing Draymond. And they were the 10th best team in the Western Conference. And now you want Curry back? You think Wiggins is going to get it done? Like, that to me is utter insanity, because I believe here's another reason I'm out on Durant, Butler, or who's the other 35-year-old?
KD Butler.
PG-13. Yeah, Paul George is because
and Bronze.
If you're going to go into next year with Klay, Steph, Draymond, and this other 34, 35-year-old, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get hurt.
See, but
sorry, you will.
That's the. Nobody can say you're wrong.
Exactly,
but you're not right, because you don't know that.
Do you want to bet me?
No, because the odds are.
That's why I'm not doing it, because you're right. They could all play 75 games, but they're not gonna. And we know it. We know it.
But Wemby could tear his ACL game one, open it.
Right.
But injuries do happen to all ages.
Wemby is 21. He will be back. If the Warriors suffer one injury, they're done. They're done because they're older.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And, man, the offseason has started. There's no doubt about it. And meanwhile, Brandon Ayuk is calling meetings.
What advice would you give him?
There's no advice to give him.
There's something I'll give him on the other side.
He is stuck. Brandon Ayuk. NBA Draft Day is almost here, Warrior fans. And Steiny and Guru, you know where we're going to be? Live at Chase Center on Thursday for day 2 of the NBA Draft. Warriors, as of now, do not have a pick tomorrow in the first round. Then round 2 is Thursday, and Golden State has the 52nd overall pick. Steiny and Guru live at Chase this Thursday on 95.7 The Game.
Were you ever hard?
Oh, baby, it's Monte Hill from the Morning Roast.
Free agency starts in a week, Brian, but things are starting to bubble up and bubble out. Just give me something about free agency that you heard that maybe changes your opinion of what a team may or may not do.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's your point?
You missed me.
Bubble up and bubble out.
Oh, boy.
Stop it.
Oh, that, my friend, is humor. But I got to tell you, so
it was still only 20% as long as one of yours.
No.
But it was butchered. There's no doubt about it.
But where'd you go to dinner?
When?
You and the boss. He is not taking you to dinner for the debacle that was.
No, he hasn't.
John Sally. Steiny, I listened to that thing like 70 times on loop. It's the most incredible. John Sally. Steiny, it wasn't your fault.
I know.
You were the hero.
Oh, I know it wasn't my fault.
This is John Sally. He was so hurt. God darn it. Oh, on the line is John Fogerty.
Who? I want to know who in this market or any other market could have ad-libbed
that is classic.
On a rock star and a 2-time or 3-time NBA champion.
Steiny, you were so great and John Sally. I'm out. Oh, boy. And then he hung up on us.
Yeah,
somehow we lost connection. I had to bring that up.
All right. Okay. I'm more of a mind to do something like this. I'm out on Butler, Durant, Paul George.
All right.
I've listed 6. I just got 6 young guys. Okay. I'm not saying they're franchise changers, but you know what? These are the kind. What about Caldwell Pope? Contavious Caldwell Pope.
I'll take him in a second.
Okay, he's 31.
But you're not willing to give up Kuminga for Caldwell Pope.
I don't know.
Okay,
maybe these type of players, maybe you don't have to.
Go ahead, I'll be quiet.
But Jared Allen.
I'd pick him up.
Julius Randle.
I'd pick him up.
Jeremy Grant.
I'd pick him up.
Tyler Hero. Yeah, I know. He's 25. You wouldn't want him. He's too young. Brandon Ingram. I would rather...
That's the type. That's what you're looking for.
That's the age I'm looking for. And if you think I don't necessarily think getting one of those, if you were to trade Kuminga for one of those guys, you would be better right away, probably. The other thing is, here's the other thing I think's entering the equation for the Warriors. They got to really think about if they're keeping Kuminga, they got to pay him.
Right.
So the minute they make a move, if they re-sign him this offseason, and it kicks in not next year but the year after, they're kind of going to be handcuffed again.
So is it fair to say that the NBA made these rules in the second apron just to stop what Joe Lacob was doing, Steiny? Is that fair?
Well, Joe Lacob will tell you that. And
man, oh man.
Chris in Dublin. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, doing well.
Got to turn you guys off the radio there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Way to go.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so, I mean, there's so many things at play here. I hear you guys talking about Klay. I hear you guys talking about getting a star. We got the expiring Chris Paul contract. Who knows what you're going to be able to do with that. Probably not going to get a piece in return, in all honesty, for 1 year of $30 million of Chris Paul. But I just, no to George, no to Butler, no to any of these guys, because like you said, you are wagering the future for something that is uncertain in the moment. Even when you bring in a guy like that to pair him with, Draymond or Curry, if you really want to break it down, let's stop talking about the guys that we need to worry about re-signing. Let's talk about the guy on the roster, the big elephant in the room. Let's talk about Draymond being under contract for 3 more years. A supposed defensive stalwart, generational defender who is 6'5", so he's smaller than everybody that he plays against. His athleticism is diminishing faster than I expected. He's going downhill. He's on his podcast talking about, I can D up Jokic.
Jokic averaged a triple-double against you, dog.
Yeah, man.
He shot 50% and averaged a triple-double. You're offering nothing on offense, so you want to go around the league and talk about big threes. Draymond is really a part of our big three, really, in the modern-day NBA where everyone's getting longer, younger, 7-footers are running the floor, dunking at will. We got Draymond out there for 35 minutes a game, holding the ball at the top of the key, while Curry and Klay, who I think should be gone, are running around down screens like they're 26 again. It's not going to work.
Wow, man.
So you're talking about bringing a guy in. That's one guy's not going to work. You know, I love Steph. Yeah, I think you need to bring in a guy, a peer of his or somebody better. At the end of the day, though, Steph is what makes this whole system run. So, you don't get rid of Steph, but I think you got to cut ties with Klay. I do think you got to think about seeing what you can get for Draymond. Looney, why not? People still value Looney. There's so many things. It's not just one move that's going to push them. You know what that one move is going to do? It's going to make them an 8 seed. And we're going to be sitting there like, wow, I wish we would have had Klay instead of Jimmy Butler yelling at Draymond for 82 games. I mean, in the words of Guru, I'm going to leave it with you guys, but I'm out.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that.
I'm out.
See, there's two things with...
I was just going to say, I don't say that, but I do.
When you lose.
Whoa, we know how happy you get.
So, I think there's two, and look.
He said some stuff. Wow. Go ahead.
Here's the problem. And yes, people say I don't like Draymond.
We don't like his antics. We like the guy.
There's two things I don't like. He is under contract for 3 more years.
That's an error. That is a
3 more years.
Yeah, that's E9.
I don't like that. Like, it just, and here's the other thing, and I can't put my finger on it, and there's not, I don't know if it's irrational, but like there's something, and I get it. I'm not a Warrior fan. And I'll just throw this to you.
You don't have to be.
No, I'll just throw this to you. No, because there's emotion here. Are there any Warrior fans out there that are just a little rankled? Just a little rankled that we've watched the Big Three for 12 years. They've brought home 4 titles. We've rued the day that this would come, and Klay's the first one to leave. Klay is going to be the one who's got to go. And Draymond a year ago got 4 years.
Yeah. After basically just ruining the season and punching Jordan
Poole. Sucks.
It does. It's more could I use the word hypocritical? Like, what message are you sending? Like, in any world, what world is that fair? You said that.
It's not fair.
And it's BS.
That's what you pay the bus on.
And I'm going to say something. This is what I love Draymond, the dad, the guy that he is, his commentary behind the mic. But what I don't like is when bullies get rewarded. How do you get a 4-year, Steiny, hey, we want to give you 4, but there's a penalty for what you did. For what you did to make our brand take that stain that was the whole Jordan Poole fiasco. Maybe we'll give you 2 instead of 4, but you're still here. But you gave them 4, and now Klay basically is on the side of the freeway with a sign. Pay me. Like, that is not cool. And then this is the other part that I'm going to relax on, Steiny, after I get it off. So you give him the 4,400, and you think he would come in and be Mother Teresa, and the dude gets suspended.
Why would you think?
Not once, but twice. If that is not a basketball knife in your back, I don't know what is. So who could be sitting around saying that was a good deal? And if I'm Klay, I'm not set tripping here, Steiny. That's when I try to pit 2 people together. I'm not doing that. But I know Klay is, hey, Dad, will you look at this? This is how they're going to treat me. There is nobody walking this free earth that's a Warrior fan that says that's how it should end. Come on, Steiny. Come on, man.
Speaking to the choir.
So why did they give him, just real quick here, why do you think they gave him 4?
Because he schnookered Lacob.
How?
He talked him into something. Or he didn't have to. I don't know.
Seriously.
I don't know. I don't care. I think it was a big mistake.
It's getting bigger by the day.
Some people still may think it wasn't a mistake.
Well, you didn't make the playoffs in year one of that. And he was a big part of it. And then for him to go on a podcast, I'm just telling you the facts. He goes on a podcast and says, when I got suspended after I went MIA. I wasn't even answering Lacob's calls. He couldn't find me. I would have been calling Joe like, man, Nahegan, I messed up, man. I know I can't. Come on, man. I can't take it. And that's the bad part about Klay going bye-bye, if he does, because it looks that way. That's where I think Lacob, they got it wrong.
The Warriors had a player about 15 years ago, Steven Jackson. And Steven Jackson greased the skids, not with Chris Mullin or the GM, but he greased the skids with Bobby Rowell, who was the president. Okay? And he snookered those guys into giving him an extension. Steven Jackson got an extension. And the first day of training camp the following year, he said, I want out.
Wow.
As far as I'm concerned, like this whole idea that, well, Draymond signed a 4-year deal, so he's going to be on good beat. That's not how it works. How it works is it's a business. It's a competition. And Draymond got it. He got it. I don't know how he got it, but he got it. He got 3 years and a player option at the end of his deal. You may look at it as though, well, he's got to be on his best behavior. He looks at it as, I'm made. I can do whatever I want.
And he did. I didn't even know I was coming in today to have the feelings that are coming over me, but Steiny, you're right, man. It's the foul pole in baseball. It's just not fair. And it really isn't. And Kevon Looney, luckily he's back for now. But, I mean, what message was that you sent to the whole team?
The foul pole is fair.
That's what I said. It's like the foul pole in baseball. It's fair.
You said it ain't fair.
Well, hold on now. So the situation with Dre, Evan, is not fair, but the foul pole in baseball is fair. So that works.
Glad
no, it's not.
I'm not in this one.
Nah, but Evan, Dibs will let me know. He just sent me a text. But you're right, Evan. Hey, Evan. Go ahead. I love you. Welcome back.
You know what's funny? And this is a great one from the 510.
Who would disagree with what we just said, man? The last 4 minutes.
One of the things that Jerry West, who passed a couple weeks ago, remember that great soundbite of never operate out of fear? I think the Warriors operated out of fear with Draymond Green. And that's what, let me give credit where it's due, the 510. The Warriors gave Draymond 4 years out of fear, the exact opposite of how Jerry West operated. I think there's something to that.
So why is there fear involved in giving Klay 3 or anything more than 2? Would you say that's the word fear?
I don't think they're nearly as afraid. See, you got to look at where they were last year. They were still under the illusion that they needed Dre to win. Okay, so they re-signed Dre and they finished 10th. So
I'm not mad.
That hurts Klay.
It did hurt him.
Ahmed,
like Ayuk.
Ahmed in San Jose. What's up, Ahmed? What's going on, man?
Gentlemen.
Hey.
I hear you guys racking your brain over this. Who to get, who to sign, and should we keep the young guys? But I'm just going to have to tell you the truth, man. The run is over, okay? Once we understand that, it's over. And that means got to get rid of Steph, got to get rid of Draymond, you got to get rid of Klay, and got to do what this kind of reminds me of when the Boston Celtics had Paul Pierce,
Ray Allen and Garnett. Yeah.
And they traded them off to the Brooklyn Nets and got a haul for them. That's why they have Jason Tatum and all of them now. This is time to rebuild. As simple as this. I mean, I know the fans don't want to hear it. Joe Laker probably not going to do it, but that's where we are now, truth be told.
Good stuff, Ahmed. Or Ahmad, if I got it right.
But that's so far off of the mark right now, but boy, I get you.
I mean, this is where I'm different, and maybe
2 Chainz.
Maybe Steph is super duper loyal, but this is where I feel like Steph is smart, and I think we might be looking at it wrong. Like, if I'm Steph, I'm sorry, I don't see how we can put it back together in 2 years. I don't see how we can win a title in the next 2 years if I'm Steph. I really don't. I hate to say it, but I don't.
But we're going to try.
I think we're
on
close.
Your watch.
I think we're closer to Steph saying, "Hey, look, Joe."
I hope you're wrong, man.
Why?
Because that means it's over.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather keep Steph for the next 2 years and not go to the playoffs, or in theory trade Steph and then in 3 years be really good again?
Now, Evan's going to do me and clip me, and this is going to go viral. So that's sad that I'm thinking of it. No, Stoney, 2 years and no playoffs, man. You earned that, man.
Okay.
You just have.
All right.
And I know you don't sign up or.
But you also just said you're operating from a place of Steph doesn't think they can be back in 2 years. I don't think Steph thinks they can't make the playoffs the next 2 years.
No, I said title. I meant, of course they can make the playoffs. Of course.
Well, then your hypothetical is unfair.
What do you mean?
I mean,
a lot of his stuff is unfair.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Evan.
Last 3 days.
Yeah.
But no, so yeah, of course, like you don't want to not make the playoffs, but that's not what we're talking about.
Well, I'm under the assumption that Guru's still so delusional that is the goal.
No, what if you win 2 rounds and get to the Western Conference Finals?
Okay.
Then I'm not, forget, like.
It doesn't sound like to you, Steiny, making the playoffs is good enough.
Well, I don't think they're good enough to make the playoffs right now. Right now, I don't think they're a playoff team.
And I was going to just say, can I insert the Draymond being available?
No, it means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. Because you can't sit here and say it won't happen again. He has effed up the last 2 seasons, but for whatever reason, he's going to be fine next year. You can play that. Yeah. Like, if you feel like you have to count on assuming Draymond's going to come to post 75 games on good behavior, I'm not going into the year believing, like, needing that to happen.
Well, that's what you signed up for. And it better not happen again.
But I'm telling you, it was a mistake.
And no doubt, but you got to move on, and they moved on. But that thing is blown up in their face, on the court and off the court. I mean, good God. I'll tell you this. If by the time this show's over and I see you guys tomorrow and we find out the Warriors got Paul George, Butler, the PG-13, the basketball world will stop, rightfully so, and it will stop with the Warriors got action.
You can say that.
And the season's going to let us know just how much. But, Steiny, as a fan, I would get my shield, my sword, and I would be ready to think, hey, we don't know if they're going to win it, but if they don't, we know they're going to be a damn good team. And that's why all the people calling
I'm
saying,
not assuming that, bro.
You're dreaming. They're one guy away.
Okay.
You think
top tier guy. You think they're one guy away?
One top tier guy, Steiny.
They're one Paul George away.
Or Butler or Kevin Durant.
See, I don't. That's where I disagree with you. I disagree with you on that one. Let's go to Nick's in Ohio. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, fella.
Nick.
How's it going?
Doing well.
I can't believe Guru would sacrifice the future to go after aging so-called superstars when they were playing on top-seeded teams that couldn't make it to the conference finals, yet they would do better with the Warriors, who didn't even make the playoffs.
Well, real quick, Jimmy Butler took the team his team last year to the NBA Finals, and he was hurt. I just got to keep it real. Butler was in the NBA Finals with a lot of average Joes on the Miami Heat last year when he was healthy.
Well, I would say that the Miami was much better than the Warriors were last year.
All right.
What else? What else, Nick? Oh.
Night.
Nick at night. What happened? Wow.
So let's just say hypothetically, what is George makes 48. And I listen, I don't know if you can or so what you're saying, Goo, is you would trade
Kuminga.
You would trade Wiggins, Kuminga, that's 32, Peyton, 41, and Moody, let's say, for Paul George.
I would.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
What about Butler?
No, none of them.
Durant too?
No.
Oh my gosh.
No, I wouldn't.
Then you're cool with what it's just seeing more of the youngsters, and if we make it to the offs, we make it. If not, we don't.
You're like, why can I operate like you're operating under the assumption that if they do that, well, they automatically have action. I'm not saying if they don't do it, they don't have action. I don't know. I don't know.
I just don't think they have the luxury of not doing anything to appease Steph Curry. I know you don't like that premise, but it's real. I believe it's real.
Right, but let me tell you then what you're doing. Like, you get rid of Kuminga and Moody, you've now have less depth, and you've gotten older. Oh my gosh, I'm just out on that. Austin in San Jose.
Oh, our guy.
What's up, Austin?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Talk to us.
Steiny, man. You need to get yourself a Santa Cruz Warriors stay season ticket, man.
How come?
If you're gonna go watch guys develop, man, that may or may not make it that we don't know about, that guys don't want to come play with, then you go watch it. I know some people that have those tickets. That's a pretty good product, by the way. I'm not knocking the Santa Cruz one. I'm just saying at this level, though, nobody's going to pay in the midseason to watch guys develop and watch Santa Cruz Warriors. You know, some nights, if everything isn't going right, that can look like a G League product in a hurry. I'm just saying, man. I was out there at one of those games when people walked out.
Wow.
So don't tell me it can't go down in a hurry. And I know people always say as long as Steph is here and all that. I want these people to say, yeah, to a certain extent. And then, Guru, when you go with a pickup game, and Steiny does too, who do guys want to play with? Even at our advanced age, who do they want to play with? They want to play with other good players, right? They don't go over there and say, oh, let me pick the guy that I don't know what he can do. No, they want to play with the guys they know. So you think the guys at the pro level, the reason why Steph and Dre and those guys, they don't get it. Drew said it earlier, they don't give a damn about these young guys. They want guys on the team that other guys are going to want to come play with, and let's run this. Yeah, Steph Curry and Dre believe that they can add a piece and get back into this. Now, what does that mean? Championship? I don't know. I think they could probably make a decent run. Look what happened this year. At the end, the Celtics were like playing by themselves at some time. I mean, it dropped off in a hurry with the Dallas, and Dallas came in all hot. But look at what happened. You think the Warriors couldn't have given the Celtics a better run than Dallas? I think so. I really believe as bad as the Warriors play, I think so.
Okay.
So let's stop with this young guys.
I'm with you, Austin.
Are not that good.
Thanks, Austin.
They're not that good, Steiny.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Steiny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let me just.
We got an hour. Go ahead.
My point is this:
Got a
you
break.
guys got a break.
Save it on the other side.
Got a break. But if I break right now, people will get mad because it's not 56. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto line, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing today.
You got a little cop to you.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Part of the Creedence Clearwater Revival Band, one of the greatest American bands of all time. He, of course, wrote Center Field with Willie Mays in the lyrics. And John, geez, boy, thanks for joining us.
This is John Sally.
John Sally.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, if this is our last show, I will always remember that day, man.
Boy, did I take one for the team there.
You did. That's why I asked, did you go to dinner? You got something.
Some of your greatest work.
I don't even think he said he was sorry.
Nah, the Bob Devil. I went in there. Steiny, that was great, man.
Let me tell you what was on display that day. What was on display front and center that day was my professionalism.
Oh, my fault.
Oh, John Sally.
I walked out of the studio.
John Sally.
I looked at Nahigian. He was ashamed.
Wow.
And I said, it happens, man. People make mistakes happen.
Oh, man. Just think if you were Sally, though.
Why don't you just
think? Mother effers, this is John Sally. Who you, John Fuck? Oh, hell no.
Just think about some of the other people who worked in radio, sports talk radio over the years, and how they might have handled a situation like that.
I said I listened to it 70 times. This is actually 71.
Okay.
One thing we could have did better, he ran some material about, I helped with that song, about the Willie Mays, and we kind of, if you would have said, John Sally, he said, I helped co-write that song, and you kind of just, hey, John, take a play off, let me continue introducing you, and I think that's why he hung up.
I must have blacked out. I missed that part.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He said, I helped co-write that song with this. When you led up to the lead, Sally responded trying to play ball saying, I helped co-write it. And you were so locked in, I don't think we gave him love for his joke. And that's when it turned dark.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe he's like trying to impersonate John Fogerty.
Yeah, he said, I helped write that song.
I never heard that.
It was crickets. We kind of like bad joke. I'll play it again for you.
Okay.
John Sally.
See, it feels like you're laughing at me now.
Oh,
not with me. I don't like it.
No, I couldn't wait for Fogerty.
John Sally. I was excited for Fogerty.
You could tell that's
I would have been excited for Sally.
Right.
Had I known.
Oh, Spider.
It also was because of the day. Like
yes.
the tone of the show.
You're right. Yeah.
Klay Thompson, Golden State Warriors. Offseason has essentially started, and it's
ugly. I'm calling it ugly.
It's going to be very challenging.
But the reports around what's going on or not going on is ugly. There's Anthony Slater, there's no, paraphrasing, Monty, there's nothing, like even the first take, there's nothing going, like, can we just, just say they're not talking. Why does it have to be, there's nothing, crickets. So that's not good for me.
But I
said you and Klay were going to be gone. I told you guys that.
But, okay, so you're operating under the
premise that he's out.
Belief that if Klay's not here, it's bad. I'm not. I'm not.
Well, the shooting component scares me.
Okay, well, they'll address it. They'll address it. And listen, I harp on the age thing, but this is, let me just, again, Austin called and said, well, we don't know about these young guys. We don't know about these young guys. Okay, you're right.
I believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you go into next season with Curry, Klay Thompson, Paul George or Butler, Green and Looney and Trace Jackson Davis, you move Kuminga and Moody. I can't prove it. That team's getting hurt. I'm sorry, but that team's going to get hurt.
But see, nobody lives their, I don't want to say their life like that. Steiny, that can hurt.
But
injuries happen.
If you're starting 4 35-year-olds, you must acknowledge they're more likely to get hurt than 4 25-year-olds.
I ain't going to fight you on that. I can't.
Let's go to Gary in Daly City. What's going on, Gary? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Every day is a good day when you wake up.
I like that.
Yeah, it's my mom. I grew up a trail. My mom taught me every day is a good day when you wake up. She added a lot of other words, too. I can't fill them in, but you guys get a paper route, hustle. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. Now it's give me a Tesla, but it doesn't work like that. But anyway, with Klay and Dre, it's like having an employee at work. Who do you want to have? You want to have a guy that grates on you every day of the employee, and he's a good employee, but he does his job, but he just gets on your nerves every damn day, or a guy that just shows up, punches the clock, good person, stays below the radar. Which one would you rather take?
My gosh.
We've all been there. I've been there. I was in charge of the guys. I knew you could have to kind of, every day was like, what's going to happen today? And it grows old after a while. Even though Curry's protected for the ball, with off screens, getting him open on, back cuts and all that with Curry. So that's why he kind of hangs around. But he's been responsible for getting rid of Durant, punching Draymond Poole. We don't want to go on the list. But if anybody's fooled with this team, Joe Lacob's I told you guys a long time, what's he going to do when this is all over with? Because how many fair weather fans are going to go to these games? Oakland was like a different element, and I grew up in the city. I Civic Auditorium and the Cow Palace. So what is he going to do? He's kind of right in the middle of everything. You go get aging guys, like you said, Stein. It's like betting on a horse that breaks down after a while. He's going to get hurt. Why would you keep throwing your money on the same horse?
Yeah.
And the last thing I'll say with Draymond, Maya Angelou said, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them.
God, that always got to me. Thanks, man. Gary. But I'll say this to his point, Stoddy. Last time they went and got a big game hunting, they won 2 chips and went 3 times. That was Kevin Durant. So they haven't repeated that cycle and it not worked. I'll just leave that there.
But
I get you on the age.
You can't even make the comparison. There was a spike in the salary cap. The Warriors were able to fit Durant in because of the TV money kicked in.
That's why I think the rules are what they are now.
They are trying to cut money. How do you get better pairing payroll? It's just
my fans on the YouTube chat, and my boy Squirt telling me, "Goo, they're old, you're delusional." I'm not, man, and I feel like the Warriors and Joe Lacob are gonna shock the world here shortly in the next week, or what we call shock the world. And the Warriors are gonna have a different makeup, and it may probably be without Klay Thompson. Just that in itself is different. It's new, but I don't think they're gonna stop there. They're going to get one of these older guys, and I'm down for it. Because last thing. When I watch Jimmy Butler play when healthy, I never think about his age. When I watch Paul George, when he's healthy play, I never think about his age. Steph Curry the same.
Really?
And so for who I'm missing one more.
Draymond?
Durantula.
Okay. You're clearly not watching closely if you don't see the age in Steph Curry, Paul George, and Jimmy Butler. You're not watching closely. They're all feeling it. It doesn't happen all at once. I want to make a point. The last caller, he said something great, and this is going to factor into what's going on. What was his name? You remember offhand? I want to use his name because he was good.
Yeah, he was.
Shoot,
you're good with names too.
The last caller. There's 2 kinds of Warrior fans. They're like the last caller who realizes that nothing lasts forever. And they're going to be a Warrior fan. However, Joe Lacob tries to get this thing back on track, even if it means moving off of Klay and moving off of Draymond. Those fans that were fans of this team in 2005 and 2007 and 2010, they understand that, and they will support this team. However, there is absolutely no doubt that right now, there are a lot of Warrior fans, I believe, and they're of the younger ilk. They're done with this team when Steph's gone. They're done. They won't have the stomach for something other than that kind of success.
I think you're selling them short, but
I don't.
Because, Donnie, once you're a fan, it's like a marriage. You're in it for the better and the worse.
Okay, do you think they're going to sell out all the time after Durant? After Curry?
No, well, why not? What if they don't trade Kuminga and Kuminga ends up being a superstar?
They sold out in Oakland? when they weren't great.
So you know what? I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right, you will because you're an older school fan who has an understanding of what happened between 1995 and 2007. But there are a lot of young fans who they're going to be around when Steph leaves.
So you're saying the spoiled.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's so easy. Like, and you know what? And I truly believe that, although you don't fit into this, but all the people are saying, keep it together. Like, most of them ain't going to be around when these three aren't together or aren't playing for the Warriors. I got to believe that when I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about all fans, but there's a segment of fans that I don't think they're going to be. It's going to dip after Steph Curry. Duck Sauce. What's up, Duck Sauce? How you doing, my man?
Fellas, good to talk to you. Glad you're feeling better.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir. Hey, Steiny, I just wanted to push back on something. You know, I feel like some of us that want to see the trio stay together, you know, sometimes you pick a bit of a narrative that we're naive to what that means. So to me, it's not that black and white. You know what I mean? Like
Duck. I got it. You got to call back.
Yep.
And you know, Duck knows I love.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. Duck knows I love.
You ever have
I was waiting
pheasant?
for the goose.
No, that's a 3. You ever have pheasant? That's duck.
No.
He kept saying duck.
Well, pheasant's different than duck, isn't it?
No, that is duck.
It's a different animal, isn't it?
It's a bird.
But not all birds are the same.
Norm,
like if you ate a condor, it would taste different than like an oriole.
Well, I'm not, but it's still meat. It's still of meat of bird. Pheasant is a duck. So when he said duck sauce, I used to go pheasant hunting with Norm, and our Irish setter, Danny, would go get the ones he would shoot. It's
right.
duck.
He doesn't get ducks. He gets pheasants, that dog, because they're two different animals.
Pheasants come from the same family as quails, chickens, turkeys. No ducks.
Hate to see it.
Oh, boy. I hope Norm ain't listening. No, hold on. Go ahead, Tony.
What's your favorite animal?
Deer. I don't know why that was funny. I really don't.
I don't know either. But Evan and I get an unbelievable kick out of it. Oh boy! All right. Boy, nobody cares about Ayuk getting hosed.
I do.
It's a wrap.
Let me tell you something. Outside of the Chiefs, if I ask you this question, just to put the Niners thing in perspective,
sure.
The most winningest team since 2019, not named the Kansas City Chiefs, since 2019. I got an answer, and I think you're going to guess it.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, Niners.
And they have not one thing to show for it. And now the money is getting funny because everybody wants the honey.
Exactly.
And that's why you look back and you think,
well, it's too late. You lost those.
Our best?
You lost those. You can't get them back.
But now it's about, did we lose our, and Steve Young said this, did we lose our best chance to actually?
Maybe. They might have.
And now the money stuff and the disease of me is kicking in, Steiny. And what every good team has to deal with. Hey, Steiny, we love you, bud. Mm-hmm. We can't afford you. Like that's starting to creep in. And I'm just telling you, man, the window don't stay gaped open forever.
Have you been living with your eyes closed the last 3 years?
No, I haven't.
I mean, why are these things just hitting you now?
I've been saying it with the Niners. Guru, they're going to be here forever. Like, no, dude. Like, there's a pain and penalty of getting close, and it equates to you're blowing chances. That's all. And that's why I appreciate Kyle and every Niner player for saying, "Hey, we ain't worried about down the road." I appreciate Kyle for that. He knows what time it is, man. This thing ain't going to stay. You know, you get so many chances. You keep talking about injuries. Niners have, outside of Bosa, some fluke stuff, and now you're dealing with one with Greenlaw. But Ayuk, Steiny, there's no way he's not in uniform, right? For the Niners come week 1, Monday night against the Jets.
What's that you sent in the Vine last night?
I don't know.
The response?
which was
don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
That's hard. I like that.
I mean, that's two things. There's no way Ayuk's not here. Right, Steiny? I don't know how to answer that. And, Steiny, there's no way the Warriors don't make the playoffs this next year. No, he missed 3 of the last 5.
What was your answer to Evan's question when we did it? Your question. It was profound. Ayuk and Klay both here?
I said both here.
Oh, boy.
At the time.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is what I was thinking about, Goo. You need to get off this kick. That's an opinion. Like, are they both going to be here? You know what? If I had to, I don't really care. But
it's not
I'd say no. But my point is that like that's not a bad take.
Yeah,
I'm not wrong.
No doubt about it.
What I'm talking about is
oh boy.
What I'm talking about is when it's all said and done. If, let's say...
you end up being right and he stays.
No, I'm not right or wrong, like on that thing.
Yeah, I don't like that radio. Come in here, I told you.
Well, you said it 3 times before the show. Like, I hope I'm not right, but I look like I'm going to be.
So you think I'd be happy? No.
Yeah,
Klay would be gone and Ayuk would be gone.
You'd strut around here like a peacock or a pheasant.
What would that be? A guess? Because that's all I was doing. I'm not that guy. You should know that.
Okay.
You kind of sound like Dunleavy, Steiny.
How so?
Well, it's, not technically wrong and not technically right.
Wow.
And,
oh, yeah.
Did you hear the response about Jordan Poole from last year?
Would you like to hear
that?
Hurt. Yeah, I would love to. This hurt me.
A year ago, granted, all things changed. You did say that you weren't going to, Jordan Poole was going to be on the team about 4 days before you traded him. Is this different than that?
To be clear, I said I expected Jordan to be back on the team next year, and I did at that point. But this thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency, things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not, I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick
he's
by
right.
that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
I'm gonna give the point to TK.
He's not. Why?
Because there was a whole lot of words to get back to what you were.
The bottom line is when he said it last year, he said, I expect.
Yeah.
He didn't say it was a Mike's right. He's right.
Yeah. Things change fast.
No, he said, I expect. If you see, this is the thing. Mike Dunleavy's smart enough to know how to play this game. He would never say, oh, Jordan Poole will retire a Warrior.
Right.
Like, he's not going to do that. But
what? He was fighting for his life a little bit with that answer. Because what he said, and then he went, and then he had to go around the house a few times.
Right, he was right.
It.
Mike Dunleavy was right in that he was not wrong.
Right.
That's the kind of thing you latch on to, too.
No, I'm not. I was listening. That was a whole lot of, boy.
Where's the guarantee in? Where's the guarantee in? I expect Jordan to be here.
No, I'm not saying
the reason you say expect is because you don't want to box yourself in. Mm-hmm.
No. Or because you don't have an answer.
And that was
the answer is he said he expected Poole to be here.
Some could say that ended up being the answer.
What do you mean?
We could play it again if you like.
He expected, there's really nothing to discuss here.
Right.
Let me guess, we're getting young Warrior fans who are going to tell me how much diehard they're going to be when they're 20 and 62 and 2027. Let's go to Lee in Fairfield. Hey, Lee, what's going on, buddy?
Steiny!
Hey.
What's going on, fellas? Guru Steiny, what's up?
What's up, baby?
Hey.
Hey, so check this out, man. I call you guys about Kuminga all the time, man. I don't see Kuminga as part of the future when these other boys leave. So here's the question. Is Kuminga the future, or is he part of a potential future? Because to me, he is not the future. Where you say to yourself, wow, when Steph and the boys leave, we got Kuminga to take over. He still doesn't do that for me. As much as I love watching the Warriors play, I like Kuminga too, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy where it's like you're going to hit your wagon to in 4 or 5 years. He's just an athlete. He doesn't handle the ball well enough. He doesn't shoot the ball well enough. He don't do enough things for me, and he doesn't rebound enough. How can you let the young fellow from Santa Clara come out of the blue, drafted number 17, and all of a sudden he's rookie of the year? He's on the all-rookie team.
Wow.
Basketball IQ, tangibles. Your boy Kuminga doesn't have the intangibles for you to say, this is going to be our guy in 3 years when Steph and the boys leave. He is not that guy. You're going to see it in 3 or 4 years. We're going to be trying to find somebody else that we can hitch our wagon to. Maybe Kuminga will be a part of it, or maybe he'll be the guy that we trade so we can draft and get somebody. But he's not it.
Hey, listen.
Let him go, then let him go.
You tell your friends Guru dubbed you OKC because you just brought the Thunder. Hey, I agree, Stoddy, and tell me what he said that was fiction. That was fiction. We talked about his lack of rebounding up until now. It's just not a sure shot he's the next Pippen.
Duh.
Yeah, but I think some people are like,
idiots think he is?
Well, the ones that are
like you 2 years ago.
We don't know.
I just don't understand how and why people don't get it with Kuminga. When did he start playing basketball?
You love this.
When he was 15 years old. Okay, so he's been playing basketball 7 years. He does not have a foundation. Look at a guy, it's Doncic. He's been playing since he was 8.
Yeah.
Jokic, playing since he was 8. They're in their 15th year of basketball. They are further along than Kuminga. You can't force feed it. Kuminga's going to be at his best at 27. Not at 22, because he's still learning the game. He is. People don't want to hear it, but he's still learning the game.
It's the case for a lot of players, though.
It is the case for a lot of players. All I'm saying is Kuminga is further away from being a polished product than most players 22 years old who have started playing when they're 10 or 12. Like, it's just going to take him longer.
So by the time he's ready,
if he gets it,
Curry will be...
Oh, it's over.
43?
Well, but Curry will still be playing well. No, I always think that's funny. I do always think it's funny that Steph will play 4 or 5 more years.
Stop.
Oh, really? Well, then why is it all 43 or nothing next year? If Steph's going to play 3 or 4 more years, why does it have to be next year?
Obviously, you know where my energy's at. He's not going to be playing at 43, and I know Lacob and company know it. Hey, like I said, Stoney, you said you dubbed it the price of a dynasty. That's what makes this thing hard. But the one thing I do know is I walk to the Caddy when this great show is over. They owe him something, and they owe him the best immediate help they could get.
Well, that's what you think. That's what you think.
Right, we're going to see.
That's what, I get it. But I'm going to just be honest with you. Yeah. I don't believe, knowing Joe Lacob, as well as I know Joe Lacob, I'm telling you right now, he does not feel like he owes Stephen Curry something.
I'll give you that.
Nor should he.
But what about the Draymond? What
he made a mistake.
Okay.
What more do you need to hear on it?
All right, I hear you on
He blew it. They blew it on Draymond Green.
All right. So if you say that on that, I hear you.
You know, I actually viewed Draymond a little differently than everybody else. Not everybody else, but like you. You think, Draymond, till last 2 years, he's going to be, okay, you're going to get a better Draymond. I think you might get a worse Draymond. I think because he's got 3 more years guaranteed, why does he have
audacity
to? Yeah.
It's got to end somewhere. We got
wake up, Goo. Yeah.
Well,
wake up.
Tell the one.
95.7. Hey, what's coming up? What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromise.
No. That's gone too far. Oh, baby, it's Monte Hill from the Morning Roast.
sometimes I'm listening to that show and I'm thinking, oh my God, how does Steiny do it?
Just shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You never cease to amaze me.
Where and
you
who
are
was
just
that?
a fantastical
How do you
character.
deal with what?
You.
Did she say me? I wasn't here.
You were here.
It was on the afternoon show. Neither of you were here.
Oh.
And she said, how does Steiny deal with me? So that was
I don't know.
She was spraying at me. Or she got the wrong show, Evan. I'm hoping.
So let me throw something at you.
What's the game again then, Steiny?
That's the one that bothers me just a little bit. No. So I want to make something clear. I'm not saying Steph's got no pull. I'm not saying that. But what boggles my mind, Goo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Steph, what do you think? Well, I think this, that, and the other thing. Okay, Steph, it's noted. We got you. Thanks for your input. We'll consider it. Like, that's it. We were in a room, you and I, with Joe Lacob.
Yeah, we were.
When he uttered the phrase, how much pull do they have? Well, we listened to him, but they're just players.
The old
but you don't, like, Joe Lacob said that, but you don't believe him there. Because, like, that's why I don't think, because he said they're just players, that flies in the face to me of we're doing everything and anything for Steph Curry.
Well, you know what? And he did say that he was on with Bonte in the morning at the old building. That life was different then for the Warriors. Everything is real now, Steiny, and the end is near. And when I talk about end, I'm talking about the dynasty that was Steph Curry, and things are changing. And at the end of the day, you have to reward the guys and gals that have led and built and been a part of building this dynasty. And with that becomes a debt. And I'm not saying Steph is saying, whatever I say, do, Joe. But Steiny, we've been on this earth long enough to know, and we've been covering sports, there is a credit card that the great ones have. And I think Steph Curry now, where we all can know, you know what, that he might be on the back nine. There's the last 5 holes. It's more imperative now that they get back and have an ability or a chance to compete more now than ever. And I think that may cost some young players their future with the Warriors if they have an opportunity to pull the trigger on a big dog. And it's one of those things, Steiny, to where I don't even think nothing even needs to be said. It's almost known. But when I talk to you like that from that standpoint, I can see how somebody that's so literal like yourself, you take that as if Steph's on a bullhorn saying, you better do this and that. And it's not like that. But it's a given, Steiny.
What's a given?
That Steph Curry has built and made Joe Lacob's millions and billions of dollars.
Do you think Joe believes that?
I believe that.
I don't.
Oh, I believe he believes that. What could he? What's the flip side of not believing that? I'm here for you. I'm not saying Curry's 100% responsible, but
well, he's not. Joe Lacob owns the team. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, hey, Steph, hit the bricks. But if Joe Lacob sees a deal and it's like, okay, Paul George for Jonathan Kuminga, Moody, Gary Payton II, and a 2026 and 2028 first-round pick, Joe Lacob will not say, you know, I hate that deal because in 2026 and 2028, we might not be very good without Steph.
Yeah.
And I don't really think that Paul George gets us back into title contention. So even though Steph wants to do it, I'm going to do it even though I don't believe in it. I don't think he would do that.
All right. Meet me halfway and say that that's a possibility. It could come down to something just like what you laid out.
Maybe.
And he can choose, you know what, Steph, I'm not doing it. I can see you want to do it. But you do understand that, like, he's going to come to some type of crossroad, whether Steph signs off on it or not, but that's how it's going to go down, is they want to have him involved in that.
If you think, I mean, I don't, like...
Steiny, if you were
you don't get Joe Lacob, bro. You don't understand multi-billionaires.
But you taught me, and rightfully so, he's a killer, and then we don't know what in the hell happened.
Bringing up Draymond again.
Yeah,
He
but
made a mistake.
It's incredible.
What's incredible?
That this dude was not, Paul George, or he's kind of one-dimensional. And I think the team has figured out all the Warriors' action when Dre's just sitting up there with the ball. It's like they're easy to guard. And I would just think this is not 2016 to where he was looking at Dre like, oh, man, we're still at the beginning. I thought Lacob was going to be like, well, let me tell you what, Jay, you're still a good defender, but you ain't great. And whatever was said and read, he got 4 years for 100 to where now you're saying, yeah, even I'll say that was a mistake.
Of course it was a mistake. Is there anybody that doesn't think that was a mistake?
I wonder if Joe thinks it was a mistake.
He'll never admit it. But you all were wrong. You were wrong.
Yeah.
Like this whole idea of without Draymond, we're nothing. We can't win without Draymond.
I was the one lobbying for that.
But see, that's also what happened. Kerr and everybody under the sun, right after the season, said, well, we got to have Draymond. If we don't have Draymond, we don't have Draymond. We don't have Draymond. We don't have Draymond. We got to have Draymond. Got to have Draymond. Can't win without Draymond. Well, that puts pressure on an organization.
But they acted that way when it was all said and done.
How did it work out?
It didn't work out, Steiny.
Thank you.
And it's still going.
Thank you. And I'll tell you what else I'd be really leery of working out, and that is not having first-round draft picks when Steph Curry is not a Warrior.
I get that.
Let me just throw this. Ev, let's throw this.
My first eye.
Here's what I'm most scared of, more scared than anything else, is we don't have first-round picks when Steph Curry's not here. That's the biggest, that scares me more than anything that's going on right now, in a way. That's one thing that I would go out of my way to protect against.
My biggest fear would be them trading someone like Steph Curry for a bunch of future first-round picks and then whiffing on all of them.
But
multiple James Wisemans. And that would be my biggest fear.
And let me give you mine. Having Steph Curry here and the youngsters aren't good enough, and we're just a team that doesn't make the playoffs.
The old guys aren't good enough.
Oh, all of it, the collective. We're just not. We're the Warriors with Steph and Dre, but we're not even good enough to make the playoffs. That's my nightmare.
Well, that's now. You're living it. You're in your nightmare.
We're hoping it was an anomaly, Steiny.
3 out of the last 5 years. That's not an anomaly. That's a pattern. 5-21.
Well, if you're going to do that, then
there's a championship in that 5.
Sure.
In that 3. If you're going to nitpick years.
Okay. Right. And I'm.
By the way, they're also a 66% winning percent when Draymond played this year. So.
Well, I never said anything other than that.
Well, who was the guy that called in and said they were just a 500 team when Dre played?
I'd have to look at who they played.
Yeah.
No,
but Evan's right. It was better than 500. That guy called and said they're just a 500 team when Dre played. And I said, well, what if you take half of it? No, that was wrong.
I don't care. They were 5-21 against good teams. 5-21. That's all. And I don't know what's going to happen.
Last night, DK Sportsbook, real quick, is gambling, Steiny. They're reporting last night it was plus 3,000 that Paul George would be a Warrior. Plus 3,000. Okay. That's gone down to plus 600.
Okay. That means what?
That
I'm not a great bettor.
You would think, I don't know what sources they have, but
it's more
likely to happen.
Okay. Yeah. Well, order the rings, right? Order them up.
I thought you said Lord of the Rings.
Order the rings. Yeah. Here we go. We're attacking our 9-month NBA season with 4 guys 35 years old. Whew, that's scary to me.
You hate age.
Because
what about wisdom?
You need to be in your prime to win a title. Even when the Warriors won it 2 years ago, that's a big 2 years. All right. What do we got on the other side? Oh, crossover. Willard and Dibbs, 95 cents a game. It is funny.
Warriors offseason.
Part of the Creedence Clearwater Revival Band, one of the greatest American bands of all time. He, of course, wrote Center Field with Willie Mays in the lyrics. And John, geez, boy, thanks for joining us.
This is John Sally.
John Sally.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't think Willer's ever heard that in this entire...
Yeah. Your mic's not on.
You haven't been here for 5 days. You don't know what's going on.
Well, I've been here every day, and I don't know what's going on. What is going on?
We may have to rack that back one time. Just one last time, much like...
please let Willard hear it in its entirety.
It's
know the story.
I don't. He doesn't know the story, and you know the business.
Why would I know the story?
Like,
I thought I don't know.
I got sick.
Well, okay, I'll do it.
I heard you guys talking about it. Yeah, I heard you talking about it on my way in.
Yeah. Not since AJ Anunoby.
So we were in the green room. We were efforting John Fogarty.
John Fogarty.
I'd like to tell him, since I was the one put on the spot.
Shout out center field.
Willie Mays passes, and the next thing you know how the boss is about. Well, let's get some people on the air.
He got the black book.
Nahigian's much different than me. He actually loves calling people to try to get him on the radio.
No doubt. He takes it personally.
Exactly.
It's like Brandon Ayuk and a contract. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to try to get this guy, and that guy, and this guy, and that guy.
We're going to get everybody who's ever been named Willie.
He said, let's
go ahead.
What do you think about John Fogarty? I was like, John Creedence. Oh, center field.
Center field.
I say, hey, Willie May. I'm like, yeah. Boy, that'd be great. I said, they're from the Bay Area. Evan knew a lot about him, too. I'm like, they're from the Bay Area. They're from El Sereno. That's a good call. Well, of course, Nahigian must have been trying to get everybody under the sun, and I guess John Sally was somebody who was tweeting about Mays and was on the Best Damn Sports Show. And I guess he called John Sally, thought it was John Fogarty because he said Sally had a gravelly voice.
They do sound the same.
Listen to how excited Steiny sets this thing up.
And so...
Okay, so you thought you were having John Fogarty.
He storms in to our ears. He storms in. He goes, "We got Fogarty."
Yeah, I heard
we got Fogarty.
Okay, we got Fogarty.
It's it picks up with
we got
in my ear. In my ear, we got Fogarty.
When was this?
Wednesday. My last day.
Where the hell was I? How did this not come up?
It was early. It was. You know
right,
what?
But because you were sick,
that's why I didn't get it. Okay. I was out of energy to kind of let you know.
I didn't know this happened.
So here it is. I'll set it up with in my ear. We got Fogarty. We got Fogarty.
Yeah.
Part of the Creedence Clearwater Revival Band, one of the greatest American bands of all time. He, of course, wrote Center Field with Willie Mays in the lyrics. And John, geez, boy, thanks for joining us.
This is John Sally.
John Sally.
Oh, I thought they were going to play it all. He ended up hanging up.
From there?
That was the best part.
What happened?
I'll tell you where I went from there.
Oh.
John Sally.
Yeah, he said it again.
I guess we'll try to call an audible here. Joining us now, a member of the Bad Boy Pistons. He won 2 titles. John Sally. Click.
Gone.
Wow.
It was the most incredible thing I've heard in my radio career.
We should start doing that on purpose. That's tremendous radio.
And then we had a dial tone after he was trying. Hey, you were a bad boy. It was
He's still a bad boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Then again,
started. I thought that was the whole call.
What would you do,
Sally?
What would you do?
What do you mean?
Someone brings you on, and they do a whole build-up.
I think I'd make fun of myself if I tried to.
But what you didn't hear, and I told Steiny today, I put this thing on the autopsy table. He ran some material saying he helped produce the track. And while doing so, Steiny was still, hey, John and the Pistons, and the joke kind of just failed. And I think John was out. Y'all ain't even going to laugh at my joke.
Yeah.
Either that or he's just
Steiny, I'm for sure. I listened to it 80 times.
They weren't even trying to have me on, though.
Well, I think
I
thought there was a prank or something.
Someone brings you on, you think it's to talk Warriors, and it turns out it's to talk about Dazed and Confused with Matt McConaughey. Like, what would you do? What would you do?
I'd say that's a great movie, and I keep getting older, and they keep staying the same.
Age.
Dibs, I gave you love this morning. The only dude at the station that checked on me my dude.
Yeah, thank you, of course.
It.
I mean, I saw the email and I thought about it.
My man.
I mean, because I've been through it and you've been through it a number of times and we all been through it. And the one thing about what that illness is you never know. Like, you could get it and you could be down for 3 months. You can get it and be down for 12 hours. You just don't know.
You can get it and not even know you have it.
And there you go.
But if you don't test, yeah, exactly.
No, like some people, like you also could have no symptoms. So I mean,
that's my wife.
Yeah,
my wife has been asymptomatic for sure.
Like
every
there are
time.
people who have it, and you don't even. I don't even know how you end up even knowing.
For granted, and what this kick I'm on is. Oh, what am I going to watch tonight? The feeling you have when you think you're bored or you're not doing anything, but you're healthy, is the greatest gift you could have, because when you got chills or your stomach or your head, it's incredible to be sick. Every little second of your life is hard to sleep. It's like, and I said I'm Derek Jeter because I had the number 2. It was just, boy.
I appreciated something you did today that was subtle. And again, this is with no judgment. Everybody handle this however you want to handle it. But you guys are starting the show, and Steiny, you could hear he brings you back like Goo's back, and he's about to say why you were out, and he stopped because there's like this privacy thing.
I don't have it. No,
people still have this in their head, like there's some shame. There's shame.
Not
it's like,
me.
oh no,
I'm open book.
And so he goes.
There's no shame. It's privacy.
Privacy. No, but there's a thing. Like
the thing is privacy, and what we learned about HIPAA laws is that if he doesn't say what he had, then I shouldn't say what he had.
I get it.
Yeah.
Everybody do it how you want. But I've walked around for 45 years in my life, and someone will go, "I had the flu." And then that's it. You had the flu.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is I appreciated that he took a right turn and you grabbed your mic and went, I had COVID.
But I can show you an iPhone worth of text messages, 100 of them from friends and family. You got it again?
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Are we still cool, bud? You got it again. Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? But some people
say, like, I'm an 8-time champ now.
No doubt.
Well, there is shame, and it's become much like, I don't know why. It's become shame because of society, and it's become shame because of what we've gone through. And it reminds me of, and this, you're probably too young for this, but herpes. And you can go ahead and dump it if you want. Grandy, you're not paying attention.
I just
back in the 80s, if you had herpes, you would never mention you had herpes. And now when you have COVID, you don't mention you have COVID because people judge you.
But that's a sexually transmitted disease. That's an STD.
That's
totally different.
It's not only an STD. If you know what you know about herpes, it's not only sexually transmitted.
It's a reach to do herpes to COVID.
What I'm saying, for me, it's about shame. It's about the shame of illness. When you have the flu, there's no shame.
Right.
When you have strep throat or mono, there's no shame. When you have COVID now, there's shame. Why is there shame?
I'm only saying,
I don't have any. That's why I'm
exactly. Thank you. Only if you accept it. Like, no, there's no shame.
I don't feel shame at all, but people will shame you, and
bleep them.
Well, I'm just saying that there is shame out there. I'm not saying that I shame, but there is shame around it, and that's just a fact of society.
You could say it's the new flu, Willard.
Yes,
that's how I look.
I have a word for it. Sick.
Okay,
you got sick. And then you got better and you came back to work.
Yeah. Steiny had my back in that.
End of story.
Well, and if you never would have tested, then you just would have had the flu.
I knew something was going on. Yeah.
No, but if you...
Well, then why'd you test?
Because I needed to know what was going on.
It's COVID.
But what if it wasn't?
Exactly.
Then I'd be like...
Would you have come to work, though? You felt like crap.
Yeah, but I had to go. I didn't do the home test. I had to go to Kaiser Emergency because I was telling the symptoms, and then I was getting a little headache. And they were like, let's just test you. And it was like, oh, wow, snap.
Again, everybody handle their own health however they want to handle their own health. I would like to go back to the days where when you get sick, you stay home, and then when you're better, you come back. You can use whatever word you want for what you had.
That's real. Wow,
you got sick, and then you got better, and you came back to work. That's all.
But if you get better, and if you test and you have COVID, there's a certain amount of okay, you're better, but should you come back to work because of the idea of spreading?
No doubt.
There's rules, but like Mark's saying, if you have a flu or if you feel sick, and you don't test and you feel better the next day, you go to work because you feel better.
But think about others too.
Well, yeah. I mean, you never know. I had a coworker here on this station who would always show up sick.
Okay. And you got a brand new baby. I thought of you,
too. I mean, and I appreciate that. Yeah. But this is years ago before I had a baby. And, this is back before pre-COVID where...
I know who it was.
Yeah, you showed up.
I was going to say, I'd like to eliminate myself from this conversation
now. You were not even close to being here.
Like 8 guys in my mind. Like, I'll never know.
And we all did it. You were sick, but you showed up to work anyway because, Steiny, you're from the old school. And your dad and my dad. And
you power through.
Yeah, you do.
You power through. Yeah. And you know what? My fever wasn't 102 and you feel a little bit under the weather and you show up to work. But now, when you don't feel great, if you test and you get it, well, then you stay home because you don't want to spread it to somebody who might be vulnerable.
I just think, do that with the flu, too. That's all. That's the way
For sure. For sure.
I don't know why it only has to be COVID where you're like, let's think about the other people around. You know what I mean? I don't want the flu either. I don't even want a cold. Colds are killers in this industry. Yep. If I can't laugh, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. We can move on.
That's real.
Dr.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Can I ask you two a question?
Of course
I'm under the premise, the way I live my life and I watch sports and watch businesses operate, what Steph Curry has helped build or make this Warrior organization into, there is a debt. I know they're paying him, but I believe he's still playing at a high level. He's not what he was at 25, but 26 a game. That behind closed doors, their number one, quote, priority is we got to do this for Steph. And Steiny makes it sound like I'm saying whatever Steph says goes. He calls Laker. But there is an internal debt of he's still good. Let's try to get him a guy or guys that can help him maximize what's left if he's on the back nine of his career.
I don't know how Dibs feels about it. I've listened to you guys talk this out a lot today, and I can acknowledge, first of all, of course, yes, they owe the world to Steph Curry. Does that actually mean they're supposed to XYZ this offseason? Like, I'll take your answer to what Mike Dunleavy said about Klay Thompson yesterday. With players like that, it's impossible to remove the emotion from the conversation.
I believed him on that one.
Okay, so agreed on that with Steph Curry. I think they will do what you want them to try to do for Steph Curry, but it's not because they owe it to him. It's because it's still the right thing to do. He's still a really good player, and he still represents their best chance of being relevant. I'm not going to use the words championship contender, but their best chance to be relevant next year, which matters to them, is to continue to build around their current best player. He is still their best player. So it's not because they owe it to him. It's because I think it's the right move to make. Trading him, as some would suggest,
oh my gosh,
there's so much more to it. Like, go talk to the business office about that idea. It's not like people make it so simple. It's over.
He's a one jersey man.
Like, my God, he's the franchise. You just trade him. The ripple effect would be massive.
I don't think you owe him anything as far as like making a move that would hurt you for the future or making a move that's desperate for the current. I do think that you need to try to do all you can, not only for him, but for yourself. The only person they owe is Joe Lacob and Peter Guber and the other owners. They owe them a product that can continue to make money and fill the arena and be competitive and all the rest of it. And if that means maximizing the Steph Curry window, then that's what that means. I don't think that you owe him, like, we're going to trade all our young guys and a bunch of picks to bring in Paul George, and we're going to sign this guy and that guy, and we're going to do all we can for 2 years and know full well that after 2 years we're going to be terrible. I don't think that that's what they owe Steph Curry. They owe Joe Lacob what you owe him as an employee.
Let me ask you this. If and I'd have to crunch the numbers, but let's say they have a deal for Paul George, but it keeps them in the second apron, which means they're going to lose a draft pick in like 2030, and the way they operate from this point on, they're hamstrung with combining salaries. In other words, it's punitive. Would you do it?
The second apron is, look,
it's a Warriors rule. Let's call it what it is.
No, I think everybody's hell-bent on being out of it.
Exactly.
Hell-bent. I mean, and I know that most of us, self-included, I don't want to sound like I got this whole thing figured out.
But what if that deal gets you, it's almost worth being in it.
It gets you Paul George.
I have the
list. Are you doing it? I just told you.
I'm going Willard yesterday. Durant, I would do it.
I have the list in front of me of what it means if you're over the second apron. Not allowed to acquire a player in a sign and trade. Not allowed to use a pre-existing trade exception. Not allowed to take back more money in a trade. Not allowed to aggregate contracts sent out. Not allowed to send out cash. Not allowed to sign a player waived during the regular season that had a pre-existing salary of $12.9 million plus. Not allowed to sign and train your own free agents if the incoming salary exceeds the second apron. Not allowed to use a trade exception created from a sign-in trade. That's the list. Now, none of that's interesting to Joe basketball fan, but that's really interesting to basketball teams. Like you're up a creek. You're up a creek,
and they're up one now.
Yeah, I mean,
not making the playoffs.
That's why Dunleavy hit the chord that he hit yesterday with talking about like how hard it is to do it. I think the Warriors. You hear every reporter saying the same thing. They're knocking on every door. Aggressive. They're going after right. Yeah. They're good, and I have no doubt that they are. But they're going to continue to publicly under-promise in the hopes of over-delivering because, these like they're in a spot, and it's going to be really, really sort of tough for them to navigate through for one or two of these deals, and they need to be ready to sound excited if they've got to run it back.
I agree. What I heard from Mike Dunleavy yesterday is we're not really sure what direction we're going in. We're kind of open to anything. If we had an opportunity to get a Paul George, we might. But you know what? We wouldn't scoff at Bowl either. If we had an opportunity to get him and we think he's going to be good in 3 years, like they could go any way. That's why I think he's just left everything wide open.
That's why they've told Klay to sit and wait.
Exactly.
They don't know how this is going to go. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, and they also probably have I think that they've got a little inkling, as does maybe Klay, that it's not going to go the way that he thought it was going to go.
Right. Well, for example, I bet you more than half of us, I think I did, thought they were going to waive Looney.
Yeah, I thought so.
I thought there was certainly a possibility.
If you would asked me a month ago, I'd have said yes.
Yeah,
and I would too.
But now I kind of understand why they didn't.
It doesn't save them that much money.
Exactly.
And then continues to be now an $8 million chip.
But they need him on the basketball.
And that's fine too.
Basketball part of it was
I don't think they need him on the basketball floor.
But rebounding is very important, and he was
they led the league in rebounding, I think.
Great locker room guy.
But it was different leading the league in rebounding because it got you no playoffs.
Right.
And you need Kevon.
You could talk about Kevon like per 36, but he doesn't play 36. He plays about 14 now. So we can all do the per 36 minute stats, but 36 minutes for Kevon now is 3 games. That's a week.
Wow. I don't think they need him. I think they'd be fine if he's here. He doesn't hurt you.
Exactly.
He doesn't hurt you on the roster. Great guy in the locker room. Steve Kerr's favorite. There's value there. $8 million, whatever.
I think ideally for the Warriors, Looney doesn't play much except kind of for an emergency. That would be perfect. I mean, maybe they're going to use him as a trade piece along with somebody else, but
right.
I mean, Looney to me is...
Wow. I asked Steiny, am I wrong to say that this Klay thing is ugly already? Just the energy behind every reporter coming on our station, every talking head. Not that they're not talking Willard and Diaz, but it's like there's nothing going on. Like they're far apart. And I'm just like, the energy just seems like the Ayuk thing is a bit different. But this Klay, it's just like there's a stalemate or almost like don't even hope, Dibs. This thing, who am I to feel bad for a guy that's made all the chicken for Klay? But if his goal was to remain here, I feel like this is ugly already.
Well, if that was his goal, then he would have signed a contract last October. If that was his goal, I think his goal was to get out there for the first time and be a free agent and see what's out there. And now that you're out there, you're kind of seeing that it's not going to be as good as maybe you thought, and Malik Monk signing for less than $20 million per.
Me, man.
Right? So Malik gets $4.78, and he's better than Malik Monk right now, but the Malik Monk contract is more of a future deal for Sacramento. So if you're Klay and you see that, you're thinking, geez, maybe I won't get $3.90.
The only thing about Monk is that because he was an early bird free agent, the Kings actually offered him the most they could possibly pay him. So Monk probably a lot of things, might have been worried he wasn't going to get that if he hits the open market. And then he was probably like, you know what, $20 million a year, I like it here, I'm playing, it's cool. So I think he signed that because he didn't want the stress of going into free agency.
Right. Well, I also think that the key number there is not the 78, it's the 4. That's what it sounds to me like a lot of free agents are looking for that teams right now are not willing to do. Like all these reports about Klay.
You're right.
Right, it's all 1+1 or the Warriors offered 2. Nobody wants to do 3, let alone 4. And I know Malik's only 25, 26 years old. That's a different story. So that's why he gets that offer. But I think that you're watching this not just in the NBA, all over sports. Look at the Boris 4. Everybody goes into free agency like, I'm getting 7 years and 250. No, you're getting 1.
So you're telling me,
year.
Okay, and this, I've been bedridden. You're telling me that Draymond Green basically just ruined the season when he hit Jordan Poole, did what he did last year, and Klay, and you gave him 4. And Klay can't get more than 2. And I always say, oh, you worry about what's going on in your own backyard, dude. But just tell me that's not cool. How can you not revert or default to? So he got 4, and maybe they saw how awful Lacob and company that deal was, and maybe the byproduct is Klay. That was an error. We can't make it. But if you're Klay, wouldn't that really just? Oh my gosh!
I can't say if it did or if it didn't. I can see your thought process that it would really annoy him. But if I'm the Warriors, my answer, which will be unsatisfactory, I get it, but my answer would be that was a completely different market. Totally different time, totally different set of circumstances. We thought we were a contender. We had just won a title and gone to the second round. And then we offered you, by the way, we offered you 2 at a really, what is turning out to be an attractive number. And then we got more data, which was we didn't even make the playoffs. So it's a totally different world now.
Yeah. I think, and I don't know if it's acrimony. I think the Warriors just, okay, if he didn't take the 48, he didn't take the 48. Now they're in this spot. I think they just said, hey, we want you back, but we got to do other stuff first. And that probably rubs him the wrong way.
No doubt.
But they have to do other things first.
That's like saying, hey, I think I want to go with you, but I got to go on a few more dates. I'll get back to you. I'll double back. That's boy. Well, just think about how you'd feel.
Except that the moves they could make could pave the way for him coming back and then be better, in theory.
So put your ego on hold. We'll get back to you.
Well, but that's going to be hard if somebody goes, hey, Klay, we'll give you 50 for $2 million or 2 years for 50 right now. Well, then he might leave.
Dibs, do you think that hasn't happened? Because there are reports saying, oh, the market that Klay thought was there. I'm like, that's not being fair. Could be true, but that's been out there. You think he already knows? Oh, boy. The 30 that everybody said was coming from Orlando might not be there.
I think it's the 3, not the 30. I think Mark's right about it's more about the years. If you're Klay, would you take 3 and 60 or 2 and 50? I think you'd take 3 and 60 rather than 2 and 50. That way, 3 and 60, you get to play 3 more years of basketball.
Ain't got to worry about it.
Ain't got to worry about it. It's 10 more million, and you get to play basketball for 3 years. 2 and 50, which I don't think is out there. Even if you had 2 and 50 here or 3 and 60 there, I think you'd take 3 and 60 without a doubt.
I think you have a point. And if I'm Klay Thompson, and I know this, I don't want to try to compare it. The comparison bothers people because they're very different players. And they handle their positions differently, and Malik's been coming off the bench. But if I'm Klay Thompson and I see 26-year-old Malik Monk not even get 20, I'm like, oh, damn. You could tell 30, goodbye. Malik didn't even get 20, and he's 26.
He's a baller.
He's 26.
But you're better than Malik Monk.
Yeah, better.
For sure.
Listen, the Warriors are asking you, if you come back, to play the Malik Monk role.
You think
they want you to be their sixth man? So I don't think the NBA is looking at Klay saying you're markedly better than Malik Monk.
You're better, and I don't think your 4-year contract better. But if you're getting a 2-year deal, you're getting more than 2 years and 40. Yeah, I would think if you're Klay.
Okay, right, but 30's gone.
Oh, 30's way gone.
That's all I'm saying.
Bobby Marks came on our show about 8 weeks ago, and Bobby said, Klay, what Klay did this year is worth 30. That's where the market is for Klay. And then the first contract off the board, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, that it's an early bird situation. And so, he settled for less than what he could get if he actually became a real free agent. And he did it because he wanted the security. So, but if Malik would have thought that he can go out there and get 4 and 100, he would have.
Well, and if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm trying to say Malik Monk has nothing to do with me because he did something for his own reasons.
For his own team, yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Well, here's what we got.
Listening.
Willard and Dibbs are at Chase Center tomorrow for round 1 of the draft. Guru and I will be there Thursday for round 2 of the draft. And you can hear it all on 95.7 The Game.
We'll see you Friday, Steiny.
This is John Sally.
John Sally.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get on in here. Glad everybody's with us. 888-957-9570. It's another huge Warrior offseason day. We got some Brandon Ayuk stuff to go through for sure. I think Farhan Zaidi might be in real trouble. Nick Ahmed joins us at approximately 4:30 later on today. So we got all that going on. But here, Dibbs, here's the first thing that I want to say.
Okay.
This word that keeps coming up, the future. I find it to be such a fascinating concept. How many of us, and this is a human condition, how many of us think that we've got a real grasp on what's going to happen in the future? I want to try to make this point without sounding irresponsible. If I'm running a business, of course, you always need to keep your future in mind. Like, do you have a 401k?
Yeah.
Great. Keep your future in mind. But my gosh, don't let it own you. Don't let it determine everything you're doing, because how many times do we need to be reminded that we have no clue what the hell is going to be going on 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now? So this concept that I keep hearing from people, well, you can't risk the future. What future? Go back 2 years ago and ask yourself if at that time you thought any of what's happening now was possible. The Warriors, we are on Market Street with stuff flying out of the sky.
Yeah, confetti.
If I had said to you, hey, Dibbs, 2 years from today, with a healthy roster, the Warriors are going to miss the playoffs. Klay Thompson's going to be big mad. He's going to unfollow the team on social media. And your dreams of the big three never wearing another uniform, a lot of you won't even want that anymore, let alone think it possible. If I had said that to you that day, you'd have stuffed some of those streamers down my throat. You just said, what are you talking about? There's no way that's all going to happen. So this idea that, oh gosh, Kuminga and Moody and Pajemski, because here's what's going to happen in 2027. We have no idea what the whole world, let alone the NBA landscape and the future of these specific players, no clue what the hell's going to be going on then. So that does not mean I'm trying to suggest bleep them, trade them, who cares? That's not what I'm saying. Protect your assets the way you would like to, but don't fall into this trap of thinking you know what the hell's going to happen 2 years from now and that you've got a bird in the hand. You don't. You don't. You, Jonathan Kuminga, I heard a caller on Steiny and Goose say that Moses Moody is a future one. What are we talking about?
Right.
You do not have a bird in the hand.
You can think that.
You can think whatever you want.
Sure.
But the idea that the Warriors have got to at all costs protect the future. What does that even mean? What does the word the future even, what does that mean? I have no clue.
Well, it's a construct. And you could look at the 1920 season when Steph got hurt and Draymond quit on the team and you go 15-50. Nobody thought at the end of that year that you would go on to win the NBA Finals 2 years later. And then nobody would have thought, as you mentioned, when we were on Market Street, which was almost 2 years ago to the day. Yep. I know it's 15 years ago to the day that Steph got drafted. So we can talk about June 25th in many different ways today about what this day means. But the NBA Finals parade was about 2 years ago. And yes, nobody would have thought at that point when you and I were live at Market Street that it would have gotten to this point where Klay is mad and probably leaving and Draymond's got a contract that nobody likes and Steph's down to 2 years and Steve Kerr's coaching the Olympic team and he's talking about shelf life and you might trade Kuminga and Dunleavy's in and Myers is out. None of us would have thought that 2 years ago, but 2 years before that, when they were terrible, nobody would have thought that they would have been a title team. So it's a long way to say exactly what you are saying, which is the future. Nobody knows what the future is. Jonathan Kuminga is either going to be a star, really good, serviceable, terrible. Who knows? Nobody really knows what any of these guys is going to be.
No, but so in other words, if it's me, if you've got assets that you like, if you really love Jonathan Kuminga, if you really love Brandon Pajemski, great, keep them. Keep them. But I really am ready to push back at the idea, and I hear it a lot. I hear it a lot from our listeners. I hear it a lot everywhere. I hear this a lot. I want to push back at the idea of you've got to declare. Why does everyone seem to think you need to make a pick? Old guys or young guys? You don't have to choose. You're allowed to have both. You don't need to. So there's got to be an in-between here. I hear this all the time. All in for Steph. Or trade Steph, develop the young guys. My God, to me, the truth is right in the middle of all of that. You're not trading Steph. I find that to be a ridiculous sentiment for hundreds of reasons, some of them basketball, many of them beyond. But you don't have to pick. You're allowed to continue to develop young players within the framework of whatever you're doing. Most teams at any given time are developing someone or something if they're doing it right. But you can also try to win. You don't need to strip the whole thing all the way down to the studs and just pick young guys or be all in and make sure everybody's had a 35th birthday or they're not allowed to have a jersey. Like, none of that exists. So there's plenty of space for Steph Curry and Draymond Green and whoever else, whether it be Klay Thompson and Paul George, Kevin Durant, a lot of people. There's plenty of space for them to still be really good basketball players. And then what else is going on around them? Does Kuminga become 18 a night for sure this year? I don't know. If you want to roll that out, let's roll those dice out, see where they land. But there's plenty of room in between. And so the whole idea of having to declare, I think, is just a figment of our imagination. This idea that 2 years from now, if you do too much for Steph, we're dead in 2 years. You have 2 more off seasons of movement and adjustments and trades and signings and all kinds of things you can do if you make a move now that doesn't go well.
Right, but the move you make now, and many people are fearful of the move you make now involving people who they think will be in 2 years really good core pieces for the future, and that'd be Moody, Pods, TJD, and Kuminga, certainly. So the idea would be, can you make a move now to not sacrifice those pieces or all those pieces and get better now and help Steph now and still not sacrifice the future?
For sure. But that to me sounds like what every team in every sport is dealing with at all times.
Of course.
Which is
get better without giving up your future pieces.
Do we use some young sort of prospect style athletes to do something that we think helps us more right now? This is what the baseball trade deadline is. It's what it is. Every year for every team, and we do this, it gets to late June, and we start going, are we a buyer? Are we a seller? Which do we want to do? Do we give up some young pieces to get the now? So that's just, I don't know, that's just the off season. But I hear a lot of like, you've got to be all in one direction or all in the other. Why can't we do both? I have it's like if they did, I don't want them to trade Kuminga. I hope he's still a Warrior. I think he will be. But if Moody is involved in a deal, and here's the other one, a pick. Oh, everyone is freaked out about, don't give up your picks.
Wow.
Your picks.
Give up your picks.
I mean,
give up your picks, because if you're halfway decent and you're not in the lottery, your pick is almost meaningless. And look at the NBA history of the first round. It's usually the best players come in the top 8, the top 10, the lottery. Even look at the Warriors in the lottery. Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. Wiseman looks like he might be a bust. Kuminga, we'll see. Nice pick at number 7, and we'll see if he turns out to be an all-star, let alone a superstar. And Moses Moody, he's a nice rotational player at 14. Those are your 3 lottery picks.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pods, not lottery. TJD, not lottery.
Not even first round.
Not as good, but close enough.
Good.
Right?
I mean, for a rookie,
exactly.
I like him. I like these players a lot. I like
the pick.
Yeah, I like these players. I hope they're a part of the future. Am I listening, though? If you offer me something that clearly makes me better and more interesting right now, of course I would listen. I think everything, like we were so comfortable with this phrase 4 months ago. Everything's on the table. We were so comfortable with it. And now everybody's all tight because we're here. Oh, I don't like any of this. Well, a lot of people, you got to bring Klay back. You can't do that. And you can't, Moody and Pajemski, and God save anybody who brings up the word Kuminga. No, we can't do any of that. Well, then let's just do it again.
Right.
Let's just be the 10 seed again, and don't complain if when the Warriors don't get any better. I am so unconcerned with 2027 because just thinking about that parade made me realize how long of a period of time that is. 2 years. How much in your life is the same right now as 2 years ago?
Well, everything, Mark.
Nothing.
Well, let me think about 2 years ago today, 6/25/2022. I was getting to know a new partner. I was working in a different building. I was 5 months away from getting married. I was engaged, and my fiance was pregnant with my 3rd child as a 53-year-old man. So, yeah, a few things were different. Oh, and I lived in Oakland. I had yet to buy a house. So between June 2022 and the end of 2022, I had had another baby, got married, and bought a house. 3 life events in 5 months.
Pretty special.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That would be like trading Kuminga, losing Klay, and acquiring Paul George.
Yeah, and you could email me or tweet me or text me if you want me to tell you what's different in my life over the last 2 years. Not going to do it into a microphone, but I'm just going to tell you.
You won't.
Oh my God!
Between me and you, there's been like 11 life events between the two of us.
So and maybe we are maybe I'll admit this. Maybe we're showing our age here. Maybe this is because we got a few rings on our stump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry. I mean, maybe it is.
Oh, I can't talk about herpes, but he can talk about people's stump.
I mean, a tree.
Whatever.
A tree stump.
My bad.
The rings on the tree stump.
Yeah. I gotta start playing drops again.
I left the word tree out. Anyway, maybe that we're showing our age on that one because we've lived long enough to know that when you sit here and think you know what the future holds, you don't. You don't. I'd love to hear from somebody. Anybody who has had this thought, called our station, tweeted us, texted us, anything in the last handful of months. Oh, it's time to develop. It's time to go all in on the future of Warriors basketball. Can you put a time length on that? What is the future? What are you worried about? What do you think you know that is going to happen supposedly 2 years from now? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Nick Ahmed's going to join us much later on the show. We're sponsored by KTVU's Fox Local, streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts. Plus watch Like It or Not and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use. No subscription required. This is Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank. It's my bank with a family-owned feel.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
I miss Steve Kerr's laugh. This is going to be like the longest stretch without a Warrior game in, I don't know, forever. I mean,
it's been a few years.
Not forever. Yeah. I know it used to be like this every year.
2021 was the last time they did.
Well, that doesn't count. That's different. That was a whole different world. We were used to no sports for a whole year.
No, 2021 was almost a full year.
No, I know that, but
they missed the playoffs. They were in the play-in and they lost, so that would be the comp. I think.
I understand,
I get it,
but it just but like to me, our mindset was completely different. We were 6 months removed from being completely enthralled by a Netflix series about the Chicago Bulls of the 90s. So I see what you're saying, but you know what I mean. Like, based on your expectations and where things were sitting, this break feels like a longer one. That's all, knowing that we're still 1, 2, 3, 5 months from a basketball game.
Yeah, probably only 4, actually.
Okay.
October. So
late October, sure.
Yeah. And here we are in late June. And actually that play-in game that they lost to Memphis, they lost back-to-back games, that was in May. So it was a little bit later than this year's play-in failure that happened in April. So to your point, it may actually be the longest break that we've had. And I'm going back to 2020, which was the pandemic year, and they didn't even get into the bubble, and that ended in March.
Yep.
So that was probably the longest break we had.
Well, we were in a haze. I didn't even know what the hell was going on at any point with the whole, like the bubble. I just I popped it. I was not into it at all. Partially, I guess, because the Warriors weren't there, but also just because, I don't know. Like, I can't even remember that period of my life.
Oh, I remember it so vividly.
Pieces of it, but not the sports so much. Like, you could get over on me on trivia of 2020 to 2021 and what happened. I remember Justin Turner tried to give Dave Roberts COVID on the field, and other than that, I don't remember much about what was going on. I do remember some people thought that was a championship. That was funny. But anyway, other than that, I don't remember much about what was going on.
I do remember February 26th, 2020, when I played one-on-one basketball against Low Neal.
Gosh, was that then?
At Chase Center.
And everybody went home like a week or two later.
It was not much, later than that. And the Warriors' last game that year was March 10th. So you talk about...
Go to hell, Dibs.
Yeah, exactly. I did that day. I mean, I almost died after that game, and he beat me 11-5. It was a bad beat. But that was one of those things where we built up to it, and it was a great event. And the Warriors were in the midst of a year that was largely forgettable. When that game happened, they were 12-46, which is partly why... Raymond Ritter and the great people at the Warriors like, hey, come on in. We want, some excitement around Chase Center. And Steph Curry was reportedly watching from up above in the catacombs as he was rehabbing.
He sees everything.
And apparently he was like doubled over with laughter.
Well, he was
watching it.
I thought we were playing bad basketball in this building.
Right.
Take a look at these two.
Well, I'm looking at that year, and there was a point where they won 4 in a row. They got to 9-24. With a win over Phoenix, and they wound up 15-50, which means they lost 26 of their last 31.
Yeah.
And that's the last time they had a gap this long, because the last game they played was March 10th, and then we all were like, oh my God, I think COVID was March 11th or March 12th that we all got sent home. And
the Gobert thing and all
exactly.
of that.
So the season ended, and then after a couple of months, they're like, okay, we can do this bubble thing. Sorry, Warriors, you're not invited.
Right.
And they're like, thank God.
Right.
We don't want to be invited.
Yeah.
Kai Bowman's like, I want to go.
The bubble is just like the in-season tournament. I don't even want to go.
Right.
Like, just keep your stupid little clam bake. I'm not interested in this at all. We're going to go to the phones in just a sec. 888-957-9570. What are you worried about with the future? Any one of you who are like, oh gosh, I hope the Warriors don't do this because the future. What are you so worried about? Your visions that you think are going to crash on the rocks of the ocean, I'd love to hear them, because I think that's what they are. I think they're figments of your imagination. But also want to tell you a couple of things. First of all, this will be really cool tomorrow morning on the Morning Roast, because he's locked in, he's dialed in, and he's going to be in here. Anthony Slater The Athletic is going to be in with the roast in studio 8 to 10 a.m. In studio 8 to 10 a.m. So there will not be a Warrior question that doesn't get answered in those 2 hours. So make sure that you're listening for that. And then tomorrow continues to be a special day. Once we get started, Steiny and Goo will just do a radio show. But then from 2 to 6,
yeah,
we're going to be at Chase Center. We're going to be down there at Thrive City. We're going to be just outside the team store. All of that stuff. In fact, we'd love for you to come see us tomorrow. Sneak it up on you because I'll just be real about it. It's kind of like the worst NBA draft in all of our lives, supposedly.
Maybe.
But it's still the NBA draft, and who knows what the hell's going to happen. Who knows what news is going to break, and we'll be ready for it right there down at Thrive City for the draft tomorrow from 2 to 6, and then right after the show, the Grandy Man and Evan are going to jump in and do 2 more hours on everything that's going on with the Warriors and the NBA. By the way, Steiny and Goo get their chance over at Thrive City the very next day. Round 2 on Thursday, they'll be live down at Thrive City from 10 to 2.
And I feel like that they got the better round because the Warriors have a pick, and it feels like round 2 might actually be more exciting than round 1. And I just Googled worst NBA draft ever, and what came up was the 2000 NBA draft.
Who was picked first?
Kenyon Martin.
Oh.
Good player.
Oh, yeah, he turned into a player.
An all-star. And the only other all-star in that draft was Jamal McGlure.
Oh, my God.
Out of Kentucky with the 19th pick. But you had Stromile Swift go number 2 to the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Yep. Yeah.
Went number 3.
Oh, Darius Miles?
Yep.
Darius Miles.
Marcus Pfizer out of Iowa State. Shout out Brock Parody.
I liked him.
We all did.
Who are you?
Mike Miller out of Orlando. Dermar Johnson. Chris Mim with an H.
Oh, yeah.
Jamal Crawford had a nice career.
Yes, he did.
He went 8. Joel Prisbilla. Keon Dooling. Shout out Keon. And it goes on. Mateen Cleaves to the Pistons. And I'm looking for the Warriors pick because the Warriors had to muck it up without a doubt.
They probably traded it for some guy named Bob. And
I'm going through, maybe they didn't have a pick or maybe they traded it. You're right. Oh, Chris Porter in the second round, but that goes down. Michael Redd was a second rounder.
Okay.
He's played. Good player.
He played for a while.
Eduardo Nahara, and then a bunch of guys you've never heard of, including, Mark Madsen.
Oh, well, he certainly made a name for himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Primož Brejek, Mamadou Njai, Jake Sakalidis, Dalibor Bagaric went number 24 overall.
What'd you just say to me?
None of your business.
All right. Anyway,
you better be careful.
If you want to talk about worst drafts ever, and we're talking about tomorrow, and we can run through more of this tomorrow. The 2000 draft. Well,
or not.
No, I will.
We're going to play.
Won't.
We're going to play a game of Have You Heard of Him?
Yep.
That's what we're going to say after every pick. The pick is in. Have you heard of him?
Hito Turkoglu.
I mean,
in that draft.
Hito played some ball.
Jerome Moiso.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
Whatever.
Anyway,
you don't know.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City. How are things going in the house I grew up in there in FC, Pat?
We were on vacation, right? She's not moving.
Oh, we seem to have dropped in on a already in progress conversation.
It's a live look in here
involving Pat in Foster City. Let's see if he notices.
Pat, where is this vacation you speak of, Pat?
Well, it sounds like a vacation sensation, Pat.
That's $1, Pat.
That's $1.
You're gonna have to pay us,
Pat. Here comes Pat. And gone. All right, thank you, Pat. I mean, I'd have stayed and listened if he was going to keep talking to whoever he was talking to.
Yeah, Grandy potted him down, which is probably a safe play.
That's a good play.
Yeah.
That's a good play.
It's a really good play.
Because I don't know who he was talking to. He was talking to his spouse, and he was talking about a vacation. Good chance that was going to turn into a fight.
Or maybe he wasn't talking to his spouse and also talking about a vacation.
Then it was definitely going to turn into a fight.
Spicy.
I kept eavesdropping. There was nothing spicy.
There's nothing going on.
He was not talking to us, though, that's for sure.
No, he's not talking to us.
But he wanted to talk about a Steph trade, and I always wonder what that take is because...
It's a bad one is what I like to call it.
Right.
It's a bad one.
Well, I'll tell you what they got to do, guys.
Just my opinion.
You got to trade Steph now to get maximum value. You got to kick this thing... You got to, look 3 years down the road, okay? It's time for them to break this thing apart. Curry's got to go. Curry's got to go.
Why are you so scared? It's funny because you can use that sentence for both opinions. Okay? I respect all opinions. If you think that they should trade Steph, fine. I vehemently disagree with you. I think it goes way, way deeper than basketball. That would be my take. I would ask you, if you think the Warriors should trade Steph, I would ask you to go well beyond the general manager's room. I'd like you to go talk to all the rooms. Go talk to all the rooms. Go to the business office. And just say, we're trading Steph. See how that goes. And if you're not thinking of those things, I'm sorry, you have to think of those things. That's a very, very big part.
Our ticket sales go up if you trade Steph.
For picks.
You guys bringing us down. Exactly.
We got Zach Edey. I mean,
I like Edey.
Yeah, you do?
In the second round.
Okay. I don't understand that idea. And I don't think that you'll get what you think that you're going to get. I think that there's this, again, a figment of our imagination that goes on in people's brains. If we trade Steph, then we're going to end up with Wembanyama in 2 years, which, by the way, looks really exciting. However, even Wembanyama, what does that actually mean in the NBA in the future? I would argue correctly, by the way, the only answer remains we don't know. Like, yes, rookie of the year. Do I think he's going to be a problem? Absolutely. I think he's going to be unbelievable. I also know the Spurs had one of the worst records in the NBA this year. And I do think it'll get better, and I think he'll be amazing and all the same things you think. But I don't know if Victor Wembanyama is going to equal championships in 2029. I have no clue. And I'd bet against it. I just think you largely have to operate as a sports team this way. And that is, go for it. Just go for it. Not irresponsibly, but go for it. If you think you might be good, go for it. If you're wrong, I'm okay with that. Go for it. It's the same conversation I'm trying to have with Grandy over here, who before July 1st even gets here, he already wants to trade all the Giants. Just sell. Well, look, maybe you might be right. It's not that day yet. Do you know for sure that last night's win didn't start an 8-game win streak? Do you know for sure?
No.
Do you think it will? Neither do I.
Seriously.
I don't even think it's going to start a 2-game. I don't think it's going to start a 2-game win streak. But I don't know. And so it's not time to freak out and just blow everything up and sort of act from your negative emotion. The Warriors are also not there yet. You're not there yet, because trying to be good this year does not necessarily, in my opinion, do the thing that everyone's so worried about and blow up the future.
Well, especially if you ask them, and by them, I mean Draymond and Steph and Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob, and they are all of the same mind, which is, if Draymond plays, if we win 3 more games, we're a 6 seed, and then we're a real playoff team, and then who knows what can happen. I was, listening to clips today from Steve Kerr on another show, and he was talking about that very thing, about 46 wins isn't nothing. So I think that
not wrong.
Their mindset, though, is different than our mindset. Our mindset is, you're a 10 seed, you're not close, do something dramatic because you're not even close to being good enough to do anything. Their mindset is 46 wins normally is a real thing. And this year it wasn't. And the West is better. We know that. And we have to get better. And Steve has to get better. And the players that they have to improve. And everybody has to get better. Their mindset is not blow it up. Their mindset is, if we lose Klay and we lose Chris Paul, we have to replace those players.
Yes.
And I do think that they're telling you that by GP2 opting in and Kevon Looney. They picked it up. They're looking at every other piece, and Klay's the one thing that they can't control. And if they lose Klay, they're going to want to replace Klay with somebody who's as good, if not better than Klay.
By the way, they're not wrong with that thought that you are talking about right now.
We don't know that.
They're not wrong that 46 wins, through all the frustration that you all feel about last year, the Warriors didn't suck. I'm sorry. They just didn't. They might have, by your standards, they might have based on your expectations, they were, and this is a fact now, this is math. I know you love math. They had a better record last year than they did the year before when they were the 6th seed and went to the conference semifinals. That's just true. Yeah. Now, I know how people will respond to that. Yeah, but Mark, the West is better, and here's what Denver and Minnesota and Dallas, here's what they're going to do next year. You don't know. You don't know how it's going to go. So the Warriors are not wrong. If you're still like, I'm not on the camp of like, oh, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, they'd have been the 3 seed. I'm not in that camp either. And I don't think they were great last year. But I do think, and I've said this before, I sometimes feel like the fan base sounds like they went 36-46,
right?
Not 46-36. And I get why. Standards are high, as they should be. But this idea that the Warriors are just like, it's over, they're junk, let's just sell this thing off for parts, I don't understand that. I don't even understand it, let alone agree with it.
Well, they don't understand it, and they don't agree with it. And last year, 46 wins would have been good for a 4 seed. And the year before that, it would have been a 7 seed. And the year before that, and I'm going pre-pandemic because the 2 previous years were not full years, but if you go back to 2018, 2019, 46 wins was a 9 seed. So it's not as easy as, okay, 46 wins, you're going to be there, you're going to be a top 6 and the rest of it, because I do think that the West is deeper and it's tougher now. So you probably have to get to 50 wins to really be a team that can be one that looks at the playoffs and says, yeah, we're a playoff team at 50 wins. There's no doubt. But 46 over the history, even if you go back to 2017, 2018, 46 wins was a 9 seed. So 46 wins is not good enough.
No,
and I know it's not nothing, and Steve is right, but you do have to get more into the 50-win realm, I think, to really think of yourselves as a real player in the West.
For sure, but if your goal is to get to 50 wins and you fell 4 wins short, that doesn't sound to me like, you know what, I've pretty much had it around here. Let's get rid of everybody.
Agreed.
Like, that's not where they are. Tim in Stockton on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tim. What are you doing?
Oh, man, driving to Stockton, Mark, and getting ready to call the sports game. I think my nightmare scenario is standing pat. Just kind of be like, okay, we're gonna play Moody more. Trace Jackson-Davis starting from the beginning this time. You know, a cohesive unit, no Draymond suspension. That's gonna work. I don't want to blow anything up, but I think standing pat without making something splashy happen, I think is my nightmare. So that would be what would upset me. Because to you guys' point, you know, the West is the West, and you got to try to keep up with the Joneses. I think that's mine.
Tim, have a good call and a safe drive. I think that's a pretty interesting answer, actually. The fear is doing absolutely nothing at all. Like all the things we talk about right now, does Klay stay? Does Klay go? What do the Warriors do? Don't you feel like of the 3 answers, if I gave you the Warriors do something big, or the Warriors just totally start dedicating everything to Kuminga and people who haven't turned 25 yet, or they just bring back pretty much the exact same roster minus Chris Paul, isn't that maybe the least interesting thing?
Yeah.
Is doing exactly what you did before. And I don't think that they will do that.
I don't either, but it's definitely the most prudent, as opposed to expend so many more assets to bring in, you know, Paul George, who you then have to pay a bunch of money to, or Kevin Durant, who you have to pay a bunch of money to, and get you back into that second apron. I do think that the more prudent move would be, and maybe they're just all virtue signaling that by saying, you know, we were close, 46 wins, and if we had Draymond, you know, we were a lot closer than you think. It seems to me like they're signaling that, and maybe it's the under-promise and over-deliver idea that you talk about, but I do start to think more and more like a big move. If it doesn't happen, they're more likely just to bring everyone back.
Let's go back to Foster City, the scene of the original crime, and find out and get an update on Pat's vacation. Hi, Pat. Welcome to the show.
Hey, I'm guilty as charged. So
no, where are you going? So. We all want to know, where are you going?
Nowhere exciting. So, but anyway, I think with the Warriors, you know, NBA players, you know, they're statistically in their prime at 26, 27, 28 years old, and bottom line is Warriors have no one in that age group, and we won't for another 3 years unless we change the roster. They're all over 32 or they're under 22, and I just think that's a bad place to be in today's NBA. So to me, I agree with the last caller. The biggest fear I have is they don't do much and they just run it back the same, except that everybody's going to be a year older and a year tireder. I mean, we've seen enough of what they can do, and they're not going to get better. These guys are not going to get better. They're on the downside, no matter how you look at it. All of these guys that are, older or whatever. So, for me, what assets do the Warriors have? Well, clearly Curry is by far and away the greatest asset, and then there's not really even a close second. So, I think for Lacob, he needs to decide. Do we keep Curry or do we keep him until he retires, and then we have a big celebration and basically get nothing for him? Or do you get some tremendous value from him now and change this roster so you get a couple guys that are 26, 27 that are in their prime so that the team can actually be better next year and be way better in 2 or 3 or 4 years after Steph leaves? Because we go with like Paul George or Durant, one of these guys, maybe they do a little better the next year or two, but after that, you got crumbs, man. You got nothing.
No, actually, see, this is what I'm arguing, Pat, and I really appreciate your call, and I think it's very well thought out, and it's a defensible position, but I couldn't disagree with any of it more. Like, honestly, you have no clue what you're left with in 2 years if it plays out that way, because there's 100 things that are going to happen between now and then. There's 3 more NBA drafts. There's 3 more NBA off seasons. There's all kinds of movement that can take place. And Pat, I can help you when you say Joe Lacob needs to decide whether or not he's going to keep Curry and then just have a parade at the end of his career or trade him now. He's already decided he's keeping Steph Curry. It is the most interesting concept that keeps coming up that I guarantee you has never come up once inside of the Chase Center hallways. Not even come up. And I confidently can say that. There's no way they're doing that.
In all the what if conversations, like what if, guys, just work with me here. What if we trade Steph Curry and we get 7 first-round picks over the course of the next 10 years and we really rebuild this thing, and in 2037, we're back, baby. We're back. Hello?
Yeah.
Did I lose you guys?
Well, here's the other thing. I also think, another figment of our imagination, what we would get in return for Steph.
Right.
You heard what he said. 2 players who are 25 and in their prime. Nope, no one's giving you that for Steph Curry.
Right.
Because, and I know you're going, wait a minute, no, they wouldn't? No, they wouldn't. Because they've got to find a way to equal $57 million of salary to send back in return. Like, in order to do that, 25-year-olds usually aren't making that. If 25-year-olds are making that, that means their names are Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They're not doing that. That, like, Steph has got to go to a team that's like, okay, that puts us over the top, but we're not putting all our eggs in this basket because he's 37 years old. I just think that in our minds, we're like, wow, the whole world would love to have Steph. Yes, they'd love to have him, but what's the function of making that happen? What's the scenario where it works? Who are the players coming back? Like, you could build up draft capital. You could do that. You want draft capital for Steph Curry?
No.
Oh, gosh, that idea makes me vomit.
You don't want anything for Steph Curry, but the only thing you would get for Steph Curry would be draft capital. And you could look at the other players that were traded, and, you had the situation where OKC traded Paul George, right? And they got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they got draft picks, and that was a great deal. And that would be what you were hoping for, but even at that, it's taken Oklahoma City 3 years of SGA to be on their team to get to what? The conference semis? Is that what you want? Because that's what you'd be getting.
There you go.
And OKC is a great model for trading stars to get assets. And here we are now, 7 years later?
Yeah,
and they're still chasing it.
And they were the 1 seed, and it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll keep taking your phone calls on this. Bobby Marks was on the morning show with some really interesting stuff to say about the Warrior scenarios. We'll have that for you coming up next. Nick Ahmed of the Giants in 90 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, baby, it's Monte Hill from the morning.
Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Steph and I are tight. Thank you. I always like it when he almost calls me Lillard. I'm like, salary should go up. If the last name's Lillard. I know that.
No doubt.
We're going to have this for you in somewhat short order in a little bit. CJ McCollum just said something real interesting about where he thinks Paul George should play basketball next year. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And we'll get to that here coming up. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. We're talking Warrior future. The Ayuk thing is out there. The Giant stuff is out there. Nick Ahmed is going to join us here in just about 90 minutes or so. Thought maybe we could roll through this a little bit. Real interesting stuff on the Morning Roast with Bobby Marks, Mr. King of Capology in the NBA. And really all the key things, the questions we're asking, the things we're wondering about right now, they covered it all. So here's Bobby on where Klay could go, how long he could go there, and how much he would get to go there.
He's a 2-year guy. I'm on a 2-year contract. I think you can take the hardline stance if you're Golden State and say we're not bidding against anybody or we're not competing against anyone, or you can take the approach that some teams have done in the past where they're saying, we know that there's a limited market out there, but we still think this player has value and we still want to reward that player. So I think, and that's why I said, you have to be careful if you're Golden State here, because who's to say that Klay Thompson goes sign somewhere for $13 million? I wouldn't throw that out the window there. So listen, I think the best for him to probably maximize if he's looking for a big contract, it is probably in Golden State. It is probably somewhere between maybe $20 and $25 million. It's just a matter of if that's the direction he wants to go.
Okay, so Bobby has also, I think, reflected the market by changing his number from saying his skill set is now worth 30 in the NBA. He's now moved it down to 20 or 25. And somewhere in there, it sounds like he's suggesting that at some point in July, this whole thing could come full circle and end up right about where it was before the year started, which is, if the reports were true, a 2-year, $48 million offer. Could we just circle back and end up right there again with Klay back with the Warriors?
You could, and that would have to, be at the tail end of a long sequence of non-moves for Klay Thompson, and it just depends on what the market actually does and what the Warriors do. I think if the Warriors go out there and they try to get, and if they maybe get Paul George, or if they land a big boy, well, then Klay's number is going to go way, way down. And it's interesting hearing Bobby Marks on the Morning Roast this morning, because I'm flashing back to when he came on our show, and I don't know if you remember where it was, and I just looked it up. It was February 22nd of this year, and I'm looking at an aggregation. It was an aggregation sensation.
I bet it was.
Based on our show. From Yahoo Sports, Bobby Marks predicts a Jalen McDaniels-type deal for Klay Thompson. In a recent appearance on the Willard and Dibs show, ESPN's Bobby Marks shared his thoughts in the region of a $30 million per year deal. And, he said probably what you're looking at is Jalen McDaniels, who got 5 and 131, which is 30, it's about 30 million. It's about 28 million a year for that kind of a contract. And so he said you're probably looking at 30 million a year. And now he comes out this morning, and I'm not saying that he's backpedaling. He's reflecting what the market is.
The market's different than what we thought it was going to be.
Right, and that's 4 months ago. So in the 4 months from when Klay, back in February, when Bobby thought that 30 million was going to be the neighborhood, and now we're in the neighborhood of 20 million, and Klay was offered 24 million reportedly 4 months before we even had Bobby Marks on. So you go from 24 up to 30, down to 20. My God, Klay.
And did you hear
what a roller coaster.
Did you hear what Bobby said at the very beginning, which is that the Warriors refuse to bid against themselves?
Right.
And I really think, again, I'm just guessing here, but it feels to me like here's the arc of how this all went. 2 years, 48 at the beginning of the year, he says no. Then we go through the year. He's frustrated most of the time. He's coming off the bench for parts of the time. He's meeting with Steve Kerr on a bi-weekly basis behind closed doors. Right? We know how the season goes, 0 for 10, off we go into the sunset. We get to this point where it's time to talk, and the Warriors are almost encouraging Klay. Like, Klay, you don't like what we're offering you? Well, go see what else is out there. And I think the Warriors are keenly aware that they're sitting there with a smoking jacket on being like, he's going to come back. He's going to come back because he's not going to find out there what he thinks he's going to find out there. But Klay's mad. Damn it. I need some more respect. There's going to be a statue of me one day out there, and I can't believe you guys are doing me like this. And you gave Draymond Green 4 years, and how could you do this? I'm going to unfollow you on Instagram. And the Warriors are like, he'll be back. And he might not be back, but their point is, we're betting you're not going to go out there and do anything better than 2 years and 48. And they're probably right.
And that's why they're not bidding against themselves.
And here's Bobby Marks going, probably 2 years and 48. And if I heard him correctly, I think he just said Golden State might be one of the only places he could even get that. I don't even know if nobody else is going to put that kind of cash in front of Klay Thompson, because everyone's terrified of the second apron. It's a down market, and nobody's out there looking to give 3 years to people who are approaching 35. So that's where we sit. And the more I think about this, we kind of set that fun over-under yesterday with our summit, Monday, July 8th. Go to 957thegame.com and register for your free spot right now and see us in Fremont. We can't wait to see you there. That over-under of is Klay's situation done by July 8th? I vote no.
You're taking the over.
I'm taking the over.
The over on July 8th at 5:57 p.m. when you ask Grandy, hey, Grandy, what do you got? And he says, oh, I'm going to play the summit back. And we say, oh, that's right, because the summit crushed from Fremont Bank, and you shoot your shot, and that's all we got. That's where the over-under sits. Monday, July 8th at Shoot Your Shot o'clock.
I put my $5 chip on the over.
I think that's the favorite. I agree.
I put it on the over.
Well, even if, and this is, I guess, not when it's signed and sealed, but when it's announced, because Shams could come out with it, or it could be a Woj bomb before that, and it may not be signed pending a physical.
Well, no, I don't. I won't play that semantics game.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that we do the summit and no tweet has been sent. No report.
No Shams wow.
I mean,
no Woj bomb?
It doesn't count if there's a I like Shams wow. That's funny.
Well, it used to be Shams wow, but now we know it's Shams. Although if he, whatever.
No, Grandy.
Thank you. If we're still going to do yuck.
Yeah.
I think we can still do Shams wow.
Fair point. Grandy and Director of Sports Lucas, do either of you even know what Sham wow is? Do you know what that is?
Yes, of course.
I don't know.
You do. Lucas has no idea.
Knows what Sham wow is.
You know what Sham wow is?
Rest in peace to the legend.
Okay. All right.
You're just guessing.
Sometimes I know.
Whoever that guy's name was, he was great.
You do strike me as an up in the middle of the night type of a guy.
His name was 100%. Shams Wowania. Shams Wow is what his name was.
Let's move on.
That would have been the ultimate. Anyway,
whatever. Vince offers his name. And yes, rest in... I better Google it.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
Why are you stopping to Google now? You've never done it before. Yeah. You just kill people on the radio all the time.
I know. Still with us.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm saying there isn't even a tweet yet by July 8th, and a tweet of Shams being like, Klay has drawn interest from Orlando. That doesn't count.
2 for your Shams.
That doesn't.
You tried.
Yeah. Podminsky used to be a Klay teammate. No, none of that counts. It has to be a Klay is in agreement with.
Yes, agreed.
And I said Podziemski. Thank you, Shams.
And you're taking the over. And I think the over is the safe bet. I would put the over at minus 160. The under is probably plus 140.
What if it breaks during the summit?
It better. That would be awesome.
Incredible. That'd be incredible. Okay.
And the incredible part would be who would break it, because you and Shasky and Bonte are all probably the most active on social media in that moment. Maybe Guru next.
Not in a
Steiny
summit.
and I are completely...
I turn it off in a summit. There's too much going on. I can't be looking at the computer. Grandy's in my ear. He'll tell me if something breaks.
Grandy's amazing, and so is Lucas, Director of Sports.
I actually have my own game with Grandy. He doesn't even know that I play this. I will see...
Who gets it first?
Oh, my God. I will see, when I see breaking news, I will see it, and if that tweet has like a 12S next to it, which means it was tweeted 12 seconds ago...
Yeah.
I'll hit my talk back and be like, Grandy, check Twitter. He's like, dude, I saw it 7 seconds ago. I don't even, like, you've got that thing You embedded it in your brain somehow.
It's called turning tweet notifications on from all the news breakers.
Yeah,
so your phone buzzes every single second of the entire day, but you get all the news first.
Yeah, I'm not into it.
I'm not into it either.
That phone's already doing enough. I'm doing enough to hold all the texts off from you guys. Especially Dibs who come in green for crying out loud. I don't want more of this stuff.
And it really helps you. You don't get got by the fake accounts because you only get notifications from the official accounts.
That's a great point.
That's a good point, Grandy.
I actually was talking yesterday to our boss, Matt Nahigian, and the director of sports, Lucas Alexander. Well, we had a conference call. They called me.
Okay.
I didn't call them. They called me.
Liar.
And we talked about when you're off. And we talked about a game plan. And I said, you know what? What's really comforting to me, because I'm going to be in your chair, and when I'm in your chair especially, there's a lot going on. It's easy to be over here slapping it around, drinking my water, thinking about jokes. And I'm still happy about my 2 birds yesterday with Sue and Larry. But I was like, you know what's comforting is to have Grandy in that spot, because the dude is like constantly on it. And I said, you and Grandy both are like, anything that breaks, you're on it. I don't have to be on that. And I don't want to be on that.
One of my favorite things, and we'll hit some more Bobby in just a second, but one of my favorite things is when Grandy hits the breaking news sounder, and the look on your face.
I got no idea.
I love it. Yeah, the listeners, Dibs never has any clue what we're about to say. It's just like, he's like one of you. He's like, oh boy, I can't wait. I wonder what they're going to tell me.
And usually it's awesome. Last week was like,
no, that was the worst breaking news sounder of all time.
And I looked at your face, and I was like, I mean, your face said that it wasn't something as pedestrian as, okay, Klay he's a Magic's.
Yeah.
Or, I know he can't be yet, but your face told me that it was something more than just like your garden variety. Oh, it looks like Keaton Wins gets scratched. Sorry, Keaton. I didn't mean to use.
And for those of you who don't know, Willie Mays passing away is what it did. Anyway,
sorry.
Bobby Marks
Back to
on
Bobby.
The perception of Klay around the league.
I think it's just the ability to kind of accept the role where he is at this stage in his career. I mean, if the ability to accept the role, if maybe it changes during the course of the year, whether if he struggles or maybe that team, I think he would be perfect in Oklahoma City, but that's at, probably 20 to 25 minutes a game. So I think that's the biggest thing is that when teams meet with him or have the opportunity to meet with him at the end of the week, it's about kind of accepting the role at this stage of his career.
Okay, so again, that's another important point. When we talk about Klay and there's money and there's respect, there's also role. And I think that's an interesting one because I think haven't we been playing with the concept for the last 6 months that the Warriors want Klay Thompson to basically be the 6th man. But boy, I bet there's some other teams out there that'll do $30 million a year and just put him there in the 2 or the 3 and let him sit out there in the corner and shoot threes. Maybe not. Maybe not. Again, we have gone with the unfollowing of Instagram. I think there's been a premise for better than a week now. We're assuming Klay's going to go. Now, flash to Monty Poole joining our show yesterday and saying, I think it's a 52% chance that Klay stays. And the market is dry, and nobody wants Klay as a starter. And keep building this all up. What does it mean right now? Not much, but I don't think it's a stretch to think about that free agency, just Klay's, taking a couple of weeks into July and the real possibility that he doesn't find what he's looking for out there. And does that bring him back to Golden State, pending what the Warriors do in the meantime? I think it's a real possibility.
For sure. And I do think that that's where your over-under on July 8th, the summit at Fremont Bank, which is 13 days from now, that becomes more of an over because if the team is willing to wait and if Klay's market is colder than he wants it to be, well, then you're going to have to wait. Maybe past July 8th and maybe you get to a point where, teams are finally sorting through what they really want to do, and he's nobody's plan A, and he's nobody's plan B, and he's a bunch of teams' plan C, and then you get to plan C-ville, which is probably after July 8th, and teams are like, well, geez, we're New York, and we missed out on Paul George, and we're the Warriors, and we missed out on KD and Paul George, and we're OKC, or we're Orlando, or whatever other team you want to think is out there, if it's OKC, or if it's San Antonio, or if it's Houston, or all these other teams that think that they might want a piece of Klay Thompson, but they want to do it at a bargain. Well, you get to July 8th, 9th, or 10th, then maybe the price goes down.
Bobby Marks on the roast earlier today, and we know there is reported interest from the Warriors in Paul George. Okay, so how would that work if the Warriors were to acquire him?
I don't see it. It's hard for me to see a scenario of going trade-wise when you have Klay still on your roster. I think that presents, somewhat of a challenge here. But let's just say that if the trade presented itself at the end of the week and you were able to get a Paul George type player, Paul George is making, $48-49 million. You've got to get closer to around $40 million in salary. So you're certainly looking at Wiggins. You're certainly looking at maybe Payton. You're certainly probably looking at at least one of your young guys, whether it be Moody and Kuminga. I think if you're the Clippers, you would certainly want Kuminga. So it's just about getting up to that $40 million number.
Okay, so he did not offer clarity in what I know my mind was waiting to hear. I wonder if some of you are the same. Is one of these guys gettable without giving up Kuminga? And he sort of was like, one of the young guys, the Clippers would want Kuminga. Okay, but would they get him? And one thing that I'm real focused on, and it's kind of part of what we talked about yesterday with the Kevin Durant and the Suns thing, we see names like Kevin Durant and Paul George, and I think the fallback position is, oh, wow, there's going to be a lot of competition for that guy, and they're going to demand the world. Why would any of those teams do that if they weren't getting Kuminga back? I think we overstate the position of the team that's letting the star player go or looking to trade him. They're not in a power spot. They're not in a spot to be making demands for budding 22-year-old NBA starters. Like the Clippers, the Paul George trade idea is because the two sides can't come to an agreement. They don't want to keep him at the number that he wants. It's public as all hell. The whole world, if he opts into that final year, the whole world knows there's a trade coming. All of these things rip your value. All of them do. And so the Clippers would be in a spot where they sort of kind of have to get rid of Paul George so that they can continue to operate. That's not the position where someone can walk in and demand the top young player on another team's roster, I don't think.
Yes, but the demand goes up based on how many teams want to rip that player from you. So, and I would imagine there are more than one team that want Paul George in this scenario where, it's going to be a sign and trade and you have a chance to get Paul George. I think because there are multiple teams that want that player, and I would imagine there are a number of teams that want Paul George, especially at that number. And I do know that Paul George wants a 4-year deal on top of that, so that complicates the move a little bit, and it also complicates, to your point, what you're going to have to give the Clippers, because the Clippers know that Paul George wants another deal. So if you want to acquire Paul George, you're going to have to probably give him a 3-year deal on top of the 1 year that he's going to opt into, and that's a lot of money if you're the Warriors and you're trying to stay out of that second apron. So it does mitigate a little bit what you have to give back, but also if there are multiple teams, and I would bet that there are 6 or 8 teams that want Paul George and can get Paul George, that drives the price up.
Now, what about Kuminga? Because there's always that discussion. We even talked to Monty Poole about it yesterday. We know the Warriors badly do not want to trade him, but nobody has been willing to come out and firmly say that's off the table. That's a non-starter. No, the door is always open. So the guys asked Bobby Marks, what is Kuminga's trade value across the league right now?
Yeah, they have to the day before the start of the regular season, so you're looking at October 21st. He'll be restricted, so I think you have to have the mindset that if Kuminga puts together another good year and takes another step, it's probably going to cost you more than $30 million a year. I think that's probably realistic. What the market will be, the cap will increase for next year and the year after. So as the cap increases, so do salaries here. So yeah, I think certainly if Paul George ever became available and there's no way for him to get to a team like the Warriors without a trade, then he would be the first player that you would be looking for.
Okay, so again, this is probably the rub right now, I would argue, with all of these doors the Warriors are supposedly knocking on, at least if I were there, that's one thing I would be focused on. It's not just who can we get. I would love to say who can we get without giving up Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not saying Kuminga is 1,000% off the table, but I would certainly prefer to keep him. And so I wonder if those are the sort of pre-July conversations that are happening where the Warriors might be like putting out feelers and offers that don't include Kuminga. Other teams are wanting to include Kuminga. And then you play the power and leverage game as you get closer to July 1st and kind of see where everything stands. And the hope is that the price comes down.
Yeah, the price could come down. It all depends on who else would want Paul George and what other teams are willing to offer. And I do think that if I'm the Clippers and I'm thinking about making a trade with the Warriors in particular, a team that is not only in my conference but in my division, it's a team that I don't necessarily want to help. I want to do everything I can. If I'm going to give you my best player or my second best player, whatever you think Paul George is, I want to make sure that I tax you. Otherwise, I might take a little bit less from someone else to get him out of the conference. There's that competitive part for me, as opposed to you're going to give Paul George to the Warriors and not get Kuminga.
Remember, though,
that's a non-starter for me.
This is the difference to me in a Kevin Durant conversation versus a Paul George conversation. Paul can have more control over where he gets traded because he can tell that other team that's acquiring him, I'm not signing a new deal with you.
Yep.
Right? And then there's no point. There's no point in even doing this. Kevin's still got 2 fully guaranteed years on his deal, so he's not playing basketball anymore if he doesn't report to an acquiring team. Paul George has all kinds of leverage and power because he can opt in, he can opt out, he can choose free agency. He's got all kinds of different ways he can go, and only 1 year left on his deal, even if he does opt in. So no team's going to acquire him unless they feel confident that Paul George is going to stay a while.
You would figure. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to do Kuminga and picks for a Paul George rental.
Right.
If you're the Warriors.
Well, I don't think Paul George is going to. Right. He's not going to do a rental. Like that.
Yeah, he wants a deal.
Yeah.
And the word is he wants a 4-year deal, which would mean 3 years on top of him, refusing his player option, or, 3 years on top of the player option, and it's $48.8 million. So are the Warriors going to want to be a team that signs up for that? Because that's going to put you in that second apron neighborhood going forward, and that's something that they've been trying to avoid.
2 things you've absolutely got to hear. Number one is what Austin Rivers and CJ McCollum just said earlier today about Paul George and where he'd be looking to go. That's number one. The other thing you need to hear is how Mike Dunleavy answered the question yesterday about his young players, right next to how he answered the same question about Jordan Poole a year ago. We'll put those side by side, and then you can kind of do the rest. So all of that's coming up next. Your phone calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. Nick Ahmed of the Giants in an hour. This is Willard and Dibbs. Warriors offseason summit. The Warriors offseason, the ramp up is here. Nick Ahmed joins us in 1 hour. Hit his first home run as a Giant last night.
Big. Absolutely huge. Can I get an Ahmed?
Well, I love that.
I do too.
And then also, you do love it more than everyone else, but I love it. I do.
It's deserving of more love than I got, but I get it.
It's good.
I have an Android. We have a show thread, and every time that my texts come in, there's a certain amount of iPhone hatred, and I get that.
No, it's not that.
And also,
it has nothing to do with your phone.
Our technical director is kind of Captain Negatron about everything, so no matter what you do, it's always going to be downgraded a little bit.
He's really not. He's just that with you. It's just you.
And I get that. And it's envy is what it is. Because
it's not with anybody else.
He looks at me as a guy who's made it so far and he's done so much, but he looks at me like, this guy's got no talent.
I mean,
how the hell has he gotten further than me? I'm Mark Grandy. You better recognize.
Well, you're twice his age is the answer.
I see how you got that gig, dude.
Almost.
Grandy, when you're, what are you, 55?
Yeah, he's already 28.
Are you 55?
Yeah, 55.
You're 56?
Not quite.
You're getting there.
Soon.
All right. Would you take Dib's career by the time you're 55? If I offered it to you right now?
It's a dangerous game.
I wasn't listening. I don't know what you're asking me.
Such a liar. Such a liar.
That was an amazing Blake stare with a smile.
If the answer is no, let's play this out. Because when I was 28, I was in a very similar situation where he is. On air-ish.
Hey, you got to get down, Gary.
Yeah, that came a little bit later, but that's right about that time. Oh, yeah. Fabulous, Gary.
Oh, God.
So between then and now, I've been able to raise not one but two families and be a multiple-time homeowner in the Bay Area.
Yeah, that's part of it too, Grandy. You have to take
I don't want that part.
You have to take all the parts. No. The divorce, you have to all of it. Yeah.
All you have to take is a 25-year on-air career. That's all.
Do you not like real estate, Grandy?
I mean,
seriously, dude.
Shout out renters.
Owns a house in Moraga. Yeah.
Well, we don't usually give out the zip code. Next thing you give out
What's
the
address?
social.
What's the address? Yo, social security number?
Pretty nice.
Go ahead. Anyway.
Pretty nice.
All right. Now that the uncomfortable
answer from Grandy is yes. He would take it.
I've never seen you so silent in my life.
Right?
Look at you. You're just laughing. Look
it's funny because you remember being 28.
Captain Negatron, look at him. He can't stop smiling.
Because we're talking about him.
Right.
We're not talking about my material, which he hates on because it's envy. And if you think about when you were 28, and if you would have thought about like between 28 and now 49, you probably would have thought at 28 that you were going to do bigger things than you've done because that's what you do when you're 28. You think about like when you were 28, you were probably in Boise.
No, God, I was way younger than that when I was in Boise. Boise was, I wasn't even 25 yet. I was 23 and 24.
So when you were a young whippersnapper like this kid with the rosy red cheeks watching soccer all day, you're thinking like big things. And then you get to be, whatever, I'm not going to put you in this conversation because I'll talk about myself, but 55, I'm damn proud of what I've done.
You should be.
The 28-year-old me thought that I would have done.
What do you thought you were going to do? What?
Bob Costas.
Okay.
Because that's what you do when you're 28. When you're 28, when I was 28, I thought that I was going to do like Mike Tirico, Bob Costas, Joe Buck. That to me, that was the trajectory that I saw myself.
I'm not going to. We all have big dreams, but I'm not lying when I say the vision was always just to get back home and man the airwaves of San Francisco. Like there were times where that meant like I wanted to be like the voice of one of the teams.
Right.
And that sort of evolved, not that that's even off the table, on the table, whatever. As we sit here today, like who knows what'll happen over the next 20 years as we sit here and talk about not knowing what the hell the future holds.
Exactly.
I got no idea where I'm going to end up, but I truly do feel like I'm lucky enough to be living the dream. I really do.
Oh, I'm with you.
I really do.
I'm totally with you. Absolutely living the dream. And I didn't know that this was going to be the dream that I'd be living because when I was Mark Grandy o'clock when I was his age, my eyes were bigger than my stomach. I'll just say that. So if Mark Grandy looks at what I've done and wants to pass on that, I totally get it. And I don't fault him for that because he's 28.
Yep. You're going to do great, Grandy. Don't worry about a thing.
We got an awesome soccer game going on right now, guys. Canada, Peru locked in a deadlock in Copa America.
He didn't hear a word we said. All right, so check this out.
He heard every syllable.
We promised this. This is from NBA Today on ESPN. Now, there are 4 people on the panel, but the 2 male voices that you hear are NBA players Austin Rivers and CJ McCollum. And they get into a conversation about Paul George. And listen to where it goes when Rivers puts McCollum on the spot and asks him about Paul George.
Can I ask you something? If it's winning, if it's about winning, it would be where? Paul George wakes up today and goes, I'm making this decision, not lifestyle, not money. I just want to win next year. I want to win a ring.
Go
where would that
CJ,
be?
and then I'll give you my thought.
To the Bay.
Oh, really? I was going to say Philadelphia.
Interesting. I was going to say Philadelphia too. That's really fascinating because I do think when you.
But he's like, I'm in the West, so no, that's not going to.
First of all,
the West is so hard.
The West is hard, but could you imagine him, Steph, Dre together?
You like that better than Maxey, him, and Joel?
Well, the health. We talk about health. We talk about the importance of availability.
Okay, so wait, now Agwumake was there. Who was the other one? Was that, I don't know.
Monica McNutt?
Maybe. No, I don't think
Malika
it was.
Andrews?
I think it was Malika. Okay, so there's the conversation where Rivers, who, by the way, if I'm just reading his face, he did not love CJ's answer. I think he thought he was going to say something else. I sort of felt like he was trying to get him to say, stay with the Clippers. If it's just about winning, where do you go? And CJ says, the Bay. The Bay. Put those guys all together. Now, look, it's a fair response to say, when the hell in the NBA do you win when your entire core is 35 years old? When does that happen? You're right. It's very, very rare. But I'm intrigued when people who are literally on playoff teams in the West are saying, hey, that mixture would be very, very difficult to deal with. It's an interesting comment.
Yeah, interesting too when they both said, oh, I thought you would have said Philadelphia. And then the comeback is, well, injury. I mean, the injuries, right? Joel Embiid. They talked about Joel and Tyrese and Paul versus Paul, Steph, and Draymond. No mention of Klay in all of this. So the assumption is that Klay Thompson's not a part of that Warrior team, that Paul George would be joining. But it's interesting that they were quick to point out injury in Philadelphia. And yes, Joel Embiid's had injury issues, but you would have Paul George at 35 joining a 37-year-old Steph and a 35-year-old Draymond who's had injury and availability issues of his own, yet he was quick to say Golden State. That to me was an interesting part of it as well.
It's interesting, and look, I get it. There's no question. I guess I can't question this. The idea of, and I know, is Doc Pandia today? Is Pandia coming on here in 20 minutes? We could actually ask him about this. What is the likelihood rise of injury when your core is in their 30s as opposed to their 20s? I think all of us would agree it's likelier. I don't know how much it goes up. I also know that if you're running a sports team, I don't know if in the offseason you can factor injury into what you're doing. I don't even know how you do that. You can say, hey, I don't want the whole team to be in their 30s, but if you're the Warriors, you're going to have a good, healthy number of core pieces well into their 30s. That's just reality. So does that mean you need to plan for injury? You need to act like it's already happened? I don't think you can do that. And sometimes your 23-year-old rookie quarterback has his arm fall off in the middle of a big game. So, anyone can get hurt. Yes, the likelihood, I imagine, goes up. I just don't know if you can construct your team based on fear of injury.
You can't, and I think you have to look at what you have as a roster anyway, and you're going to have to double down on age anyway, because what we've seen from this Warrior team is that they lean toward veterans. Whether or not Steve Kerr hates the young people or not, that's not a debate for me. I don't think that he doesn't want to play young players, but I do think when it comes down to it, they want to lean on veterans. And if you look at next year's team, you're going to have Steph, he's going to turn 37, and you've got Draymond Green, who's going to turn 35, and GP2 is in his 30s, and all the rest of it. And Andrew Wiggins is going to be coming up on being 30. He'll be 30 in February. So all your guys that you have, and I'm not even counting Klay Thompson in because I think that he'll be gone. Kevon Looney's going to be 29 in February, and that's an old 29.
Yes, it is.
He's a guy who's been hurt. So no matter what you have with the Golden State Warriors, you're an older team, and you've got guys who've had a number of injuries throughout their career. So no, you can't plan on it, but when you have a core of guys in their mid-30s, you do need to expect you're going to have some injuries.
Let's also play with this. We started the show today talking about the future. 888-957-957 is the number. You can certainly weigh in on this. I take issue today with how many people I'm hearing worry about the future. You can't give up on the future. And I'd argue that, this is different if we're talking about the future being like tomorrow or, July 1st. These things are in the future. But the future that people are worried about seems to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I'd argue whatever you think you know about 2 or 3 years from now, you don't. I don't know what the percentage chance is that what you're worried about happening actually happens, or what you think definitely is going to happen does or doesn't happen. It feels like a very low percentage of things that you consider today. And I go, I'm pretty sure that in 2027, X is going to still be true. I got no idea. So when those of you who are worried about the Warriors mortgaging or messing up their future, when you say that, what is it you're actually scared of? And what is it you think is part of their future if they were to go status quo? So we can take calls on that, 888-957-9570, but I think relevant to the conversation is some of the stuff that Mike Dunleavy had to say yesterday in front of a microphone, especially with regard to his younger players. So here's one. He was asked if a trade is the best way to improve the Warriors right now. Listen to where the answer goes.
I'm of the belief internal development is. I'm a big player development guy. I think our younger players have a really big chance to grow and get better. Pods, JK, Trace, Moses, and then even our guys we've had here for a while can get better. I think that's got to be the main thing. And then from there, you look to see what else is out there and can you make a move or a couple moves or do some stuff that enhances your team. But if that's what's like the one thing we're hinging everything on, it's so hard to make a trade now in the NBA. I think we got a lot of teams that are really smart. They know what they're doing. To make a good quality trade that benefits both sides, which is what everybody's looking for, is tough. And so we'll explore that stuff. A lot of conversations going on, but I don't want to get ahead of it and just say there's just going to be some big move that we're going to do and all that. Could be if it was there, great, but it's not something that must happen.
Okay, so trades are hard. We love our young guys.
Right.
We expect to develop internally our young players.
Monty Poole yesterday with a funny answer on our show about debunking the idea of trades being hard, and he rattled off about 7 or 8 trades that have been made that make it seem like trades aren't that hard.
Well, there are trades. They may be hard, but they're coming. They're going to happen.
Right.
There's going to be a bunch of them in the next 3 weeks.
Between Monday and the following Monday when we have our summit, how many trades do you think will be made around the association?
Double digits.
I was going to put the over under at 8.5. So
I'll take
you're going over on 8.5.
Yeah,
and I think you're right because trades aren't as hard as you think, especially when you've been working on them throughout the month of June. And I bet the Warriors have, and I bet the other 29 teams have as well.
Tim Kawakami grabs some of the answers that are coming from Mike Dunleavy here, and he pushes him a little bit with regard to something we've referenced many times, which is that shortly before Jordan Poole was traded last year, Mike Dunleavy was like, Jordan Poole he's under contract, and I expect him here for at least 4 more years. So first off, listen to that answer. This is last year when Mike Dunleavy is asked about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. And that's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. Obviously, a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Yeah, just rumors. That's, it's crazy talking, people.
All those rumors.
I think it was 3 days later he got traded. So...
Yeah, July 7th. The contract was signed October 15th, and on July 7th, so 9 months later, Jordan Poole was a Wizard.
Right, but that comment right there was literally 3 or 4 days prior to the trade. So Kawakami brings that up in yesterday's conversation and referenced what he had said about Jordan Poole and then traded him. And is there any correlation there with what he's saying now?
A year ago, granted, all things changed. You did say that you weren't going to, Jordan Poole was going to be on the team about 4 days before you traded him. Is this different than that?
To be clear, I said I expected Jordan to be back on the team next year, and I did at that point. But this thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency. Things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not, I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick by that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
I do want to add to this discussion.
Do you want to add or do you want to subtract?
Well,
when I meant subtract, I meant add, and I kind of meant multiply.
Right.
It's a tough one for Mike Dunleavy there.
Yeah, he misspoke.
Whatever. It was a little bit of a Luciano.
I guess. I mean, the idea that means that he is saying one thing but thinking another.
No, it doesn't mean anything.
I don't necessarily think that. I think he just misspoke. The word came out as don't, and he meant do. Okay, that happens.
And then he caught it, and he had to circle back, and then he circled back, and then he messed it up again, and then he circled back again, and he got it right.
Well, but let me offer this.
Hang in there.
What the hell's he supposed to say? Like, I try to do this as an interviewer. I do try to do this. What are the options with regard to an answer when I ask a question? What are the options on the table for Mike Dunleavy?
There's tell the truth.
Well,
we signed Jordan Poole knowing that we probably wanted to trade him, and by signing him to that contract, it made it easier to trade him because we could get something back for him.
Great. Not an option. Not if you want to keep your job, not if you want to do it well, not if you want to not tick off your own employees. Not an option. I mean, honestly, what a funny word to use, honestly. How on earth is Mike, and I'd argue this, and I'm not taking a shot at any reporters, all the pertinent questions were asked yesterday. But I thought 30% of the answers, and the guys will back me up on this because I started saying the answer before he would answer it into their ears sometimes. 30% of the questions, Dunleavy's got no options. Hey, what does Klay want? What do you want me to say? I can't answer that.
Well, Klay wants 3 years and 75, and we're not in position right now.
And we don't want to give it to him.
Yeah, we have bigger fish to fry.
This sounds like an SNL skit. The idea of one of these GMs hopping up in front of a microphone and just being brutally like Jim Carrey, liar, liar.
Totally.
The world explodes if you don't tell the truth. You'd get fired before the presser even ended.
Well, then my question to you would be, why do we even do this? Why do we even play this game? Because
I don't know.
The reporters, and they all did a great job yesterday, they have to ask the hard questions.
Yes.
I'm going to have to hold your feet to the fire. Mike Dunleavy, Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, and you boom, 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 all these questions, and you know that he's not going to answer it, and so you're basically making him dance around it, and we're either going to try to get him caught up, or we're going to get him in a gotcha moment so we can play it back like we did with Jordan Poole.
No, but that makes it sound like
you said last year, and then 3 days later you traded him.
These aren't gotcha reporters. No one's trying to pin him.
But what's the point of even doing this when you know that Mike Dunleavy's not going to give you any real answer?
I would argue that he did give some real answers, but at the same time, you have to ask those questions so that you can hear what Mike is going to not say so you can gather something from that. I do think he did give some things on Klay. Like he did. He didn't give what Klay's asking for. He didn't tell you. He didn't answer whether there was an offer on the table. But he was honest in saying, look, we've got some priorities that we've got to figure out. And we're not there yet. We're not in a position to just be all about Klay. And so that's difficult, and you can't remove the emotion from it, but I've also got a job to do, and I try to be fair. Like, that was an answer, but a lot of these things that came up yesterday, and yes, they've got to come up, but how's he supposed to answer it differently than he did last year? Hey, Mike, are you willing to trade Kuminga? Do you think that's potentially about to happen? How would it benefit the Warriors in any way for Mike to answer that 100% honestly?
Then what are we even doing? Because honestly, he can't answer that honestly. And because the honest answer is, yeah, if we get an offer that we love that helps our team right now, you're damn right we're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And you know what? We might sign Kuminga in October to a deal like we gave Jordan Poole. And guess what? That doesn't guarantee that he's not getting traded next offseason like we did to Jordan Poole. But what are we even doing here?
We're basically reading between the lines, because sometimes while a team will never sell a guy out down the road and tell private secrets, sometimes they will guarantee something in the other direction. In other words, it wouldn't have shocked me if Mike came out yesterday and was like, I do not see a scenario where we trade Jonathan Kuminga. That was possible.
Yeah, but not likely.
But he didn't do it. But that happens. John Lynch did that with Deebo Samuel.
And then Deebo was shopped at the deadline.
No, that was this year. I'm talking about 2 years ago.
Right.
2 years ago when Deebo requested a trade and scrubbed Instagram, the Niners were like, no, we want Deebo on the team. And that's what we're going to do. And so sometimes you're gathering that kind of information, not like, yes, we're open to trading him, but you might get the opposite answer of, no, we're not. We're not trading that player. Mike played yesterday in a way where nothing got removed from the table. And I think that's the takeaway. That's why you do it. You're asking why you do it? That's why.
Right, so we can all read between the lines and figure out what wasn't said.
I mean, that's what we do.
Exactly.
That's what press conferences are. You don't think they're out there telling you all the trade secrets.
But to me, it seems to be a large waste of time, because you have to kind of pick through and figure out what he didn't say as opposed to what he did say. And ultimately, now we're trying to catch him in, whatever answer he gave that maybe he didn't mean to give and all the rest of it. It just, to me, it becomes an exercise in foolishness, as opposed to just, wait and see what they actually do.
Not every press conference is a home run.
Yeah.
But you have them, and you never know what's going to come out. Sometimes somebody will go, playoffs, and it'll be like the most famous thing that's ever happened. Who knows? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls, absolutely welcome, 888-957-9570. We'll circle back to some of the things that Monty Poole told us yesterday that we think you absolutely need to hear. If you're worried about the future, what is it? What is it you think is already on the table for the Warriors' future right now? We'll take your calls. Nick Ahmed in a half hour. Willard and Dibs.
NBA free agency is upon us.
I'm feeling good right now.
First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
No, I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I'm laughing about a few things. One of them is, you know this about the background of my career. I was once upon a time tasked with going to Dodger Stadium every night.
Yeah.
That was my job. No, I did. I was thrilled to be working. But
just real quick, a quick sidelight. Do you like the stadium though? Outside of the fact that it's the Dodgers' home, the stadium itself.
Not really.
Okay.
It's not terrible.
Okay. I had this debate with my brother-in-law over the weekend.
Ingress egress is brutal.
Yep.
Dodger dog, most overrated food I've ever had in my life.
That's what Todd said.
Yeah.
Todd.
Other than that, like clean sight lines. Yep. Fine.
Yeah.
Bunch of Dodgers running around all over the place.
We'll take that part out.
Even
That's
worse,
all.
bunch of Dodger fans running around.
True. A lot of
Punch
beach
all
balls.
them in the face. Beach balls.
The
Good
wave.
Lord. Oh, now I'm getting upset.
Okay, sorry.
I'm getting upset. Well, I'll tell you why I brought up Dodger Stadium in a second, but we got to get out to Doc Pandia. It is time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. Certainly want to start off, at least from my standpoint, with Blake Snell and the comments that he made with regard to maybe being rushed back. Like, what is your take on that idea and the dangers associated with it?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the gray zone we get, particularly with professional athletes, where, from a medical standpoint, we know when an injury is quote unquote healed. You know when a bone is fused together. You know when a ligament or a muscle is healed. But then there's that second component of when can people actually functionally do what they need to do? When do they get that confidence back? And for a lot of athletes, they may be at the point where we say, look, it's been 6 weeks, things should be healed. But if they don't feel right, they don't feel like they're performing well, but there's not a physical reason why they can't be playing, that's where kind of that kind of battle between athlete and medical staff and coaching staff can sometimes happen. But I do feel that, particularly for a pitcher, if they're not feeling right, even though they may be structurally healed, then you do worry, is this going to lead to a shoulder issue? Is this going to lead to an elbow issue? Because with pitchers, everything is so interconnected. So I think you definitely have to listen to the athlete, particularly with such a high-risk activity such as pitching.
Is the adductor one of the more difficult ones because it can feel like it's totally healed, but as you mentioned, with the dynamic motion of a pitcher, it can flare up even if you think you're 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, because you really can't stress that muscle unless you're going full speed. So there's only so much simulation you can do. There's only so much throwing, close to 95, 100 miles an hour you can do. So absolutely, that's kind of one of those weird things where you don't really know. It could be 4 weeks and you get out there and let's see how it feels. And particularly for that muscle, which doesn't have the best blood supply, it can go from feeling really good to feeling bad immediately pretty quickly. And you see that with Snell, who's had these kind of recurrent adductor injuries throughout his career.
Doc, we're literally watching the Giants interview people for tonight's starting pitcher on a daily basis. It's absurd with what's gone on. When a team suffers that many injuries, you often hear fans at a certain point go, gosh, is there something wrong with the training regimen? Is there something wrong with their process? Is there any validity to that idea?
I think with baseball, not as much. I think with everything is so regimented and so kind of set in stone with pitchers and how they warm up and how much they should be throwing. I think it's just one of those kind of rare things that's happening with the pitching staff this year. Now, if you go 5-10 years ago where pitchers are maybe being overused, where they're throwing 8-9 innings and doing it on 2-3 days rest, and you'd be worried about it. But I think there's been such a shift in how pitchers are used. I think this is more bad luck than it is anything to do with training or kind of how the the Giants training staff is dealing with the players.
Lamont Wade Jr. back in Sacramento on a rehab start, dealing with a hamstring that he re-aggravated. How much should you be concerned about his workload when he comes back with a big club?
I think you definitely have to have a concern with it, particularly when it's a grade 2 hamstring. I mean, he's right at that 4 to 5 week mark. There's a high rate of re-injury with Major League Baseball players with these hamstring issues. So I think it's definitely something you want to slowly increase up the workload, but it could be tough. With the Giants' injury history this year, you never know who's going to be out, who's going to be thrown in to play more games. So something you definitely want to watch. And it's definitely a concern with that high rate of re-injury, particularly at the position he plays.
Doc Pandia cleared to play here, Willard and Dibbs every week, 95.7 The Game. Doc, I don't know if you can put a number on this, but we were just batting this around, so would love you to weigh in. A team in the NBA whose core is largely in their mid-30s versus a core that's largely in their mid to late 20s, how much more likely is that team in its 30s to have injury problems?
Yeah, there's been actually one study that's kind of looked at this and tried to quantify it, and it's about 3% increase per year of experience in the NBA. So you're looking at, you say there's a 10-year difference between, people in their 20s versus the 30s, you're probably looking at a 25-30% increased rate of injury for a team in the mid-30s, which obviously is very pertinent for the Warriors in terms of who they're going to bring in as a free agent or a trade.
When you look at Paul George and his myriad of injuries throughout the course of his career, is it fair to say he's injury prone, or has he just been afflicted by a couple of catastrophic ones?
I think that obviously everyone remembers the tibia where the kind of the bone came out through the skin, which was one of the more brutal injuries you'll ever see, and he recovered very well from that. I think the more concerning thing is he's had shoulder surgeries on both his shoulders. He's had a knee surgery. He had a UCL injury, which you don't see in basketball players that much. And I think the concerning thing is when you look at his 14-year career, he's only played 70 games in half of those seasons. And in the past 5 seasons, he's only done that once. So as a 34-year-old, that definitely is a warning sign for a player that, besides that tibia hasn't had a catastrophic injury. You see these kind of small injuries piling up. So that's where we get a little bit worried about his longevity, particularly when you look at his track record over the past 5 years.
If I threw 4 names at you, you tell me, do any of them stand out as bigger injury risks than the others? If I said Klay Thompson, Paul George, Jimmy Butler, and Kevin Durant, all have significant ones. Any difference?
I would say Jimmy Butler is probably the most concerning. And it's interesting. He's probably the one that hasn't had one major injury except for a meniscus injury. But if you look at his career, he averages 50 to 60 games over the past few seasons. He's only played 70 games once in his entire 13-year career. So that's where you worry about, quote unquote, someone who's injury prone or more likely to miss games. I think Pat Riley even said he was concerned about Jimmy Butler's availability. Butler, of those players, I'm the most concerned about. And interestingly enough, the player I'd be least concerned about is Klay Thompson. After coming off those 2 major injuries, he hasn't missed much time. And before that, he hadn't missed much time. So I think he, of all people, is probably the least concerning from an injury perspective.
Doc, one more for me, fresh off your trip to the Cinque Terre. Bigger injury, sunburn or injury to your wallet?
Injury to the wallet. Definitely injury to the wallet. I'll take the sunburn any day. Italy's expensive. Man, it's not cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful though. The pictures were worth $1,000.
That hurt, Doc. I'm not kidding. Like just yesterday, the lovely Christy and I were talking about planning something to Italy, and I literally said to her, I go, I don't know when we can go. I got to save up the money. And then you just said what you said, and I think we added 3 more years to the plan.
Yeah, this is a 5 to 10 year plan, so definitely need to save up the money, but definitely worth it.
Damn it,
Doc, I love it.
All right, Doc, great to talk to you. Thank you, sir.
All right, take care, guys. Yep.
All right, proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I've never been to Italy.
Oh no,
have you ever been?
Yeah, a couple times.
Oh,
well,
I
mean,
I've only been to Europe once. I've been to Europe one time.
Yeah.
And in London, Paris, and then a weekend tour through Scotland.
Yeah, I did.
That's the only places I've been.
I did a 1993 graduation from college trip, even though I had just finished 5 straight junior years at Cal State Northridge. I felt like as a 25-year-old junior, I deserved a trip.
Yeah,
and then I went again with my then girlfriend, future wife in 97 on a similar trip. But if you can get up to Italy in that northern coast, the southern Italy is also beautiful, but something about the Cinque Terre, which is where he was.
Yeah, I don't.
Spectacular.
I don't even know where to go. Don't care. Just want to go. Want to eat. Want to still have a bank account to my name when I get back. Those are my 3 goals.
No doubt.
Go, eat, and then live when I get back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, and much like our conversation about the future, when you take a trip like that, you can't really be too worried about the future.
It's a great point.
You just go and do it, right?
It's a great point. In fact, I've said this, I think, to you a couple of times. And that is, if you want to sit here and make every move a smart move, then that's a great example of something that would never happen. A vacation would never happen. Now, I know you could argue with me the things that are a little less tangible, terms of family together time. Don't act like you always have fun, though, when you're on your vacation. Sometimes you come back and hate each other even more than you did when you left. I know how it works. But if you want to do analytics, a vacation's a terrible idea.
Awful.
It's terrible for your bank account. You're using time at work that now you can't use it for something else, which you may need at a certain point. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons. But why do we do it? Why do we do it? Because sometimes you got to go, bleep it.
Totally.
Let's ride.
It's life.
And that's kind of how I feel about the Warriors right now.
Yeah.
You can give me all of your, but he's 37. Bleep it. let's ride. I don't know what's going to happen. Most of the teams, I'm going to argue all but one, will not win the title next year.
Yeah, that's bold. Go ahead and cut that. Mark that and cut it.
But
put that in the cap.
Bleep it, let's ride.
Yeah.
And if you fall just short, who the hell's going to march on Chase Center and be like, we need some accountability around here? I mean,
this 4 titles.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Bleep it. Let's ride.
It reminds me of my 2010 trip to Scotland with my brother Mikey 1.0. It cost about $7,000 for 12 days. And I didn't have $7,000.
Yeah.
I had 2 kids in grammar school and a job doing updates on another station. And I thought, you know what? Bleep it. I got a chance to play St. Andrews and go on this golf trip of a lifetime and spend 3 days in Amsterdam on the back end with my cousin who lives there. Bleep it. Let's do it.
Let's ride.
We're going to go ahead and rack up the credit card debt. Go ahead and charge it. Charge it, Jim. And we did. And I paid it off over the course of the next 5 years by shuttling the debt to a variety of 0% interest credit cards. And you chip, and all of a sudden you're back to even. But I would never give up that 12-day trip abroad, even though knowing at the time it was a bad investment financially.
Yeah.
And that, I think I agree with you, is where we are with the Warriors. Bleep it.
Well,
maximize the Steph Curry window, Mark.
I don't want this to be a catch-all because I do have a staircase, and I marked it yesterday. If you could give me any of the aging veteran stars that are rumored to be on the move, I absolutely have Kevin Durant as my 1 seed. But could you convince me on Paul George? Well, yeah. What's the deal? Like, I need to know the deal. And I need to see like why and who and what are you thinking and all of that. Could I be convinced on Jimmy Butler? Less so, but like you're not going to hear, at least me, you're not going to hear me come on the air the next day after any of these and torch the Warriors. I can't believe you traded Moses Moody for Jimmy Butler, who's old and he's injury prone and he's angry and he wears people out and Draymond's already on the team and they're going to hate each other. I mean, like, that's all sort of like faux prediction kind of stuff. The Warriors, I tell you what's a risk, and we had a caller call in and say this already today, the risk is doing nothing. Not because of wins and losses, because it's not interesting. The Warriors have got to be interesting. And all of these moves provide some level of interest. I might come on the next day and be like, I probably wouldn't have included Kuminga in a Jimmy Butler deal. Because, by the way, newsflash, I don't think they will. But that doesn't mean we couldn't be proven wrong. And I think that we've reached that point in Steph Curry's career. Bleep it. Let's ride. Because the other ideas that a lot of you have called in and come up with, I just don't find them to be plausible. Trading Steph Curry is not going to happen.
No.
So you're welcome to call this radio station and continue to say that. You're welcome to feel that. And I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. You may be proven right over time. But it's not plausible. It's not going to happen. I find it to be a bad idea. I think they think it's a bad idea. And so bleep it, let's ride.
Well, and I think that when you gave Draymond Green $100 million over 4 years, you basically put your eggs in that basket of bleep it, let's ride, because you're not going to then go and look for a rebuild or a tear down or a retool. You got Steph Curry for 2 more years, and you gave Draymond Green a 4-year deal. He's got 2 more years plus a player option that I would bet he's going to pick up unless he decides he wants to rework it and get another deal at that point if Steph is already here and Steph is signed for more. So you've already kind of set your course in a certain direction. So you can't now look at Steph with 2 years and Draymond with 3. You got Wiggins for 3 if he's still going to be here. You can't then decide, okay, we're not going to go all in on trying to get better over the next couple of years because you already did that with the Draymond deal.
I mean, I think even there's the key piece to having an opinion on this, we're not even allowed to know yet. Like I hear a lot of people being like, I'd be out on Paul George or I'd be in on Paul George. And every time I'm like, but what did they give up? What if you got Paul George? And I know nothing from anything in terms of what the Clippers would ask for. But what if you got Paul George for Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, Moses Moody, and a pick? You in? Are you in?
Yeah, probably in for that.
I'm in. But what if you got Paul George for Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and 2 picks?
That's a little rich for my blood.
I'm out.
Although I don't picks schmicks
right.
is the way I look at it.
Right, but
because if you're good, those picks are going to be 27th and 28th.
I guess my point is I don't know yet if you can just be like in on Paul George or out on Paul George.
You can't
I need to know what's the deal. What's the deal? If you get Paul George for Chris Paul, Kevon Looney, GP2, and a second rounder. You'd all be in. Who wouldn't be in on that? You'd be crazy not to be in.
Well, unless you aren't a big fan of Paul George, and I'm not a huge fan of Paul George at this age with his injury history.
Okay, but you'd be getting him for almost like
$48 million.
But if Chris Paul is 30 of the 48, you're giving up nothing. You're giving up someone who's not going to be on the team already.
Right.
So that's a nothing. That's free. $30 million of whatever you're going to acquire back. Potentially, I argue, is free. Totally free. So that's you'd take Paul George over nothing, right?
Sure.
If there's nothing of consequence going out the door, and I hate saying things like that about players like Kevon Looney and GP2, but these are players that aren't getting a lot of minutes. They've got injury problems. They're not in the core future plans or even current plans.
Well, they're in the current core.
Not core.
Both of them are in the top 8 or 9 year rotation for sure.
Which I wouldn't call core. Core to me, that's 4 or 5 players.
Okay.
That's who's determining.
We can parse words on what a core is. For me, are you a guy who's going to play 20 plus minutes a night? And they both are.
Today, as we sit here today, the Warriors core to me is Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski.
Wiggins is in the core.
Wiggins.
Pending any offseason moves.
And now I'm starting to struggle to like even TJD, I'm not going to call core. That's not core.
Well, he was unplayable in the play-in game.
That was one game. So was Klay Thompson.
Right. Well, he wasn't unplayable. He played. No, TJD didn't play. TJD played 5 minutes and it was, geez, you can't play in this game.
Right, but he could have played all 48 and he would have scored the same amount as Klay Thompson.
And you probably would have lost by 60 instead of just 24.
Which is the same result.
Right, but they made the decision, and I agree with you that he's kind of on the fringe of the core because in the biggest game of the year, they saw him play and they, for whatever reason, matchup or effectiveness, they realized that he can't play in that basketball game.
I want to throw this out there, a little bit of a right turn before Nick Ahmed joins us. And we're planning on that happening here in a little bit less than 10 minutes. I know a lot of people are really kind of excited about the little trivia question. Nick Ahmed hit his only home run in a Giants uniform while wearing the number 24. And nobody wore 24 in San Francisco after Willie Mays left. And so last night was the only time other players have worn 24. So who has hit a home run wearing the number 24 with the Giants was Willie Mays, Matt Chapman, and Nick Ahmed. And I would argue that Ahmed will also be the last player to ever hit a home run wearing the number 24. So quirky little night for him and a positive night for him and for the Giants to come back. All of that said, though, I really feel like, and we can have this conversation, I think it'll unfold a little bit more maybe later in the week or whatnot. This last week for the Giants was incredibly damaging. And I could sit here all day long telling you that injuries are not Farhan Zaidi's fault. The trades that he's made have been good. I've argued that his ego has gotten in the way of a lot of his decisions. Here's what I'm here to say today, because I know that you probably have argued not against this, but I know you don't think it's as close as it is. If this thing doesn't get going in a different direction this year, it's not going to matter if the results that lead down a bad road. I think it's not going to matter if it's Farhan's fault or not. I think he will pay for it. The track the Giants are on right now, I think Farhan Zaidi is in some serious trouble.
I think that it's less serious than you do, and normally we're on the opposite sides of this conversation, but I look at what it would mean if you replace Farhan Zaidi and you bring somebody else in to be president of baseball ops. That person's going to want to bring in their own manager. So now you're going to have Bob Melvin be one and done as your skipper. I think
not necessarily.
I think if you look at the history of these moves in all sports, a lot of times, the majority of the time, when you bring in a new management, they want to have their own manager. And Bob Melvin's a guy who's been around long enough to where maybe you can inherit him for a year, like Farhan inherited Bruce Bochy for a year. It was a different story because Bochy was a made man with the 3 rings. I look at the deal that they got, he and Bob, he got an extension just last year. And I think unless this thing goes really, really south, I think Farhan gets another year to come back and try it again because largely he did what they asked him to do. He went out and spent. He brought in free agents. The youngsters in the farm got better. And I don't think that the things that have gone wrong are necessarily his fault. So I think that unless this thing goes really badly, I think he gets another year to try to make it right.
I would argue that there is more than meets the eye with what's going on behind the scenes with the San Francisco Giants.
I've heard some of that as well.
There are the decisions that you see, and there are the decisions that you don't see and don't realize Farhan's fingerprints on them. I think that at times there are feathers that have been ruffled within the organization, and I mean that from people who matter. And then here's the biggest word of all when it comes to something like this. I find it to be optics. This is optics. So you might be right. He did everything you asked him to do. Guess who else did? Gabe Kapler. He did everything you asked him to do. Hell, I don't even know what you asked him to do. Boy, he wore that uniform. He wore it real tight and nice and walked out with his strut, and there were burgers on Instagram. And he got a Manager of the Year award. But the optics are the optics, and the player morale has got to be high. And right now, it's not. And I think that there are some obvious reasons for that. And I think that there are some not so obvious reasons for that. I just think, you say that it has to get real bad. I'd argue with where things sat last week. It is. It is. They cannot have the fan base feeling this way. And long way to go, but I think that it's got to be different. With that said, last night was at least a start. Nick Ahmed maybe had one of his better nights as a San Francisco Giant, and we expect him to join us next. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke.
dropping something off and moving. Uh-oh. High and deep to left. And out of here. Number 1 for Nick Ahmed. Did I get an uh-oh from you? Well, it had the sound. All you got to do is start talking about Willie Mays and the guys start hitting the ball in the ballpark. Uh-oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, there it is from Kruk and Kipe and NBC Sports Bay Area, and I got to imagine a moment that felt pretty good for Nick Ahmed. So Nick, welcome to Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game. I imagine you're keeping number 24. Is that right?
I wish. I don't think that one's quite available anymore.
Congrats on last night. How did that one feel?
Yeah, man, it was such a good game. To be able to honor Willie like that before the game and just kind of hear everyone's stories about him and how unbelievable as a player he was, obviously, and even better as a person. For us to go out and wear the number 24 on our backs and get a great win like that, it was a very, very special night.
And to get the great win and to get the home run after, you mentioned it, the pregame festivities were wonderful, and it's good to be back home. And, 5-game losing skid kind of hanging over everybody, and you're down 4-0. So you got the homer to make it 4-2. That had to feel like a bigger moment than just a garden variety home run in any other setting.
Yeah, our pitching staff has been beat up a little bit, so our bullpen's going out and giving us everything they got. And unfortunately, we got down early in the game, but, you just can't quit. You got to try to fight your way back into the game. And Chappie got us started with a homer there, his second at bat, and kind of got me excited, I guess. And I tried to join him there. And taking me a long time to get one in the Giants uniform, so that felt good for sure. But just to call and fight back into that game and get 3 in the 9th inning there was awesome. Really, really good team win.
Nick Ahmed joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. I wanted to ask you this, Nick, not about the home run, but take us to the 9th inning. I got to imagine with runners on base and a chance to tie or even win the game, it's kind of challenging to work a walk because I'm betting you really want to swing the bat. How hard was it to work a walk in that situation?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Flores, too, to win the game there with the bases loaded. It takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of patience. You got to really slow your heartbeat down, not get too excited there. Just really hone in and focus on what you're looking for, and obviously be ready to hit because you want to be the guy that helps the team win the game, but can't be over anxious in those moments and just wait for the pitcher to come to you. So, he didn't really attack me in that spot, so I was able to take some pitches and get on base and keep the rally going and get it to Flores, who ended up doing the same thing and getting us the win.
Is it even harder considering the way you've been swinging it? Because I see that over the last 7 games, you're hitting .333 and you're starting to lock in and become a productive hitter again. Does that make it even more difficult in that spot to be more patient because you're feeling like you're seeing the ball so well?
Yes and no. I mean, you definitely feel like I was ready to hit a ball in the gap right there and win the game for us. But, when you're feeling good at the plate, you're also seeing the ball well, so it becomes easier to take the borderline pitches and the ones that are just outside the zone. So I think it goes hand in hand. When you start swinging the bat well, you also seen it better. So your strike zone control is a lot better as well.
Nick, another quirky question about the 9th inning. And correct me if I'm wrong, it was you who took second base right before Ramos came up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes. So we're sitting there, I'm watching with my son last night, young baseball fan, and I'm thinking to myself, yo, that was gutsy because you have to know that you're going to make it. You don't want to make that last out on the base paths, but it ended up leading to the intentional walk, and then the walk forces in, so it ended up being a real winning play. But I wonder if there was any hesitation there. Take me through that thought process.
Yeah, for sure. When I saw Slater hit that ball up in the air, I was tagging, knowing that they were going to try to throw the guy out, and a little bit too deep for them to try to throw home, so they tried to throw to third. I saw the throw go into the cutoff man, the shortstop. I saw the second baseman. The second baseman had peeled off, and he was going to cover first. So with him out of the picture, it was just between me and Dansby trying to beat him to the bag, and I saw that he kind of had to, wait back for the ball to get to him, and I was going to beat him in there. So just knowing that they're going to walk Ramos and get Flores up in the game there and put pressure on the pitcher to have to throw strikes in that moment was huge. So obviously wasn't going to take a risk there if I didn't think I was going to make it, but I saw the distance I had to cover and was able to beat Swanson to the bag.
And it was a big play because the walk to Ramos eventually begat the walk to Flores, which was the walk-off walk. And you mentioned the phrase putting pressure on, and that's something that Mark and I and a lot of fans have talked about the Giants so far this year not doing enough of. Is that something that you guys talk about in the clubhouse, about maybe being more active on the base paths and trying to put more pressure on the opponents?
On the bases early in the season, the first month there, and our running game got kind of shut down a little bit because of that. So I think as the season's gone on, we've realized that, hey, we need to get this back a part of our game. And we don't have a ton of team speed, but we have guys who are smart and aggressive and can play the game at a high level. So just trusting our instincts and our preparation. Our coaches do a great job of getting us prepared for the moment and knowing when to take advantage of those times in the game.
Nick, can you kind of comment on, I don't know if philosophically is the right word, but just emotionally, how you guys are approaching these games, knowing that, like, let's be real, the majority of your starting rotation is out. This has got to be sort of a just hang in there until the cavalry comes type of a feel. But how would you describe it?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's no secret that our pitching staff's a little bit banged up, but our bullpen's been phenomenal. They've kept us afloat and alive, and we're excited for what could be coming here very shortly in the next month or so, with Blake Snell coming back and Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray, and opportunity to get Kyle Harrison back soon is going to be a much deeper and stronger starting rotation, and hopefully take the pressure off the bullpen and allow us to not have to score as many runs and try to win games as well. So as long as we're in it and got a chance here when we get to the All-Star break, we're going to be really excited for what's to come in the second half.
Are you guys starting to get excited about your lineup getting back too? Because, Lamont Wade Jr. is now just a couple of days hopefully away from coming back, and outside of Jung Hoo Lee, it'll be just about the regular 9 that everyone was expecting. Does that give you additional hope that as an offense, you guys can start to really turn this thing around even more often?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lamont's our best hitter for the first, 2 months of the season, 2.5 months of the season. So, he's got elite strike zone discipline. Gets on base at an extremely high clip, hits a ton of line drives, seems to have that clutch gene and not afraid at the moment. So we're really excited to get him back and excited to see what this team can do when we're healthy.
Nick Ahmed with us, 95.7 The Game. Nick, are you near the cage? Are you in the weight room? Or is Jose Altuve banging on a trash can next to you? What's going on back there?
Down the tunnel, that's Blake Snell throwing his weighted ball. He's getting ready for his catch play. So sorry about the noise. I was trying to find a quiet spot.
No.
We had music going, but yeah, Blake's shaking the tunnels of Oracle down here.
You're good. It sounds like it's coming in at about 95 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, how was Rickwood, man? Tell me about that.
That was special. Yeah, it was really special. Just to know the history of the game and to know that Willie Mays had played on that field when he was a teenager and started his career there, and how many of the greatest Negro League players that played in that stadium, and oldest ballpark in America. We came from Wrigley to go there, and just to be able to play in those two places on the same road trip and be able to meet some of the Negro League players and the tribute they did for Willie before the game was very, very special.
Did you get a chance to meet Willie at all or talk to him in your short time with the Giants?
Yeah, I never did, unfortunately. I was hoping to, but never happened, yeah.
Hey, Nick, as someone who's played in the bigs as long as you have, but always came here as a visitor, what was your perception or experience playing in this ballpark as a visitor, and how has it evolved at all?
Yeah, my first couple of years here, I honestly struggled. Coming from Arizona, very warm climate, playing inside. We, come here as a visiting team, and it's colder, it's windier, it's misting off the bay, and I didn't play very well my first couple of years, and I actually laughed about this with my wife this offseason before I signed here. I told her early on, this is probably in 2015 maybe. I said to her, hey, when I become a free agent, I'm never going to sign and play in San Francisco. So God has a funny way of working and puts people in situations where sometimes you don't want to be initially, but opens you up to why he has you there. So I've really, really enjoyed it here. I've enjoyed my teammates, coaching staff, the fans, the ballpark. It's been an amazing first 3 months here. I'm looking forward to some more time here as well.
So it's safe to say that it's far exceeded the expectations that young Nick would have thought 10 years ago as to now the veteran.
For sure. Yeah. It's obviously a great place to play. There's history in this franchise. There's a commitment to excellence and winning. The fans are out here to support us. I wasn't against it, as I got into free agency this offseason, but just funny story about early on in my career and struggling and like, man, I'm never going to go play there. And ended up being here and wearing the black and orange. It's been a full circle moment for sure.
No, Nick, I think it's real talk. I mean, let's be honest. You're not the first to, as a hitter, feel like maybe this ballpark is a little bit tough. What is your perspective on free agents around, especially offensive free agents around the league, sort of being hesitant about the ballpark?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely hear that. It's definitely not the easiest place to hit in the league, especially at night. I think day games play pretty fair here, but the night games, the wind starts howling, and it's a little bit chilly. It's definitely a tough place to hit, but we view it as an advantage. As a team here, we view it as a big home field advantage because we know teams don't want to come in and play here. We know offenses don't want to come and swing the bat here. So we love it as a home team here. We love when teams come in here on their heels, and we look to keep playing well here in this ballpark all year.
All right, Nick, before you run, take us back to the home run last night and just share what was going through your head as you rounded the bases on that particular night.
Yeah, anytime you get to face a starter, back-to-back starts, we faced him in Chicago last week. For me, I feel like I have a huge advantage as a hitter. I've just seen him. I've seen his pitch shapes. I've seen his release point. I've got the timing down. So I was really comfortable with my approach going into the game there. He got me making pitches the first at-bat and painted one and got me looking with 2 strikes my first at-bat. So I just was looking to get something early in the count and be aggressive, and he left that cutter in the middle of the plate, and I just wanted to be on time for it and get the barrel head out front. Was able to do it, and, is exactly what I was visualizing doing. So anytime you do that, when you're able to execute your plan and do exactly what you're envisioning yourself doing in your mind and see it come to fruition, it's really special and a satisfying moment.
Nick, it's great stuff. I tell you what, though, before you go, I wanted to ask you this also. Any perspective on being a veteran player when you were hurt and here comes a young prospect in the organization, Marco Luciano comes up, he was struggling a little bit, especially with the glove. Did you have any interactions with him? What did you see? How are you trying to go about that relationship?
Yeah, we spent some time together in spring training, obviously, and spent some time when he got called up. And, it was no secret he had some difficult games defensively for sure. And I know he was getting coaching and advice and talk from people in all different areas of the organization. So I didn't want to give him more information and try to think and process as a young player. I just tried to encourage him. Just to try to help him simplify things and try to boost his confidence back up.
Nick, great stuff, man. Congrats on last night. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today.
All right, no problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, there it is. Nick Ahmed, Giants shortstop. Although not in the lineup tonight. Tonight will be a Wisely night against the Cubs, but that was probably... in terms of spotlight and attention, that was probably the flagship night so far for Nick Ahmed in his San Francisco Giants career.
I think so. First home run as a Giant. He does have 2 home runs now at Oracle Park, about a career batting average of .220 at Oracle Park and an OPS of .571 for his career down there at 3rd and King. So I could see the younger Nick saying, we're never signing there. And then you get to be older and you have your free agency and you realize the Giants need a shortstop and you're a shortstop and they need a guy who's good with the glove and you're good with the glove and all of a sudden it doesn't look to be such a bad option anymore.
It works out.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, I was quoted a few weeks ago of saying something I didn't think that I would ever say, which was that I can't wait until Nick Ahmed comes back. And that was not meant as a shot at him other than to say, my God, I've got a new appreciation for the fact that you need to have somebody at shortstop who can pick up the dang baseball. And he's done that. He's done that very, very well for the Giants this year. Now, all of that said, we sit here on a day where things were, I guess I would call them temporarily positive. I'll share it. The 4 of us spent about 2.5 hours last night destroying the Giants on our text thread. And I mean, unkind is a kind way to describe some of the things that were said on this text thread. A total frustration sensation.
Totally.
The Giants on a 5-game losing streak. You're welcome. The Cubs come in, not a great baseball team, and they're building up a 4-run lead. And Luke Jackson's coming in here with wild pitches. Grandy, I thought, he's about to damn lose it during that inning. And this thing was all going totally sideways. And then, let's be real about the 9th inning rally. I don't know if they hit a ball hard the entire time.
Nope.
Chapman loops a double. Great hustle play. Tyro with a bunt. Couple of sac flies and a few walks. And the next thing you know, there's a celebration at 3rd and King. So that's great. But it felt very ... to me.
A lot ... Let me just read some of the words.
Please.
I don't want to blast anybody in particular because we all were in our bag, but one person used the word garbage. Then somebody said stink. Then somebody said excuse and the phrase suck so bad. And then we all talked about how many games they would win over the next 11, and somebody said 1. 1 of the next 11.
That was me.
Yes.
I'll go and put my name on it.
Yes.
I mean, sarcasm,
we all
but
were No, but I mean, one felt a little hot, and then you came in at 9:49 with the text that said it all right. I love this team. Because we all were, and then Mark Grandy with an expletive about the Cubs, and he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Because talk about embarrassing, and he was right.
The Cubs gave that to the Giants. They gave it to them. They're walking people in the 9th inning, and, even some of the defensive plays, letting Nick Ahmed move up to second base on a sac fly. Yeah, the Cubs were a comedy of errors in the 9th, and it's wonderful that the Giants took advantage, and that's great, and maybe it's a start of something, and Mason Black just got called up. Like, I do have sympathy for the Giants. They have no starting pitchers. Good God, they've got no starting pitchers. That's crazy. They've got Logan Webb. They've got Jordan Hicks, who is starting to show some potential signs of fatigue, and that's it. They've got no one else. Now, they will potentially soon. Snell is at Sacramento. Robbie Ray's already at Sacramento. Lamont Wade's at Sacramento. This could be a very different baseball team in 10 days.
I feel like you're rushing Snell. You should probably wait on mentioning him as far as being ready to go.
He is in Sac. That is a fact.
Well, he's actually in San Francisco.
Well, apparently.
He was just throwing weighted balls.
Well, his rehab assignment, he's not going to pitch on back-to-back days, but he is pitching for the River Cats as of yesterday.
In theory. Yes,
and
you make sure we don't get too excited about him coming back. We don't want to rush Blake.
What are you saying, Dibs? It sounds like you're trying to say something.
What I'm trying to say is that this whole situation is embarrassing for Blake Snell and for the Giants because either they are rushing him because they have no starting pitching, and why don't you have more starting pitching? Because they're all hurt. And you signed guys who were hurt. Cobb was hurt. Robbie Ray was hurt.
Well, no, Cobb was already signed. Cobb was already signed.
Yes, but you knew in April that he was hurt, and he stayed hurt. And Robbie Ray was hurt, and he stayed hurt. So, hey, Giants, why don't you have more pitchers? And if you are rushing Blake Snell, what are you doing? The guy's hurt. And on the other side of it, hey, Blake Snell, say less, okay? You don't have to come out and express your feelings about the pressure you're feeling about being rushed back. I thought that his comments and the fact that his comments are obviously a real thing because he feels it, it's a bad situation.
It's a bad situation.
Look.
I do have what I think is some perspective on that specific thing, not the overall, but the Blake Snell situation. It's really unfortunate that this is being pitted as sort of a low-key battle between the Giants front office and Blake Snell, because my argument would be this is all Scott Boris's fault. And I
disagree with that.
Well, here's what I know that maybe not everybody knows. I now know. Remember, you and I have had this conversation about how did he end up still being a free agent that long? Was that Blake? Was that the Giants? Here's how I've been told this went. The Giants put their offer on the table, and Scott Boras, who spent all offseason believing that his 4 were going to make massive multi-year deals. And obviously none of that was on the table. So Cody Bellinger and Jordan Montgomery and Matt Chapman and Blake Snell, not a one of them got anything but a 1+1. All of them. That's what they ended up getting. So that was mistake number 1 with what Boras thought they were going to get. But specifically with the Giants and Snell, It is my understanding that the Giants put their offer on the table in plenty of time. And Boris told Blake, hang tight. I can squeeze him for more. And as Scott waited and waited and waited for the Giants to up the offer, the Giants looked at him and said, well, and then they finally took it because it never moved. Now, you can do whatever you want with that information. Blake's the boss and Scott's the employee.
There you go.
So Blake can tell Scott, we're doing it now. But he would not be the first to say, well, you're the agent, you're the expert, I'm going to follow your guidance. That's what I hired you to do. And that's what he did. And I'm going to put the lion's share of the blame on that one on Scott Boras. He badly misread this market the entire offseason, and it affected a lot of his clients, and it cost them a lot of money.
And his client, Jordan Montgomery, fired him. And I don't think that Blake Snell has fired him.
No, I don't know if he needs. He doesn't need him right now. But
right.
We'll see what he does at the end of this year.
Well, he needed him back in March. And, Blake Snell, his job is to be fit and ready to go when you do sign a deal.
That's correct.
Ultimately, if you want to be in spring training, because spring training is important, then you go to spring training and you tell your agent, get the deal done. Or if the agent's not getting the deal done, you fire the agent. So you can blame the agent. I personally don't, because the agent works for the player. So the player is in control of the process to the extent that he's getting these offers. And if he gets to early March and he's not satisfied with where it is, well, then do something about it. And he didn't. And now here we sit in late June, and the guy can't get healthy, and he keeps getting hurt because he didn't come into camp ready to go, and now he's blaming the team for rushing him back.
Well, I don't love that part, but again, listen, your rebuttal is a fair one.
Yeah, it's just, that's how I feel.
But he followed the advice of his agent, which is what most people do, and his agent really screwed up. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're going to circle back to both the Warriors offseason situation, the Brandon Ayuk situation, which has a little new clarity as well. All of that coming up next. Your phone calls as well, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. Warriors offseason summit with all the hosts Monday, July 8th. Say that, director of sports on the air. Brandon Pajewski's going to be on the show tomorrow.
Pajowski.
Podsminski.
The Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, Podowski.
Yeah, Grandy, we're back,
Podowski.
you and me. Yeah.
Podzinski.
The only bad
Podsminski.
part. The only
Yeah, thank you. Grandy, me too. That's the one.
The only bad.
That's all rookie first teamer, Brandon Pajemski to you.
Yep.
Brandon who?
The only bad part about having Brandon on tomorrow is by my count, this is the third time we've had him on. I don't think we can do that bit with him anymore.
Number 3.
We've already done it. We played those for him and asked him, which is the stupid mispronunciation of your name that you like the best?
Yeah.
And he answered it, and we played with it, and then we moved on. I don't think we can do that anymore.
We can do something before that, though, because there are going to be a lot of people out there at the team store when we broadcast live, and we can just have people come up and we can hold up his name and say, who is this? And let them try to work their way through it.
Now, Podsminski was, he moonlighted as a reporter during the playoffs, did he not? We could have Brandon interview us.
There you go.
Podsminski.
What about that?
That's a good idea.
Did you ever think about that?
It's a great idea.
I don't know if anybody wants to hear that, but we could ask Brandon, you want to try to interview us?
You won't. It'd be pretty funny.
Like, nobody cares what.
Seriously.
That's enough for me.
Yeah,
Doug.
I don't think anybody cares what you guys have to say, but.
That hurts.
Anyway, we're sitting next to Brandon Pajewski. So maybe we'll ask him the questions.
Sorry, unfortunately, he'll be on the phone, so you won't be sitting.
Oh, no, you know what I mean. I don't mean in person. God, for a minute, did you just make a weird noise into the microphone? I was like, what was that? Yeah.
It was a disgruntled sound.
You have no reason to be disgruntled. You should be filled with gratitude. All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Remember, as we do talk about the Warriors offseason, here's offseason summit, including all 6 hosts, all of us, Monday, July 8th. That's less than 2 weeks away. Dibs and I will start the festivities at 2 o'clock. And then the second half of our show, 4 to 6, is the Warriors offseason summit 2024 style, Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Difference with this one is space is somewhat limited. So if you want to be there with us, and spoiler alert, you do, you need to go to 957thegame.com right now and reserve your free spot. So we would suggest you do that now because it's free and because why not? Go to 957thegame.com and please reserve your free spot so that we can see you in Fremont in 13 days.
Yes,
okay?
And you're going to want to be there. Of all the summits we've had, beautiful places, Buon Vino, and a couple of different field works and whatnot, this spot might be the most beautiful.
Yeah.
Spectacular building.
I can't wait. Summits are they're a ton of fun.
Yeah.
Like stuff always happens that we didn't see coming. And I'm always impressed by just the effort that some of you put in to come by and say hi, and we're incredibly grateful for that, and the energy that comes from you all being there has just been absolutely awesome. So we look forward to these. We really, really do, and we're looking forward to this one. And I do not think there's going to be a shortage of things to talk about.
No doubt.
That's for sure.
Between July 1, when free agency officially opens, deals can't get signed till the 6th, but the deals will be flying around. By the time we get to the 8th, we're going to have a lot more clarity as to exactly what the Warriors are going to do. I don't think we'll have the whole picture, so we can still have the discussion about Klay Thompson, most likely, if he's still out there, but going to be a lot to talk about and a lot of opinions in that round table.
The director of sports here at 95.7 The Game has put a poll up on our Twitter feed. Would you like to hear what it is?
Lucas Alexander?
Sure did.
The DOS?
Well, and then you can all weigh in on this. I think this is a very healthy discussion point for today. 888-957-9570. Your calls on this. If you had to choose one of the following 3 options for the Warriors offseason, what would you choose? Choice 1, big game hunting, bring in an all-star. Choice 2, run it back. Choice 3, Kuminga time. In other words, start the rebuild and develop the young players. So choice 1, all-star. Choice 2, run it back. Choice 3, go young. What would you choose?
I would choose choice 1. And I don't know how you go about doing that. That feels to me to be the most difficult choice because a couple of different things would have to happen. Either, one, somebody would have to take Chris Paul's $30 million contract off your hands in a multi-team deal, or you'd have to be able to trade Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul, or Wiggins in pieces. Either way, you're going to have to move a lot to really go, quote, big game hunting. And I don't think any of the big game that you can bring in, none of them are flawless. I do think that Kevin Durant, in a short period of time and the contract that he has that you won't need to extend, he's probably the best route to go. If you're looking for big game, Paul George would be great, but it's a 4-year deal. You're going to have to probably give him. Jimmy Butler's exciting, but maybe too exciting with the dynamic relationship between he and Draymond. I'm out on Brandon Ingram, and we can get down to the Lauri Markkanens and of the world. I don't think that he's going to be on the table. I would love for them to get Lauri Markkanen, but I don't think that he's going to be made available. I think that they're going to eventually extend him here by July 1st. So of all the big game, I'm kind of with you on the Kevin Durant part of it based on contract, fit, and excitement level altogether.
I am definitely also choice one. I will share with you in just a moment what our current polling results are. We're only about 300 or 400 votes in, but I can tell you how it's polling. It very much tells a story. You brought up Paul George. Monty Poole said to us yesterday the Warriors would definitely be interested.
The Warriors would have interest in Paul George for sure. And if Paul decides that he wants to sign a contract and therefore be available in trade, the Warriors are definitely going to look at that. What player who's going to be a free agent is more attractive than Paul, would be more attractive than Paul George? Be available, I should say, in any way, shape, any way, trade or free agency. And that's why I think the Warriors would look at him. He's a two-way player, defense, offense. He's versatile. He can play three positions, guard three positions. So they would be interested in him. Now, the chances of that happening, I'd still say at this point it's a long shot, but I would not rule it out because the Warriors would be very aggressive if he becomes available.
Okay, that's from Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area on our show yesterday. I want to reiterate the question, 888-957-9570. Which of these three choices would you choose for the Warriors offseason? Choice one, bring in an all-star. Choice two, run it back. Choice three, go young, Kuminga time. You can go ahead and call in on that. We'll take your phone calls. Listen to this story, and I'll tell you why it matters. Even though no front office, if they're worth a salt, ever takes fan opinion and then acts solely on that. It does matter sometimes. I'll explain. Listen to this. Right now, of all the votes coming in, 75% say choice one, bring in an all-star. Furthermore, of the remaining 25%, 20 of it goes to go young, Kuminga time. Only 5% of respondents, and I can only imagine that they just accidentally touched that button, only 5% of respondents say run it back. Here's why that matters. That does not matter in terms of if I am Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, and Steve Kerr, and the rest of the group. It does not matter in terms of basketball. I'm not going to listen to Twitter and the fan base if I've got basketball decisions to make. But I think this offseason is about basketball and business. And the business side of it, you have to listen to your customers. You have to know what is interesting to them at a certain point. And when we get a healthy number of votes coming in, and you see that, and again, this is just Twitter, so I'm not taking this as gospel, but in this particular example, we're getting 1 out of every 20 Warriors fan is saying, I like the idea of run it back, which was sort of the concept from Bob Fitzgerald last week, which is the Warriors are good now.
Yep.
Draymond Green, stay on the court, and this team can compete with anybody in the West. The run it back idea, I think, is very unpopular.
Seems like it.
So when that fails and driving interest and eyeballs and buzz and social media, you got to take that into account. The fan base does not like that idea right now at all.
Yeah, they don't. And I also am a little bit cautious about the poll, and this is no disrespect to the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, but go big game hunting, bring in an all-star. That's an easy thing to sign up for. Now, go big game hunting, bringing an all-star is going to involve what? And if it involves Kuminga being gone and Moody and Looney and a couple of picks or whatever that package is, I do think that the go big game hunting response becomes a little bit more complicated. It becomes a little bit more difficult to sign up for that. With these three options, for me, run it back is the second choice. I would rank these in order of them being listed. I don't want to rebuild and turn the keys over to Kuminga. Rebuild to me would be you're trading Draymond, you're trading Wiggins, maybe you're even trading Steph Curry. If you're really going to turn the keys over to Kuminga and the young guys, well, if you're going to rebuild, then you're going to be like the Thunder when they traded Paul George, and you're going to get back a player and a bunch of picks, and you're going to trade Westbrook, and you're going to trade, Kevin Durant. You're going to make all these big trades for future picks. That's what a rebuild is. So I would rather run it back than totally get into a rebuild, but I'm with you about even the run it back idea. I'm not of the mind that they were just a few bad breaks and a few games away from being really good.
I'm with you. They got to get better. And I love what you said also about the rebuild concept. And I this is just the kind of fan I am. I think rebuild is a cuss word. I really do. We live in San Francisco. Rebuilding, I know people go, oh, look at San Antonio. That's San Antonio. That's San Antonio, Texas. I don't even know if it's one of the two biggest cities in their state. Like, when I look at the way teams operate, how many major market, very recently accomplished organizations go into full rebuild mode? I mean, maybe you make a decision here or there that is based on that. I'll give an example. You saw the way Dallas tanked the last 2 games of the year last year because they're like, let's get a pick, because they didn't like where they were sitting. But they ended up in the NBA Finals a year later. They didn't rebuild. They made a couple of moves, and they reloaded. I've always been against this idea with the Giants. Hell, play the kids. Get rid of everybody. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. 49ers, where it's not even a relevant conversation right now. They got the best roster in the game. These teams should almost never, I won't put it in ink, but almost never should that be the plan. Rebuild. Because you are allowed to reload or develop or all of the things that you're always doing anyway. You're allowed to do that on the fly. It doesn't mean, so you're not going to compete for a title every year. But this idea of sell off everything, strip it down, go down, be crappy for 5 to 7 years, good Lord, no. Are any of you looking at the Spurs right now with envy just because they have Wembanyama?
I was just going to point that out, Mark. How's that working out for you? Because the last time you were in the playoffs was 2018, 2019.
Jesus, this is awful.
5 straight years, no playoffs, including back-to-back 22 and 60 campaigns. Yes, you've got Wembanyama.
So what?
And you've got so what? There's a little Fitz in there for you.
No, but seriously, like
somebody, good solid Bobby Fitz, so what?
Somebody who couldn't buy beer the last time the Spurs made the playoffs just had a baby. Like, for God's sakes, what are we doing here?
Can I ask you guys a question?
Go ahead.
You're a fan of a basketball team.
Yes.
Which roster would you rather have? The San Antonio Spurs roster or the Golden State Warriors roster?
Right now?
Currently, right now.
The Warriors. You're all excited about one player, and I get it. That's phenomenal. He's going to be a big deal. But like the run that the Spurs have just taken their fans through, I don't ever want to experience it ever. I do not care. I do not want 6 years of winning a quarter of the games.
And that makes sense, but presumably they're through the worst part of it now.
Right, but that also doesn't always even work out that way. Like, you can go through your 5-year run of awful play and not get Victor Wembanyama. You can just be like, whoops, we got the 3rd pick in the draft and we took Darko. I mean, no, I'm just out on that concept. It's one of the reasons I'm so comfortable with Joe Lacob as the owner. I think he's allergic to this conversation. Rebuild. Out. 100% of the time. Out.
Well, if you were going to rebuild and it took 5 years, a la San Antonio, and they haven't even emerged from it, it's goodbye Steph and Draymond, it's goodbye Wiggins, it's goodbye everybody. to be honest, unless you want to give Kuminga the contract that Jordan Poole got, which I was looking at it earlier. That was $35 a year. He got $35 million a year to sign and then be dealt. So that's what you're looking at for Kuminga. So yeah, you want Kuminga to be the centerpiece, and you're going to give him $35 or so million a year, and you're going to keep all these other guys, and in 5 years, you're going to have to pay them all again if you decide at that point you're ready to be good.
Let's go to the phones. Nick in the city. Hey, Nick, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man.
I don't think I think he's a smart guy, and I don't think Lakeup's going to do us like the Browns or the Jets and just go into full rebuild. Because that would justify, first of all, having $10 tickets, and at that point too, I think he wants this Bay Area sports fans to be remain spoiled. I think we have a blessing here. We still have Steph. We might get Klay back. We still have Draymond, and we got in our organization we got some dogs, man. I mean, Kuminga, amazing. And I think the most underappreciated guy on the roster is Moody also. I think if we keep him around, and I don't know how much we're going to ship off, but I think if we shell out a little bit for an all-star, I think it's doable, but not everybody. But it looks like Klay might not stick around. But I don't know what you guys think what is actually going to happen. But I think it's either an all-star or they kind of let this thing ride into the sunset and start fresh. But I don't think they're going to sell off.
Nick, I'm totally with you on that. It is an interesting question. I mean, we do love predictions in sports media. What do you think is going to happen? Forget for a moment what we want or what we're hearing. How do you think this is going to play out?
I think that they're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
Really?
Yeah, I think Kuminga gets traded. I think they trade Kuminga and they find a taker for the Chris Paul contract, and they bring in one of these $45 million a year guys. I do think that they are dead set on getting Paul George, and I think that Kevin Durant would be not plan B, but plan 1A if Kevin Durant's available. I would predict that they land either Paul George or Kevin Durant. Hell, both. Not both, but I that's my prediction.
All right.
I think that they're going to, even if it costs them more than they want to spend, I think they look at it and they see Jonathan Kuminga as he's a good player. He's a great player. He might be an all-star someday, but it's the Steph Curry window. And to bring in Paul George or Kevin Durant, I think is worth more now than Jonathan Kuminga would potentially be worth in 3 to 5 years.
I have a very different spin on what I think is going to happen. I think what you're saying is plausible. I think that they're going to try. I think that it is, at the risk of sounding like Mike Dunleavy, I think it is hard to pull these things off. And I would predict that the Warriors end up not getting one of those done. So Durant.
No big fish?
Not one of those three. Listen, there are
Durant, Butler, George.
Right.
That's the three. Okay.
I will argue that they will not come away with one of those three. But I think that there are other fish. There are other fish laying in the weeds. I do think the Warriors are absolutely set on offering Steph Curry and the fan base something. So there will be changes. There absolutely will be additions, but they may end up being in a different direction. And they may end up being B+ level names as opposed to A+ level type names. I think that there's so much that we don't see around the corner. And I'll just give you an example. I don't think this player is going to end up on the Warriors, but like Anunoby opted out today. He's a free agent. That's something we know the Warriors have been interested in the past. Is there a way? Probably not. Probably just do not have the financial wherewithal. If he's opting out of that contract, that's because he knows he's going to get more, and he's going to get a lot. He might get $30, $35 million a year. So, but I mean, I think that something like that will end up happening, though I do think what you suggest is on the board. I think they're trying, but I very much would predict that Jonathan Kuminga is on this basketball team next year.
Yeah, next week.
Yep.
I mean, 2 weeks from now.
All of them. All the weeks between now and next season.
I think
all of them.
I think that they have been in conversation with the Clippers about Paul George or Paul George's agent. I think that they've talked to Kevin Durant or Phoenix about Kevin Durant. I think they've talked to Miami about Jimmy Butler, and I'm sure that they have a preferred list of these players. And I think as we get closer to July 1st and you start to see where some of these chips may be falling, I think they're going to be ultra aggressive. I just can't help but think about Joe Lacob and the frustration he seemed to be feeling when you got to the end of that play-in game where you go up to Sacramento and you get it handed to you by the Kings, the Adorables, and the beam gets lit, and Vivek Ranadive is out there celebrating and dancing at Golden One, and you're thinking, my God, we're a 10 seed. And even if Draymond would have played those games, and darn it, we might have been a 6 seed, and 46 wins is nothing to sneeze at, Steve Kerr. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're not used to being in this spot, and you look at Steph Curry with 2 more years in his deal. I think you get to this point, and you realize it's time to be bold. We can be bold, and I don't know if they're sold on Jonathan Kuminga being a transcendent superstar of the future.
Well, here's the thing about Kuminga, though. You talked about Joe Lacob being angry. Just because he's angry doesn't mean he can get something done. You need playing partners. You need the players to want to come. You need the team to want to trade him to you. All of those things. We also know that Joe Lacob and the rest of the Warriors franchise, we've heard this a number of times, does not want to be known as the franchise that keeps taking players in the first round and then giving up on them prior to even starting their next contract, if there is one. Jordan Poole signs the contract, but he's dealt. James Wiseman, they give up on him.
Wow.
I know he's not good. I'm not saying they should have stayed with him, but the point is that's a bad precedent to set around the league, which is draft people in the lottery and then kick them to the curb. And so now we get to Kuminga and Moody, and if you're going to start moving off of those guys too, I think you really do you run the risk of being the team that doesn't develop young players, which has already been an accusation centered on Steve Kerr and the Warriors organization for a while. I don't very much buy it at this point, but it would be a stigma. I really do. And so I'm not saying that they won't trade Kuminga, but my God, they're going to have to be blown away. They're going to have to feel so good and so excited about what's coming back in return for them to do that. I've heard at least a few people in the know put the word like untouchable or as close to untouchable as possible while still being touchable. Like they don't want to do that. And,
right.
and even an angry Joe, I don't think does that.
But if it is the difference between getting Paul George or not getting Paul George, I think he becomes less untouchable. He becomes more touchable. And yes, the whole idea of developing young players, whether or not you believe that to be a thing or not, if Steve Kerr's not here in 2 years, if he really is 2 years and done, and Steph Curry has 2 more years, and Draymond's got 2 and a player option, and Wiggins, he may be dealt, but he's only got 3 more years. So it may be a moot point about this regime and whether or not they can develop young players, because this regime might be gone by the time the Poughkeepsie kid is even 24.
That's just Steve. That's not Dunleavy. That's not Lacob. That's not the other Lacob. None of those guys are going anywhere.
But those guys don't have to worry about the stain of development. It's a Steve Kerr.
Oh, sure
thing.
they do.
I
don't agree with that at all.
Mike Dunleavy's been on the job for a year, so you can't say anything about whether or not he can develop young players or not. He hasn't had a chance to.
Not yet, but that's the point. And the organizational structure, like Dunleavy just stepped up to the next job. Like a lot of these people have been in place for a while. This is Joe Lacob's regime. These are his people. And so their fingerprints are all over all of these first-round draft picks. And it's been a while since the Warriors picked one, developed him, re-signed him, and kept him. Like, it's been a while.
Yeah, Steph and Klay would be the last ones. I think Kevon Looney was technically a first-round pick.
Right. But I mean,
not in the lottery, though.
I really think that there's 2 pieces to the idea of trading Jonathan Kuminga. There's the obvious stuff. There's the player. Do we like him? Do we want him? But there's also there's an emotional piece to a message that would be sent to the rest of the league that they don't want to send. I don't think they want to send that message. So I
think that's more of a fan chatter. And I think that ultimately, if you are the front office and you're Joe Lacob, you would rather chase a 5th ring than worry about the narrative that you can't develop young players and you've got an old core anyway. And we know that the old core has not shown a general love, and they haven't been thrilled with playing with these young players who aren't good enough to hang with them.
I don't know if Kuminga necessarily falls into that too much, at least not last year.
Last year, he took a huge step forward, but the Jordan Poole truculence and the way he behaved was, and I know he was an extreme case, but
good Lord.
James Wiseman and his inability to be a professional.
He's just not very good basketball.
Why did they love the Poughkeepsie kid so much last year? Because he came in with swagger, and he came in with basketball IQ, and he came in ready-made. And the same thing with the 25-year-old rookie, TJD, 24, whatever, you get the point. He came in as a grown man. So it's different than, Jonathan Kuminga, who they've really had to be patient with, and they had to nurture him. And last year, he only got elevated because Draymond couldn't control himself. That's when he became a starter, and that's when his minutes exploded.
Yeah, but I mean, even when Draymond came back, he still kept his minutes. I mean, that's a part of what they're clearing out. Like, I mean, I do think that if you start to think, you're not wrong. The Warriors are obsessed with now. I totally agree with you.
And I think the veterans are obsessed with veterans.
No doubt, but at the same time, they're also keenly aware, even those veterans, I know self-awareness isn't great at an NBA star level, but they are aware, like, we can't just all be 35. Like, they know what it takes for bodies at that age to be out there contributing every single night. It's a lot. It's really hard. It's why LeBron, like, good Lord, I don't even understand it. It's incredible. So you do need some dudes that have less mileage to maybe take some of those nights where maybe you need a load management or what have you. And so Jonathan Kuminga is, I think he has set himself apart by now. And part of why the organization is like, look, let's play a game of chicken with Klay. And let's offer up Andrew everywhere. I think part of the reason they're doing that or willing to do that is because they know Jonathan Kuminga can be their best wing. He can be their best two-way player, at least for right now. I think they would like to add another. But the reason they're so flippant with Klay and Andrew is because they've got Jonathan. If you end up with none of those guys, boy, you better get more than one player back.
Well, if you have Paul George, he becomes your best wing.
Yes, but that he's the only wing. I mean,
not if you have Wiggins. If you have Paul George and you have Wiggins and Clay's gone. And
I mean, I'm thinking that Wiggins has a very healthy chance of being dealt.
I'm thinking if you're using the Chris Paul contract and you're using Kuminga and then you're throwing in Moody and or a pick, I still think you have the ability to be good on the wing.
That's pretty expensive for a guy that everybody knows is going to get traded. That's pretty expensive.
The other piece of it is, Jonathan Kuminga, do you want to pay him $35 million a year? Do you think that he's a guy who over the next 4 years is going to be worthy of being your second highest paid player on your team?
I mean, $35 million a year.
That's more than Draymond. It's more than Wiggins. It would be second only to Steph.
Yeah.
Steph would be making 59 that year.
But those guys are all, you know what I mean? Like, they're all way older. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga at $35 million a year based on some other players who are making $35 million a year. I don't think that sounds crazy. Plus, it's another year down the road, and I don't know what's going to happen with the market, and the cap's going to go up and all that stuff.
Right.
I mean, that's about half what the top players in the league are going to be making here pretty soon.
Yeah, but that would be, for me, you're projecting that he's going to be a top player in the league. And right now, Jonathan Kuminga is probably the 58th best player in the league? The 81st best player in the league? I don't know where you'd put it.
Yeah, I don't think $35 million a year is saying you're one of the top players in the league. I think it's saying that you're a good, solid, B+, BB+.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's about to make 60.
Yep, 59 he'll make in that year.
That's what the top players in the league are making. But yes, right now, $35 million would put you right around 30th in the league. Want some names that are making somewhere in the round that? Now, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's one of them. Obviously, he's a better player. But how about Michael Porter Jr.? Is that a comp for Jonathan Kuminga?
I would rather have Michael Porter Jr.
Okay.
He plays winning basketball.
How about LaMelo Ball?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
How about Tyrese Halliburton?
I'd rather have Halliburton.
Okay. De'Aaron Fox?
Yep.
Bam Adebayo? Desmond Bane?
He's an interesting one.
These are really good players.
Bane's making 35.
He's making 34.
Yep.
DeAndre Ayton's making 34. CJ McCollum's making 33. Middleton's making 31. And again, these are salaries that have been signed for a while.
And these are good veteran
players. Very good players.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some projecting going on here.
Yeah.
You know,
Ayton's a tough one.
I don't think Kuminga right now, if I had to guess, would he ever be an NBA 1? I'd say no. Do I think he could be a 2? 2/3 guy, really important player? Yeah, probably. I mean, he's kind of flirting with it already, don't you think?
He was a 2/3 on a 10 seed.
But take the seed out of it, because that's not really relevant in terms of...
To me, that's the most relevant thing, because you were on a team that wasn't very good, and I know 46 wins is nothing to sneeze at, Steve, and I'm not trying to sneeze at 46, but you were a 10 seed, and you couldn't make it out of the play-in game with Jonathan Kuminga as your second best player.
I don't know that Jonathan Kuminga was their second best player. Like that
Who was?
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that was a moving target. There are some contracts here that when you look at this, you're like, woof.
Yeah.
Like, Kuminga's better than that guy already. I mean, obviously, there's some weirdo ones.
And there's a lot of projection when it comes to Kuminga, because if he develops an outside shot, well, then now at $35 million in 2 or 3 years, now it's a bargain.
Would you rather have Jonathan Kuminga or Zach LaVine?
Wow, that's a tough one. Again, Zach LaVine, if he's your best player, you are the Chicago Bulls, and you're 30 and 52.
Thank you. That's why I asked it. He's making 40.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it goes way up too. His deal's a long one, I think.
You mentioned. Actually, I'm sorry. He's making 43.
Yeah.
You mentioned Van Vliet the other day. He's at 42.8.
Yep. I'd rather have Kuminga than FVV.
Ben Simmons is making 40.
Poor guy. Just
Darius Garland is making 36.7.
This is a bad deal.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So anyway, let's go to Josh on 580. Hey, Josh, what are you doing?
What's going on, guys? Just, in the commute traffic here. I call in every so often to talk to you guys. You guys are both making very compelling arguments, but I lean a little bit to the Dib side, and I'm going to tell you this why. Because the NBA, the only way you win is by having a star player, a top 7 guy in the league. Is Kuminga ever going to be that? No. He's the number 2 piece. But after, go ahead.
No. You cut out for a second, and I was going to react because I really wanted to hear what you were going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, I'm saying, but you win by stars, right? So Kuminga is going to be a really good player in this league. He's going to be a great number 2 or 3 option. But the thing about it, when Steph leaves, how are the Warriors going to get that number 1 star? Are they going to be a free agent attraction? Maybe so, maybe not, but you don't really know. But what you do know, you have Steph right now. Go win right now and then figure out the rest later. Because Kuminga being your number 2, is he going to be the best player to go win you games? Probably not. You're probably going to be in that purgatory for a while anyways, because we don't have a good record of drafting guys that stay on a team that create value. And the only other way you do it is by getting a star player, i.e. the Lakers had to go get LeBron. Unless they would have been in the same spot trying to figure out how to win games with Lonzo and Kuzma and all that. You had to have a star player. So it doesn't really matter if Curry's gone if you have no star. So I like Kuminga, I really do, but you need a star player. So when Curry's gone, it doesn't really matter.
Well, Josh, you actually, and thank you for calling, you actually just captured the premise of how I started the show. So I think both Willard and Dibbs are on that side in theory. The premise being that, yes, I think this whole idea of what are you going to be 2 or 3 years from now, God, you have no idea, even if you think you do. Even if you think you have a star, you might well be wrong. That's how Darius Garland and Ben Simmons and Zach LaVine all got these salaries, because someone was like, hey, in 3 years, you're wrong. Like, you don't know what's going to happen 2 or 3 years from now. My only pushback to your concept, though, is trading Jonathan Kuminga for one of these other players because you, quote, need a top 7 or 8 player in the NBA. Well, the guy you're getting back is not that either. Certainly not 2 or 3 years from now, just because of the fact that they'll be 38 or 39 years old. So I am not saying that Jonathan Kuminga and a trade are off the table. What I am saying is I would much rather he stays, because I think at minimum he can be a useful piece going forward. And secondarily, I think you can get one of these guys without giving him up. I really do. These guys are not coming off teams that are in the catbird seat. That's why they're available. They're available because these teams are like, we don't want to pay them. And the whole world knows they're available. So you don't get to demand top return. And I think with the Warriors trade chips in Paul, whether it ends up being Wiggins, whether it's picks, guys like Moody, Looney, GP2, I think there's a way to construct a pretty compelling deal that does not touch Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, you can construct it, but I do think that as much as these teams are in sell mode with their stars, it still is a seller's market because there are a lot of teams that are going to want to get these players. And I look at the Knicks right now with OG Anunoby now opting out of his deal. Well, there's a great wing, and so now New York's another team that's going to be looking to get a wing, and so you're going to be competing not necessarily with yourself, but with other teams to try to get Paul George. And if I'm the Clippers and I'm looking at the Warriors as a trade partner, I sure as hell am going to want Jonathan Kuminga or it's no deal because that's my competitor. That's my team in the West that I'm going against. So if I'm down there in Clipperland, I'm not thinking about trading Paul George to the Warriors and having them have Kuminga and Paul George together. I'm going to want to get Kuminga off that team and get a guy who I can then sign as the future wing on my team. So yes, I understand the idea that the Clippers are not in the catbird seat because everybody knows that you're going to try to get off of this deal and Paul George is going to want an extension and you don't want to give it to him, but there are going to be enough other teams out there competing in this deal that's going to make you have to sweeten the pot.
The Phoenix Suns have 3 of the top 6 paid players in the entire NBA.
No doubt.
That's somebody who needs to get rid of one of them, and you're going to take what you're going to get.
You say that not thinking about the fact that there's going to be 8 teams that are going to want to get Kevin Durant.
I disagree. I don't think there would be 8 teams that want Kevin Durant.
You don't think the Knicks would want to have Kevin Durant?
Maybe.
To bring him in and Orlando and OKC and Houston, these teams that are lower salaried teams?
Listen, how many teams? I think the Warriors are almost somewhat unique in the idea that they would be like 36 years old and making $50 million. Bring him on over. I don't think a lot of teams want to do that. I don't think a lot of teams have the chips to send in return to even make that a possibility. Who would the Knicks send to make up for Kevin's $50 million? Who's doing that? Who has $50 million of dead crap on their team that they're looking to get rid of?
Yeah, they've got some crap. Okay. It's not necessarily dead crap, but they got players. They got Bogdanovich, who's making 19.
Okay.
And he's a guy who, he's in the final year of his deal.
Okay.
You've got Josh Hart, good player.
They don't want to give him
a long time.
They don't want to give him up.
They got DiVincenzo. Restaurant quality. He's making 11.
Yep.
Making 11.4. Jalen Brunson, you're not going to get rid of him.
Right.
He's at a bargain at 24.9. Julius Randle at 30 becomes interesting.
Maybe.
Because, Julius has been hurt, and now it feels like it's Brunson's team a little bit more.
Is that what the Suns want? Do the Suns want Julius Randle, or do they
If the Suns are looking to get off money, then they're taking Fred VanVleet.
No, they're taking young assets. They're taking Chris Paul.
Well, they're taking both.
They're taking Chris Paul. That's why Chris Paul is such a weapon right now.
Look at Fred VanVleet's deal. And, Chris Paul.
Why would they want Fred VanVleet?
Because you can get rid of his money in a year.
You get rid of Chris is a lot quicker. You get rid of it next week. That's to me, that's the thing in all this. The Chris Paul deal is power. And the Warriors are the only team in the NBA who has it. Warriors offseason summit, July 8th, Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. We'll be there 2 to 4, 4 to 6. All the guys are there. Go to 957thegame.com. Reserve your free spot. Space is limited. 15 years ago today, something happened that changed Bay Area sports forever. We'll get into that and more coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
NBA free agency is upon us.
I'm feeling good right now. Oh, checked it all into my veins.
Rumors are swirling.
$5 a line. Switch today. With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details.
With the 7th pick in the 2009 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Stephen Curry from Davidson College.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that New York crowd was like, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Shut the front door.
Seriously.
Yeah, and they didn't even know at that point how loud they should boo. Because whatever they thought that night, it was worse.
Way worse.
It was way worse. It was legend worse. It was top 20, maybe top 10, maybe more player all time worse. What just got taken right out from underneath your nose.
The worst.
We were talking this out when we walked in today. Like, where were you 15 years ago tonight when Steph Curry was drafted? And I looked at everyone and went, I got no damn idea.
No?
I remember the Warriors drafting Steph Curry, but it wasn't that kind of like OJ and the Bronco moment where I'm like, I remember what room I was in, where I was sitting, who I was with. I don't remember. I was like into it. I'm like, oh, yeah. But like, how could you know in that moment that it was going to mean this? I'd remember where I was in that moment if I had known they were going to win 4 championships because of it.
Yeah. I don't know why I remember. I remember exactly where I was, and I don't remember why I remember it. I was in the Emeryville, Berkeley area. I was trying to beat the traffic on the old East Shore there by Golden Gate Fields on the frontage road. Just listening to the draft.
You were at IKEA, weren't you? You were looking for
I wish I was at IKEA. I was back more by the Target, which is in Albany, Emeryville, which actually wasn't there in 2009, to be honest. I was just trying to beat the traffic, not on the freeway, and I was just listening to the NBA draft because I like it, and I didn't have my eyes set on Stephen Curry. I didn't know what the Warriors were going to do. I knew one thing that they were going to do. They were going to screw it up. Because that's what the Warriors did.
What in the Todd Fuller are you talking about?
Exactly, Diago. I knew that by hook or by crook, they were going to blow the thing. And so as you go through and Minnesota takes back-to-back point gods, I was thinking, oh, man, Ricky Rubio, nice little player. Yeah. I think I've seen him on the internet.
Minnesota.
And don't forget Memphis taking Hashim Thabit.
Oh, Thabit.
We got Thabit.
That was a bad Thabit is what that was.
Griffin goes 1. James Harden goes 3. Tyreek Evans goes 4 to the Kings. At least he was Rookie of the Year.
He was good. He was good.
I mean, guard, and then the Knicks are licking their chops.
There should be a documentary with how involved the Timberwolves have been in all of the Warriors championships. Like, just when you thought the dynasty was over, the Timberwolves show up again with Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. Boom. Like, thank you so much. I'll never root against the T-Wolves.
Right.
Because when they play, I'm like, son, that's the team that won us all of our championships. Just like to thank them for picking Johnny Flynn and all of the other moments that have helped the Warriors along the way.
And New York with the 8th pick select Jordan Hill out of Arizona. Wow. And 25 games into his rookie year, he was dealt by those same New York Knicks.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Oh, I'll tell you. I just was focused on the draft.
Lakers, right?
Lakers.
Pretty sure.
I think you're right.
Rockets.
Rockets.
Then the Lakers, Pacers, T-Wolves, and then the Nevada Desert Dogs.
Jeez.
And then the Vancouver, not that Vancouver team, the Vancouver Knights.
Oh.
And for New York fan, to make it even worse, so it goes Curry, Jordan Hill, DeMar DeRozan. Turns out to be a pretty good draft. I mean, these guys are still playing.
Wow, the Knicks sandwiched in between Curry and DeRozan with Jordan.
The funniest part, as getting ready to come back from break, I looked up the Warriors drafting Steph Curry on YouTube because I wanted to watch it back real quick. And you can hear the Knicks fans booing. But Stuart Scott, who was hosting on ESPN at that time, rest in peace, the great Stuart Scott, just laid out for like 40 seconds and the camera just panning from upset Knick fan to upset Knick fan. They're all boo. It was awesome. Great TV.
In the meantime, Steph looked 8 years old.
Right.
Go back, just for fun, go back and look at old pictures of Steph Curry. That suit looked like he had just gotten off the set of the movie Big, where you're like, dude, you're not an adult yet. You're just a kid in a suit. What are you doing here? Did you take a wrong turn? The family room is over there.
Totally.
Oh my God. So funny. All right, Willard and Debs, glad you're with us. What are you doing at 6 o'clock, Randy? What are you doing?
We're going to hear Bobby Marks on with the Morning Roast. If you have questions about anything contract, money, salary cap related, that'll be answered in about 10 minutes.
Yep. It's very educational listening for sure with the capologist, the expert. So we'll look forward to that with Grandy coming up at 6 o'clock. And then also some news that sort of wiggled free just within the last hour that is, I don't know, interesting for the Giants tomorrow. Again, there are no starting pitchers. They're all gone. They're all hurt. Bye-bye. See you later. So what are you going to do on a night-in and night-out basis? Well, they're rocking another bullpen opener night with Randy Rodriguez tonight. But tomorrow, against the Chicago Cubs, it is going to be number 6 prospect in the organization, Hayden Birdsong. It has been announced, will be called up for the Giants. Don't know what the corresponding move is. Sounds like there's going to have to be a 40-man roster move as well. That's interesting. So stay tuned for that. But Birdsong is going to get called up and make his major league debut tomorrow against the Cubs. Right now, rocking an almost sub-2 ERA at Double-A Richmond. One of their pitching prospects, skipping Carson Whisenhunt a little bit here. He's struggled. But Hayden Birdsong will make his debut tomorrow.
That's exciting. And, if it's a guy who can actually start a game and pitch a game, then
that'd be great.
I'm all for it. I mean, where are we at with any of these guys? Harrison gets hurt in the gym. Snell can't make it back, and they're rushing him. You got Logan Webb and Hicks, and that's it. You've got 2 starters for a team that needs 5, so come on up, Hayden. Do your thing. Get some people out. I'm excited for it.
Fun question, and we could all try to look this up at the same time. I don't know the answer. When is the last time that a Giants starting pitcher, not named Logan Webb, completed the 6th inning?
Wow. That's
Can anybody remember?
I bet it was Kyle Harrison.
Kyle Harrison. He did have a good outing a few outings ago.
Yeah.
Really good outing. But that was not recently.
No, it wasn't.
That was not that.
That's the problem,
The Harrison night that you're talking about, when would that have been?
June 10th, Kyle Harrison went 6 1/3.
June 10th.
That's only 2 weeks ago.
June
pretty
10th.
recent.
And by the way, he didn't even get the win.
No.
Giants beat the Astros in 10 innings, 4-3.
It will be one to watch tomorrow about who they move off of the 40-man roster. You could send somebody to the 60-day injured list, but they don't really seem to have a likely candidate for that. So you're going to have to probably DFA somebody.
I don't know.
Who might that be?
I mean, there's people in the bullpen right now that you don't even know are here. There's been so many moves behind the scenes with all these injuries. Hey, one of our favorites is on the line real quick. Richie in Queens. Richie, we're up against it, but what'd you want to say about the Nick Ahmed interview?
He sounds like a nice guy, but we need more than nice guys on this team. And you know what? I think DFA, you talk about DFA, it's going to be Luke Jackson. I think Luke Jackson has run his course. I don't think he's going to be on this team. And it's amazing, guys, the roller coaster every other week. They look good. We got to win. We got 3 in a row. We got Blake Snell saying, hey, don't rush me. I'll come back when I have to. It's like really ugly, and everybody steals bases except us. Now, I don't know what the good news is. I know we're running up against it, but I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good, Richie. Appreciate it.
And that's probably the prime candidate. He's right.
Think?
Well, he's...
I don't know, guys. This guy, this is a guaranteed contract you're dealing with at $6.5 million.
Yeah, good point.
I get what you're saying.
He's
I know
32, and
Grandy's face lit up at the idea of Luke Jackson being DFA'd, but I would be surprised if that's the move.
Well,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'd be surprised.
You know who it might be? And you'd hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
Spencer Bivens.
I thought of that.
I don't even want to speak it into existence because you'd hate to see that. and he turns 30 years old on Friday.
He was good last night.
Exactly. I don't know why would you DFA him?
Because he's a guy that
he's so cheap. You know what I mean?
Like, you need a 40-man spot. Somebody's got to go.
Yeah, but
unless you want to put somebody on the 60-day.
I mean, yeah.
You're going to go Keaton Wynn to the 60-day with nervous issues?
I don't think so. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. All right, what's coming up on the game with Grandy is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Would you like to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, not from here.
Where do you want to do it?
Let's do it down the street.
All right, let's go to Chase Center.
It'll be fun.
Let's go to the team store. Let's do the NBA Draft special show from there tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Oh, baby, it's Monte Hill from the Morning Roast. And guess who's joining us live in studio with Joe Shasky, the Butcher?